you can now put those outside as well, as long as you seal with the Inkalax. So a really nice buy. 2 pots of that as well, 45 millilitres in each. That's going to go a long way as well, because you only need a very small amount. That's going to spread beautifully. £9.99, item number 842978. Now, just before I go any further, just to let everybody know, because this is coming from Germany, the dispatch date is from the 25th of September, and that is across the board on everything. Right, now we've got more for you as well, because we've got some new stencils. Now, these are flexible. Well, you're probably thinking, well, stencils are flexible, but they're not just flexible, they're adhesive as well. So if you want to, and they're reusable, of course, you can put these onto your jars, onto your vases, anything that you want to put a stenciled image on that, you know, you want to create around maybe something circular or a funny shape. So, you know, I like upcycling my jars and my vases and that sort of thing, so these are absolutely perfect. Perhaps you've got candle jars and things that you want to change. And of course, there's all sorts of different mediums that you can put through your stencils. Now, I don't know if I can do a little bit of a sneaky thing in a second. I'll give you the details for these first. £9.99 is the price. You're getting 4 A5 flexible stencils here. So all 4. Think about stenciling onto tiles and things as well, because you can reposition these. So really, really nice set. Now, I am going to be a little bit sneaky when I've given you the item number. 558705. Oh, already approaching 20% of the stock gone on these. I'm not surprised, actually. They're really useful. Just a little heads up, there is an end of call. I'm going to tell you about this now because I'm quite excited about this. I know I do get excited about little bottles. It's very strange. But you know what? I'll tell you who loves this, and that is Charmaine from Dolly Dimples. Now, this is your stencil adhesive. So when the sticky starts to go from your stencil, or if you've got stencils that aren't quite, you know, you don't have sticky on them already and you want to stick them down, this is like a temporary adhesive. But not only that, you can use this on your papers and your masking. So when you're stamping and you want to mask something off, spread a little bit on the back, totally reusable for a number of times as well. Very, very useful indeed. Right, let's have a little look at the website, because you can see there, if you're going for those stencils, you don't just have to buy the stencils, by the way. Anything that you're purchasing, end of call, you will be offered, or you can find there at checkout. There you can see it, the free delivery add-on, just £3.99. Charmaine, this is the reason I got this on this show, actually, because Charmaine told me how good it was. So I said, right, I'm going to get hold of that. Right, now I'm very excited about this. And I'm going to be honest with you, if you were watching yesterday, I'd got the Dremel shows, everything arrived all at once. I didn't even open my pot till this morning. Now, you may have seen before, we've had the concrete paste, which we also have on the show again today. And you may have seen the concrete powder. Now, at first sight, this looks like the concrete powder, but it's not the same as the pouring one. This one you can actually knead. So you mix with water, you knead it, and it turns it into a modelling clay. So you can put it into your mould, you can shape with it, you can work freehand. It's frost proof as well, so again, you can put this outside. You can add all your different mediums onto it as well. I'm very, very excited about using this. I am being honest with you, I've not even mixed any up yet, so we're going to do that live on air. Can't wait. Let's hope it doesn't go wrong. You just need some water, but we're going to have a play with that. Now, it's a really big pot. You've got 1.5 kilograms here, so it's massive. There is a little chart on the pot as well that tells you how much powder to how much water. You do need to wear gloves when you're mixing this, because it will be an irritant. It does say low dust, but it is essentially a powder, but any powders can be an irritant, so just bear that in mind. Wear some gloves. I think they're quite easy to get hold of at the moment, aren't they? You've probably got plenty in your house already. Oh dear, you will make use of those things that you probably don't want to wear at the moment. Right, moving on. Oh, now then, we've got some pens here for you. Now, these are for candles, so these will actually work onto your wax, which is really, really good. Now, we do have another set that we'll see at 11 o'clock. We haven't got it on the counter at the moment, but you'll find it on the website. We have got a candle decorating kit. These can be worked without that kit, but also with that kit as well. So you can add your detail onto your wax candles. You've got a lovely sort of pen nozzle there as well, so you can go straight from the pot onto your candles. It's not easy to find something that goes onto wax. You've probably found out that if you've tried many, many times. So a really nice set again, just £10.99. And you've got the gold glitter, the silver, and the silver glitter as well. 876403. Right, the candle making kit, well, not candle making, the candle decorating kit is here. So you've got there, you've got all sorts of templates, you've got the full instructions, of course, you've got a brush in there as well, those sponges, which I absolutely love those sponges, use them for all sorts. You've got your paints as well, these are Inka golds, and then you've got the ceramic effect in there as well. So a really nice kit. We will look at that at 11 o'clock in more detail, but you can get that available on the website now. Right, another favourite of mine from Viva are their chalk paints. Now, I did ask for quite a number of colours. I do believe we've got more than this one set. They're changing the colours and the paints at the moment, so I'm excited to see what they're going to bring out. But we've still got these available at the moment. Anybody that knows me knows that I love Viva chalky paints because not only are they good for inside, they work on outside projects as well. They will cover glass, metal, wood, plastic, all sorts of surfaces. All I will say is give them a really, really good stir before you use them. I mean, I use them on my clay, on my resins, everything. Really like these. This is a good set to have as well. This is our classic option. You can see you've got the black in there, you've got they're all opaque. You've got kind of that creamy colour in there as well. They do dry with that lovely chalky matte finish. They're very, very strong. You can layer them up, you can mix them as well. So a really nice set to have. Just $14.99 for all 5 of those as well. Now we've got another set for you. We've got the pastel. So there you can see, again, lovely colours. Do you know, I've painted vases, glass vases with these, all sorts of things. Great for any of you mixed media as well. So once again, a really, really good buy. 991900. Right, now then, look what we've got here. We've got another huge pot. Now, I think this must be another 1.5, it's a full kilo, this one, I believe. There we go. Now, what is this? This is your rust. This is a texture paste, but you can apply it onto all sorts of surfaces, directly onto tins. I don't know if anybody saw my Zori show with the dragon that I converted an old metal paint lid with a paintbrush and had keys hanging from it and things. All those keys and the lid were all decorated with the rust paste. Really, really good to apply. You can use a spatula, you can brush that on, you could add your Inka gold or your paints over the top as well to do different effects. That is a huge pot. Great through your stencils as well. So really, really nice product. Again, you can put that outside. This is why I love Viva. A lot of the products can go outside, and that's important to me because I do a lot of projects outside, I think, as everybody knows. Right, next up, now then, this is the concrete paste. So again, we've got a huge pot again. Now this is ready mixed for you. You don't have to put any water or anything in there. It does dry like concrete. It gives you that lovely effect. So if you want to do kind of a stone effect, you know, with the texture in there, you can apply that with a spatula, you can stipple it, you can use your masking tape and mask areas off, you can put that through your stencils. Again, if you want to decorate your pots and things outside or make wall decor, that is absolutely brilliant for the job because, again, it is not going to be affected by the weather. It's going to be safe outside. So indoor and outdoor projects, love it. Right, details there for you, 410308. Again, great prices on these. Look at the amount you're getting. Right, the next one. We have seen this one before on a previous show. We've just got the one colour this time, but this was the favourite colour that we had before, and you can tint it and you can overpaint it. So this is another one that you can put outside. Oh, I've just heard we have got all 3 colours. Oh, that's a bonus. I'm so glad I brought mine then. Right, so you can mix these together then. You can tint them. You can put tints in there if you want to, but because you've got, I believe this must be the white. We'll see if we can find the other names. We've got antique white, this is, and cream and sepia for you. They all look the same on the picture on the website, I believe, but you have got the choices of colours there. So you can go for 1, you can go for 2, you can go for all 3, you can mix them together, you can do whatever you wish with these. Again, a huge pot and suitable for outdoor use yet again. $18.99 is the price, 181,181. Now, I did mention the Inka Gold, and we do have that for you as well. Now, it's a pick and mix, so it's choosing any 2. We've got a saving of £3 as well here. These are just fabulous. Anybody that watches my shows, especially when it comes to Zori and working with the moulds, Inka Gold is what I use. The colours are absolutely gorgeous. Perhaps you've been collecting these and you want to add to your collection. They're very easy to work with. They're water-based as well. So once again, you can go onto all sorts of surfaces. You can brush this on. You can use a spatula if you want and put it through a stencil. You can water it down. You can paint with it. I tend to use it a lot, as I say, for the moulds. So on air dry clay, onto resin, onto polymer clay. You can put it onto wood, MDF, metal, all those substances. What I will tell you about this as well is they mix beautifully, and a little goes a long, long way. I absolutely adore Inka Gold. Don't forget, we've got the varnish that you can put over the Inka Gold as well, if you want to be able to use your Inka Gold on projects for outside. £12.58, 038521. There we are. So if you jump on the website, you can see everything there, of course. Don't forget, we'll be having a look at that candle kit a little bit later. I'm excited about using the concrete. Oh, it's a brand new product to me, this one. I've not seen it before. Let's hope it doesn't go wrong. I'm sure it won't. We'll see what we can do with it. I know you can knead it and then you can let it sit, and you've got a workable time of about an hour. But we've got all the Inka Golds on there. We've got all the different pastes on there. Huge pots, fantastic prices, and absolutely amazing products from Viva Decor, of course. There we go. Right. Oh, I am excited. Let's have a look. Shall we start with that? Shall we start with the concrete? Right. Okay. I am going to have to put my glasses on here. I have got some gloves as well, so I'm going to put those on. Now, ideally, you want to use something for measuring, obviously, because there is a little chart. Let me just find that chart. So it will give you in grams for both, well, grams or millilitres. Grams, as I discovered recently, tends normally... Apparently there's the odd exception, and I don't know why, but grams equals millilitres as well. So it does give you both actually on here, and it does say, for instance, 100 grams of concrete, 16 millilitres or grams of water. So very easy. 200 grams, 300 grams, 400 grams, 500 grams. It's giving you those different ratios there. So obviously, depending on how much you want to mix up, will depend on how much you're weighing out of your powder, and also, of course, of your water as well. Now, because I've not used this before and I've got lots to get through, I'm not going to put a huge amount into my pot. But we'll just have a play with it and see what happens. So let's take the lid off. Let me just show you inside. Now, you can see... When I first opened it, I thought, oh, have they sent me the wrong one? Is this the same as what we've had before? Which is fantastic. The concrete powder that you mix and you pour is amazing as well. But no, this is different. It's got different ingredients in it. So I've got my scales. I've just got a little pot today. It's just one that's been knocking around in my box. Right, so I've got grams on. We've got naught. Obviously, if I put my pot on there, it's going to weigh something. So I'm just going to reset back to naught. There we go. And then I'm going to find something, because I haven't got a spoon. Never mind, we'll use this spatula. Right, so let's go with just 100 grams of powder and see what that looks like.
While you're measuring, Catherine, I've got to say, a quarter of the stock of those gorgeous stencils have already gone. A quarter of the stock already gone, and we're only 15 minutes into the show. So they're such great value, aren't they? £9.99.
They are.
They've got that self-adhesiveness on them already, haven't they? Aside from your lovely, fantastic special bottles for stencil sort of paste there as well. Self-adhesive, yeah.
They are very nice as well, very nice designs. We'll try and get to use those this hour if we can.
Yeah, I love the feather one.
Right.
The feathers are brilliant.
100 grams, that's what we've got there. So very little gone from the pot. You can see there, that's a very small amount. So if I just double check, I think it said 16 millilitres it did. So if I take this up with water now to 116, so I don't have to re-weigh anything. So this is where I've got to be a little bit careful. Oh, I've gone slightly over, but not to worry. I've gone to 119, but, you know, just be a little bit more careful than me when you're at home. Right, let's give that a stir now. So straight away, you're thinking, do you know what? This is looking quite smooth already. It is kneadable. My guess is this is going to start to thicken up very, very quickly. Now, you do have to let this rest, so I'm going to give it a really, really good stir. I'm trying to get all of the powder out the bottom. I can tell already, actually, stirring this up, how much thicker it's going. So give it a good stir. really scrape down with your spoon or your spatula or whatever you're stirring with. I'm using an old paintbrush. You want to make sure you get all that powder up. You don't want lumps in there. You want a nice, smooth consistency. Seriously, I can tell this is starting to really thicken up now. So once I've given this a good stir, I'm going to let it rest for a couple of minutes and then we'll have another look at it. That means probably I'm going to take my gloves off and have to put them back on. Do you know what I'm going to use? I think we'll use the rust or something, Fiona, next.
Yes.
And then I don't have to take my gloves off because I can just leave them on. Right,
Yeah,
I'm going
lovely.
to give that time to rest now. I think I've probably got the majority of that powder all stirred in. Now look at the texture there. Very nice. Do you know, I reckon if you were quick with this as well, if you wanted to use that as a stencil paste right now, you could do. I'm going to experiment with this a little bit more because I'd love to see what happens if you do stencil with it once it's dry. But let's just pop that to one side. Now what I've got here, this is just an old piece of MDF, or it's the front of an album. It wasn't used as an album, obviously. So just ignore the shape. It doesn't really matter what shape we've got. But I've got some of the stone effect already on here. Now we have got the different colours. This was just a piece where I kind of cleaned off my spatula. I went with one colour, then cleaned my spatula with another, but actually I quite like that. It's a nice effect. So you can see how it dries. So if you want to use your different colours, blend them together, or as I say, you could tint, you can also paint over the top as well. I'm just going to bring in I think this is the white one. I'm not sure, let's have a look. We've got the three different colours.
Sepia, the white and the...
I have also got here, I think I've got two of the other
sepia
colours
white
with me.
and then the cream, is it? Is
Now
that
this one, I think, is the sepia.
sepia, yeah.
Can I just show you something as well? Because I found this really interesting. These pots are really good. You get a huge amount in them. You will find, though, and mine have been in the back of my van, so it gets quite warm. If you get any on the lid, it does kind of dry, but it's flexible. I wouldn't throw that away. I would put that onto canvases and use it as a textured background. Can you imagine if you stick that down? Look, you've instantly got more texture.
Oh, yeah.
So don't ever
waste.
waste that. I might do that, actually. I might do that. I don't know, that's not dry enough, so I can't use that one. Right, OK. So you could actually just stick that down with a little bit of the paste, actually. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get another spatula, and you can see when I bring this under the camera, this is so nice and creamy. It's absolutely beautiful, really lovely to work with.
Icing.
Don't
eat it.
No, don't eat it, but it is so nice to work with. The advice is to give it a good stir before you use it, because you will find that the water comes to the top.
Yeah.
It is water-based, but again, remember that you can put this outside, so it is great for your projects.
Yes, it says indoor and outdoor use. That's amazing. And we don't have to put anything else on top of it after.
No, I've got at home, I used take my glasses off to see you, Fiona. I can't see.
I'm exactly the same.
They're on it for close up. I've used it on glass jars or glass vases, and thick ones, not flimsy ones, and put straight onto it and put those outside. They are actually outside on my patio with plants in.
Oh, how lovely.
Yeah, and I'll show you what I
beautiful.
did actually, because
Transform a terracotta pot into something far more glamorous.
yes, exactly. Let me. No, I'm not going to use that one. I better not use that. Let me find a tin. So if you wanted to go onto tin,
is that what you've already done with the rust there, Kathleen?
I've got some rust on this one, yeah.
Oh,
so you can go straight on, and if you want a really rough texture, you can just stipple that. I would obviously spread a little bit more on first and then stipple, but I'm just doing a small area to show you. So straight onto tin, onto terracotta, onto plastic.
Oh,
you can go onto all different surfaces.
I've got so many
MDF.
plastic terracotta pots that are just boring and dull, and just, you just transform them.
Just transform them. They look like they cost a fortune.
Yeah.
Again, with this being a tin, you've got a texture underneath, but you can really sort of smooth this out as well.
That's
so
fantastic.
if you want to do that, and then just by smoothing, but not over smoothing, you get that stone-like texture as though it's a paving stone.
That's brilliant.
So what I think as well is this is fantastic, and I have got one. I've got a massive doll's house at home that hasn't been decorated up yet. I would use this for decorating the garden, the pathways. Do you know, all sorts of mixed media projects, but also if you're building fairy gardens and that sort of thing
like
as
you're
well.
rendering the doll's house there.
Yeah. Okay, so
Can I just update the stencils
You
there,
certainly
Catherine? If that's
can.
all right. Just to let everybody know, for these fantastic stencils, they're 30% gone. Now, these are absolutely fantastic because they have got sort of a self-adhesive element to them already. But once that's gone, don't forget your end of call is Catherine's favourite of the entire show is the stencil adhesive. It's an end of call removable. So any of your stencils there, just a few little blobs of that, and that can. And also, I love the idea of using it when you're masking, but that's that. But anyway, 30% of the stencils have gone, and is it any wonder? Because you're not choosing which two you want, you're getting all of those, which is fantastic. The meadow flower borders, spring is in the air, and feathers. Oh, the feathers beautiful. £9.99 558 705.
Okay, now I've just put the stone effect to one side because I was reminded, don't forget the concrete.
Yes.
Now, can you see what's happened? We've had this now, I don't know, it must have been sat a good 2 minutes now.
Wow.
Look, can you see what's happened? Let's just drop that out onto the counter there. Look, that's come out nice and cleanly as well from the pot.
Yeah.
Now, I've genuinely not used this before this morning. Oh, it feels ever so nice to work with.
It looks like a very well-known children's brand of dough.
It does. Now, I think you've got working time, so you've got about an hour, I believe, to work with this. So that is still quite soft. But what you can do with this is, oh, and watch out for these rolling pins later on the Staedtler show. We've got Feefo on later. You can roll out. I would let that go a little bit firmer to roll out, but I just want to show you different things that you can do with it. I haven't got a rubber stamp at the moment, but you can imagine you've got rubber stamps. You can press into it so you can put imprints into it. Ooh, you can use your tools to shape into it. Let me get, I don't want to spoil my stencil. Let me see what I can just come up with. I wonder if this will work. This is a mould.
So could we put it? Oh, wow, yeah.
So it's a little bit wet, but you're pressing a mould into that. You can see you're getting a lovely, lovely texture. I would let that dry a little bit more.
Yeah.
I am going to put some into a mould, so it's drying for 11 o'clock.
Oh, lovely.
So we're going to see what happens there. But I think rolling over the top, putting a stencil over the top, and just taking the imprint from that, maybe an embossing folder as well you could do. You could easily shape it. Let's just scrape this up. I'm saying all this, and I've never done it, but I can tell. I can tell by the material that it is.
Yeah.
So let me just find something else. I've got a jar here. So what you could do, and remember you can put this outside, you could easily shape this. So I'm thinking fairy gardens again now, you see. Because what I would do, I would cover a jar or a pot with this. I would put some sort of texture into it. I'd use the stone effect still because I would do different colours. But what I think you could do here as well, let me just, this is going to be a very quick sort of little demo. Let's just start to build a little wall.
My little girl's made a fairy garden down the garden.
I'm just going to put that into the middle a little bit and move this out the way.
She started her fairy garden.
Has she?
Yeah, under the bush.
So moulding some little stones. Look, you can shape it and you can start to build. I'm going to do a little fairy house, I think, in the break. Have I got time? I'm presenting as well today. I don't know if I've got time. I can say I'm going to do all these things, Fiona, and do I have time? I've no idea.
You can have they have little doorways and gateways, don't they?
You could. And I've still got loads of working time. I would genuinely, I'm thinking here, do you know, you can shape this, but I can still tell it's very soft.
Yeah.
So I'd probably let this go a little bit firmer before I started moulding something like this. But I just want to show you different ways that I can tell you're going to be able to work with this. And it's holding its shape beautifully, isn't it? You imagine putting your paint effects over the top of this as well. That's what I'm going to do later. I'm going to build a little wall, and we'll use that at 11 o'clock, and we'll do some paint effects on it, and maybe some rust and that sort of thing as well.
Fantastic. Now, we're 20% of the stock for the concrete gone.
This.
20%?
I am just going to remove that from that jar and let that sit a little bit longer because genuinely I am going to be presenting later. So what I'm going to do is let that sit so I can pop it into a mould. I'm going to try and keep an eye on that throughout this show, actually, because I don't want it to go too hard. But you have got an hour's working time. I'm now going to take my gloves off because I've finished with the concrete. Right, I've got a very dirty sort of mat there now, but not to worry. Let's go back to the stone, and I'm going to use those stencils, actually. Let's see which one we should go with. Right, I'm going to go with this one.
Apologies for the queues on the phone. We're very busy, you know, even at 7:30 in the morning on a Monday morning. People are loving the concrete. I want to say very big good morning to you as well. And if you've got any questions for Catherine with the Viva Decor products, which will be dispatched on the 25th of September, or you've used them before, because I know John Lockwood, who's coming up later, loves them, then please let us know on the Facebook page or email us in. So I know Catherine will be with us again with the Viva Decor at 11.
Okay, so I've got a bottle, just a plain bottle. Don't forget, on the website we quite often have those LED lights, which are really, really nice.
Oh, they're lovely.
So lots of ways to decorate your bottles. I'm actually going to do a couple of things here. One of the stencils, I may have got that not quite, oh, it doesn't look bad actually. Now, you won't need the stencil adhesive right now with this one because it's already adhesive, but when that does start to wear, and it will, when you put it on different surfaces or you get fluff on it, you will start to find that it becomes less tacky. So you can use your adhesive, but just a reminder about that adhesive, the end of call. The reason I asked for that on the show was because Charmaine from Dolly Dimples was so adamant that it was the best product she'd ever used for when she's stamping and you mask off. You know, we use sticky notes and things like that. Because you can spread a very thin coat onto your masking. If you've just got general paper, spread it on the back, cut it out. It just goes slightly tacky, but it's totally reusable. So you can mask off and stamp and do your sort of your scenes with your stamp. And then, of course, you can then reuse that as well, and it goes such a long way. That one pot will last you so long. Right, okay. Oh, we're very busy on these stencils, actually.
Half the stock's gone already, Catherine. Half the stock.
Wow.
I thought they'll make the 11 o'clock at this rate. Good for you. Don't forget to check out, because it is an absolute bargain.
Do you know, they are really good stencils as well.
Have we counted? Let me count up how many we've got. So we have 2 of the lovely flowers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 of the actual feathers. You've got another 5 on another one. So that's 5, 10, that's 17, and another 3. It's 20. 20 individual beautiful designs on there for £9.99.
Amazing. That's amazing, isn't it?
Have I counted wrong? 5, 10, 12, 15. No, 15 is, I can't count, Catherine. But 15 is still brilliant. Let's face it, for £9.99, it's still fantastic. Where did I get the other 5 from? Who knows? It's very early on a Monday morning. 60% has gone now, so please check out your baskets. I can't see this lasting until 11 o'clock, if I'm honest.
Do you know, I was just going to use the stone effect, but I've changed my mind because I'm going to bring in a bit of the rust, actually.
And
again, a stir, that's what you want.
You use that on that lovely, and I do remember Catherine's lovely paint lid with the brush and the dragon. And the rust, it was just such a good effect. It was just brilliant. They look so good.
They do. And again, very nice to work with. Look at this. Give it a good stir. Make sure you stir it because, again, water can come to the top. Again, you can use this outside as well. Do you know, sponge this on, stipple it on with a brush, do whichever way you like with this. It's really, really nice stuff. Let me see if I can find a bit of an older brush here. So I'm going to use this one, the rust, I think, on my stencil. So I'm just going to try and avoid going over the edge. I'm just going to put my glasses back on, actually, because probably I will go over the edge. So, of course, with your stencils, you don't need stencils at all. You can go into your different materials. I did mention keys earlier. We've talked about the keys, the paint lid, haven't we, as well? You don't have to prime the surface now. What I would suggest is make sure it's nice and clean. Give it a wash. You don't want any sort of grease or residue or anything on your bottles or jars or tins or whatever you're using. This will be great on your MDF as well. I'm just going to stipple this on simply because I don't want a smooth finish. So just using that stencil. Now what I would suggest is with the stencils as well, I know we've got an update on these coming, but I'll just, while I'm thinking about it, obviously I'm going to have the rust on top of the stencil and you want to reuse it. So when you peel this off, if you keep some of the backing from double-sided sticky, or put it back on the carrier sheet that they come on, but I would say if you've got some spare sort of non-stick product, or a cleaning mat, a silicone mat, something like that. Put it down onto there and then wipe over the top with a damp cloth to clean off your stencil. Because you don't want to interfere with the sticky on the back.
That's right, you can't really soapy water.
Don't be dunking it in water.
Just clean the surface.
Just clean the
surface. 3/4
off.
of the stock has gone. You can see how malleable they are, especially for something like this with a curved surface. It just went straight on there for Catherine. So £9.99 for those fantastic 15, just to confirm. 25th of September is the dispatch.
Okay, so let's just take this away.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that is really nice,
That's
actually.
gorgeous.
Look at that. Yeah, I don't know why I've got a white shirt on again.
It's a very brave choice there with
no
the
idea.
mediums you're using.
I will have to clean that off. I don't want to spoil that stencil, so I do want to clean that off in a little while. It's all right for a second because I've got something else I want to do. Just going to pop that into some water. Let's just move that out of the way. Oh, let me just check my concrete. Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, I was thinking of your concrete, yeah. No, I won't forget the concrete.
It's like cooking today, just checking everything's not overdone.
It's simmering in the corner there.
Right, the other thing I want to do, I'm just going to get a clean spatula. We've also got the concrete paste as well. If you do come back at 11 o'clock, these will have dried so you can see the effect. I am just going to spread some of the concrete paste, and I will stipple this so you get a really rough texture, because I want you to see, you know, how textured you can get this. So because I've got some tape on here as well, obviously what you want to do, if you want a nice straight line or an edge to something, you need some sort of masking tape on there. So I'm trying not to get my hands into that rust effect. I'm just putting this on. Normally what I do is spread it on and then stipple it, but I'm kind of going along with it at the same time here. So you look how you can get those peaks there.
Is that the stone you're using?
This is the concrete paste.
The concrete one.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So it's not the mouldable one, it's not the kneadable one, it is the paste that you can put through stencils,
yes.
or go directly onto your surfaces. Gotcha. Okay. This is a great way if you've got really nice shaped bottles. You know, sometimes they've got the branding on.
Oh, yes.
But you love the shape of the bottle, but you don't see the branding. Use something like this because you can cover it up.
Yeah.
But you get the lovely effects afterwards. So if I now just grab the end of that tape and peel that back, that's going to give me that really lovely, nice, neat finish. So there, I could put, you see, so you can build up with your different textures, you can pop your lights in there.
Snowy fairy almost, yeah.
Yeah, and of course you can still add your different effects and things over the top of there as well. So love it, absolutely love it. I'm going to pop that to one side and let that dry.
Shall I have a quick reminder, Catherine, of what's going on? Don't forget your concrete. Right, we are, what was that, my darling? Limited stock on the stencils, so well done to you for watching so early and not missing out on 15 of these fantastic stencils for $9.99. They do have that adhesive element to them. We are single figures now. Please check out your baskets, 558705. Technical sellout, so well done. Lots sitting in baskets, so you please check out, because obviously I'll tell everybody if any bounce back, but I don't want you to miss out on the great value that they are, because you see how malleable and you know, how adaptable they are. Fantastic stencils there. 558705. Don't forget your end of call is, of course, the stencil adhesive. So once they start to become less tacky, or for any of your other stencils, or for, you know, masking, because we know Dolly, Charmaine loves them from Dolly Dimples. So yeah, that is your end of call, that wonderful pot. Now we have the kneadable concrete here, 1.5 kilograms there. Yeah, Catherine's going to come back to this now. She's kneading away there. 1.5 kilograms there, $9.99, 286495 for indoor and outdoor use. Brilliant tub there. 40% of the stock has gone. Now our lovely candle crayons, yeah, candle wax pens, beautiful. I was thinking about if you want to do for a christening or a you know, Christmas to really, or through your stencils, you know, if you wanted to put someone's name or a special date, you know, the day they got married or the date they were baptized, or I don't know, the certain Christmas, because as Catherine was saying, very hard, isn't it, to find something that you can actually adhere to wax itself. And I know she's going to be using the candle design kit later on in the second show. 1099 876403, again dispatched on the 25th of September. Then we've got our chalk paints, yeah, for all sorts of surfaces. Absolutely fantastic. Now this is our classic option. I can't believe that price point. That's brilliant. Oh, we get all 5 of those. That's amazing, isn't it? So a lovely sort of autumnal stone kind of feel to this colourway. And then I think we've got the pastels as the other option as well. $14.99. Great for all sorts of surfaces there, as Catherine was explaining. Beautiful if you want to upcycle there. Yeah, your ceramics, your glass, your metals, brilliant. $14.99, 991900. She uses them on an air dry clay as well. Now, you saw a little bit of the rust there. I've seen Catherine use this with the paintbrush and creating texture on mixed media pieces. Brilliant. What an incredible pot it is. £22.99, 283762. And again, indoor and outdoor. Just give it a good stir. Ready to go. We've also got the concrete one as well. Concrete base that you just saw Catherine use on the bottom of the actual bottle there as well. So again, it's a texture paste, $18.99. Again, that is a 1 kilogram pot there as well. Yeah, it is huge, isn't it? Yeah, it feels bigger than that, does it? Anyway, Is that really 1 kilogram? Feels like, well, no, that's what it says. Yeah, 1 litre. No. It's just like it looks the same as that one, which is 1.5. But anyway, I'll stop messing around. Right, you're loving the stone paste. We've got that in 3 different colours as well. Beautiful, like a piece of card can be changed to look like stone, the name of your house or something. Antique white has proven very popular. We've got the sepia, and is it the cream? Sorry, I keep forgetting the colours. The sepia, antique white, and the sepia, yeah. So 20% of the antique white has gone, proved very popular there. 18.99, 181, 181. Again, for indoor or outdoor use. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. So again, upside, I mean, I love the idea of just endless plastic terracotta pots I've got. And I keep thinking, oh, I'd love a stone one, or I'd love, you know, something that looked a bit more sturdier. Or do you know what I've got? Maybe you've got those pots, and because the plant has started to crack slightly because it's trying to grow out of it, you know, you could just like redo it, or yeah, I just think there's so many different options there for outside in terms of stenciling. Yeah, even on your mixed media as well, not just outdoor use as well for your projects, but on the bottles there. I just think this is fantastic stuff, isn't it? 18.99, 3 colourways, 181, 181, proven very popular. Now I'm going to mention the Inkalax, because this is what you can use to protect your surfaces. I suppose, did you say like a varnish? Was that the best way to describe it? Makes your Inka gold waterproof, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. So you can use your Inka on your projects for outside. I mean, you've probably tried that anyway. Yeah. But it would weather quite quickly because it's a water-based product. Yeah. So using the Inkalax will actually protect that, so that your projects for outside will be protected. That's basically what it is.
And you get 2 pots of it for $9.99, and we've got the Inka Golds. You'll see why. That's right next to me here, 842978. Now the Inka Gold, oh, this is amazing stuff. You see here, I went straight into Catherine's turquoise pot and put it on me straight away. I mean, it dries so quickly. The stuff is like alchemy. You name the surface, it can go on it. Honestly, I don't think there was anything Catherine didn't mention that it didn't do, quite frankly, this morning. I love the idea of diluting it down, and we can use it through our, you know, our stencils as well, glass, ceramic, wood, card, board, paper. I mean, just amazing stuff. And the intensity of the colour. I mean, literally, a tiny, tiniest blob. Look at that. I don't suggest you put it on yourself, but pick a mix. Pick any 2. The colours are gorgeous and electrifying. £12.58. It's just brilliant stuff. 038521. Don't forget, everything is dispatched on the 25th of September. Look at these colours, they're amazing. Yeah, oh, faves. Well, straight in. I went straight in for the turquoisey one, because that's the one I sort of slothered on myself. And look at those. Oh, I don't know which is my favourite. They're just gorgeous. I'm going to have more than 2. Okay. Let's go back to Catherine. How's the concrete mould?
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. I've just put some into a mould, actually. Just going back to the Inka Gold, you know, the colours are so beautiful that I think if you just went for potluck with the colours, you would be delighted. Oh, yeah. And don't forget, you could mix those together as well. I'll try and use them a little bit more in the next time, because I've got all mine with me. You can mix them together. You can blend them beautifully. What I'll do... I see it's something else. I'm giving myself another job now, aren't I? In between my shows and in between presenting, I will try and get some air dry clay dry enough to use the Inka Gold on at 11 o'clock. We'll do a little bit of blending, but watch out for the next Zuri one-day special.
When's that, Catherine?
22nd of September. If you think the past moulds were good,
wait until
you see what is coming up next time.
You can do better than dragons.
Oh, yes.
Really?
Yes.
No.
There may be a hint of a dragon in this next one as well,
gosh,
but very different.
Good.
Very different. Right, OK. Oh, I don't know. I'm going to see if I can give you a slight tease later. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that.
She's giddy now, everybody.
I am. So stock up on your Inka Gold for the Zuri shows. That's all I'm going to say. Right, now I have used a little bit of the concrete. So remember, you've got a working time of about an hour, so you can see how that needs. Now, as I'm squashing that, you might think, oh, well, I can see little cracks appearing. That doesn't matter, because as soon as you roll that up or you roll it out, look, it goes nice and smooth again. As long as you've got that working time, you're going to be able to work with it. Now, a little hint is if you are modelling with it, wet your fingers. I know I said put gloves on, but just wet your fingers a little bit. Just moisten them while you're modelling, because it will help you model. Keep it smooth. Now, what I will tell you as well, I've just been reading the pot, because genuinely I hadn't even looked at this before I got here this morning, but I can tell with the texture of things how wonderful it is. In a mould, or when you're modelling something and you've got the bulk, you've got the density, although you've got an hour's working time, that's not an hour to totally dry. you're going to have to let it dry. So drying times will vary depending on the thickness. Now I have put some of the concrete into this mould here. Now what I'm going to suggest is, I've kind of smoothed that off. I don't think you really need a rolling pin because you can push it down, and I'm just using a fingertip there. Again, you could use a wet fingertip. In fact, let me just dip my finger in the water there and just go over the top, because that way you can sort of really see and pull in from the edge like I do with the clay, but you want to make sure that you've got that edge nice and clean. So you can see that that is working nicely. The reason I do that is because I can see that I've got, in this case, I can see that I've got the concrete exactly where I want it. If I don't do that, I might have gone over the edge. There is a little bit there I can see where I've gone over the edge. Look, if I just wet that finger again, if I pull in, you can see that you haven't got any areas that shouldn't be covered. Because of the nature of this particular product, when you take that out, you won't be able to take scissors to it and trim around the edge.
Right.
Because it's going to be really hard. So the more you can clean up, the better now. So I can see there's a little bit there as well. You can scrape away while it's wet, so if you've got too much in there, you can scrape that away. But I would say leave this. It's going to be a little bit of experimentation because the different thicknesses and depth of the moulds, I wouldn't try and take that out until it's dry. So I probably would give it a good 24 hours to dry. I'd leave it overnight, let it dry before you try and take that out the mould, because if you take it out too early, it will crack and break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Leave it. So I can say 50% of the stock has gone now of the concrete kneading pot there. $9.99. Get 1.5 kilograms of it. 286,495.
Okay,
yeah,
so I've still got plenty of this left, so I'm not going to waste it because I want to build a little wall for later. I don't know that I'll be able to do the effect that I want because it probably won't be dry enough, but, you know, we'll give it a go. Now, I'm just going to use my hands to press this down. I can use a rolling pin, but actually if you haven't got one, just use, do you know, you could use an acrylic block, you could use a piece of wood over the top. Oh, I wonder if a piece of wood with graining would put a nice impression in there.
That'd be a nice texture, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it? I've got a bit of wood, but I don't know I don't know that this is very textured, this piece of wood. It's strange what I bring with me to work. Look at this. Let's just go on that edge.
Do you go rooting around in people's skips, Catherine? Of a weekend, you know. This
is actually a bit of tongue and groove from where I've been cladding out the inside of my crafty van.
Oh, the crafty van. I haven't seen the latest update. I need to see the update on that.
Oh, you don't want to know what I've been doing.
Oh, go on. What have you been doing?
It's stuck in the middle of the garden.
Oh, okay.
It is genuinely stuck.
No, no.
When I got it, it was on the drive, and it was only temporarily on the drive.
Yes, that's
as
what I
I
remember.
worked on it.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time clearing trees that had died on the inside, conifers that had died on the inside, so there was barely any green on them, and moving a log store and to place the caravan in the corner of my garden where it was always intended to go.
Okay.
I managed single-handedly to pull the caravan across the lawn.
Good grief, woman.
To a certain point, then I needed my daughter and a boyfriend to give me a hand because there's a bit of an incline. Could we get it up that incline? The grass was quite
pulled it that far,
spongy.
Catherine, quite frankly. You lost me there.
Well,
like,
yeah,
good grief.
sometimes I don't know my own strength, do I?
Clearly.
But it was quite hilarious. I think if any of the neighbours could see, they'd have been in hysterics.
Give it a hand.
But we were trying to get it up this little incline, and it got dark. So I just leave it.
So
I'm at work tomorrow. I'm at work for 5 days. We'll have to leave it. So it's now stuck in the middle of the lawn.
Anybody who's near where Catherine lives, could you please give her a hand tomorrow to shove the caravan up into the corner where it needs to be?
Now, Jimmy, bless him, has found me a rubber stamp. I'm just going to take that glove off for a second because my earpiece has fallen out. And if I try poking it in with my hand, I'm going to get concrete in my hand.
You are, that'd be lovely.
OK, so I'm just pressing that stamp in there just to show you what a lovely impression you can get into the concrete. So imagine putting that around a jar as I did earlier, or onto a pot as well, and just taking your stamps, your favourite stamps, and pressing into there. Can you imagine doing that as a mixed media background as well?
Brilliant.
That would look lovely, wouldn't it? So it's this, do you know, this is a... Molly in the gallery is just asking, is it actual concrete, is it concrete effect? Well, there are ingredients in it that make it mouldable, so it will have a base of concrete sort of powders, but there are other ingredients in there as well. So you couldn't do this with a normal concrete because it's not mouldable.
No, it's more pasty, isn't it?
Yeah, but I do quite like that. So I think what I shall do after the show, I'll leave a little bit to dry as well that's already got an imprint in it, but I am going to build that little wall as well. So I'm just going to use Everything you see at 11 o'clock will be from that 100 grams of powder that I mixed. That's all I've mixed, 100 grams. So I've got a mould drying, I'll have a little bit with an impression in, and I'll build a little wall all from 100 grams, and we'll see that again at 11
Oh,
o'clock.
I can't wait. £9.99. It's proving very popular. We're all loving the concrete kneadable. 1.5 kilograms, 286,495. Well done if you got those fantastic stencils. And don't forget the powerful pot, which is the stencil adhesive as your end of call, which I know Catherine loves. It's her favourite thing on the show alongside this. Yes, lots to do. You've got an awful lot to do in between, haven't you, Catherine? Bless you. There's not enough hours in the day.
There's not enough hours in a day. Very quickly, because it is more about technique this time. Now, my pots of paint are in a different container, because there's different pots, different size sets, but the paint is basically the same. I've still got the same chalky vintage, I think this is from.
Yeah.
We've got the pastels as well.
Yeah, that's the chalky. It looks like you've got the stone grey there.
Yeah,
the classic.
yes, whatever colour you had in your hand there, I think is the one that I've got.
Stone
the classic,
grey. You get the lovely sort of opaque ochre kind of colour in there. The caramel.
Anthracite is the one I've got.
Oh, is it? Yes. Yeah. Lovely. Oh, the dark, anthracite, like a dark gunmetal, isn't it? Nice.
They are very nice.
These paints go on all sorts, you were telling me, Catherine.
They
in
do.
fact, I'm struggling to find out what it doesn't go on. That's the easy way
I
of saying
know.
it.
I'm looking for a larger brush, but some of my brushes are a bit rubbish now. That one might do. I'll probably use the best one for stirring. Right, so with the paint...
I've got a story about that, but I'll save that for another time. The stirring paint story.
With the paint straight onto wood, onto a bit of my cladding look. There we are. I mean, it covers beautifully. Do give it a good stir.
No primer there.
Yeah,
straight on.
Lovely. Straight onto wood, okay? Let's go on to, where's my rusty can that I started doing? I've got
You
all
love the
sorts
rusty
on
can,
here now.
viewers.
Straight, let's find a bit where I've not got any rust or anything. Straight on to your tin. No priming. Look, so I'm just going where it's...
Can I just say, it wasn't a rusty can. She's made it look
I've
rusty
made it look like
with
a
that
rusty
fantastic
can, yeah.
pot.
So straight onto there. I would advise putting a couple of coats on. When that dries, I would give it another coat.
Yeah.
Just let it air dry. I have speeded up for demonstrations before, but I would suggest let it air dry. Let's have a look. We've got glass here as well, a very dirty glass jar. We've also looked straight onto glass.
Couple of coats there.
Same thing there as well. Anybody that's seen my vases and pots that I bring into the studio, again with the Zuri castings on, and I do that stone effect.
Yes, oh,
this is what I
lovely.
use. I use this paint and then dry brush another colour over the top.
Ooh.
So I'll probably
You had
paint
one with
this
the
up
horses,
and
didn't you?
show you that at 11 o'clock as well.
The Zuri horses, that look amazing, Catherine.
Now, something else I'm just going to bring in, because of course you can also use your paint on your air dry clay and everything as well. I have got, right, this is something I started doing for another demo in the Zuri show, and I didn't get very far with it. I didn't get to finish it. Now, this is Medusa.
Yes.
And you know with the horses that you were just talking about, Fiona, it's as though they were carved out of stone.
Yes, it was.
Well, you know when you've got stone and it's very worn, it's very weathered?
Yes.
Well, that was the effect I was trying to get here. So I've used Medusa, but I wanted to purposely lose her features, so I went over the top with the stone paste.
Oh, brilliant.
So you can see what it is, but it's as though it's been weathered.
Weathered, when they start to lose the features, yes.
But what I'm also going to do, and I could change colour, but just because I've got this one open, I'm going to use this one.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take some of that paint off with my brush. I've got some water as well.
And is that just on a canvas board there?
It is a canvas board, but you could do it onto MDF or anything. I am actually going to water this down quite a lot. Oh, I haven't got a cloth or a wet wipe, which I really need. I don't know if somebody can just grab me a cloth.
Jimmy's on the go.
I am watering this down quite a lot because I really do want sort of a very sort of wishy-washy finish. And you have to be quite quick with this, so hopefully Jimmy's not long with the cloth. So I'm just painting that on. He's running off.
He's running around like Annika Rice was.
I'm going to end up using my sleeve in a minute.
No! Sorry. Did I say that out loud? Sorry. Where's John Lockwood? I'm sure he's got something.
I've just found a paper towel. It's not the ideal thing, but...
I was going to grab John...
A paper towel's not the best thing because you'll get little bits on it. So an actual cloth would be better because then you can really rub at this. If you want, you can go, if it's a little bit of water over there as well.
Ooh.
Just to pick off. So you can see, do you know, and that, as that dries, what it's going to do is pick out the detail around Medusa, bring that through. But where we've got the texture of the stone as well, that's really bringing that through.
It looks amazing.
So if you want a much more subtle effect, then of course go with a lighter colour paint. But really water that down, and that's all done with the same pot of paint. So all those different surfaces, different effects. Straight onto, I will do this now as well. I need some thicker paint for this.
Your air dry.
This is air dry, which I'm going to put Inka Gold on later.
Oh,
but
fantastic.
straight over the top of your air dry clay as well, and one coat would be enough.
Wow.
So we'll let this dry out for 11 o'clock as well.
We'll just have a counter of all the finished bits.
I'm so pleased with myself, Fiona.
Yeah.
Came in this morning, first thing in the morning, no prep, not even opened the boxes. Now I've managed to prep for 11 o'clock,
There
right
we go.
through this hour.
She's got all these products ready for 11 o'clock for us to see the finishing article.
But there you go. I mean, that covers so well because air dry clay is porous, of course. It's going to hold that beautifully, but we can do all sorts of other finishes over the top of that.
That's brilliant, Catherine. Tiny little smattering as well. Let's have a quick recap then on that fantastic paint, because we're going to see Catherine again at 11 and all those lovely works in progress. So this is your classic option. Catherine was just using the anthracite there. So it's your darker, your chalks, your stone, your sort of caramel there. You're getting all 5 pots as well. You can see how just a tiny bit goes a long way. Works on so many different surfaces. $14.99, 991900. Our second option, if you want something a bit brighter, the beautiful pastel collection, pink, light blue, you know, it's almost like a duck egg blue, vanilla, little light grey there, and beautiful, beautiful colours there. 991900. And then the kneading fantastic concrete, the kneadable concrete there, 60% of the stock has gone. That's a mighty tub of goodness, isn't it? $9.99, 286, 495, 1.5 kilograms. That's going to go a long way. Fun stuff. Could do so much with that. Don't forget the rust. You know, I said we're talking about the can, the tin can. We just really vaguely touched on it, but I know Catherine used this with that fantastic Zuri molds and paintbrush. And $22.99, 283, 762. Don't forget the lovely Inka Golds. We've got the stone paste in 3 different colours, and we've got the concrete paste, and we've got the Inka, what's it called? The Inkalax, to cover up your Inka Golds there as well. Sorry, Inky Dinky Doo, that's something else, isn't it? Catherine, 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. So I've just finished painting the first coat of paint on this jar. We'll work with that at 11 o'clock when that's dry. We'll do another effect on there. We'll do some effects on the air dry clay that I've got. I will finish putting some colour on there. We'll probably do something else with that. We'll see how the concrete's getting on.
Yeah.
I can still work with this. I can tell. Can you see now? I don't know if you can see that on the camera.
Yeah.
You can see that's going firm. You've got about an hour's working time.
Yeah.
So as soon as I'm off air, I'm going to put my gloves back on and mould something with that.
Yeah, lovely.
Do you know what else we can fit in? We will fit in. We'll see what we can manage.
Fantastic. Look forward to it. We'll see Catherine. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Fabulous. At 11 o'clock. So nice to be using these different mediums, isn't it? And upcycle all those, like I said, all those terracotta pots I've got at home. Anyway, oh, yes, let's get to the rust. So we had the rust there, that fantastic rust medium there as well to use in your texture and your mixed media there as well. $22.99, 283, 762. Again, a mighty pot there, 1 kilogram pot there. Then we had the fantastic concrete paste, which Catherine used on the bottom of the bottle. So this is one that you actually mixed, and then you could use there again for your texture on your mixed media there, or to create, you know, to take away some, or the stone paste that like she did on Medusa there to take away some of the features. And talking of stone paste, we've got that as well. Don't forget, everything's dispatched on the 25th of September because of the delay, obviously because it's a German company. So we've got 3 options there: the antique white, the cream, and the sepia. $18.99, 181, 181. The pick and mix Inka Golds, don't forget. Oh my word, as Catherine said, you know, you can mix them together. Any two, if you just took potluck, you would be getting an absolute corker of colour. I mean, they're just so vibrant. The pigment is so intense. It's so quick drying. I mean, I was literally just sticking my finger in Catherine's pot there of the turquoise. So beautiful. And the iridescent glow off them is phenomenal. $12.58 for 2, 038521. And then you've got your Inkalax if you want to varnish that and obviously protect it for outside use and what have you. It just sort of protects those intense colours there. Do shop ahead on the web as well. Well done if you've got those stencils. Thank you so much, Catherine. We'll look forward to... I know you'll be on presenting in between, but we'll see the second part of this show at 11 when everything's dried. But I don't want you to go anywhere. A man who loves these fantastic products is the gorgeous John Lockwood. He's got the one-day special coming up next. He has indeed. We've got the Crafts 221st birthday special with him. And then we've got Pretty Gets Gritty. Oh, fantastic. And then our Katrina with a bit of Rowan Dean embroidery.
Hi, my name's Leona. I've been into crafting for many years now. As a little girl I'd craft for mum and dad, but then obviously it stuck with me that much that it became my career. I think for me crafting's so fun because there's always something new to learn, there's always something new to play with, and it's such a rewarding hobby as well. That's why I absolutely love it and recommend it to so many people. I'm really thrilled to be part of the Hochanda family. Really excited about seeing how it's grown, seeing how it's developed so far, and all the brand new things that I know we've got coming up. I'm really passionate about getting back into demonstrating on TV as well, and actually sharing techniques with you, products with you that I personally love. I hope you can tune into my shows here live at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select Network Settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, a professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Hello, very good morning to you. Well, I started with Catherine and I'm on to another fantastic hour with the gorgeous John Lockwood. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Look at him, he's a vision. Look at the bright and breeziness of this man on a Monday morning after the weekend that you've had with us.
Yes, we were saying earlier, weren't we? We should have actually, you couldn't sleep well last night,
No,
and
we
neither
should
could
have
I.
just-
So you should have rung me and we should have chatted through the night rather than toss and turn and sit and think, what time can I get up?
Should have just had a nice natter about what we're going to do today. Well, we have got the one date special for you, which is absolutely fantastic, because I had a little sneak peek at this Saturday in terms of welcome to the weekend. So, wow, I mean, this is elegance personified. They really are quite exquisite. John, talk to me about your one day special.
They are beautiful. This is from the 2J Stamp Company, so these are designs that we were sort of suggested to us.
Yeah.
And we always like to be clear of that on the 2Js. You have no worries about angel policy or anything.
Okay.
Anything in terms of licensing them, we've dealt with and we've covered off for everyone so that they can use them, as with everything else. But we just like to be honest. So I can't stand here and say I drew all of these, because I didn't.
No. Okay.
We helped arrange it and lay it out, and we got the set as we wanted it. What I did do was to draw the dies to go with it.
Oh, fantastic.
So I did come up with the dies. So I came up with the lowercase alphabet die strips to go with it, which fit exactly to give you that large, but then they're small enough to fit a word on without having to make the card 16 foot long. But they're also matched with my previous alphabet dies, which was the bold alphabet. So if you've got the bold alphabet, these will be, which was uppercase, this will be a lowercase to match with it.
Brilliant.
Then you've got
Time
the punctuation, which has got things, and I love, and this is the hashtag.
Yes.
Because it is a real thing at the minute,
Oh,
you know,
isn't it
hashtag
just?
tired, hashtag, you know, excited, hashtag birthday, you know, those sort of things. So it gives us something we can just add on and perhaps modernise cards for teenagers and things and all of that. And I just thought it makes the perfect bundle together.
Yeah.
And
Brilliant.
the stamps are just beautiful. And to get 3 A4 clear stamp sheets for that price is ridiculous.
Oh, and they're stamped so beautifully. I mean, just look at this. Absolutely fantastic. How elegant is that? Beautiful. That's with the upper and the lower case there. And 2 flexi-buy payments of £23.49. We'll come to those flowers in a moment. 531056. But I'm sure you agree, just exquisite. If you're that embossing there as well. How beautiful are both of these? Just so elegant. If you were doing someone's
all that,
name.
you've seen that Noel, that's just stamped and embossed in Zinc silver powder.
Oh, is it?
But you've got all that detail. You can see the individual leaves.
Yeah.
To me, the quality of a stamp is when you emboss it.
Yes,
Because
that's
you
true.
actually see then is the detail there. But again,
Let me show
just
you that one as well
stamped.
then. You can
Again,
really,
that's been stamped and embossed in a glitter embossing powder.
Gorgeous.
But even that is showing so well.
Beautiful, John.
But I love the way, like this one's one of Leslie's, I think, but the way it works well with her Lavinia stamps.
Yes.
We try and make sure everything works with the stash that we know people have got at home.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, beautiful. £46.97, 531056. But just to highlight, now you might have had a little sneak peek at that last one I showed you, these beautiful flowers, because we have another 2 dies here at the bottom of the. I love that one, by the way, John. You're using your one day special from Saturday. You said you'd use it as fireworks.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. I think that was one of the Roys. Which is a group of 3 friends of mine from Unicorn.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Jane, Jodie and Lindsay. But I thought that was such a clever idea. But again, you can make any message you want with that alphabet. But mixing together flowers as fireworks, clever idea.
Now, to mention these 2 dies you've got there at the bottom, because if we add those into with the lovely alphabets, they've got these gorgeous flowers there, haven't we? And the leaves there. In terms of adding that to what everybody's going for, John, is the complete collection. So what was the thinking there with your lovely foliage and your flowers there?
Basically, Jane asked for them.
Ah, okay.
So Jane asked, and she said, look, I like to put little flowers. She said, I always used to use a punch. She said, I used to punch little flowers just to fill gaps and make smaller cards. So how about doing some flowers that are smaller? Well, yeah, all right then. So I pulled together a load, because all of the flowers on there are from previous collections of mine. So they will tie in with all the flowers I've done before.
Great.
So there are cornflowers in there, bee balm flowers in there, blossom flowers in there. I got the plate back, got the sample, did cut it, and was just shocked. I basically got in an A7 piece of card 27 individual beautiful little flowers.
My goodness.
And I worked out, I didn't have the patience to punch all those. I really didn't. But it means, I think we worked out last night, one A4 sheet will give you 216 flowers.
Beautiful.
With this. And I had to do leaves to match it because I have to have foliage that matches all my flowers.
Of course, it would be the law.
Yeah, and of course, in that plate, you've also got the three main sort of sprigs. If I bring it up here, you can actually see.
That's the method.
So
Yeah, thank you, John.
if I'll put it down, it's flat, it's always easier, isn't it? You've got the three main sprigs, but you've got right and left, right and left, right and left. Little bit of space, so there's a little twig as well. And then there was space left, so Jane actually said, why don't you put circles in so that people can put tiny little dots onto their cards. So there's one still in here, but you can see these are perfect dots. So if you like to stick little dots on your cards, rather than have to sit there with the glue gun, you see everything's going to stick and be magnetised now. There's even a little tiny one. There you go, you see.
You can see it on this card
so you
here.
can
It's
put them
beautiful,
on.
John.
Yeah, and I think you've got
Maxine's
one there.
there really shows it to
but
its
it
best.
shows how that just works, adding that little bit of extra. See, it just fills the design in.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, and it means that if you're no good, I mean, sometimes I can use this stuff, you know, the stickles type thing.
Yes, yes.
Sometimes I can
great.
use it and do the drops. Sometimes they just blob everywhere. If you're like me and they blob everywhere, you can use now little card dots. Perfect.
Now, the complete collection includes all of that, including those little dots, so you don't have to blob everywhere. £56.95, or if you're a Freedom Club member, £51.26. Now, that's... Now, so you can become a member for £5.97, and I'm just trying to work this out. So that you end up saving. Well, you're just saving more, basically.
I think because I asked about this why not,
Yes, I
because
know,
I couldn't quite get it.
Yeah, the why not.
And Alex explained it to me yesterday. Was basically you'll save more between this and the postage than it costs you to be Freedom.
Yes.
So it's cheaper to buy this bundle and Freedom than buy it without.
Because you've got greater savings by being a Freedom member.
Yeah, so
There
it'll
we go,
actually
we got
cost
there.
you less in your pocket than it would than just buying it.
Somebody
It's
write that
crazy.
on a card for me, because
No.
it's so succinct.
I mean, I am a Freedom member, and it is because I mean, basically, we just sit at home and go, I like that. And we
Unlimited
order it.
delivery.
It's like having Prime.
Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
having Craft Prime. To be honest, we are bad with it. Though.
And also, don't forget your lovely free gift, which is a fantastic mat. Now, this is dual purpose because it's a foam mat that is a stamping mat, but it is also great if you're doing your lovely flowers that we had on the one-day special, or like we've got with those beautiful dies if we want to curl them up as well. And John was explaining to me, you know, the pressure of using the mat for your stamping makes such a difference when he stamped the alphabet onto the actual tin box. When he didn't use the mat, that's what happened, because you didn't get that adherence to the actual tin, as it were, because you needed the law, you know, the laws of science for it to give you that give as the stamp pressed into the tin. Now, it's on a first come first served basis, so once it's gone, that gift with purchase, once it's gone, that's it. So the complete collection is what you're going for. 2/3 of the stock's already gone. 361-560. Well, I am dying to see these in action because there's so many beautiful samples I'm surrounded by. So let's go over to you, John.
Right. Okay. So what I thought I would do is I normally got all this pulled out, and I haven't. Honestly, I'm tired. There's a brilliant sample there in a box. So there's a box that you lift
Cherish
up.
every moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you don't mind, there is absolutely brilliant box that I got, and this was made by Maxine Payne, one of the angels. Thought absolutely stunning. So it's a beautiful box, all the little flowers on top, but when you pull it out,
Oh, look.
it has Mother going all the way through
Oh, wow.
it. And I thought, what a beautiful card and gift together. So
That's stunning.
Without permission, sorry,
Yes.
Maxine, I didn't have time. I worked out from myself how to do it.
Oh, fantastic.
So I worked out my own version of it, which I think is what we do. So what I've done is, and for once, I've put the measurements on
Oh,
to help
you
people.
have excelled yourself. He's so pleased with himself.
I know for a fact I'm going to end up having to film this as a video
Yeah,
as
you
well, which is
are.
probably why I did it.
You're done for now, John.
Yeah, but basically I've cut a sheet of A3 card all the way across, and I've cut it to 3.5 inches wide, and I've scored every 3.5 inches. So I've scored at 3.5, 7, 10.5, 14, and then I've left the remainder. And I've done this twice, and I fold it up just like that, over, 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 to give me a little concertina. Yeah? So, I got my second one. Sorry, that's my other piece. So I do that, and you do that twice until you've got, basically, 2 pieces. Yeah? So I've got my beginning, I've got my end piece, yeah? So what I do is take a little bit of the glue. I'm going to use my glue bottle, and the glue bottle, it is available. So when I get this running the right way, it's still available online. So we do that. So I'm obviously missing something that's going on in my head here. But basically, put glue on that. I'm going to attach that one to it, so I'm extending it to make it longer. So I've got it folded, 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 and I'm just going to change my folds. So I've got a large, and so you've basically done this twice.
Yeah.
Yep. So I've done, so from an A3 piece of card along the length, I'm going to get 4 of these. I'm going to get 2 of the booklets out.
Oh, that's brilliant.
All the base as
Yeah.
well. So that gives me there my long, simple fold piece. Yep. So what I need to do now is to stamp the pieces to go into it. So I've taken a piece of card and I've cut it down, and I usually trim it afterwards. And here's John trying to find all the bits that I've done. There we go. So I've cut this to 3 inches square.
Okay.
And I found that the best size for this alphabet is 3 inches square.
Oh, that's good to know, yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the S, because I've stamped all the others and I thought it would be very boring. Do you know, I should know how an alphabet runs, shouldn't I? It's on the last sheet. But when you've got so many massive...
Well, exactly, there's 3 sheets
yeah,
there, you know,
3
you've got
A4
27
sheets. It's
stamps
crazy.
in there.
So I'm going to put my S down. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little scrap of card in first. I'm going to take my summer pigment inks. Oops. And whilst I do that, and you focus on that, I'm going to put my lid in. If I don't put my pin in my glue, it will dry. And I'm going to take my spring. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stamp the top half in the bright green, like a verdant green from the summer. I'm going to take this sort of greeny, like a verbena colour from the spring, and I'm going to stamp the bottom and just let them merge in the middle. And what I'm going to do is stamp that straight onto the scrap piece. So I love that, the colour fading. But what I'm going to do for the piece I want is I'm going to use a second generation. And the reason is I get that fade so much softer and gentler. So you have to be sometimes a little bit quicker, but you get that fading through, yeah? So I use the verbena green. What I then do is take this yellow, really yellowy green.
Oh, it's lovely, yeah.
And I ink the stamp afresh with that, and then I stamp that down. But you keep your magnet in place, obviously, not do what I do. But can you see there?
Yellow, yeah.
I've got a real mix of colours going through. So the first one gives me that bright, sharp green to yellow, but I like this softer fading, and it looks as if I've watercolour painted it.
It does indeed.
As opposed to just stamped it.
Absolutely,
So I'm
yeah,
making the
softer.
stamps and the inks do the work for me. And it's one of the fantastic things of using a pigment ink rather than a stamping ink.
Okay.
If I actually stamp this for you in
Yeah.
a stamp ink, in a VersaFine, you'll see the difference.
Okay. We've got these lovely pigment inks that John's referring to now on 2 flexi-buy payments of £20.97, 835 and you're getting all the seasons there from spring through to winter.
But you see there the S?
Yeah.
Clear, crisp in the stamping ink. And then look at the watercolour version.
Yeah.
But that one looks as if you've stamped it or printed it.
Yes.
That one looks as if you've actually hand-coloured it and
does,
hand-illustrated
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if in doubt, cheat. Or if, as I said, if something's too hard to do, then find an easier way to make it look it. Fake it, basically. You know, we've been doing it for thousands of years.
Yeah,
Just
fake it till you make it.
fake it till you make it. So I've got my S. Something you want to run through for a minute, if
Yes,
that's the case,
I
while
will.
I just get my pieces together.
So you get all of these fantastic 27 stamps. Just look at this, how beautiful they are. And I just would love to do someone's name and present that, you know, in a deep set frame. I just think that even that in itself is gorgeous. How exquisite are they in the writing and the illustration of those beautiful, beautiful bouquets that run through them. So you're getting that. You're also getting the dies in the complete collection. So this is just the one-day special, first of all, the stamps, and then you are getting John's lowercase alphabet, which works with his uppercase one, and you are getting the fantastic punctuation there as well with the hashtag and the @ So, you know, you can really create some stunning, stunning, beautiful cards, messages, designs. But I want to bring up these flower dies that work so hand in hand beautifully with them, because if we look here, you know, you can just buy the flower dies and the foliage as a bundle of £13.98, 379427. But of course, like anything, we like to bring you the savings of having both. And if you saw that, that was in John's one-day special from Saturday, having both for you. Now, we're approaching 70% of the stock gone for the complete collection. So whatever you do, don't miss out. £56.95. We've got a further discount if you're a Freedom Club member there, and we've got it on 2 FlexiBuy payments, £51.26, 361560. Oh, it's on 3 FlexiBuy payments. Even better, brilliant. 3 FlexiBuy payments there for the complete collection. You're telling me fibs? I thought it was 2. I thought, I'm not losing the plot that much. 2. Let's reiterate that. £25.63. 2 FlexiBuy payments there. 361560. Okay, let's just mention our 3 dies. Yes, we haven't talked about these. I know John will come to these as well. So you've got these beautiful ornate bird cages with your birdies there as well. You've got fantastic sort of cogs and your steampunk and the mechanisms there. And then I love these, the chain and the locks. So these are fantastic, aren't they? So we have a look at some of the designs. So there you are in terms of the cogs and the chains and the locks, but beautifully put into this gorgeous card here. Well, little booklet, I should say. Isn't that fantastic? Isn't that lovely? Fantastic, yeah, when you've got those little tabs that you're putting on the side of your folders and what have you. Isn't that gorgeous?
Jelly Baby on that, that's Elliot.
Oh, it's Elliot.
We did the Jelly Baby Sam, who is the logo of John Next Door.
Ah.
And I did a Jelly Baby family die
Did you?
set with, that one is Elliot, who is Sam's brother, and then we have Helen in that set, who's Sam's sister.
Oh, that's
I will try
brilliant.
and bring that, I will bring that in. Possibly you might see that on Boxing Day.
Oh.
You might see that set on Boxing Day.
Over half the stock gone for this bundle. So once it is gone, it has gone. So please, please, please don't miss out. £14.97. What a great price point. £5 a die set. Just giving it away. 755640. I can't wait to see the jelly people Boxing Day. Now, don't forget as well, your lovely pigment ink boxes are there. You're getting all 32 of those. Fantastic price point. You've got the spring, which is all those beautiful brights there as well. Lovely, lovely spring colours in there as well. Then you've got your summer, really deep, rich intensity that pops. And then you've got your autumnal golds and greens, and as the the leaves turn into those pretty crimsons, and then you've got your winter, those jewel-rich amethyst, sapphire, emerald colours there as well. So gorgeous, gorgeous set of colours there. £41.94, 835397. Back to you, John.
Right, okay, so what I want to do now is I'm going to put this together. So what I've done is I've got one I'd already done and matted and layered. So I'd cut this to 3 1/4 inches. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I cut the dark green. We did have this card, but we have sold out. I'm sorry. We will bring this linen card back as soon as we can. So I've done the pine green as 3 by 3 1/4 by 3 1/4. I've done the pine green, I think it's called, or avocado, in 3 1/8 by 3 1/8, and the white obviously is 3 by 3. So I've done all the others. So I'm just going to stick in my mother's. And one of the reasons that I actually did this in black is because it actually is innocuous, if that makes sense. If I did this in white, it shines white.
Okay.
And because I'm using the dark green, I did it in black, because if you're anything like me, I've got loads of black A3 cards that I use rarely. But I've done the mats and layers, so in actual fact, when I pull that out, it frames it right.
Yes.
With white, it would be shining in between and you would see it.
That's really
so there is
handy
always
to
a
know.
reason why we do these things. So
Yeah.
I've got mothers there, beautifully. So not just mother. But obviously I want to make that into Happy Mother's Day.
Right.
So I've taken another piece, and this is again from the same sheet of A3 black, and I've cut this down to 4 inches wide this time, and I've scored at 4. I've then scored at a ½ inch, so I've scored at 4, 4.5, 9, and left a piece hanging over.
Okay.
Yeah. So when I get my, there we go. So I've then taken that and I've done another matten layer, which is again 4 by 4, and then 3 7/8 by 3 7/8.
My goodness, we need a
And
crib
I've
sheet,
put a piece
everybody.
in that.
I need a
That's
crib
why I
sheet.
did these. I'm going to have to do a video on this, aren't
Sorry,
I?
John, but
Really,
you
really
are.
am.
You
I will
are,
try
darling.
and film that along with the
Try
others
and write
tomorrow,
it down
guys.
as we're going along.
Yeah, but basically, you can see here, I have my mother's. Make sure it's in the right way. But I left, when you do it my way, you've got a piece left.
Yeah.
Yep, so what we do, we take this and we glue this into here. So basically, I'm going to put that against this fold, yeah? And I'm going to fold that over and put it into place, yeah? Then, once that's in and right and in the right place, there we go, I'm going to glue that little piece that's remaining over just to secure it at the back. Take another one of these mats and I'm going to glue that in. So that goes in, then I have covered the end. Yeah?
Yeah.
I've got the same on the front and I've put a little bit of ribbon in it.
Lovely.
So of course that then folds over. On the back, another matten layer the same size. You see how I've attached the ribbon?
Yeah.
Piece of sellotape, or it's not, it's basically cheap pound shop tape. So 99p plus a penny. Sticky tape, just tape. Yeah, just tape. Yeah, any tape. But, you know, if you've got some on your desk, if you haven't, then go to the 99p plus a penny store. Don't waste your money on really expensive stuff. No. But then I've got a little tie booklet.
Beautiful.
And of course, what I need to do now is to put happy on it.
Okay.
So this is where the dies come in.
Lowercase, yeah.
So I've got the
fantastic.
lowercase. So what I've done is, on this piece, I cut all 3 of the strips. And people have said to me, when I did this with the uppercase alphabet, people say, could you not have done them individually?
Right, okay.
And if I'd done these individually, they would be twice the price.
Yeah.
Because obviously I have to have a ledge of metal running all the way round.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but you would lose them.
Yeah.
I can keep hold of 3 dies. I can't keep hold of 26 dies. Not of that size. Not you know, not for love or money. I mean, I already on some of my die sets have to go onto my Crafts2 account and order and pay for a new set of my own dies because I've lost one.
There we go.
And that happens on a bi-monthly basis.
Which you rather do, lose a little letter of
Yeah.
card or the die. I know which I would, yeah.
Exactly. So out of that, I got HAPY
Yeah.
and a big pile of numbers, which I keep.
Yeah, just keep them.
Because
and
there's a card in there somewhere where,
Yeah.
I think...
numbers, they're beautiful,
somebody's
it's
done it,
lovely.
And they put all the letters round
Yeah,
as
I
background
loved it.
randomly.
There's 2, there's the one with the alphabet,
and it's
that's
the perfect
gorgeous.
background, using up your scraps of
Helen.
double-sided adhesive. Is it Helen Jones?
Yes, it's Helen Jones. She's done 2 there with the alphabet, and how gorgeous is that? But I would just cut loads and loads and then just alphabet, you know, keep them all together for your letters.
Keep them all together and use them as backgrounds. But all I want now is a P.
A P.
Yeah,
P, please,
so I want
Bob.
another P. So, yeah, everyone...
Sorry.
It's a standard
It's
one, isn't it?
instinctive to do,
I
it's
know.
knee-jerk reaction, I'm
I used
sorry.
to love that as well.
It
I used
was
to watch
brilliant,
it all the time
wasn't
and
it,
giggle.
eh?
So
Blockbusters.
I want a P, and you can see through to see which one it is.
Yeah.
So rather than cut a whole piece of card...
Oh, exactly. Just
what I
cut
do
your
is
P.
cut a little scrap, put the letter over I want, and stick that on, and then we'll just run that through. Is there... I'm going to run this through the machine, so is there something that you can actually go through?
I'm dying to show this fantastic book with all the amazing alphabet stamps, A to Z. Just look how elegant and how beautiful this is. I mean, aren't they beautiful? So I'm concentrating on not just the one day special here, but also the complete collection, because it has with it these beautiful flowers in there. And if I show you some of the other cards that you mix with it, the flowers you see you get in the complete collection with the foliages. Oh, sorry, with the foliage as well, which I think is a stunning stunning addition. I mean, just look at the elegance of these. How beautiful. And to not have those flowers would just be criminal. And then you've got the lovely foliage as well, which works so well. So just for that extra, and you're getting the savings because we build the actual savings. Basically, with the Freedom discount, forgive me, it's an extra £4.30. This is what my poor producer was trying to explain to me earlier. Oh, these are just so beautiful. The way they stamp is exquisite. So with the extra floral dyes and the foliage, it is, you know, it's an extra working out at an extra £4.30 because of the savings that are built into the complete collection there. Savings, £51.26. Do become a Freedom Club member, yeah, because that's why you're taking advantage of the savings. 361560. 2 flexi-buy payments as well, just to reiterate that. Thank you, John.
If you turn the box over, you'll see who made that, and you'll be really surprised.
Sam, lovely Sam. I haven't even said Sam.
Sam played with flowers.
Sam, you're making pretty, Sam. You're making pretty.
I know, Sam doesn't do pretty.
He doesn't.
That's one of the first things that he did. So I've got my pea here. So, you see, all I did, pop that out, but you can see there, I've not wasted any cards. So people say, you know, oh, well, I don't want to waste a whole strip. Don't. You can do that with individual letters.
Yeah.
It's really, really simple. So, of course, then I've got my happy. So I'm going to bring this in, and I want to show you again. There's a couple of ways to do this. I'm going to try the other way to start with. So what I'm going to do is take each letter, and on one of the lines on my sort of Crafts 2 self-healing cutting mat, you've got proper mathematical shapes. So just lay them down first. No glue, no sticky, against one of the lines. So H-A, because it is a little bit harder with a lowercase because, of course, some go under, some go over. But it was designed so that if you've got everything on the line, it will work. Oh, well done, John. It's so easy when I do this at home and so difficult when I'm trying to talk and do it and things. Do you know, I do find myself when I'm crafting at home telling absolutely nobody what I'm doing. So I actually demo at home.
Yeah.
I sit there, so right, what I'm going to do now is take a piece of sellotape and I'm doing it at home, and I demonstrate at home, literally.
That's brilliant.
Sam will come into the craft and go, who are you talking to? So, but there you go. So now, but what I did was pick that up with a piece of low tack tape. So that is now straight and easy to do. So I can turn that over. I'm going to take something just to hold it down. Yeah. This is where my fine line glue. I mean, so we've been waiting so long, since January, for these to come in.
Jane loved
Jane
it.
was over the moon, wasn't she?
This was her favourite, she said, didn't she? Her favourite item.
Yeah, Jane actually rang me one morning a couple of weeks ago. It might even have been last week because the time is merging all together. And said, oh, hi, John. I said, hi, Jane, what's the matter? She said, have you tried the glue bottle yet? I'm thinking, no. I said, it's next on my list. It's literally next to me because we'd got an original sample, but we hadn't tried the one's production. Yeah. And she said, you have got to. It is amazing. It's the best thing I've ever used.
Well, Jo was waxing lyrical about it.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Jo Channon was waxing lyrical about it. She so wanted it. Over 70% of the complete collection has gone. We have got queues on the phone line, so we know you're waiting. Do apologise, but if you can, do have access to the web, then please, you know, save yourself the heartache and check out on the web there as well. 3 A4 stamp sets. You're getting 27 stamps, 3 dies, 3 die plates if you go for the complete collection. And while stocks last, on first come first served basis, this fantastic stamping mat as well, or you could use it for your moulding your flowers. Yeah.
So all I'm doing now, I've just stuck it down. Yeah.
Yep.
And what I would say is give it a stick down, give it a press. I'm using the real low tack tape. Yeah. Okay. So I would at home give that a minute or two just to make sure it's adhered before. Yeah. But then I've got the happy. And I would do day inside. So that when I've got happy, then it pulls out says mothers and then day. But that's too plain and boring for happy for Mother's Day.
Yeah.
So I have to thank Sam for this. Sam made us all a little box.
Oh, he's been cutting.
And he actually made 4 of these, and he used 1 sheet of each of the 4 colours.
Wow, with the foliage and your flower dyes.
Flower dyes, and we got 4 boxes, and I've already used mine.
I love the way it's all separated and tidied up for us.
All I'm going to do is then start taking some of this foliage. And it's all sized to match, but if you look as well, this is the great thing. I can size and make things. When I design things, I know what's coming. I always say there's a little, or I started telling people, there is a little sneak peek. or you can tell when I design something based on the code. So the punctuation, I think, is JND079.
Okay.
Which means, and the Christmas, I think Sam's Circles was JND 200. Means I designed that over 100 products ago. But we sat it in the warehouse waiting until I'd got everything else to go with it.
Wow.
So we do that, and it's one of the things that I say crafts to are so patient with me
Well,
on.
you said you did that with the flowers. Do you remember your flowers on Saturday?
Because chrysanthemums have been in over a year.
Yes.
In the warehouse.
So I'm not
over a
ready.
year.
These are ready for something that's coming. It's not here yet.
It's not here yet, so
yeah.
it will sit there and wait.
And how well do they work together on Saturday?
Yeah, and I think because sometimes people, you watch and you think, when you see these bundles put together, you think they put that together not about value or trying to get it high or trying to do it thingy. The bundles that we bring to Hochanda are organic, and they're actually done so that they work together, so that I want people to be able to buy whatever they like from it. But if you do go for a bundle or a complete collection, you're getting the entire vision and everything to work together.
Yeah, yeah. It's not just padding it out.
It's not padding. There's not padding ever put in there.
No.
Everything is thought about. So all I'm going to do now, I've actually got some here that I'd already matched, but look how these little flowers work.
And that was just,
with it.
could Sam cut all that out of one A4?
No, this and 3 other boxes.
Gosh, oh heavens.
Because you're getting 216 flowers, we think. And the leaves, you'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And we've got
So you'll
lefties and righties.
I don't know
John.
what 8 sevens are,
56.
but I'm sure the voices in my
darling.
head might be able to tell
56.
me. So you're going to get 50, from an A4 sheet, you'll get 56 bits of foliage, plus however many dots there are times however many. So let's just add a couple more. But you see now how everything ties together, and this is why I would never say this is why you need everything, but this is why the collection is as it is.
It is why you need
It's
everything.
why we put it together that way, and it isn't. It's not something, designed to say, right, okay, how much can we do from this? It's designed to put together at the right time. So there we've got happy, and what I was going to do was to cut a couple of the little dots. In fact, I found one of there in yellow, but I don't know where I put them. But again, I would just put on a couple of the dots, or if you want to, and I've packed mine away, let's put that to one side for a minute, I just put some little glue dots on, and if any of these go wrong, I'm just using glossy accents.
Beautiful. That's so pretty. That's so lovely. So
What I would
pretty.
then do is take the little pieces, the little circles, and drop those on for any that go wrong.
Yeah.
And
Great
just
idea.
and that way you can actually get raised ones, but when they sometimes go flat and ugly?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you do that, like that one's gone blobby. I don't know if you can see it there, but it's gone really, I've got it wrong.
Yeah.
There. It's sort of blobbed. I would stick one of the little circles over it, and it's complete. But yeah, I would do day the same, but it shows happy. We open that, and then we've got mothers.
Beautiful. And then day at the back. Gorgeous, John.
And day
Absolutely
at the back
gorgeous.
with the same little flowers.
Fantastic. Well done, Maxine. We love that. The complete collection. I mean, just look, that's the kind of thing I'm thinking. If you're doing a lovely message for the home, or, your motto, or a special date, or someone's name over I just think these letters, the 2J's Floral Alphabet Complete Collection, I just think they're amazing. And of course, John's fantastic lowercase die alphabet works so beautifully with it. When you see it like that in situ, it's just too good to be true, but they can be yours. And then added to that, you've got the punctuation, you've got the hashtag, you've got the at, you've got the full stop, the exclamation mark. So whatever the occasion is that you're expressing, you can really add that punctuation as well. So 27 stamps, 3 dies, 3 die plates in total, 3/4 of the stock gone, £56.95, 361560. We've got it on 2 flexi-buy payments as well, and we've got the Freedom added discount there, which takes it down to the Freedom Flexi as well. I love this crafting jargon. Yeah. £25.63. So A is for acetate, acrylic, artist trading cards. B is for blending. C is for colouring and cardstock. But how beautiful. Look, I love this, the stamping element. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? The faded. The stamps are they the polymer stamps there? Polymer stamps.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally, utterly beautiful, as are the flowers. Just very classic, very, very, I mean, look at that with the flowers and the foliage there. How beautiful. And of course, it's in this lovely deep set box frame there as well. I mean, they match so perfectly with the alphabet, because you can actually leave the flowers on the alphabet plain, or, you know, insert in decoupage with John's there, which is a fantastic compliment as well. So yeah, fantastic there. Don't miss out. And don't forget, while stocks last, you know, your lovely free gift with purchase there, the stamping pad there as well, and the foam pad there as well. Great for moulding your flowers there. 361560. Want to move on now to these fantastic dies. Yeah. Our birds and cages, our cogs and chains die set, 3 die sets in total, got 11 dies all together. And when you see, I mean, look at this again with the foliage and the flowers there around that lovely sort of Victoriana bird. Isn't that beautiful? And with the letters there as well in John's lowercase, that's using that lovely die set there as well, the outer frame there from the one day special on Saturday. There we go. Isn't that beautiful? You can see, because John's always thinking about how they're always going to work together, you know, extending your collection, not creating, you know, you've got to buy a whole load more because it doesn't work with it. No, it's about building it. It's about making them work together. It's about utilising what you've got. It's about maximising the value of what he can bring you there. £14.97 for those 11 dies, 755640. Absolutely stunning. And don't forget the inks as well, those pigment inks, those inks of spring, summer, winter and autumn there. Fantastic craft artist ink complete set there. 835397. This is what John was using to stamp those beautiful, beautiful letters as well. £41.94. You're saving £10 and you've really got a massive colour array there as well. 2 flexified payments of £20.97. And if you missed any of those one-day specials that John and I did on Saturday, then do just see. Well, no, they'd be gone now. You wouldn't be able to get it, would you? Well, that special price, because it's the one-day special. Oh, well, that's just teasing you, aren't I? Sorry. Back to John.
Sorry. Yes. And I don't think there's any left.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah.
Well done if you got it, is
there
all I
might
can
be some
say.
individuals left on the web. There may be some individuals on there. I always try and make sure that we put lots of individuals on as well.
Yeah.
Because you know, everyone has a budget, so we always try and put lots of individuals on so that people can actually, if they say, I just want that, you can get it.
Yeah.
You know, we try and do that. So I'm copying.
Yeah, that's nothing wrong with copying.
This is one of Sheila, or as we call them, Sheelag at home, because it's spelt the Scottish way.
Okay.
And so, for some reason, I cannot get my head around that. So,
Sheila.
bless her, the lovely Sheelag. I mean, her surname, she's tried to explain to me how to say it so many times.
Yeah.
It's like Metzigazalula. It's not. It's really easy to say, but it's just got.
Well, it's like the Irish name, so I understand that Sheila's with a GH.
There's more consonants than vowels, and it really shouldn't be right. But you know, bless her, she is an amazing crafter. But I thought this was just beautiful, and again shows how you could use this for men as well.
Yes.
So she stamped the envelope, but just stamping on the base card. And this is just a DL card.
How lovely is that?
But that just
Style.
It takes what you're doing. Oh, that's it. No, there's far too many vowels in it. There's an METSELAAR.
Yes, I don't know.
In the surname. Yeah, you see, no,
you're gonna have
no
to show
idea.
me.
Sorry, Sheila.
Show me the front. Show me the front.
There you go.
Metzeler.
Yeah, Sheila
Metzeler?
Metzeler, but she's just Sheelag, bless her. She's lovely.
Sheila Metzeler.
So I want to show you how to do this. So what I've done is, this is a page of an old dictionary from a charity shop.
Fab.
Yeah. Don't go ripping up your books, but I know people go mad about people tearing up books.
Right.
But the thing is, the reason that I say use a charity shop one is, once they can't actually be sold, once they're not of use to anyone anymore, a lot of them are pulped. So this gives them another life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can use page after page after page, and they're cheap.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you see any, and you know, sometimes if you do, I mean, I've had books from charity shops for a long time, but it's always worth saying, have you got any
that nobody's interested
that you're going
in?
to bin?
Yeah.
And say,
sometimes they can look a bit dog-eared, and that's perfect.
I'll give you a donation because they're perfect for my crafting.
Yeah.
Give them something because it's a charity.
Yeah.
But give them another life, and this is giving them another life.
Yeah.
So shall we do F for
For
Fiona?
Fiona, yay! It's the little things, John.
It is the little things that make us smile, isn't it? Last night I did Bob for Mr. Baker.
Ah, lovely.
So, but all I'm going to do is I'm going to take the letter, and I'm going to choose, you know, almost randomly. So I'm going to choose there so that I've got it running over almost in the middle of that section of text.
Lovely, yeah.
I would always say as well, when you do this, just check what the page is and it says.
Oh yeah, I was just thinking that.
So always check
What you're suggesting, John?
what the page actually says to you. And the reason is, I had a friend years ago who was demoing.
Yeah.
I'm just getting my right colour. Sorry, I just wander off in the middle, you know me. And what she did
Collective,
was,
that's okay. I'm all right with
she
that.
was using one, and it was a text stamp, and it came from America.
Okay.
And no one had ever proofread it. And the text they'd taken was all about drugs.
Oh no!
So bang in the middle of what she was stamping was heroin in one thing and something else, and I felt so. And she'd never spotted it or anything.
Or you could have saved it from a dictionary. And you didn't realise you'd picked words like fractious and fight and other thing.
Yeah.
What's he saying about me? Do you know what I mean?
Or yeah, my favourite this morning, I was saying to Kim, quixotic,
Oh, quick!
and I said I was very quixotic, and I had to explain it. Yeah, it was before 7 a.m. But yeah, so you know, you just be careful what you're actually stamping on. But what I've done is I've used vintage sepia to keep it old. Again, what I could do is to stamp it in one of the beautiful vintage colours from the Craft Artist Autumn palette, which I'm going to use
Lovely.
to colour it. But because I'm watercolouring it, I would have to then heat set those. So I want to, because it's a pigment,
Oh, okay.
to colour over the top. But you can see there, I've got that beautiful letter over the top. But it doesn't, it looks as if it belongs,
Yes,
if that makes
yes.
sense. So you're still seeing through that. So I'm going to
Yeah.
pull in my water media mat, which is, this is my Eureka one. Jane's was the glue bottle. This was mine.
You love
and
this mat.
The original prototype we were sent,
Yeah.
which we didn't go with, I actually said, no, it's got lots of little squares.
Didn't want little
And I said, I
squares.
can't get an ink pad in that.
No.
And that's what I do.
Yeah.
So we redesigned this. So, I mean, you know, we've not reinvented the wheel. Things like this existed, but it's silicone.
Yeah.
It is actually, look, totally, I'm holding the board, non-slip.
Yeah.
So this is slipping on my board.
That's
if this
the
is
other
straight
mat,
on the
yeah.
table, it's non-slip. It's heat resistant, so you can heat emboss it and use your glue gun on it.
Oh my word!
It's got a lip.
It keeps you in position, because that's what you said
Yeah.
on Saturday. You said, I love this mat. It just keeps me in position.
It keeps them in the right place. Plus,
Yeah.
if I use sprays, they don't go past here. If I use water, it doesn't go past this lip, and that's bigger than A4. So this was my, oh wow, it's coming,
I
it's
love this
brilliant.
mat. Have we got this mat on the show?
I think it's on the website.
Oh, okay.
I think we've still got it, but it allows me to then take these colours, and I'm going to keep with this vintage theme, but I'm going to bring in a little bit of red. And this is why I love this bigger palette, because of course, look, it's sized to fit the Craft Artist mini colours.
Yeah, you don't want tiny little ones,
No,
because
I do,
you
you know.
can't daub and dob and
No, not at all.
mix,
So I'm
can
going
you?
to take my small water brush, and again, I'm going to be brand specific, and it's rare, sometimes people say, oh, well, that's what you've got to do. No, honestly, if something's a better product elsewhere, I'll say and I'll use it. Jane was saying the same with this. The Crafts 2 water brushes run water. If you watch that, look, that's dry.
Yeah.
Until you squeeze it, no water comes out.
Well, that's what you want, isn't it?
Which means that, no, a lot of water brushes, it's free-flowing.
Oh, you just end up with a big
And
puddle
you just
with
end
no
up with
control.
pools. So if I
Yeah.
want water in that, I have to squeeze it out.
That's what I meant, as in, yeah, to squeeze it in order to, yeah.
So I'm going to here mix this brown and this red, and I'm just going to go roughly over. Yeah? So I'm not trying to be skilled. I'm just going roughly over there onto where the flowers are. And you'll find on these stamps, it's not one flower or one stamen put in different directions on each one. They've all been drawn for each individual letter.
Yeah.
So there's about 5 or 6 different flowers in there.
Yes,
so I'm
it's
then
not the
going to pick
same.
up a little bit of the darker
Yeah.
red, and I'm just going to highlight by putting a little bit over.
I love the way you see the text through it, John.
Yeah, it's just so clear, isn't it? Picking up this sort of browny yellow again from the autumn. But now I'm not going to try. Sheila managed it, and she's very good. So she managed to paint and colour into each of these leaves. I'm not
Wow.
going to. I'm just going to give the impression around. So I'm going to just take it around like that. So I've got the feeling of the colour almost running like a watercolour.
Beautiful.
I'm going to pick up a little bit of the red and mix it with some of this brown. And I'm just going to put a little shadow in there. And there, yes. And there. So just to give it almost a 3D edge.
Lovely.
And then, but I'm not wasting anything. I've not got any paints out. I've just used my autumn inks.
Tiny fraction.
But if I hold that one up, you can see there, you see the text through.
Yeah. So beautiful, John.
But it looks like it's been watercolour. It could be a book illustration.
Yeah.
But it's taken no skill. So I need to cut that, don't I?
Do.
Yeah.
That would be lovely, actually, just to stamp the inside of a book with their initials. I mean, how
That
beautiful.
would be
You know, it's the
lovely.
gift, because sometimes rather than write their name in it, just the initials.
Just stamp their initials in.
With these stamps.
That would be gorgeous.
So
And they'll
beautiful.
go with it.
Yeah.
They're not the usual run-of-the-mill.
No, not at all.
This is the piece of card. I've already done a piece of card here, yeah?
Yeah.
To mat onto this. I've just put some grey and things on it. What I'm going to do is roughly put that over the top. Yeah? And then I'm going to draw around. Now, normally I would use my pencil, but for some reason I haven't put a pencil into my tool thing. I've been so excited about setting up my new tool case.
Well,
I forgot
look
to
at
put
you.
in
That's a bit
with all the new
swoo.
tools. Yeah, we brought these before.
Was that on the Weekend Wow?
No, this was a while ago. Yeah, that is fantastic.
Oh, it's
So I'm
teasing
going
me
to take
now.
now my large water brush. So I've got a rough line, okay?
Yeah.
Run some water out, and I'm just going to paint water around the inside of that line. Now this helps it tear easier and more in a straight line. So by soaking the water, what I can then do is just...
Yeah, a bit like you do when you have your, what's that lovely paper?
The rice paper.
Yeah, yeah.
But you can see there, it's
Well,
so
like
much
that.
easier.
Yeah.
Because the worst thing you want to do is to stamp this and then tear it and find it goes in the middle.
Yeah.
And trying to stamp it into the middle of a teared square is a nightmare. Trust me, I tried. But then I get a really nice random, but it's still in the right shape.
Yeah.
So that will then, with my glue, and I didn't put my pin in quickly enough, so I can feel on this. Yeah.
Oh, John.
So I may have to clean this out.
Oops. How would you clean it out? Because we never see it right.
Warm water.
Just warm water. There we go,
Just
in
warm
case it
water.
happens to us at
But
home.
what I can do, this is the other benefit of this glue, this bit screws on.
Oh, okay.
So no matter how hard I press, I can't pop this bit off.
Yeah.
Because it's screwed on.
Right.
Whereas before, when I used to, an older one we used, I used to press that and the
And the whole thing
hypodermic
would
bit
just
would come
explode
off.
off.
So a little bit of glue on that. I'm going to have to clean this after the show anyway. But then you see that fits
Isn't that lovely?
that square. And I've got a little bit, so I'm going to put that on. I'm going to glue this onto the next square. And of course, you know, if you're making this, can you imagine now, if you don't want to colour that, why don't you cut out some of the small flowers in the actual small flower, in this paper, in book
Ooh,
paper,
yes.
and stick those
Your
on?
flower dies.
That could really work. Got
So
a little
pretty.
bit of twine.
Oh, yeah, bookmark would be good
Okay,
as well.
I've foam mounted this already.
Yeah. With Walther Strong by any chance?
Sorry, well, I don't know if that's, I don't think that's the brand, but it's the
Well,
same.
we had some lovely brown craft card as well with Walther on, so just because you were using the brown craft card.
So, going to go across the corner. So let's take all of this off.
Now, I'm just going to, sorry to interrupt you there,
That's
John,
all
just
right.
while you're finishing, because I can't believe where the hour's gone. The set of these 3 dies, 70% have gone, 11 dies. So, and John has informed me, once it's gone, it's gone. That's it. And they're
We
not
held back
coming
stock
back.
of these, even though
Yeah.
they're old. We held back stock of these for this show.
Right.
And we did that because Jane said, when I did the small flowers, she went, oh, your birds and cages and the cogs and the chains, wouldn't that be beautiful with it?
Yeah.
So we actually hid some stock away
Yeah.
so that we could bring them onto here, because these are from one of my first releases, but we
So-
knew we were going to do that. So what I've done is just twisted it round. See how that is a virtual no-cost embellishment for it?
Beautiful,
With the
John.
twine
Just a little bit of
run across.
twine.
And if you're anything like me,
So
you've got
good.
boxes and boxes of this stuff that you've never used. But then that
It's
goes
gorgeous,
onto
isn't it?
there, and we're finished.
I can think of so many uses for these stamps, John. They're so
Yeah.
elegant. And as you said, the detail in those flowers, because it's all different for the different, you know, it's not just the same clump of flowers, as it were. They're all different. I'm going to go backwards down the alphabet now. Let's go the right way there. Just so beautiful. And that was just the simplest, some of the simplest, most beautiful.
It is, because the stamp is doing the work. We buy
Yeah.
these products. These products are designed to do the job for us,
Yeah.
so let them.
Yes.
Let the beauty and simplicity of something. I could do really complex John Next Door cards that take an hour and a half with flippery everywhere. But I'm loving doing these simpler cards and smaller cards more than absolutely anything. And
Absolutely
again, you can tie them
gorgeous.
in like Sheila has here. So that's Sheila as well.
Yeah.
Yeah? Where she's put vellum over the top for anniversary wishes for V&J. But then she's done the original card of this as well. Shows how you can use them in all our crafting.
Look at the flap. I'll keep holding that one upside down. There we go. That's a lovely one there from John. A lovely initial. Molly desperately wants a bookmark made out of this. Leslie's here as well. How fantastic. We're very, very busy for the complete collection. So please, please, please don't miss out. Over 75% of the stock has gone, over 75%, and you have got that big Freedom discount as well, so it's well worth becoming a Freedom member. £56.95. Beautiful with the lowercase stamp there. This is why you're going for the complete collection there, because it works so well to have both, not just either or, and with the flowers as well. So beautiful.
And on the complete collection, I actually know, and again, I'll get shot for saying this.
Yeah, go on.
Sam has been adding stock on to this.
Okay.
For the shows, he's been saying, yeah, you can have a few more. So if this sells out, we're not going to be, I don't think, bringing it back with an extended.
Right.
Because he's already put in
the extra stock.
The extra stock that
we. So we can do shows today.
Because not that we had in reserve, that we've actually got in the warehouse.
Yeah.
You know. And he said, how much have we got? And he's bunging it in. So it's not going to be a case of if this goes, it coming back. It will. That'll finish. The show will finish.
Don't miss out on this complete collection. It is absolutely exquisite. Oh, my mind's going into overdrive thinking. I love just the fact of just initial in a tin. Like it's like a monogram, isn't it? Is that what they say when you
monogram?
Yeah, when you monogram something.
I mean, that's
isn't
the
that
and
beautiful?
sign, because I was going to obviously put some, using the dies, put some letters on, because I was going to do bits and bobs.
Oh,
and make it into a bits and bobs tin.
Yeah.
And again, I will try and do that. I'll probably try and do that on Craft Cave Live.
Okay.
Not this week, but next week. So I'll take that home and we will finish off the bits and bobs.
If anybody doesn't know about the Craft Cave?
We have a group on social media,
Yeah.
Crafting with John Next Door and Crafts Too. And Sam and I do a live video from there every Wednesday at 7 o'clock.
Right.
And it's an hour and it's answering people's questions and what they want to see.
Yeah.
So it's not a, look at this
live
beautiful
interaction.
product, isn't it nice, wouldn't you? It's not, it's about you message and tell us what you want to see.
Yeah.
And we will answer the questions and try and help, and it comes live from my craft cave at home where I craft.
And that's on
That's on a Wednesday night at 7 o'clock.
There we go. Check it out. Check it out. Don't forget to check out your baskets, because once this has gone as your free gift with purchase, it has gone. Your lovely mat, which John kindly informed us is actually quite hard to get hold of, and great to really impress upon that stamping, and also when you're moulding your flowers. So we're getting cues on the phone line. I'm not surprised. These are really quite exquisite, as are all the beautiful
the girls
samples.
are working very hard. We actually took them this morning. I took them up a cake to say thank you to Sam Squared, as we call them, which are the Sams in the call centre, two of them. So we took them a cake up. They are lovely people and they are just upstairs. They work very, very hard. So if you are in the queue and you get through, say John says hello.
Yes, and
Bless them,
thank
'cause they
you.
do work really hard.
There's our Shelag again.
You can't help but say that once you've seen it in the name, have you?
Metzeler, Sheila Metzeler.
Metzeler.
Oh,
I'd love to know where that
£51.26.
came from.
Oh, that's brilliant. It's a lovely name. 361560. Now, don't forget the 3 sets of the dies. Once it's gone, it's gone. We're hearing that message loud and clear, and also pretty much with our one-day special now, I'm hearing that clear as well. 80% gone. Once it's gone, it's gone. Works beautifully with the dies that we've got on the show here at the moment. You can see the birds with the bird cage there as well. Just stunning, in your cogs, you know, for that masculine card or your steampunk. So £10 saving, just amazing there for those 3 sets of dies, 11 dies in total. £14.97755640. Don't expect to see those, John, in our second show. What time is that? 12 o'clock?
It's 12 o'clock and
12
it's
o'clock.
with Leslie Laking.
Oh, lovely Leslie.
So Leslie's going to
she's in
be
the
bringing her
building.
spin on to, because I thought it was really time that Leslie got to. She loves
Yes.
these and she really wanted to go at them, so I said, yes, she's doing 12 o'clock
Oh,
for
how
us.
lovely. I must go and say hello. Fantastic. Thank you, John. Thank you for a fantastic show. Will we see you for the final countdown?
Yeah, I think it's both me and Leslie at 4.
Oh, look, I'll have double bubble.
Well, double bubble, we're going to do half each, I think.
Oh, I'm
well, I
loving
think she's going
that.
to do most of it and I'll come on for the last 5 minutes.
Leslie John
just to show that I
sandwich.
haven't gone home.
Don't forget to check out your baskets. Thank you to John. All gorgeous as always. If you've got any questions for John and you can't wait till the caving happens on Wednesday, then let us know there on the Facebook page or email us into studio@hochanda.com. Don't miss out on these stamps and the dies. They are amazing. They're every bit as beautiful as you're seeing on TV. They're even more beautiful in the flesh, and I'd hate for you to miss out because I can just see them elevating your work to another level. They're just stunning. Don't forget that freedom discount, 361560. But don't want you to go anywhere, because on Hochanda today, we've got so much more still to come. Got a gorgeous day lined up, and we'll see Leslie at 12. We'll see John and Leslie at 4 p.m. for the last chance, if there's any left. Right, we've got our lovely Catherine coming up next, and Lynette with Pretty Gets Gritty. Oh, lovely jubbly. I'll be joining Katrina for Rowan Embroidery, and then we'll be back with Catherine for a bit of Viva Decor.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitch Your Fingers, and I'm here to talk to you about the Stitched Up Ruler System. Stitched Up Ruler System was born in America, and I saw how unique it was and wanted to bring it to the viewers on Hochanda. So what we've done is we've been designing these rulers, and they are specific depth to work with the specific foot that you need, but this enables you to be able to use this on a domestic sewing machine at home. We now design and manufacture the rulers and the feet here in Yorkshire. We've got lots of new designs and new shapes coming to you, and we can't wait to bring them to you at home. So make sure you don't miss the Stitched Up Ruler System with me on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the Inkables, in the Dinkables and the MDF as well. So you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, newsletters, competitions and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Pete from Artists and Design. We're a family-run company from the Midlands and we have been going for around about a year now. We design handcrafted stamps, stencils and designer papers. Personally, I love crafts and I've loved crafts from childhood, right from when I first won an art competition when I was 5 years old. Tune into Hochanda, be part of the Artists and Design world and come and join me on this creative path.
Oh, do you know, that's the first time I've seen that opener. That's really smart, isn't it? I love that. Of course, it is Pretty Gets Gritty. We've got Lynette here in the studio as well. I'm so pleased to say Lynette's back with us this morning. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning. Good
oh,
morning,
you're looking very bright and keen and ready to go.
Oh, you won't think there was only 3 hours sleep in me.
Oh, I know those. I know those occasions very well. What have we got in store today, Lynette?
We're going to be doing gritty trading shapes. Everyone knows them as ATCs. But because they're Pretty Gets Gritty, they are gritty trading shapes. They are GTS.
Oh, I like that.
That's what we're going to be doing.
Wonderful. Yes, we are going to see those. Lots of mediums as well and some amazing samples. Just got to say, I've just checked with Lynette. Did she do all the samples? I've got to thank Charmaine from Dolly Dimples and also Emma Blake as well for their help, along with Lynette with the samples. They are amazing. Let's have a look what we've got for you. First of all, though, a brand new today. This is our Pretty Gets Gritty Trading Star and Triangle MDF shapes. You've got the Kiss Me stamp set and you've got 11 stamps in total there as well. Now, I've just said about the samples here, I'm going to show you some as well. Absolutely beautiful. You've got shapes here that are very easy to work with. Very easy to work with. You've got the stars, but you can see you've got your stamps that are going to work over the top there as well. Very useful. Of course, you can use those individually. In fact, the stamps you can buy on their own, actually. If you look at the bottom of the screen, you can see those. $14.99 for the stamps. But look at this price, $19.97 if you're going for the bundle. That includes all of that MDF there. You've got a £5 saving, 741902. Let me just, can I show a few samples? Is that all right? Because I've got to show you these. Look at these. Aren't these amazing? Just using two very small MDF pieces and then all the mediums, the stamps and the different bits and pieces and a bit of your imagination, then of course you can create something like this. I adore anything like this. Anything that's small and that you can sort of shape and fold away and do clever things with. I just absolutely love. What about this one here? Look, it's a triangle again, but just the keyhole on the front. Love it. And then you've got all sorts of different shapes here. We've got the circles as well. Do watch out for more stamps coming up as well. I'm going to show the circles in a second. Let me just show you the stars actually, because this is in this particular bundle. Don't forget, you can use what we class normally as the waste. It's not waste at all. Isn't that amazing? Love it. Absolutely love it. Do you know, we have got a lot here to show you as well. Do you know, triangle stars, just for practicing your textures on, if you want to do techniques, if you want to try your different mediums out. Of course, these can go on your albums, your cards, your home decor pieces as well. Really lovely. Amazing bundle there. Let's have a look at the next bundle because we've got kind of the same thing, but we've got hearts and circles here. And again, you've got a stamp set. Available are the stamps at the bottom of the screen. We'll bring the details up shortly. They are available individually. That's why I got that word mixed up. $14.99 is the price here as well. 575185. That is the item number individually for those stamps. But you've got the full bundle there with a £5 saving. Again, £19.97. Lynette, I'm just going to say here again, do you know, I've already said about the design team or your friends, of course, that have helped you here. These are so lovely.
Yeah, that was one of Charmaine's, and that was a really, really quick make as well. She started that on a Facebook Live.
Oh, and if you like the dragonflies as well, a little hint of something else that's coming up as well. I don't know if Charmaine's watching. I've been mentioning Charmaine this morning as well. Charmaine, if you're watching, I got that sticky stuff from Viva Decor on my show. She told me about the adhesive for masking and stencils. It's brilliant, brilliant. Right, let's have a look at some more samples here as well. So looking at the hearts, first of all, of course you can use the stamps, you can use the papers that are coming up as well. Look, both sides decorated there. I've just shown you that wonderful circle. Look at this one. Would this be one of Charmaine's by any chance?
No, that one is mine, and that is the first demo that's coming up.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I do like these. So these are our GTCs. These would make great decorations, they really would. You could hang these up together, you could make your bunting out of them, you could put them together on a ring, couldn't you, and use them as inspiration. Do you know, you could change
Fridge
these around on your
magnets.
frames and things as well. Magnets would be great, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect. What a great bundle, really lovely. 322384 is the item number. That's the circles and the hearts with the stamp set, of course, included there as well. Let's move down because we've spoken about mediums as well, and our first bundle we've got on offer for you here. Let's have a look at the details for this one. So you've got your mixed media medium taster kit. Right, so we've got bronze in there, I can see. We've got, oh, the pretty explosion. Oh, I need to know more about this. We've got the gritty topping in there. We've got powder in there as well. A really lovely selection here. Tell us about this, Lynette, because there's a beautiful sample behind as well.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of, well, I won't say everything that's in the Pretty Gets Gritty range, but quite a few bits and pieces that I like to work together with. So the colours do vary. You will always get the bronze spray and you will always get everything that's there, but the colours may vary. So you get the bronze metallic spray, which gives an absolutely gorgeous depth of colour, and then the bronze mica coming through.
Beautiful.
You'll get gritty topping, which is a lovely tub of gritty stuff, and we'll be using that in the first demo as well.
Oh, I can't wait.
What else is in there? Explosion powders. Everyone loves explosion powders, so we've thrown one of those in there. One of the patinas. We have got the patinas on the show, but I wanted to put one in, so, you know, if people weren't sure, they don't always want to buy a full kit of something. You know, they can just get one to try, and if they like it, they can buy the others.
And I know from reading social media posts as well, there's a lot of people that love the mixed media look. They love to see the demonstrations, but they are still unsure what to go for. This is a nice kit to get started. Just have fun with it and then move on from there.
There's a little bit of everything. So many techniques that you can use with the products, and it's a taster kit. If you want to try mixed media, but you don't want to buy loads and loads of stuff, you just buy one of the taster kits. And
even
have
if
a
you're
go.
already into your mixed media and you haven't got these particular products, it's still is a great buy because you're getting a lot for your money again there. £3 saving, £19.95, item number 880746. Now, Lynette mentioned the patina there. We have got patina for you as well. Now, these have already been very, very busy. Now, what you're getting here is a set of 4 of the pretty patina pots. Now, we've got 2 different options for you here, so we can see the top shelf, so to speak, and then the bottom there as well. So we'll go through the top one first. We've got amethyst rose, ruby and sapphire in that top set. They're beautiful colours, aren't they? At the bottom, we've got gold, silver, bronze and copper there. So you have got those options, but if you want to go for both sets, you certainly can. Just put multiples of 2 in and make sure you choose one of each. £19.96, again a really good price with a saving again, £4 saving here. These are absolutely beautiful. Look at the detail that is brought out on this wonderful work here, using those patinas. And you can mix these together, you can blend them together, I presume, as well?
You can, yes. So I did a Facebook Live on Saturday morning and showed how you could layer the colours over each other, you could blend them together. It was actually on the end piece there that you picked up the waist piece that I used.
Oh, the one with the stars.
Yeah. So
yes, perfect.
They blend beautifully, as I say, they layer over the top of each other as well, so you can get tone on tone.
Stunning, absolutely gorgeous, and what a good buy. 412075 is the item number. Now, we've got some stencils for you as well. I adore every one of the products on the show today, actually. Now, these are also available individually as well, so we will bring those details up for you. But if you want to go for the pair, it is a set of 2. These are A4 as well. That will give you a saving of £6, so well worth going for the set. Now, these are absolutely beautiful. I've got a sample at the back here as well. You can see the details on the packaging there of everything that you're getting, to show you the actual stencils as well, just so you can visualise what they look like in real life. I have got them here. I haven't got any black card actually to put behind these. I don't know if we can find some, but I'll show you the stencils anyway while we're looking for some. But you can see exactly what you're getting there on the packaging as well. Actually, I've just spotted some on the end of the counter. I'm just going to borrow something off the set, actually, if I can just bring that in. There we are. Let me just show you what you've got here. Does help when you've got that. Okay, so there you can see that's one of the actual stencils. Very useful indeed. Tell us about these, Lynette. Well, I'm just showing them.
Yeah, so I wanted a lot on one stencil, so I thought, right, we'll do an A4 stencil, and I'll put a bit of this on and I'll put a bit of that on. So one is quite masculine or steampunky sort of themed, and the other one is a little bit prettier. But they work beautifully together. They really do.
That does always work, and the name, Pretty Gets Gritty. I mean, it works together beautifully. I love that. So you can go with any colours of your choices, of course, and any medium that you prefer through those stencils, but doesn't that look amazing? £19.98 is the price for the bundle of 2, item number 380392. Do watch out if you just want one of them for the details at the bottom individually. Right, we do have some papers as well, and we've had a hint of these earlier on. More samples here as well. Now, this is a huge bundle. You've got papers here. Have we got some cardstock in here as well, Lynette?
Yes, there is some cardstock in there. There is butterflies and dragonflies on cardstock, uncoloured, so you can colour those yourselves. And then there are 2 sentiment sheets as well, also on card.
Wonderful. Well, you've got 20 sheets in total. Some really lovely designs here as well. I will show you some samples in a little while, but we're just kind of panning across there so you've got an idea of what you're getting in this bundle. Do you know, the fact that you can just see the edge of those, I'm not going to flick through them all because I think it might spoil the surprise when you get them home, but you can see what you're going to get colour-wise and the sort of designs you're getting. Now, we have got wording in there as well. We've also got the butterflies and the dragonflies, and I've already noticed those have been used heavily on some of the samples. In fact, the cardstock that I've got here, 250 GSM, is the weight of the cardstock. You can colour these however you wish. There's a lot of butterflies on one sheet there as well, and there we have the dragonflies as well. Now, let me show you 1 or 2 samples, because then it gives you an idea of how you can work with these as well, using your colours, using your mediums. Do you know whether you're working with MDF, your cardstock, your papers on the background there? Entirely up to you what other mediums you work with, but don't these work beautifully? All ready to go, all ready to colour in. I adore that, that is beautiful. Oh, using the words there as well. Lovely. £14.99 is the price here. £5 saving, 323807. Now, we have had an email in. This is coming from our Karen Keys. Oh. Let's have a look what she's made. Oh, wow.
Oh.
That's Karen Oakham. She's now with Oakwood, isn't she, Karen?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Oakwood Archer.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, thank you, Karen. That's really, really lovely. Actually, we've had a couple of other emails come in as well. I'm going to read that. We have had one from Karen. Karen's saying, just a quick one to say hi and send you a photo of my mate with some of the items on today's shows. I was lucky enough to be given some die-cut shapes that I put together with my stamps and GTSs. She did this yesterday on Facebook Live.
Yeah, she did. And crafting together with all brands.
Wow. And then Steve-O was sent in as well. Good morning, Net, Kath and all the Hochanda family. Big hello to all the crew in today's gallery and the floor. Love all the Pretty Get Gritty products that Net brought the last time and today's new ones. Managed to get all of the stamps last time, so need both this time, but we'll defo get the bundles for the trading shapes too. Need to watch your amazing, inspiring demos, Net. Lovely.
Oh, thanks, Steve-O.
Oh, thank you, Steve-O. That leads us into demonstration time perfectly, doesn't it, from Steve-O there. Lynette, what have we got in store?
So we are going to recreate one of the GTSs that you held up, the moon one with the metallic shine. So we'll use we'll show how we put that together, and then we've got one to colour. So I'm going to use one of the A4 stencils. So this is the Gritty Hearts, and you've got word sentiments on here as well. But we are just going to use, I've not decided what we're going to use. I think we'll use these smaller hearts.
Okay.
So I'm going to go through with thick texture paste. And I like this one because it gives you extra body.
Okay.
It's lovely and thick.
Oh, nice.
So, and you can also deboss with it as well, which I'll be showing later on. I don't know if we'll get to it in this hour.
Now you can see if you want to go for that same texture paste that Lynette's using there, bottom of the screen for the details. It's part of a pick and mix. Choose any two, so there's various different mediums to choose from. We will see more of that a little bit later on. But just before we go any further, Lynette, can I just ask, is that black gesso that you've just gone over the top of the MDF with?
It is. I have black gessoed first, just to prime my shape.
Wonderful.
Then I've put on the thick texture paste. I would either force dry this, or I would leave it to dry and then coat with black gesso again.
Right, okay.
But we haven't got time to dry it, so we're just going to build it.
Perfect.
All
okay,
right.
Lovely.
We're just going to build it and see where it goes. So this is one of the dies that I brought last time, and I've layered my dies together to create like a chipboard shape.
And that works
so
really well,
just gives them a little bit of, in fact I might just pull that out to the edge a little bit more.
What are you using to glue that down?
So this is gel medium.
Lovely.
It is your best friend, or it's definitely my best friend.
And we do have that on the show as well. The black and the white gesso is available. I believe that's on the pick and mix, along with the texture paste. You can see we've also got the gel medium there. 2 tubs, 150 millilitres each for $11.98, 024888.
Yeah, so just use gel medium to stick everything with. You might see that I've got some blobs coming through, but that is absolutely fine because it dries completely clear. So you can use it as a gloss and a varnish as well. And if you do have any bits like this, you can just take a wet paintbrush and just pull them out. But I am just showing how we just throw a little mixed media piece together.
Oh, I do like the toast tool.
They're cute, aren't they? This is from the Pretty Whimsical die set.
Did I see John Lockwood with these earlier?
I don't know.
Show? I don't know. What? Or did I see a preview of something? Unless I've just dreamt it this morning. I could have sworn I'd seen these being used earlier on.
Well, it's news to me. I don't know.
Oh, that's a mystery. I'm going to have to find out. It's either that or I'm going completely mad.
Right, so all I'm going to do now is I'm going to mix up some of our gritty topping that is in the kit.
Oh, is that in our starter bundle, that one?
It is, yes. So the colours of this may vary, and there's some beautiful colours. Let's find another stick. So what I'm doing is laying gel medium down on the mat and then pouring the topping into it to get it all to glue it together. You could lay your gel medium down and then pour it on top.
Yeah.
But I like to mix it in, really encapsulate
that way you're
it.
not going to lose anything, are you? Because sometimes you pour on top and bits escape, don't they?
Yeah, so with this I'm going to cover it all with black gesso, but because we have got some of these really pretty colours, they're great for a finishing touch as well. So if I'd already painted this, used my patina and everything, what I would do is go on with my gritty topping afterwards. And you could create a coloured, like gritty texture.
Yeah.
It's really lovely. But we want something a little bit different. So all I'm going to do is, and I'm going to admit I usually use my fingers.
This is why I love mixed media. Sometimes you know, especially when you're watching demonstration or you start doing this at home yourself and you think, I haven't got a clue where this is going. You're just kind of just slapping everything, or it looks that way. You've obviously got a plan at home. It is great just to play with all these different mediums, the different textures you're going to get, and then suddenly everything comes together beautifully.
Exactly, and that is the way that I work. I just slap things together and just see where it takes me, see what happens. So it doesn't look very much like that, but we will wait for that to dry, and when it's all dry we will cover it with black gesso.
Lovely.
So we shall bring in the one that we made earlier, and you can see, I don't know if you can get a close-up of that, but it's all dry and it's all extra gritty.
Lovely. You can see all those different shapes there, and you can see how much texture we've got.
So what we're going to do is we're going to pull out even more of the texture by using the patinas.
Oh, now we've actually had a question in about the patinas.
Oh, yeah?
If I can just ask, Hazel is asking, can we use those on fabric at all?
I haven't done.
Okay.
So I couldn't, there's no reason why you can't. I haven't tested them, so I don't know if they're colour fast or, you know, anything. They probably can be.
Do you know, if anybody's tried that, do let us know.
Yeah.
Email in studio@hochanda.com. I would have, as Lynette said, I would have thought, yes, you probably could, but it's whether it's colour fast. It depends if you want to wash something.
Yeah.
But of course you could seal over the top as well, couldn't you? So
Well,
you could go with the varnish over the top.
You could do. So I am using the sapphire patina here, and I'm just taking it on with a really soft brush, and you don't need a lot at all. It really does.
I can't wait to
lay
see the
down
effect. I can see the finished sample in front of me. I know it's going to look amazing.
Intensity of colour.
Now the patinas, Lynette, come in 2 different sets, don't they? We've got various different colours, so 4 in each set, so do have a look at those. So we've got amethyst, rose, ruby and sapphire in 1 set. There we go. Or you can choose the gold, the bronze, the copper and the silver. Now, of course, you can go for all 8 if you want. Just put multiples of 2 in your basket. You're saving £4 on each 4 set there, so a really good saving. Well worth every penny.
And I'm actually going to use the emerald as well,
Ooh,
which
nice.
isn't in either of the sets, but it's on an end of call offer.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So you can buy that one separately.
Lovely. So end of call, just a reminder to anybody, when you go to check out your baskets, or if you're talking to customer services, that's where you can add in your end of call. You know, you're adding that without the extra postage as well, so well worth popping that into your basket if you're loving the emerald that Lynette's working with.
Yeah, there was not much stock left of this to put in the bundles. So I thought I'll put it on the end of call because it's beautiful. It really, really is.
I can see already. Now,
So
I can tell you the emerald is available as the end of call for £4.99. We've just found it for you. So this is what you'll see when you go to check out your basket. You'll see it's there. Pretty Gets Gritty, emerald patina, just £4.99. Free delivery add-on. So just pop that into your basket. It will just charge you that £4.99. No extra on your postage on top of what you've already paid.
Right, so I've coloured this up now with the blue and the green, or should I say the sapphire and the emerald, and I'm going to dry brush the silver over the top. So if you noticed when I was applying this, I was really working it in like this. But now I'm going to dry brush, so I'm taking it on the side of my brush rather than dipping in.
Okay.
And I'm just going to lay it on my mat because we don't want to pick up too much. And we are just going to coat by laying the brush across it.
Just really catching the textured areas mainly there, aren't you?
Just, we don't want to add any colour, we just want to bring out more of the texture that's there.
That is one of my favourite techniques to dry
I know,
brush.
mine too. It's so simple to do, but it is just stunning.
Beautiful. Oh. So we've had another email in, Lynette, actually.
Wow.
This is from Sylvia, and Sylvia's saying she got some of the grit when they first launched. She thinks they're absolutely brilliant.
They are great products. I do love the grit. It's all about getting your grit on. So, just very gently.
That looks amazing.
There we go. We are finished.
That's beautiful. Can we hold that to the front camera and give it a little bit of a wiggle so we can catch the sheen on there? And then I'm going to show the finished sample I've got as well because different colours have been used. So there, the emerald and the sapphire has been used. That looks amazing. If I just show you what I've got here as well. This is the one that Lynette did beforehand. So what colours are on this one, Lynette?
So there is rose, amethyst and silver on that one.
That is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. So if you know, you're thinking, which set do I want to go for? Maybe that's helped if you want to go for the patina. Right, now then, we've got more to remind you about as well. Don't forget the patina details currently on the screen there. Now, at the bottom of the screen, you can see the details for the trading circle and heart sets with the MDF shapes. We use those, or I'm saying we. Lynette used those in the demonstration, of course. So you've got different options when it comes to the MDF shapes. Those GTSs, we've got 2 different item numbers, but you can see they're on the screen right now. We've got the triangles and we've got also the stars stars there as well. Now the stamps do come in with that big bundle. If you want to go for the stamps on their own, details are now at the bottom of the screen for you. They work so beautifully with the MDF sheets. I think looking at that £5 saving for the little bit extra to go for the full bundle, I think that's probably what most of you are doing. But if you particularly want the stamps on their own, you can get those. 741902 is the item number for the bundle. Then of course I just mentioned the circles and the hearts, and of course we've seen Lynette using one of the circles there. This is the bundle that you need if you want to recreate what you've just seen Lynette do. Plus you've got another different stamp set here. That is so nice. Look at that eye. That's incredible. Now details for the stamp on its own, the stamp set, you can see at the bottom of the screen. But again, a £5 saving on the bundle, £19.97, item number 322384. There we go. Right. Now then, just a reminder of the gesso actually, because Lynette used that in the demonstration, of course. We have got the pick and mix. Now there's various different things to choose from. You've got the black or the white. There we go, £11.98. Choose any two. 884097. I think we've got two white images there, but there is a black or a white. You can go for two white, you can go for two black, you can go for one of each. That's entirely up to you. We've also got texture paste, pick and mix for you as well. So we can give the details for that. So you've got white texture paste. You've either got the thick, the resist, the sand effect, or the marble. Oh, I don't think I've seen that before. Very nice. £12.98 for any two. 380673. And then we have a pick and mix for the gel medium as well. Oh, it's not a pick and mix, this one. You're getting, you're getting two, aren't you? That's right. 150 millilitres in each. Two of those. So exactly what you're seeing on the screen there. 024888. Just £11.98 again. And that's going to stick all sorts of things down for you. Use it as a glue and a varnish as well. Lynette, what are we going to see next?
We are going to make one of these little mini books.
Oh,
using
I love these.
The trading shapes and some mixed media card and some of the paper kit.
Wonderful.
So I'm going to try and recreate this. This took me about 2 days because I'm not I'm not into construction and folds and things like this, but I see it done all the time on Crafting Together with all brands, and I was desperate to have a go, so I made this one. Charmaine is far better than I
don't know what it is about these little fold-out books. They just appeal to me so much.
Yeah, so cute.
You can have so much fun with them as well, and I think the projects that aren't daunting for people, especially again if they're wanting to start out, try something different, because you could do a different technique on your papers as well. You know, they're pretty, they make nice little gifts as well. An alternative, if you don't want to give a card, give this or give both. You could put little pictures in there, you could write in there.
Exactly. So all I'm doing is just spreading gel medium onto my shapes, and I'm going to pop them on some of the paper from the kit.
Okay.
And leave them to dry before we decorate those. So I'm just holding them down, and then that will adhere, and we'll pop those out of the way to dry.
Lovely.
And hopefully by the end of the demo it will be dry.
Wonderful.
So all I did with this was to measure from the top and the bottom of the triangle to see how wide I wanted my paper.
Okay.
And then I trimmed 1 millimetre off each side, just so it'd fit inside nicely. And then I drew my triangle and scored and then folded all the way along. So we just make this little accordion sort of triangle shape. And Charmaine's done a far more complicated one there that she tried to tell me about it, and I'm like, yeah, no. Yeah, it's not that, it's another one. I think that's a similar one to the one that I'm doing.
Is it a triangle one?
It is a triangle one.
Is it the one with the lock on the front?
Yes,
I
that's
found it. I didn't open this up. I did show the front, but I didn't open it up.
She'd made a hexagon.
Oh, I see.
Out of the triangles, and then cut in a place and folded it round, and then stuck the pages together. And she's telling me all this, and I'm like, hey, yeah.
I'm not going to stretch that too far.
that.
I was wondering if you could. I'm not going to stretch it just in case.
But then she started going on saying, oh, and you could make these like these hexagonal balls, and you know, you could, this, and I'm like, yeah, it's straight over the top of my head.
You can sort of open that out and have that stretch out, so you can have it all sitting. Almost a star shape. That is such a lovely sample.
It completely goes over the top of my head. Right.
Would you believe we're halfway through the show, Lynette?
No.
Don't know where that time's gone.
Right, let's get some inky, stampy, messy stuff going on. The stuff that I'm more comfortable with.
Okay.
So, we shall use some of the background stamps, if I can get into my stamps.
Lovely.
And we'll do some random stamping. I love random.
So we are using the stamps that are from the triangle set.
We'll probably use 2 because I'm just not loyal to one stamp set. It'll be a bit of this and a bit of that and a bit of the other.
Yeah,
right.
You can use whatever you like, Lynette. You can mix it up as much as you want.
I'm just trying to pick out some. There we go. Let's go with these to start with. Some variations of yellow and oranges. Okay. So I'm just going to dab my stamp down onto the distressing and then spritz this, because I want a watercolory sort of puddle effect. I don't want anything too perfect. I'm just creating a background.
Okay.
And I would probably dry that and go on with both sides. So we've got one down. Which one shall we use next? I think.
Just while you're looking for your stamp, I'm just going to remind everybody the paper that you use, Lynette, to coat the front cover and back cover, that's the pieces that are drying. Really good set, this one. You've got 20 different designs in there. There's 14 paper designs, and then there are 6 card pieces. Now, the card pieces, you've got the black and white there, so you can colour those however you wish. Beautiful sheets of butterflies there. You've got 2 of those. You've got 2 of the dragonflies, and then you've got 2 of the words as well, and you will have noticed the words being used on the samples. In fact, that last sample I did show you from Charmaine, that little triangular book, I'd used some of those words as well. A really good buy, this one. £14.99, £5 saving, 323807.
Yeah, and the card that's in there is this mixed media card that I'm using, which is also on the show, the Dolly Dimples mixed media card. I absolutely love it. You can throw so much at it.
Yeah, I can tell it's a really good card.
It's absolutely wonderful. So we used the numbers, we've used the crackle, and now I'm going to use the words. So we're just trying to cover the background in a random sort of fashion.
Now I'm noticing you've just taken stamps from the second set, which came with the hearts and the circles.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not loyal to one set.
Okay. We've heard from Steve-O as well.
Wow.
Steve-O's loving the little triangle books as well. He's going to have a go. I think lots of people will be having a go at this at home.
Fabulous. Right, and because we've added water, I'm just going to quickly dry this off, because we're going to do a little bit of stenciling on the top of this.
Okay.
And then we'll do some nice crisp and clean stamping.
Lovely.
But I need to get rid of that water, because of course we're using distress oxide and it will react. So, not too much time at all.
Okay.
Right, I'm going to use this stencil, and we'll get some of these light bulbs on.
Oh, nice. Now, of course, the stencils available in a bundle with a lovely saving, but you can also get them individually as well. So if you do have a favourite, you can choose those individually. We'll find the details for those for you as well. Now, individually, the one that Lynette has got at the moment is the fretwork set. No, it's not, is it? That says die. Let's just see if we can find that. We will find the correct details for you. There's actually 4 options on this one.
What is it we're using?
That's a die set again there. We'll just have a little bit of trouble with the graphics.
So I was off in my own little world, so I wasn't even listening to you. I'm getting inky. Right, I can't,
that's fine. That's
I can't
fine.
listen and ink.
We will find the details. Don't worry about that.
Are we on about the stencils?
We are.
So this one is pretty industrial.
Pretty industrial.
Yes. Sorry, I was off on my own little world.
You were in your little zone, weren't you?
I was just gone.
Best place to be, Lynette.
So we use the light
There, I can
bulbs.
see why it's called industrial. There we are, we
Yeah.
can see. There we go, £12.99, pretty industrial. That is available, remember, with another stencil as well in the large pack with the saving. If I remember rightly, I better get this checked, but I think it might have been a £6 saving if you go for the pair.
There's quite
Let's
a good
find that.
saving.
There we go, there it is. Oh, I remembered that right. I'm so pleased. That would have looked rather silly if I hadn't. £6 saving, £19.98. That's if you go for both stencils together. So remember, individually £12.99, together £19.98. I would definitely be going for the bundle because how can you choose between them anyway?
I know, they are very, very nice, aren't they?
They are, they're beautiful.
So
Very useful stencils.
I am just layering up a background and I'm trying to make it as random as possible because I just think it looks so nice when it starts to come together and then you look deeper past, you know, what you've printed on there. You're like, oh wow, there's this and there's that and there's the other.
Especially if you're going to give that to someone else as well.
Exactly. So we have watercolour stamped, we have stenciled. Now we're going to do a little bit of crisp stamping, but again, I'm not going to use a stamp block.
Okay.
Because I like the random effect of it not always catching.
And this sort of style as well, in it doesn't matter if bits miss, does it?
No.
Because you've got that distress look, you've got the layering.
Exactly, I don't want it to look perfect.
And how well that fits as well. Of course, the stamp has been made to fit with the MDF pieces, so you know it's going to fit with the pages because they're almost the same size. There's just that millimetre being taken off each edge.
Right, what else shall we pick? Let's have the flower stamp. I know we've used the light bulbs and the industrial elements, but I really do love the dash work.
Well, this is
on
it. There's
the stamp.
absolutely no rules with crafting, is there?
No, is the heck. We just do what we want, when we want, and make sure we're having fun while we do it. That's the important bit.
That is definitely the main thing.
So again, I am just randomly stamping here and there.
Lovely.
To create some interest in the background. And now I want a little bit of red. And we shall use the lips.
Okay.
And
of course, at home you'd be decorating both sides, and you could go with the same effect, or you could go completely different, couldn't you?
Absolutely. So I'm just going to use some of our Bebs Skinny Slims by way of Charmaine. Mine are on their way to me.
Oh.
And I've been told that I am not allowed to take the blue off.
Oh, right.
By Charmaine. They have to go back to her with the blue.
Oh.
Still
Strict
on.
instructions there.
Yes.
Now, I love those lips. They're available in the stamp set that's available in the first bundle with the triangles and the stars, or available individually, of course, as well. You can see the details on the screen.
So let's
They'd
just...
be great on the back of an envelope if you were sending to someone special.
Sealed with a kiss.
Yes.
Right, let's add a little bit of black stamping now, just to create some focal points. So what do I want to use? Let's use this one. So I'm going to use the meshed heart, and I shall...
You are mixing this one up, aren't you?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
lovely to see so many products actually being used together. So I'm presuming, with it being a mesh heart, that's going to be in with the star, with the circles and hearts set, is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that one, Lynette. That's
It's
very
lovely,
effective,
isn't
isn't it?
So just using it until the ink runs out.
Lovely.
And let's chuck something else on there. Let's have a star as well.
Okay.
Because they're just too nice not to use.
When you finish with stamping, Lynette, we'll have a bit of a recap, then
Yeah.
hopefully, will your covers be dry enough to use, or have you got some prepared?
I do not have any prepared. Maybe I should have done. Yeah, they'll be dry enough.
They'll be dry enough.
They'll be dry enough.
Lovely.
Right. I was going to go on with the star, wasn't I?
So obviously the star, we're now back to the first bundle, aren't we, with the stars? We have got both details for you actually. So if you're looking for the circles and hearts, that's on the side of the screen for you there. At the bottom of the screen, the triangles and the stars are there for you. We will see the images. We will have a recap in a little while, so you're not confused as to what is what.
Right, so all I want to do now is add a little bit of black around the edges, just to pull your eye in. And I will add some along the creases of the triangles as well. So I just want to take that stark.
It's very easy just to go around the edge there. So we're just watching Lynette working around the edge. She's going to work on the creases as well. We'll give a recap while Lynette's doing that, because you can see how that's working, because we are getting short on time now. We want to fit in as much as possible. Let's give you a reminder of those triangles and the stars. So if you're looking at the full bundle here, you've got so many on one sheet as well. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 15 hearts there. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? 15 stars, 16 triangles and 11 stamps, all in that one bundle with a saving of £5. Item number 741902. Let me just show you again how you use that backboard. Once you've popped all those stars out, using some of the stars that you've popped out, isn't that lovely? Using the patinas as well that we've got on the show. Yes, you could easily put little photographs behind there as well. Do adore that. Of course, as well, we've got more samples here. I'm just going to give you a reminder of that triangle book that Charmaine did, because also you can see some of the papers and the cardstock that we've got on the show as well. Look at that, beautiful. Using the stamp there, that triangle stamp that Lynette's used in demonstration as well. Love that. Now, of course, we've also got more for you. Sorry, excuse me. The circles and the hearts. It's those early stars. 12 of each of those, and then you've got the stamps as well, with those beautiful, beautiful stamps in there. You've got the crackle, the flower, the eye, and those hearts, and more as well. I do apologise to clear my... Okay, sorry, I've been so busy over the last few days on those early starts. I'm fine, I'm not ill, I've just got a croak. £19.97 is the price for the bundle here, 322384. Let me just remind you of a couple more samples of this one, if I may, just simply because I love that eye. Look at that. Using the circles as well, the GTSs. And again, you can see lots of detail in there. And the stamps have been used as well. Beautiful, isn't it? There we go. Right, when it comes to other items, we've got so much more on the show for you. Let's have a look at that mixed media starter pack, because, you know, this is a great little bundle for anybody. If you've not worked with this before, you've not worked with mixed media projects before or products before, then go for this one. Even if you're well experienced in mixed media, this is perfect for you as well. We've got the metallic in there, we've got the explosion in there, we've got the cream, the gritty topping, we've got the powder in there as well. You'll get that bronze. Now, when it comes to the gritty, the colours may vary, but of course you can change those colours. We've seen how Lynette painted over with gesso and then used the patinas. £19.95 for that one, £3 saving, 880746, I think it was. You'll find it on the website. Now, the patinas, now 2 different choices here. Let's see if we can remember the colours of these. We've got amethyst, rose, ruby and sapphire. That's the first set. That's the one we're looking at right now. Absolutely beautiful. Or your second option is gold, silver, bronze and copper. You can mix those together. You can go for one set of each if you like. £19.96 is the price. £4 saving. 412075. Lots to choose from, isn't there? Don't forget those papers as well. Now, can we show that actually, because we want to see exactly what we're getting there, getting so much for your money. So you can see that you've got 14 papers when we can find that for you. You've also got 6 of the cardstock as well. You've got an awful lot to go at here. You can colour, of course, the butterflies. You can colour those dragonflies however you wish. You've got the wording in there as well. The papers are already coloured for you. Beautiful designs. £14.99, £5 saving, 323807. Wonderful. There we go. Now we've got dies available for you as well. I'm just going to remind everybody, even if we've not seen things, there's so much on the website. The dies are incredible. We will try and flash up a still a little bit later on, but we want to get back to Lynette if we can, because there's still demonstration to finish.
Okay, so I've just been adding on some die cuts, and I had coloured them purple, but I thought that doesn't match with the colourway that I've just chosen, so I've just put some of the copper patina over the top, so there's a little bit of purple showing through. Now these aren't completely dry, but we'll have a go. So I've just roughly cut them out, and then all I'm going to do is use one of these squidgy sponges just to take the edge off. So just hold it onto the table. And
I find something very satisfying about sanding blocks and papers.
It just gives you that lovely, rough, sanded edge. You know, where the colour's just been taken away.
Love it. I like the sound of it, Lynette. Some people don't like it, but I do. I'm rather strange like that, aren't I? It's those little things that amuse me. I don't know what it is.
It looks like mine is losing the will with me. It's started, I've used it that much.
Oh, your block is a little bit worn, is it?
Yeah. So, got those nice edges.
Lovely.
And we'll just scruffle this one up because it was on the edge of it. And you can see that it wasn't quite dry, so I've creased my paper, but it's fine. It's adding texture.
You know, you can see a big difference, though, can't you? I love the effect of that.
I need to just think how I am. There we go. So that one is the front.
Okay.
And of course we will be decorating the back as well.
And you're just going to stick that
So
down.
all I'm going to do is add gel medium, take it straight out to the edges and stick that on, but we will carry on, we'll stick this one on.
Okay.
And then we'll carry on adding the words, because there's some really, really nice sentiments.
I think that's a great bundle. A really good bundle. You've got something for all sorts of projects in there as well.
So let's just straighten this up a little bit.
Yeah, the paper pack, incredible value.
So we'll pop that to dry properly. Stay still. There. Let's just add the rest of our bits and pieces here. So, as I said, the die cuts are just coloured up with the patinas. They were cut out of black. So we'll just add these in. And then we'll add the words over the top. And I think the sentiment that I have chosen is, I'll have to read it from that one. Your heart knows things that your mind can't explain.
Oh, I like that.
So
that is very true, isn't it? When you think about it's quite a deep one, that one, but it's so true.
It is very true.
Now we have got details on the screen for a die bundle, 54 dies. Now look at the saving on this one, £25 saving. Of course, now when you think about it, even without that reduction in Freedom, which has now gone down to £5.97, that is a why-not deal if ever I've seen one. So if you're not a Freedom member, join in Freedom Club, give it a go for a month. You are saving way, way more than you will be spending on the Freedom price. A £25 saving here, look at this, amazing value. Oh, that's where those dies are that you used in the first demonstration as well, Lynette. I can see keys in there, cogs in there, there's feathers, there's light bulbs. You've got, oh, beautiful, beautiful grid there with that beautiful decorative detail in it. 5 different sets all in one bundle. Freedom member, let's show that again, £71 and 96 pence. Look at that saving, £32.99 is the saving as a Freedom member. And you've got Flexi on that as well. Doesn't get much better, does it? 639903. Wow, that's an incredible price.
It's cracking deal. So I'm just finishing off with adding these words on this side. And all I've done is just cut them out of the backing sheet and back them onto black card.
Lovely.
So your heart knows things your mind can't explain. And once it's all dry, I can fold that up and I can decorate the front and the back. So how much time have we got?
We have got about 6 minutes.
Got 6 minutes.
We can fit something in there, can't we, Lynette?
Yeah.
Do you want a little break and we can do a recap while you get ready, find something to do?
We will do.
Thank you. We will be back with Lynette shortly. So let's have another look at those wonderful sets, these bundles, new today, of course. Oh, the more I look at these, the more I'm falling in love with them. I think it's because of that little triangular book. I want to make lots of them. You can make star ones, you can make triangle ones, you can use these individually. You've got the stamps. Everything can be used totally individually. Work them together and you can create some beautiful pieces of art, because that's what they are. Doesn't matter what anybody else thinks, as long as you're having fun, they are pieces of art, aren't they? 741902 is the item number. Just £19.97. That's all it is for the MDF pieces and the stamp set. You can see there 11 stamps in total and various different amounts on the triangles there and the stars. You're going to have so much fun with those. Now, item number for that one is 741902. We do have the other option coming up, but there's a picture on the screen for you so you can see exactly what you're getting there. That's where those lips are. If you've spotted the differences between the stamp sets, one's got an eye in, one's got lips in, various other things as well. You know what, if you can afford both, go for both. You're going to use them, aren't you? Now, the second bundle, very similar, but of course, as I've just said there, you've got the difference in the stamps and you've got the circles and you've got the hearts in this one. Again, the detail is on the screen for you. £5 saving, £19.97. Item number 322384. Now, the gesso that Lynette's been using, that's available for you as well. A really good buy. It's a pick and mix. You've got black or white. Now, you can go for 2 black, 2 white, or 1 of each. It's entirely up to you. £11.98, 884097. And then the texture paste. Now, we've got some lovely little texture paste pots here. Lots of choice, actually. We've got the white in the white in the thick, the resist, or the sand, or the marble. I've never seen that marble. I'm intrigued by that. A pick and mix there, any two for £12.98, 380673. And then the gel medium that Lynette's been using throughout. You're going to get a pack of 2 of these, 2 little pots here. In fact, I'm saying little. There's 150 millilitres in each, so really good value buy again. £11.98. 024888 is the item number. And one final reminder, that wonderful lovely mixed media set. Now this here, the media die collection, we've actually been very popular in that. We've not actually shown you that much on a still on the screen. The details are there for you again. A massive saving if you're not a Freedom member, but Freedom members, a bigger saving. Look at this, £32.99 is the saving as a Freedom member. Wow, 5 sets of dies there, 639903. Normally £19.99 each. Lynette.
Yes.
We've got about 3 minutes.
Right, let's do a really, really quick demo on the debossing with the thick texture paste.
Oh, lovely.
So, thick texture paste, it has just got extra body, extra oomph. So I'm just going to take some on my spatula and I'm going to lay it down onto here.
Oh, that looks like it spreads beautifully.
And get an even-ish sort of coating. So you want sort of a 1 millimetre coating for this technique.
Okay.
So let's just get to the edge. So once you've spread your thick texture paste, you can see it's quite glassy on there. Yeah. And we just want to take that glass off the top.
Okay.
So we're going to force dry it. It's going to dry on the top, but it will still be wet underneath. So just as it starts to turn, like that, it is very quick drying anyway. So you can see we've just taken the sheen off the top.
Lovely.
So the top should be getting dry and the bottom will still be lovely and pliable. So I'm going to use a stamp for this, and I'm adding water to it. So whatever you are stamping with, make sure... Oh, still got Distress Oxide on there as well.
Oh, I like the effect of that there, because it's making that bleed into the texture paste.
So you can stamp with MDF, you can stamp with stamps, you can mark make with anything that you wish. Just spray it with water first so it is an easy release. So once that is all stamped in like that, just dry it off and we will get this sort of effect.
Okay.
So lovely, rather than the embossed, you've got a debossed And all I'm going to do is add a little bit of colour, and we're going to do sort of a whitewash technique.
Okay.
So this is the pretty powders. So you get one of these in your mixed media kit as well.
Oh, lovely.
Now, I've probably just added far too much there.
We'll just bring the details back in for that media set for you, those lovely mediums.
I'm
Now,
just
we've probably
going
got
to...
less than a minute left now, or
Right.
thereabouts, a minute or so left.
I'm
Lynette?
just creating a paint with the pretty powder. So let's just get all that
Oh, that's
scruffled.
pretty. I'm just going to let everybody know, sorry to butt in, Lynette, but
It's
we're
all right.
limited stock on that media die collection, that huge
Wow.
bundle. So if you want those, please check out your baskets. Make sure you secure those, because such a great saving.
Let's just get that in there, and I'll just
Oh,
dry it off
we're
really
in the last
quickly.
30 seconds.
Dry it off really quickly. So all we're going to do to add a whitewash effect is white gesso, water, really water it down.
Oh, 15 seconds left. Keep going, Lynette. Let's see if we can do this. Come on, we can do it. We can do it.
I've picked up a brush.
Oh,
but
we're
it's
in the
got
last.
too
Oh no,
hard.
we're in the last 10 seconds. We're being counted up. We've got Rowan Dean waiting in the wings, and Fiona, of course. We'll give you the menu. Oh, Lynette's back later, I'm sure. We'll see. Oh, yes, Lynette will be back later, of course. Now, we've got Katrina coming up with Rowan Dean Embroidery, and then it's me with Viva Decor, and then we're back with John Lockwood for Cross 2, the 21st birthday one-day special, not to be missed.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and we're really excited to still be working with you guys here on Hochanda. We were there from the very, very beginning, and we're still bringing you lots of really exciting soft crafts. We design and manufacture all of our kits and all of our fabrics here in the UK, and we love bringing them to you. So if you're an experienced sewer or you're just starting out in soft crafts and sewing, join us. There's tips and fabrics for everybody. Make sure you don't miss our shows and come and craft yourself silly on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now, and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums, where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows, we aim to inspire you, to be educational, and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Matte Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Hello, very good morning to you. I'm here with one of my absolute favourite ladies. It is the gorgeous Katrina from Rowan Dean. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm very excited because you've got lovely new things for us today.
I've been doing lots of work and working with some fantastic colours, so lots of new things to show
Lots of new things. So we've got this fantastic hour, and then we've got a 2 o'clock show as well with Katrina. But first of all, I get to look at the goodies first of all. So talk to me about our beautiful autumn cow parsley, which is a brand new kit, Katrina.
This is a design that I really enjoyed doing. You know, just if you are driving here the other day, the cow parsley has faded a little bit, but these are sort of what I would say are autumn colours, but quite gentle colours. And this time you're creating the background with the organza,
yes,
so that, you know, there is a print on the fabric,
yes,
and then you place all the organzas over the top, and then you add your stitching. So you've got a coloured background to work with, which is really nice.
Beautiful. Sorry, ruining my lovely director's shot there, the close-up. Yeah, and you've got all these fantastic beads in there, some little beads there.
Wooden beads,
yes,
and some pearlised beads, really nice, and some nice interesting textures in the threads. You know, we've got some mohair there to create the grasses and things.
Gorgeous.
So it's all easy stitches, but just it's the combination of colours.
And there's all there, and as always with Katrina and Rowan Dean, all labelled there as well, and she tells you how many threads, whether it's 1 or 2, you get the needles, you get obviously that lovely cotton background, and you get the organza, you get fantastic colour instructions. That is it, just 2 sides of A4, that is it. She takes you by the hand, £14.95, 301536. We've got the hoops on the show, that is separate, should you wish to accessorise with that, but we are all ready for this brand new project, approaching 20% of the stock. Yes, 20% of the stock. Beautiful, very busy for that. Now, talking of autumnal organza, because I know you love your organza packs and your play around packs, we've got the autumn shades, haven't we?
Oh, these are just lovely. You know, they've got the reds and the damson colours from the maple, maple leaves. You know, they're just a lovely range of colours to work with.
They really are.
Brand new colours.
I mean, just look at these golds to the peach. I mean, look at that. I mean, that is your leaf. And I love when you layer them.
Yeah, you get
new
exciting.
colours.
It's sort of like painting with the fabric, really.
These golds. And then the chestnut colour there. Oh, it's just I mean, look at that. Oh, stop. Just noises. Look at the gorgeousness. And then we go into the lovely green, which moves to lime, num, 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 and then a lovely sort of damson plum, num, 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 num. Oh,
they're
so gorgeous.
Yeah, they
so
are.
gorgeous.
They're just lovely.
Oh, and they're big squares as well, I might hasten to add. What's the size?
So it's about 30 centimetres.
35, yeah, absolutely. We can't. Look at that, holding up against yellow. Look at that. Can you see? That's not helpful, is it? That's not helpful, Fee. You get 11 pieces in total. Is that any better? I'm wearing the wrong colour on. Hold on. I'm going for the chestnut, everybody. I'm going.
Hold them all up. Just all of them.
Yes, exactly.
They're all lovely.
Exactly, Katrina. Let me just hold up. I was trying to show the size because they're absolute whoppers. 30 by 30 centimetres. But you're getting 11 of those. All those gorgeous colours. I've just ruined the beautiful display now. $10.99, $9.89, $8.57. They are gorgeous. Oh my word. Now, talking of gorgeous, I remember when Katrina released this new on the show, the beautiful landscape and flowers hand-stitched, fantastic encyclopedic book here. 10 charm embroidery projects with the templates. So this is fantastic, Katrina. In a nutshell, what's this all about?
Well, the idea is that you've got almost like a reference book of how to do stitches and what to do with them, and then there are some projects that you can complete just using the templates at the back. But there is definitely a page on the threads that I quite like to use and how to different ways of using organza. So whether you're tearing it or stitching with it or using it as a background, there are lots of illustrations of that in the book too.
Look what I opened up. Our
favourite stitch.
Sorry, we cannot have an hour without a French knot, let alone a stem stitch. And then at the back, we've got the fantastic projects as well. We have the kits for these on the website, like the flower doodles there, or your buddleia bee and the butterflies. And then, as Katrina mentioned, we do have the addition of fantastic templates at the back as well. $17.99, a great gift idea. It's like having Katrina in your living room. 903483. Now, new play around pack. So I was excited by the organza. Look at me still touching it and feeling it and caressing it. It's just gorgeous. We've got brand new play around packs in the autumnal colours. Talk to me about these then, Katrina.
Well, this has been something that I think people have enjoyed doing and working on. You've got 2 pieces of fabric, you've got a collection of organzas, but then you get some dreamy colours, and these are brand new autumnal colours. You'll get fabulous beads and a few sequins in there. But for this sort of collection, as well as the variegated threads, we've got some knitting yarns, we've got some highly textured yarns, some metallic yarns, and just that combination is just fantastic to have a go and just sit outside and look at the colours, do a little bit of stitching, or whether to you know, make some cards out of the fabric. But it's all texture, texture to do the stitching, and obviously you get the needles too.
Oh, and it's gorgeous. Needles as well. So we've either got the cotton option, you get 2 pieces of that cotton, or indeed with your organza and those beautiful yarns and threads and variegated, and he said irrigated, and then the metallics and the beads, and then you've got the tweed option as well, plus your needles. $17.99 for either of those play around packs. You choose which one you want. 098476. Queues on the phone lines, very busy. We love a new project. We love Katrina. We love Rowan Dean. Now, blackberries. Do you know what? I've seen so many people out there picking the blackberries.
I know.
I've never seen so many people foraging around.
They're just, the plant itself just covered at the moment, just covered in
Bursting.
blackberries. You know, really, and that is the sign of autumn, isn't it? When you get that, make that blackberry and apple pie.
Yes. I mean, they're just down the road, they're over the hedges, every which way I look. We get them growing over the wall, over the stone wall as well. I make a nice crumble with them. Scott likes to make smoothie with them. We've got them on these beautiful cards now. So yes, these are absolutely adorable. Now you get 6 cards in total. You'll see the 2 different sizes there. Let me just show you the envelopes. So we're making 2 different sizes, but you do get your envelopes as well. You've got this lovely, beautiful sort of textured card that's already been scored as well. So really gorgeous quality card within which to mount your images. Loads of beautiful, beautiful beads. All of those fabulous threads to accompany, and gorgeous organza. And then what you've done is you've given us the lovely cotton there with just the essence of the design, isn't it, Katrina?
Yeah, just a little bit of a starting point there. That, you know, a couple of outlines, and then you're going to put the organzas over the top, and then add your stitching.
Beautiful. And this is what you can create. And what I love about it is if you've got some extra embellishments, because Katrina always packs it full to the rim with, you're always left over with bits, but these are fantastic, and all these are in the book, these techniques. I know Katrina's going to show us some as well, but for your blackberry doodles card, and you don't have to put them on the cards, you can put them on your own Dean embroidered in your bag, your tote bag.
I think there are so many possibilities for that. I think
Frame
it's
them.
just good fun.
Yeah, I mean, that is adorable. Look at that. That's exactly what it looks like at the moment. Blackberries bursting out all over the place. £18.95, 16128. I love this collection. I love it.
It's the colour, it's that purpley
I do.
colour, which
That
is beautiful.
purple rich jewel. Oh, lovely. Right, okay, fallen leaves. You've got a gorgeous cushion next to you there, Katrina. That is this what you've popped the project on?
It's just so that you could work this design as a picture or as a book cover, which I think it would be absolutely lovely. It fits for a on a book cover, but just as well a cushion with some of the fat quarters. One's called terracotta, and it just works well with the two colours.
A tablet cover maybe even as well, you know. Beautiful. Gorgeous. So we get again all the fantastic accompanying beads there, your lovely sea beads, your wooden beads, your metallic beads. Again, fantastic. I love the autumn colours. That's my favourite season, when all the trees are turning the different golds to greens to reds. Beautiful. And then you've got all this, look at this organza. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? And then you've got, there we go, on the beautiful cotton there. You've got that template and fantastic colour instructions. That is, and I do have a look at the cushion next to Katrina when we pass by to Katrina, because you'll see that with the terracotta fabric that she mentioned. £24.95 200614. Now when I go for when we do our walks, we see the lovely fox gloves. They're so beautiful. Such a handsome flower, isn't it? And so is this project. This is the foxglove kit. Tell me about this one, Katrina.
Well, this one is working with the theme that the background has organza, and then this is a garden, a garden collection where you can get foxgloves of fabulous different colours. You know, they're not just pink. You can get orange, and so that's why the variegated threads are just magic, because that magic happens as you stitch. You don't have to think about it. It's not like counting across the fabric or anything. The colours just appear, and that's kind of special.
That's so pretty, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? The colours there, the array. I love this because that's exactly where it looks like when it's grown near me. This sort of mishmash of textures there.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Wild.
And some nice glass beads in there
Beautiful.
as well. But it's the same stitches, you know, a couple of French knots, few straight stitches, couple of beads. You don't need to have, hundreds of stitches. 3 or 4 stitches, and you can create a piece of art, really.
So my producers, is that like what kind of style? Is that a loosey French knot? That one was that?
Yeah, loose, yeah, or a loopy French knot.
A loopy
just
French
where you
knot.
don't hold the thread tight
Lovely.
around the needle.
£14.95, 789 799. The hosta and the hollyhocks. Oh, now then, that's a burst of colour. Tell me about this one, Katrina.
Well, these hollyhocks are really, really tall, and so I've created the flowers with folded organza. And then I just love hostas. Hostas look great in our garden. They just got a sculptural shape that's lovely. So it's really straight stitch. And then the shadow, just to make them glow, is the wool around it for shadows. So it's a lovely picture. The two together look great. Well, actually now the 3, the new autumn cow parsley, they would make a great set.
Fantastic, gorgeous. You love an aster, don't you? I was talking about you the other
yes,
day
yes.
to John Lockwood. I said we were trying to identify flowerage. I said I know who'd know this, Katrina, because we were talking about he'd designed some aster leaves or the one-day special.
Yeah.
I said Katrina know exactly what this was. I said where is she when you need her? You're my phone a friend when it comes to the gardening world. Those beads, they're beautiful. They look like lovely water pebbles, don't they?
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. And that burst there, beautiful. £14.95 772 363. In fact, your embroidery would look lovely embroidering his lovely one-day special letters today. Have you seen those stamps, the flowers? You could do a nice little French knot on those.
Had a chance yet, but
I'm thinking a match made, you and him together. Match made in heaven. Right, now, I pointed out, I was so glad you brought this, because I pointed this out the last time I was with you. Oh, this is lovely. I get the chance to see it in the flesh. So this is through the day, isn't it? Lazy afternoon.
Lazy afternoon,
dawn.
and the dawn and sunset. Yeah. I think I like the midnight. I think the midnight colours, the blues, and you get really lovely textures just through a little bit of beads, a bit of felt. Really nice to do.
So on this one, we are getting the accompanying 5-inch hoop. This is the midnight options. There's 4 options underneath this code. Again, this reminds me of Oh, sorry, there are different item codes, forgive me. 154045 is your midnight code. It looks like a beautiful fine bone china, that. I love that, and the blue and the ice white. And you also get that lovely hand-dyed felt, beautiful blue organza, the beading, and obviously the threads and the emblem of the design there as well. That's a great price point, $13.95. Is this the lazy afternoon? Is this?
That is lazy afternoon.
That's lazy afternoon, you see. But I'll have to show some of these together in the end, because I think this is a lovely four-way. I know they're separate codes, 885524, but let me just be really cheeky and just show you them together, because you could have the whole set, you know, all four, and they would look beautiful. Because I'm about to introduce, is this Dawn?
That's Dawn.
Let's bring in Dawn then. Let's swap them around. Look how gorgeous they are, though, as a set. Beautiful. So this is Dawn. So you've got those lovely crimson colours and sky.
And the blue of the tree. I love that colour. Really, really super.
Beautiful.
And just a little bit of metallic thread there on the cow parsley.
Gorgeous. And then last but not least, sunset. You see, this is why you need them all. Sunset there. Oh, beautiful oranges there. That's gorgeous, Katrina. And the tree again.
Yeah, a little bit of organza in the foreground there as well.
So pretty. So 788685 for sunset, £13.95. They all come with their hoop and obviously all the other accessories. Now this one is in that fantastic book that Katrina has brought us from Rowan Dean. But with this set, whereas in the book, if you want to do the lovely, for instance, Oriental poppies, you buy the kits on our website. For this kit, because Katrina said to me this is one of the earlier ones, she is giving you the
complete instructions.
It's the complete kit, just to highlight that to you. So what are we getting in this kit then, Katrina?
Okay, so the background is a cotton fabric, and you'll get as a basic placement of where the poppies go and the basic shapes. And then the organza, so you'll get some reds and oranges and a little bit of purple there as well to blend in those. And really the idea is it's quite 3D. You're folding, cutting out the fabric, the petals with a template, and then you're fraying the edge, and then you're applying that to the background. And so they can be as red or as orange as you want, or if you've got the play around, you might want to add flashes of pink. You know, they do come in different colours, but it's fun to do.
And we've got a little bit of the wadding there as well, haven't we? I noticed there in the middle there that we've got that there.
Yeah, there's almost like a raised area for the centre of the poppy. So it's worked on a small circle of fabric. You stitch around, draw it together, and then make it into almost like a pebble, and then use that for the centre of the flower.
So we've got that lovely surface texture as well, and height and what have you. Beautiful. And yeah, so not that this is the bit we're showing everybody, but you know, if you just want to finish it, I mean, you can back that if you want to do. It might be that you're framing it.
I have seen people who've done it as a cushion as well.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Which it looks great.
Gorgeous.
But this is like rest on it though. I think it's to admire, a cushion that you admire.
Exactly, exactly. Only for best. You can't sit on it. £34.20, 559139. Now I mentioned hoops. Now these are the accessory hoops in terms of working hoops, I should say, that I know Katrina uses a lot with the scissors there as well. You've got the 7-inch and the 5-inch. You'll see why they're so useful. £15.99, 646785. And we've also got another accessory pack if you want to get your needles as well, and your pebble and your pins and your magnets. £10.90. That is a great price point. Believe me, I've been shopping for needles, and that's a fantastic price point. 741201. And don't forget, on the website we've got those lovely embroidery hoops as well, but we've also got the tote bag on the show. You've noticed them behind me, adorned with the lovely embroidered elements. £12.99, 409451. Over 30% of the cow parsley, the autumn cow parsley, has got our brand new project today, 301536. So please don't miss out on our lovely autumn organza and our play around packs as well, which are all new today. Okay, over to you, Katrina.
Okay, well, we're going to start with the autumn cow parsley. I've tacked on the organza beforehand, and I'm going to do 1 or 2 stitches on this design before I put it into my frame and carry on. All right, so one of the stitches that gives nice curves and shapes is stem stitch, and so stem stitch is used for the cow parsley and for the grasses, anything that you want to curve. So I'm just using 3 strands, so it's a thread that's shaded and variegated. and I'm using 3 strands. So I'm just going to turn the work around.
And you tell us in the instruction, don't you, Katrina, how many strands, don't you?
The instructions step by step, because there is a plan, really. There is a plan to do it. But so to start off with, this is where you're going to work over the stitch, and I'm going to do a small stitch and then bring the needle halfway between the 2 points. And then each time you do the stitch, I'm going to keep the thread to the top and out of the way, and then bring the needle back to where the thread went in. And you're just going to do a continuous stitch, and smaller stitches are better. If you want the curve to be a tighter curve and nice and neat, nice and smooth, small stitches are better. And then as you work up to the top, on the back, on the reverse side of your work, you'll see that it just looks like a back stitch. Not as nice as a stem stitch. So, but it's a great stitch if you were outlining a shape, or if you were out doing lettering. But I think it's easier without the frame. Sometimes you can work it in a frame, but if you feel as though you can't bring the needle back onto the surface.
Is that for that stitch only?
Yeah, that's like lazy daisy sometimes. If you feel as though you can't bring the needle back onto the surface,
ditch your hoop. And...
Yeah, do those bits first. And I sometimes say if there's a lot of stem stitch in the design, do that first.
Right.
Like I would probably do the cow parsley and all of those lines, and then put it into my frame. So as you go up the stem to fasten off, you're just going to wind the thread a couple of times around, and then just trim off that thread. So once you've got to that stage and you've done some of the work, then I'm putting my work back into the 7-inch hoop. So I've just tacked, I've taken all the pins out and just done a temporary stitch just to hold the organza in place. And then you're just going to take the spring, and then you're just going to place it into the hoop. Do that on a flat surface.
Yeah.
And then you've got your work that you can, it keeps the work taut, so it's really, really good. So we've had just into the programme. So now we're going to do a French knot. You see, we haven't.
Oh, here we go,
can't not
everybody!
do a French knot.
Like
Can't do a not French knot. So on the sort of cow parsley here, you'll see that there are little dots there, and at the moment I'm using 6 strands.
Right.
So you're just going to fill the whole shape or over the printed dots. So hold the thread about a couple of centimetres away, and just going to go around once, twice. Turn the needle so you're going point down, not into exactly the same place, almost. And as soon as you push the needle through, just tighten that little bit. And then as you bring the needle through, let it just travel in on its own, and it'll twist itself into place. So
that's lovely seeing the French knots and the beads there,
beads
Katrina.
together, a mixture
Beautiful.
of those, so you can do as many, you can mix the two together. And then just take that through. You can't not do these, they're just lovely to do.
Well,
and then
I'd be upset. My director would be mortified
I don't think
well.
I could do a program without doing a French knot. So sometimes if you wanted a smaller knot, you can just go around once. And that'll give a smaller knot without fastening off.
Now, would you believe we're already approaching 40% of the brand new autumn cow parsley kit gone? So we have got queues on the phone. Do apologise, but we are getting to you as quick as we can. So if you can shop on the web, obviously you can just check out your basket straight away so you don't miss out. But so the cow parsley is turning all the beautiful autumnal colours where you are now. Although we're still getting this summer sun, aren't we?
I know it's today's is warm, but.
You're feeling it cool at night, though, aren't you?
It's good. It's good.
Oh,
it's
great.
good. But I just want to show you the beads.
Oh, yes, please. Yeah.
So the beads are there's some wooden beads, there's some glass beads, different size beads. Really, really lovely to work with. You're just going to take a sip of water.
Of course you can. Yeah, I'll recap.
Sorry.
She's allowed a sip of water. God bless her. We've got the cow parsley. This is what we're working on. You've got some fantastic instructions here. So, you know, we were just talking about 3 strands, 6 strands. Can we give you an example of that? So here we go. If you see here, A is 6, number 6. So it's number 6 on your card that we're using. But then it says 3S. So that, for instance, says of a number 6, which is that darker thread there, number 6. It says use 3 strands. So very, very simple in terms of the following the instructions. And that you know, Katrina likes to have the colour photos in there. You've even got, you know, your imagery of the stitches themselves. If you've sort of lost your way or you've forgotten, £14.95, 301536. Brand new, beautiful, beautiful project for the autumn. Right, our lovely organza. Look at these autumn colours. They're just lovely, jubbly. Moving from our golds to our chestnuts to our cinder browns to our leaf greens, limes and plums. Quarter of the stock's already gone. 10.99, 989 857. Then the play around packs. I know you love the play around packs. Gives you a chance to express yourself, to add to it, to create your own embroidery tote bags. Yeah, explore those stitches. 40% for the cotton option has gone. You get 2 of those beautiful pieces of cotton, the organza, all the lovely beads, and look at all those lovely threads and yarns, yummy. And a quarter of the stock for the tweed, that beautiful, beautiful, gorgeous tweed, especially made for Rowan-Dean there. Quarter of the stock's already gone. 17.99, 098 476. Back to Katrina.
Okay, so once you've done a couple of French knots, then you can use your bead needle to attach the beads. And I'm using a bead thread, so when it's attached onto the work, it's not going to fall, it's not going to stretch. So to put a bead on, you just scoop one onto the needle, and then just take the bead straight down, and then bring that back up onto the surface. It's as easy as that. You can add as many combinations of those as you wish. And then if you look further down the design, there are some larger beads there on the grasses. And then, you know, when you see a dock, it's meant to be a dock leaf that's going off, the flowers are really quite crusty and interesting. So I've got some beads there, and you can add some French knots in between there. So that this design is so easy. It's the colours that do all the work. You haven't got to think about it too much. Just enjoy working the stitches, because that's what embroidery is all about. It's not just the finished picture. It's just the process of creating something, and then, you know, sit back and admire it. Sometimes you forget to look at your work, put it up in the kitchen, show it off, and then as soon as you've completed that area, then you just take the thread and you just fasten the thread off exactly the same way, and that's just going to secure it a couple of stitches a couple of times on the back, and that's going to be enough to hold that in place. And then just before we go on to the next thing, the grasses in the foreground are great. So I've got a knitting yarn basically, and I've got the thread double. So I'm going to just take the thread down and back up, and I'm going to leave a loop, and then I'm going to take another stitch so that you've got grasses. Just make sure it doesn't get too tangled. And then all that you're going to do is just cut those. And that's the grasses.
That's fantastic. How quick was that?
They're really easy.
So effective.
Lovely.
I just want to draw attention to that beautiful pillar next to you, because you mentioned the fat quarters in the terracotta. Yes. This is the Fallen Leaves project, and Katrina mentioned putting it on a cushion, but we've got these beautiful fat quarters, and you've got some books here beside you in the beautiful blue and the green, and I believe, if I just move that out of the way, the lovely sort of heather plum sort of colour.
It's so nice to work with. It's the same fabric as the background fabric.
Right.
And it's lovely to stitch on. But the idea of combining the colours, using it as for the back of a cushion, or using it to create a book cover, and I think that if you stitch that, that's why I always give a great big piece of fabric, so that, you know, you can have it as a cushion. You can add more leaves. You know, if you're doing fallen leaves, you can trace the shapes off, and you can make them fall onto the background as well. So or you could stitch those. so it's got a lot of possibilities. A larger project like this, and I just think that's just a fab colour. There's one called Mushy Pea as well, and that's green, so it's got this sort of green colour. So depending on what you want to do, the colourway that you use, and that, I think the other one that we're looking at now with the butterfly, is it asparagus?
Asparagus, yes, yeah.
So those colours lend themselves to this kind of stitching, using it as a backing or a background.
Beautiful. So thinking about your projects that you're doing, not always just about leaving them in the hoop or putting them in a picture frame, you know, put them on the front of the tablet cover, the book cover. Lovely fat quarters there, which I thought we should highlight those. Now, half the stock has already gone of the cow parsley. I know Katrina's was at 2 o'clock, but please don't rest on your laurels there. I don't want you to miss out on one of the brand new projects. We've got 301536. We are very busy. £14.95. The organza, don't forget, brand new today. All of these gorgeous plum and green and chestnut and cinder orange and caramel and gold. 11 of those, 30 by 30 centimetres roughly. £10.99, 989 857. Approaching 30% of the stock gone. Oh, it's like from sunrise to sunset, isn't it? 11 beautiful pieces of that organza, and when you layer it up, that's what's the beauty of it. As Katrina said, you start to see different colours again, not just the top layer. It really is quite exquisite when you layer up those colours and see the interchange there between them. The play around packs as well, proving popular, brand new today. Look at this metallic thread, these yarns, the mushy pea colour there, the terracottas, the reds, the variegated, the batal. They're just beautiful. Look at that lovely wools there, so pretty, and all those lovely sea beads and lovely bugle beads and sequins, and then you get all those lovely organza pieces. Now this is the cotton. You get 2 cotton. Actually, let me just show you the size. 2 cotton pieces here. Oh, it's so soft. It feels so beautiful. This underside, you just want to stroke it. You get 2 of these this size. Sorry, I'm not more exact than that. What size is that, Katrina? 2 of these this size.
Don't know.
Oh, there we go. I think that's about 15 or more, because that looks to me like the length of a bit more than a 15-inch ruler, you know, 15-centimetre ruler. So there we go. We'll go with that. £17.99. That's your cotton option, and then we've also got the glorious tweed option. Now, if anybody doesn't know us, Katrina, look at me, the royal us. I've lumped myself into your company now. The tweed is specially made for you.
It is. It's woven for us, so we are always able to get the same fabric, and I just think it's fabulous to stitch on. You know, it's nice, feels nice to hold, and then you can make it into a cushion, or you could, as well as stitching with it, you know, you could make I suppose you could eventually make a jacket, or, you know, it is a dress fabric.
It's proper beautiful tweed.
But it's just so lovely. It takes a lot of colour.
Gorgeous. Absolutely. That's your tweed option, 098476. And don't forget, perfect partner is your fantastic book. I mean, you know, you've got all the stitches in there that Katrina, you know, shows us, and more, because obviously we only have an hour with this lovely lady. Stem stitches, loopy French knot. We just talked about that, didn't we? French knots in general, diagonal straight stitches. You've got choosing colours for your landscape, top tips, inspiration, embellishments. Then you've got different projects within there. Now, you can get these kits for these projects on our website, but we actually have one with the actual instructions on the show today, which Oriental Poppy. So that one that we've got on the show today does come with the actual project, but they are available to do as well, and there are templates in the back as well, should you want to embellish further on the cushions, you know, as Katrina said, with those lovely extra fat quarters. £17.99, 903483. We've got the original play around packs as well. And don't forget the lovely blue blackberry doodles on the show. Oh, now these are more your dual colours, primary colours, sort of hot summer colours there as well. So we do have those on the show. £17.99, 915244. And the tweed option there in the play around pack, or the cotton option. So again, rich, bright colours there as well. So I know you do like those play around packs as well in the tweed or cotton options. 915244. Talking of blackberries, I'll be as quick. I'll scoot along here because I know Katrina's waiting. We've got 6 of these projects, and these are lovely. These are lovely bite-sized projects, aren't they? For, you know, just have a little dip of toes in. And not too overwhelming.
Because they're 6 different designs. You know, you can complete one, and then you can move on to another project. They're not going to take you too long. And then I would suggest that you stitch them all and then cut them up and put them in the cards. Don't cut them out until you've completed them all.
And they are beautiful, aren't they? Whether you mount them on a card, whether you decide to mount them on your tote bag or frame them or put them on a cushion, you get all of the threads, the needles, your lovely pre-scored cards, make 2 different sizes, all of the embellishments. Katrina and Ted, they'll always give you extra, all of the beautiful organzas, the envelopes to match, and then obviously the design on the cotton. £18.95, 161282. You divide that up by 6, 12, 18, I mean, £3.15. Yeah, £3.15 a card. That's just nuts, isn't it? When you've got all that beautiful embroidery going on, you want to keep them for yourself. And then, of course, our fallen leaves that Katrina mentioned on the cushion with the terracotta-coloured fat quarter there that we have available on the show as well. And again, a lovely. I can see this on your tablet case. I think this would be beautiful. £24.95, 200614. But again, on your cushions, gorgeous, wouldn't it? Beautiful, all the fat quarters there, and again the beads, the wooden beads, the metallic beads, the bugle beads, it's all in there for you. Beautiful. £24.95 to 00614. Now you're loving the foxgloves as well. What's not to love? It's such a pretty flower, and it's quite well, they're quite robust, aren't they?
Oh, I think they're
the
great.
Riverside there,
very dramatic,
aren't they? Just
they're really,
but like
really good.
sentries along the shore, you know, along the side of the river there. They're beautiful, aren't they? So lots of texture, and then again, this is hand dyed, isn't it?
It is. So a little piece of muslin there,
Muslin, yeah.
and that frays beautifully and just gives a little bit of texture in the foreground there.
Gorgeous. And then of course all the lovely threads and your beads. It's a lovely summery feel to that. It's gorgeous. £14.95, 789 799. And then my hosta and hollyhocks. Yes. Again, beautiful. Again for the autumn. Oh, that's just so lovely with the organza and the rich texture there as well. And those leaves are so striking. £14.95, 772 363. And then we've got our From Sunset to Dawn as well, those individual projects. You've got the midnight, I'll just show you the midnight option, but we've got lazy afternoon, we've got dawn, we've got sunset. So they're all separate item code numbers, but if you have a look, this is the midnight in the blue. And if you want to go for sunset or dusk, dawn, sorry, do have a little look on the website, or lazy afternoon for the other item code numbers. That one comes with its hoop, all the threads obviously in beads and your background. So that is £13.95, 154045. Okay, Katrina.
Well, I've got over here. I've got this is the new Play Around pack. So I've got all the fabulous colours that you get in this design, and the idea is that you can either just choose a collection of the colours there, or use some of the organza, and I'll show you what I've done with it so far. So I'm using the tweed one here. So I've got some strips of colour, and I've added some stitches that are really, really easy to work. We've got chain stitch, we've got lazy daisy, we've got detached chain on its own, and I've just really tried out those stitches just to create a little bit of texture. And then of course you could draw around a leaf out the garden, and you could work a whole collection of leaves onto the fabric. Or another way is that you can create a very small design, which I really like to do. It would make a great card. And I'm just going to put my work into the hoop, and I'm using the 5-inch hoop at the moment here. I'll just take that pin out. Okay, so on this design I've got some straight stitches, and I've created with French knots, and I've also created a long-legged French knot. So I'll just show you that to start with. So it's so easy to do these. So you bring the thread up from the back, and then instead of going back into the same place, you're just going to take the thread much higher, and that's going to almost give you a straight stitch with a seed on the top. So it's called a long-legged French knot. So with this stitch, it looks great. It's in the garden foxgloves at the edge of the flowers. And then you can build up. I mean, 3 strands, it'll be very delicate. Right. 6 strands, it'll be a little bit more textured. But don't forget, in this pack, you've got some textured wools. There's some almost double knitting. There's some mohair threads, and all those will give a really nice, interesting effect. I mean, this particular one, I love this one. It's a boucle thread.
It's a what?
It's a boucle. It's almost like a thread that's got like loops inside.
What do you call it?
A boucle.
A boucle.
Boucle thread. So if you were knitting, it would create a lovely textured jumper. But here, when it's something like this, it might be difficult to go through the fabric. So you can lie it on the surface, and you can make a textured area and pin it into place, and just secure the stitches with one stitch. You're just going to go over the top of the thread, and you're just going to secure that in place. So you're not going through the surface of the fabric anymore. You're just going to hold that in place. So it can be, you can make it to be seen or to disappear into the fabric. And you're just going to secure that. So its technical term is couching, but basically you're just using a heavier thread that's just going to stay on the surface, and you're going to secure it just with a small thread. And then when you take the pins out, you've got a nice bit of interesting texture there. You've got some sort of real texture, and you could add a few beads. So it's giving you lots of possibilities just to try out the threads. I mean, some of them are heavily textured. You know, you wouldn't be able to stitch with that, but you can lie it on the surface and you can make it be interesting texture at the bottom there, and just pin it into place and have a go. So that's the beauty of the play around pack. You can just use, even if you've got instruction sheets that you've already had from other kits, you can try out different designs. And as well as this one, as the cotton one, the cotton play around, you can actually maybe, in the book we've got a little bit of a wall. You might live near a wall, you can draw a little bit onto the fabric, and then you can use all the colours to create texture and twisting the organza. The organza, if you cut it into a shape, and then you can just lay that on the surface, just really interesting texture. And then of course we've got some loopy French knots. So here I've got 3 strands of the thread and the needle, and just wind very loosely round, and then you're just going to create a great big knot that's quite dramatic. So you can go very neat and tidy, or you can be big and bold using all of these colours. Didn't think that it's such fun to do. And then of course when you've got the organza, I'll just take those pins off, you can just cut slithers of organza, and then you can twist the organza and then place that, just hold it in place with a pin, and then you can stitch that down and couch the thread down. So there's lots of possibilities here, either to make one big picture or to create several designs. And I mean, of course, I can't resist a bit of sparkle. So you'll get, I mean, these, they go everywhere. These are the colours. I mean, they're just absolutely lovely. So there's lots of terracottas, there's shiny sequins, there's some leaves. It's a mix of colours, so you won't, you'll get, I think they call it sequin soup, which is a great name. So you'll get a mixture of colours, but I do all the mixes, so there'll be bronzes and gold, and I think they just look great. All these, just that bit of sparkle gives it a bit of lift.
I know you're not supposed to have favourites, Katrina, but those colours on the tweed, I didn't know I was going to like one more than the other. But for me,
the tweed, I think, is just lends itself. And obviously, you might find there's some leaves. It's a mixture of things, so you might find a bronze shell, but you might find leaves as well. So really, just use the stitches that we know, a few lazy daisies, a few French knots, scatter some beads, and you've got a perfect design there. That could be a card.
Beautiful.
That'd be really lovely to do.
Beautiful itself. Well, talking of those options, actually it's the cotton option which is proven in the lead, and yet just looking at that, I just thought, anyway, we all like what we like. The cotton option, half stock's already gone. They are exquisite, as you can see. Loads there, $17.99, and you get the organza and all those beautiful, the sequin soup, I'm going to use that, I love that, and all those beautiful threads and yarns there. And then also the tweed option, 40% gone, and again, same thing, obviously, but with your tweed background. There's 2 backgrounds, which I think we worked out was about a 15 centimetre, was bigger than that, but yeah. Thereabouts. I'll get a ruler eventually. $17.99, 098476. Shall we come back to you? Are you okay, Katrina? Is that enough time?
Yeah, I can carry on, or I'll come back to me.
Well, I'm ready for you. If you're ready for me.
I've got the blackberries here.
Yeah, lovely. Blackberry doodles.
Blackberry doodles.
Yes. Oh, good.
I did have there we go. There's the organza. Okay, so this is just to show you how you can start and create 6 individual designs. Now, one of the things that the organza is great for is fraying it and distorting the fabric. And so you do that by just taking the fabric on the bias, so that's like the stretchy part. And then you're just going to take and cut the fabric across. And then you're going to be a little bit mean to it, distort it, fray it till it looks interesting. And then you're going to place these shapes over the print. If I do a few down here, and you'll get new colours appearing, and you can obviously make these a little bit, you can have as many layers as you wish. So you'll find there are purples, there are dark purples, there are greens. Just gives you a little bit of mistiness there. And then you're just going to hold those on just with the straight stitches. So there'll be a couple of lines just to show you how to do that really, really easily. And again, you can work with the hoop, or you can stitch, you don't have to have a hoop if you want to work. So I have actually got this here. So you're just going to take that onto the fabric there, and then you've got fabulous colours. And again, it's the beads. I think sometimes the sparkle is really lovely. So look at those. I mean, those are just absolutely delightful to go with. You'll get some silver ones, some purple ones and pink ones, and you can actually, and I mean, there are loads, so you can put more on than's in the actual design. So I'll just show you a little bit of a stitch here. Now, one that we haven't done is Lazy Daisy. So Lazy Daisy is it's a great stitch. It's really, really easy to do, and I think you know, it makes great little flowers. I'm going to just show you in 6 strands. Okay, so to do this one, you can tell where I've been. There's sequins absolutely everywhere.
She leaves a trail
of
sequins wherever she goes.
There's some at that front door and everything.
There's worse things you could be leaving behind you there.
Okay, so to do this stitch, you're going to go back into the same place and just tilt the needle back onto the surface and just put the thread under the needle. And then as you pull that, you'll get the first link to the chain. And then you're just going to secure that down just with a little straight stitch. And then you're going to bring the needle back up, and then you're just going to go back into the same place. Just tilt the needle. Now, if you felt that bit was difficult, just take it out of the frame to do this stitch and just hold the work in your hand, and that's might be easier. And you can make those really nice and bold.
You can really see those colours come through on the thread now,
but look at the
can't you?
colour. I think the colours, the purple, that little bit of lime green, is just going to give you a really, really nice background, really. And again, just going to stitch through all those layers. And there's the daisy appearing. So you can have an even number of petals or uneven. You can mix the colours, but just with variegated threads, they give fantastic. Yeah. They look great, and you haven't had to do anything. The magic happens.
Those organza pieces, when I looked at them on your hoop there, Katrina, they look like watercolours blurring into each other, don't they?
It is.
So pretty.
It is. It's just really a lovely way of creating texture and that little bit of extra colour. And that's a Lazy Daisy. So you'll find that in the 6 designs, you've got the opportunity to do Lazy Daisies, a little bit of stem stitch, maybe even some spider's webs. You know, the possibilities are endless, and add the texture. So it is better to stitch all 6 designs and then cut them up afterwards.
Really fantastic, good. Katrina, thank you. 6 cards you can make in total. You get the cards as well. Beautiful. It's almost like a textured, hammered, gorgeous ivory cream card that's already pre-scored, 2 different sizes, and your envelopes. But of course, that's just if you want to make the cards. You can obviously adorn your lovely tote bags, or your frames, or your cushion covers, or your bags even. You know, think about your bags, or your clothes, or cushions. They really are quite exquisite. That's working out £3.15 a card. 18.95 161 282. Now, we had lots of brand news on the show today, including our fabulous and very popular Autumn Cow Parsley. This is a brand new kit. You get all of those fantastic textured beads, the lovely background, your needles as well, and that's on the cotton. These gorgeous autumnal colours, all the pretty lilacs and ice blue and cinder orange and gold organza there, and some instructions. All you're lacking is the hoop if you want to get that separately, but so it's not dictated to you. You might want to, you know, portray that or frame that in a different way. 14.95 301536. But we do have the hoops on the show at the bottom of the screen there. 903 751, and over half the stock of the Autumn Cow Parsley Kit has all gone. The beautiful organza pack, look at these colours, it's the sunrise to the sunset. We have got all of these beautiful organza, 11 of these, and they are 30 centimetres by 30 centimetres roughly, from the golds to the cinder oranges to the chestnuts to the jade greens, the limes to the plums. I mean, it's so beautiful. When they layer up, you see different colours. Add them to your play around pack, add them to your, you know, your designs, have a play around. So this is what I always forget until I see you, Katrina, you know, the fact that you can sew with your organza, you know, you can create all that lovely texture and movement on your pieces with your organza, and it just adds that shimmer and shine and ties in beautifully with the sequins. £10.99, £9.89, £8.57 in the autumn colours organza pack. If you want your brights, don't forget we've got those on the website as well. We've also got the play around packs in the cotton, proving the front runner at the moment, even though I was, you know, when I saw Katrina sewing on that tweed, I was sold. But, you know, horses for courses, whatever you want. Although, hang about now, bets are on. It's even Stevens now. Even Stevens, it's a two-runner race, this one now. £17.99, 098476 for our beautiful cotton. I mean, just look at these threads. They're just yum, 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 yum. And then we've also got the tweed, which, oh, I don't know, I was just seeing Katrina working on the tweed with those colours, but not to influence you in any way or anything. For £17.99, you get those beautiful beads as well. Your sequins to 098476, and those gorgeous autumn colours, which is one of the things I look forward to about autumn the most, seeing that landscape of colour. Should we mention the Blackberry Doodles? Because Katrina's just done, and then we'll go straight back to Katrina. So here they are in the flesh. You can see the finished article here. Absolutely gorgeous. So pretty. I mean, you think £3 to make that card, or shall I spend £3 on a card that's, you know, everybody's got, and I mean, the meaning, how much that would mean to somebody who could then frame it or keep it. You're not going to throw that one away, are you? No, indeed not. £18.95 if you choose to mount them on the cards or use them to stamp something else. 161282. Beautiful. Katrina, let's go back to you.
On the blackberries. I'm just going to show you another thing that you can do with the organza. I've got the organza here, and this time I'm going to make some little flowers. So I'm just going to take 1 centimetre squared, and then I'm going to fold it into quarters, and then I'm going to distort it a little bit, and then I'm just going to take those and put those onto the printed dots there, and then as I bring the thread up from the back, I'm just going to take a couple of stitches, and that's enough to hold the flower heads in place. And because they're just such fabulous colours, the purples and the blackberries. But remember, this is sort of almost like an imaginary garden. So you can take some of the sequins, you can thread those on, and that's going to give a really nice sparkle.
Do you get time to do any gardening, Katrina?
I'm trying.
I bet your garden's like a magical garden.
Well, I have been working on it a little bit, just now and again, and then I've been this year trying to grow some vegetables, which has been good fun. Okay, so that you just fasten those up just with a couple of stitches, and then just take the threads, and you can build the design. And sometimes if you've got beads or you don't know where to place them, just drop them on and see where they land, and then that'll give you an idea as to where you could put them, just by, sometimes when you apply them, they come out very regular. We want them to look as if they've been dropped onto the surface and scatter in amongst all the flowers. So I think that technique we're using quite a lot of, you know, if you've got garden foxgloves, there's an area in the foreground where you use folded flowers. So, you know, you can use these techniques in different designs, which is good fun.
Absolutely fantastic. Would you believe we've come to the last 2 minutes of the show, but I know you're going to be with us at 2 o'clock.
That's right.
I've got to ask people, if you've got any questions for Katrina, then please email us in or place it on the Facebook page. And I know Katrina loves, as do I, to see your designs when you've used the Roman Dean embroidery packs and kits.
It is. It's lovely when people send things.
We do.
It's brilliant.
So send us in your pictures and we can have a look at a few of those at 2 o'clock. What can we expect at 2 o'clock then, Katrina? What's the plan?
We've got so many things to do.
I know.
We've got garden foxgloves, we've got oriental poppies, and I'll show you a few more stitch techniques on the play around and progress on the autumn cow parsley.
Fantastic. And I think, quite frankly, you should join forces with your play around packs and John Lockwood's one day special, and you should embroider those fantastic, because they're crying out for a bit of embroidery, the flowers down the alphabet. If you haven't seen them, I'm telling you, you're a match made in heaven, the two of you. So please don't miss out. This is a brand new Kits Day. A massive thank you to Katrina. Really looking forward to the 2 o'clock show. Don't forget to check out your baskets, because we've been so busy for the autumn cow parsley kit, which is new, hot off the press today. Be the first to get it. 14.95, 301 536, and very, very busy for the lovely play around packs and the organza. Look, can we work with our lovely organza again at 2 o'clock? Can we?
I think so.
Oh,
yeah,
we
can.
Yeah.
Yeah, stitch with it and do some other things.
And you give us 11. Did you pop in that extra one?
I know,
just
yeah,
for
because
good
I
measure?
like them all, so I just put the extra one in.
decide.
The other packs have got 10 in, but this is. I
This
just
has got
thought there was
11,
so you need that one. You definitely need that.
We couldn't leave that one out. That's brilliant. I love that, because I was thinking, I'm sure it's normally 10, unless I've just lost the plot recently, which wouldn't surprise me. So yeah, please don't miss out. Look at all those gorgeous colours. 50% of the stock has gone for the organza. 40%, sorry, I beg your pardon, 40% of the organza, that new autumn colours organza pack there, 10.99, 989857. And don't forget the lovely book, yes, oh, absolutely amazing. Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot to announce that, didn't I? This was Search Press, obviously the publisher, their bestseller. I don't know, look at you. Fantastic. Just amazing. Loads of handy tips. It was a labour of love, and I remember when you were put this together, you know, and brought it to the show, and everything you need to know, and a great look. You see, there's your fallen leaves or idea, and loads of projects in there, and loads of templates as well. So please don't miss out. Projects to do, and you can buy the kits online. In fact, we've got the Oriental Poppies, which Katrina will be showing us at 2 o'clock. Don't want you to go anywhere though. Catherine is waiting in the wings. She's got projects hopefully that are on ready for completion or near to. So we'll see Catherine at next, and then obviously Katrina at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. Thank you. Plenty more still to see here in Hochanda. Indeed, we've got Viva Decor, and then I'll be joining the lovely John Lockwood for the Crafts 2 21st birthday one day special. Actually, I won't, Alex will. And then I'll be with Lynette for Pretty Gets Gritty.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK. Craftbox is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box, which is ribbon tied, and we hope that by receiving this box you will feel like it's Christmas every month. Make sure you don't miss the Craftbox shows on Hochanda. Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our crafters carry-all.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
And a very good morning to you. I'm very excited about the Viva Decor show because it's the second one. If you missed our 7 a.m. start with myself and Catherine, we've got some fantastic items on the show. But Catherine's going to explain a little bit more about it, and then I'll catch up with you. So Catherine, take it away with our brand new candle making design.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're going to start with this one actually this time. Let's just wander in and do the counter first, and then Fiona's going to come back in as I'm demonstrating. So let's have a look at this. I did promise you this on this hour actually. It's a new kit, brand new today. Love, love, love this. All you need is a plain candle. So just a wax candle, that's all you need. Would you believe you can actually paint over your candles? What you're actually getting in the kit, and do pay attention to this, because if you're looking at the price on the screen there, $18.99, you are getting 3 Inka gold pots in this kit. That's not all, but if I just show you the colours there, because we have got a pick and mix for Inka gold as well. So the value of those on their own is just incredible when you think of the full price of this kit. Along with that, you're getting your candle transfer wax, which is very, very clever. You get the sponges, which I would use for all sorts of different mediums as well, not just for this. You get a lovely paintbrush in there as well, and you also get, of course, your instructions, and you even get some transfers. Now, these are transfers that you will use or can use on your actual candles. Now, these are laser printed, and these work with the transfer medium, so I will be showing you how to use these a little bit later on, and just incredible effects that you can get from these particular products. But I'm just going to remind you there again, imagine the fact that you've got, well, don't imagine it, it's real. It's there, 3 Inka gold pots in there for that price of $18.99, so you're paying very, very little for whatever else is in that kit, so well worth every penny. Let's have a look what else we've got. 408089 is the item number for that particular one. Now, the next item is an individual item, but it works very, very well with the candle kit as well. well, because if you want to do your decorations onto candles, these will work onto your wax as well. So we're talking real candles here, we're not talking imitation ones. You can go directly onto your wax. So these are your wax pens. You've got the silver, you've got the gold, you've got the glitter silver in there as well, and the gold glitter. So really lovely effects. And because they've got a very fine nozzle, you can go directly on without a paintbrush and almost just draw or write your wording on there. If I just bring that down so you can see it, just in vision, you can see there how fine that nozzle is, and that will dry with a beautiful effect. £10.99 for these. 876 403 403 is the item number for those particular items. Now coming along next, we've got more than one option of these actually. I was using the chalky paint in the first hour. I will be using it again this hour, or at least referring to it and showing you things that I did earlier. I love Viva Decor chalky paint. It is not just for internal use. You can use this outside. So I paint my pots, I paint wooden plaques. You can paint on all sorts of different mediums or surfaces such as tin and your metals, your plastics, acrylic, MDF. Terracotta, porcelain, glass. You can paint on almost anything, and it dries beautifully with that lovely chalky matte finish. You can mix the colours, you can layer them up as well. We do have another option for you. You are getting 5 pots here for that price of £14.99. That makes it just £3 a pot. That is ridiculous when it comes to value. 991 900. We do have another set, as I say, that is the pastels. I think we've got an image we can show you. We'll bring that up in a little while, but just to show you there, 100 millilitres in each of those pots there. Really lovely colours as well. You've kind of got the best of both here, because you've got your basics, so to speak, with your black, your anthracite, you've got a cream in there, and then with the pastels, you've got a white in there, you've got those lovely sort of pastel colours as well. Beautiful. Right, now the next item, this is the one I've been really excited about this morning. 60% of the stock went this morning. Now, you may have seen on Viva Decor shows before, I have used concrete, whether it's been a paste or a powder, and mixed it. This is something different. This is the first time we've had this on. Now, £9.99 is going to get you 1.5 kilos of powder. Now, this is no ordinary powder. This has got a special mix in it that when you put water into it, you mix it together, make sure there's no lumps, leave it to sit for a couple of minutes, and then you can model with it. So you can knead it, you can model it, you can imprint into it, you can build with it, you can put it into your moulds. There is lots of uses for this. Now, I've only just had this morning to work with. I cannot wait to experiment more with this product. I think it is absolutely amazing. And of course, you can use all those other mediums on top as well. Not only that, it's another wonderful Viva Decor product that goes outside, so it's not going to be affected by the heat and by the frost. So indoor and outdoor projects, just wonderful. Item number 286495, just £9.99. I have no idea about these prices until I see them on the show. I get to choose the products sometimes, but I have no idea about the prices. I am amazed at the value of that, seriously. Right, the next one, this is another one of my favourites actually, and this is going to go such a long way. This is your rust paste. So it is a texture paste, so you can use it through your stencils, you can brush it on, you can sponge it on, you can use your spatulas. Again, suitable for outside. You imagine having something in your garden, maybe a garden feature, and you want to give it that vintage, that rust look. You've got so much in this pot, you could do enormous pieces with this. Of course, if you want to use your smaller pieces, things like keys, tin cans, again, you can go on different surfaces, MDF, your plastics, your glass. It will work on all those different textures and those surfaces. 283762 is the item number, £22.99 for a huge pot. I believe there's a kilogram in that one, or is it in litres? I'm not sure. It's a kilogram. Right, huge, isn't it? Right, now then, back to concrete now, different product this time. This is your concrete paste. I did use this in the earlier hour. We'll try and get this one fitted in this hour as well. I will try and just do a little technique on each product as we go along. This is already mixed for you. Again, it works beautifully indoor or outdoor. You can still add your paints, your other colours over that as well. You can get the most amazing textures with this. Another product I absolutely adore. I asked for this one to come back. 410308 is the item number. Now the stone paste, another favourite of mine. Now we do have different colours available as well. We've just got one pot here for you at the moment, so we can tell you the different colours. You're getting a litre of the stone paste as well. We have white, we have cream, and we have sepia on offer. You can mix these together. Again, use them through your stencils, brush them on, sponge them on, paint them on, spatula them on, indoor or outdoor again. I really want to take some holiday just to take these home and play with these and build something incredible, because I've got a really good plan in my head of what I can do with everything combined. $18.99 is the price. That full litre for just that price there. Amazing value again, 181,181. That's a nice one to remember, isn't it? Right, now the next item we've got for you, you've got 2 pots of this. This is really interesting. I didn't even know this existed until I went through the catalogue when I was looking for product for the show. If you like your Inka Gold, and many of you already have it, and we do have a pick and mix coming up, this enables you to paint over the top, to varnish, so to speak, over the top of your Inka Gold. Then you can put your pieces outside and they will become resistant to the weather as well. So normally when it's Inka Gold, it's water based. I know some people have used it, put it outside, but it will fade, it will start to wear quite quickly because it's, you know, it's exposed to the elements. If you varnish it and put this over the top, you are going to protect it. So think about using those wonderful Zuri molds with your concrete, with the Inka Gold, sealed with this, outside, not a problem. Amazing. £9.99, 842978. Now, talking of the Inka Gold, the pick and mix, if you've already got some colours and you want to add to those, this is a great opportunity. I'm going to give you a bit of a heads up, and if you're watching me right now, I have got permission to do this. I did have to ask because I wasn't sure if I was allowed. We're going to have a sneaky peek of a couple of the moulds that are coming up for Zuri One Day Special later this month. We will also have, or we'll be using Viva Decor products on that show. Now is the time to stock up on your Inka Gold. You've got lots of colours to choose from here. Let me just take the lid off this one at the back so I can show you how it looks. Now you can see, very creamy, water-based. You can put this directly onto a project, you can water it down, you can paint with it, you can mix them together, you can blend them. They will go onto all sorts of surfaces. I'll be reminding you of that with the first demonstration. £12.58 is the price, a £3 saving. That's for any two. Item number 038521. Let's have a look at the colours we've got actually, because I think website is the easiest way to do this, so we can have a look over there. We have got a little strap running across the screen as well, but let's have a look what we've got. We've got the turquoise, the cobalt blue there, the emerald, copper, ice blue, stunning colours. Then if we just go up a little bit, we'll see if we can just, somebody's controlling the mouse for us. There we go. Graphite, orange, gold brown, beautiful, platinum, ink, old gold and old silver, all available at the moment on the pick and mix. I did say this earlier and I'm going to say it again. If you're not sure about colours and you just go for anything, you will be delighted with what you get. Seriously, every single colour is just amazing. Right, okay. Fiona, will see a little bit more of Fiona later, so I can get involved in the demonstrations. I'm going to get into the zone a little bit, I think, this hour. I did promise the candle kit. That's what we're going to start with. So I'm just going to bring my kit in. Everything arrives in this lovely box, and actually there's some nice inspiration on the front for you as well. So I'm just going to take all my bits and pieces out of there. If I just show you on the front, you can see how the transfers have been used. You don't have to use those transfers. You can decorate it, you know, in many different ways, but I think there's some really nice designs here as well. So how do we get going? Well, it's very easy. Now, the first thing I'm going to say is I am sorry about my candle. It's been a bit battered around, so it's got a few dents in it, a few marks. So do, if you can, start with a nice, clean, fresh candle that you've just purchased that hasn't got any sort of dents in it. Now, the colours that you're getting in this particular kit are really, really nice. I don't know if I've got the actual names on these. There's a gold, Inka Gold, copper. There's a copper in here. So if you are going for the candle kit and the pick and mix, then of course just don't double up on those colours. You've got a chance here of getting 3 wonderful colours just in the candle kit. So you've got apricots, you've got the copper, you've got the silver in there as well. Absolutely beautiful. Now I will put the lids back on afterwards because of course they will air dry if I leave them off. But what I'm going to use is the candle. Now I've started this off, but I've got an area that I've not done anything with yet. So I'm going to go in with one of the sponges. pick up a little bit of the Inka Gold, and I'm literally going to smear that over the candle. I am going directly onto wax. This is a real candle. This is Inka Gold, a water-based product that will go onto wax. And, you know, straight away you can see that has covered pretty well. Now, you can see a little bit of a line where I've done before and where I've just applied. What you need to do is let that sit for a couple of minutes, let that dry off, and then you will go over the top and go in the opposite direction. Okay, so you can go with the same colour or you can mix your colours. That's entirely up to you. Now, if I turn this around a little bit, I have gone over the top. Actually, I played around a little bit. There's a bit of silver and there's a bit of apricot gone on there. I was just sort of testing them all out. So you can do that opposite direction, and now you can see that is beautifully coloured for us. But we can make it look even better. So I'm just going to pop those to one side. What you need is a nice soft cloth, and I've got somewhere, there it is. I've got, this is actually microfiber cloth, which is going to do the job beautifully. You need to polish your candle up. So, of course, you need to let everything dry. Now, I don't know if we can catch this. Can you see how that shiny that's coming? You can certainly see the dents in the candle. If I just turn it that way, it's not as glossy. Look, you can see as I wiggle that around, it's not as glossy. Let's polish that bit up. So it is worth spending that time to do that. Obviously, where I've just gone on with the Inka, I've only got that one coat on there, so I'm not going to cover the back up. But you can see how beautifully that's now starting to shine. Really lovely. On the top there as well, I've got a little bit of copper on one side. I've got the copper and apricot on that side. So you can see the difference between the two. Just give that a bit of a polish as well. So you can see it does make a difference if you overlay those colours. Okay, now the next step I am going to do, but then we're going to leave this as I move on to something else, because you do need to let things dry a little bit. Now, in the same kit, you're going to get the transfer wax, and you do get a brush as well. So the transfer wax, very easy to work with. Just take the lid off this. You do get a seal on the top as well. It looks very white. It's basically, it is a type of glue, but it's a special glue. So all you need to do is grab the brush. You know, that's such a nice brush. I'm not going to use that. I'm going to use one of my scraggy ones. I'm going to keep that. Oh, wow. Right, you are going to go onto your candle with the transfer wax. Okay, so just go with a coating on there. Nice even coating. This is going to dry clear. Okay, then what you're going to do, if you want to use the transfers that come in the kit, which I've got here, you can't do this with any print. These need to be laser printed, and not everybody's got a laser printer. So I think this is why it's nice to have something that's already included in a kit for you. If you have got a laser printer and you print with your black ink, you can print your own designs out, and you can do this. As long as you've got the transfer medium, you're going to be able to do this.
Oh, wow.
So make sure whatever you're cutting out, you don't have to be perfect, so don't worry about if it's a snowflake, you've got to cut all the way around it. What you're supposed to do, and I'm not going to wait because I do want to try and finish this off, let that dry. You're going to also go over the top of your image with your transfer medium as well. Okay, on the face of it. So go over the detailed area, and then you're going to place that onto your medium that's on your candle. Now, it does say in the instructions use a squeegee, but that's only a small area, so I'm just going to smooth that out with my cloth. You just want to make sure there's no air bubbles. Burnish that down, and it's as simple as that. All we need to do is leave that to dry. Now, you are told to leave that overnight. I have done this before. I haven't got one prepped for this show because we didn't get the product in time, but leave that overnight. When that is, you know, been set overnight, all you need to do is get a little wet sponge, and you will rub over the back of the paper there. That will take away the paper, leaving just the transfer.
A bit like when you do those kiddie tattoos.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. So if I show you the box front again, that is exactly what you're going to get. Oh. You're going to get just the transfer, just the detail.
And you've used a fraction of that gorgeous Feefo decor Inka Gold, haven't you? 60% of the stock's already gone.
I'm not surprised. This is, and I'm going to check this. I'm going to say this right now, but I'm sure when I chose this product, it did say that you could burn the candles as well, but I will check that. So
not
just make sure, it
decoration.
should be on the instructions if you can. Don't burn them if it doesn't say, but I will try and make sure I find out for sure. I'm sure that was one of the things that appealed to me when I saw the product, actually. But a lovely, lovely product. And of course, you can have so much of that Inka gold.
Yes, loads.
You know, you can
left over.
use that on everything else as well. You know, you've got
I mean, you
all
were
those
saying
other
metal,
projects.
ceramic, glass,
Yeah.
plastic, and we can
Right.
confirm.
We've just had it confirmed you can burn the candles,
Great.
so not just for decorative purposes, you can actually use them.
Two-thirds of the
okay.
stock has gone, Catherine. I have a feeling this is going to sell out. Please don't miss out on your kit, because as Catherine mentioned, you're getting 3 of those gorgeous Inka golds and the copper, the silver, and the apricot there. You're getting that candle transfer wax. You're getting that beautiful brush, which Catherine refuses to use. She's saving it. You're getting 4 of those lovely sponges to apply, and you're getting all of those lovely transfers. I mean, we've got Christmas trees, we've got stars, we've got the little villages, we've got reindeer, we've got every snowflake imaginable there, we've got deer, stags, stars, you know, everything. And I love the idea as well, if you've got a laser printer, you could do some more of your own. Yeah, isn't this beautiful? And loads of inspiration, full colour instructions there as well. A great gift idea for someone, but I love the fact that I've got all of that Inka gold left. To the Inka pots are £12.58. This entire kit, limited stock 408089. I'll stop blathering. Don't forget to check out your baskets. Technically sold out. Good for you. What you need now as well is the lovely crayons as well. Should we have a look at the website? Because I want to show you the end of call offer. Yes, it's that if you put something in your basket, something that's available at the end, and you check out securely. Is it still the stencil paste, the stencil adhesive? Yeah, I've got it here. Oh, I did have it. There it is. Thank you. The hand from nowhere. I was grabbing it. Yeah, now this is Catherine's favourite thing out of the whole 2 hours. It is our stencil adhesive, and you know those beautiful stencils you got earlier, or any of your stencils. I know that Charmaine loves it from Dolly Dimples. It'll just means if you're masking as well, it doesn't leave residue on your projects. So if you're trying to mask something, or if you just want to get your stencils in place, this is your add-on there at the end there. Brilliant, brilliant product there that I know Catherine loves as well. So talking of the, don't forget those lovely candle pens in the silver and the gold, and the silver glitter and the gold glitter with those fine nibs. If you wanted to accessorise or name the candle, or put a birth date on the candle, or you know, certain date, or a baby's name. I always think of christenings and baptisms and weddings. You know, the candles are very symbolic of special occasions. So with this, the candle pen there as well, that is a great way to put some detail on there. As Catherine was saying, you know, you've got that lovely fine nib. You could use it through your stencils as well for painting on your candles. So that extra, you know, you could even put your signature on there as you know. This is the artiste Fiona Regan did this. 1099 876 403. I love the chalk paint as well. Got that on the show. As Catherine said, don't forget 2 different lovely samples of that on the show today, choices. But do shop ahead on the web of all the other projects. We've had a question in about the concrete, which I'll come to you when you do your concrete, if that's all right, Catherine. Will you remind me?
Well,
yeah.
Right, now I'm just very, very quickly, I'm not going to do anything really special with these, but just to show you these pens as well. I'm just going to use the same candle. I'm just going to put 1 or 2 little dots on here. You can write with these, you can do various different techniques. I don't know these are going to dry for the end of the show, because some of these have got glitter in them, but I just thought if I do 1 or 2 little dots on here, and we'll see, oops, that one, do get the air out of it, test it, prime it first, so go onto your mat, you can always wipe that away. You can get a little bit of air in, especially the first time you use them, so just prime them first. We'll see how these dry, Fiona, but straight onto the wax as well. So if you do want to personalise, if you do want to bring out detail, I'm thinking with this snowflake there, do you know, I would probably use some of this on the inside of the snowflake, on the edges of the snowflake, you know, where you've got those sort of the bits that stick out. What would you call them on a snowflake?
I
have no idea. Absolutely no idea.
Know.
And I've no idea which colour I've not used now either. But anyway, we've done 3 of them. We'll see how that dries, but very, very easy to use. You could do all your swirly patterns and everything. Do you know what you could do as well is use a stencil as a guide if you've got a nice flourishy. I know they've sold out of ours today. We had some lovely stencils. I would have done that if we'd got them left. So you could follow the stencil as well to get a detail with those pens. It would look amazing.
Okay.
Right, okay.
I think the end of call offer now is sold out. What was the question, Leslie, about the wax, honey? Can you use them on card?
On the witch wax?
On the Inka Golds, do we need?
Definitely.
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
I mean,
everything almost you can use it on, especially if you're using it on card. You can mix them. You can also water it down. Use a water brush or a paintbrush and make your paints with it. You get the most beautiful metallic pearlescent paints from it as well. Embossing your cardstock, rubbing over the top. It just goes on and on and on. It really does.
I'm not sure what it doesn't go on, quite frankly.
Do you know,
it's really fast drying.
I use it on. I love Inka Gold.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. And now we've got that varnish, so you can use it outside as well.
Yeah.
Right,
What we're going to look at next?
We are going to use
Jean
the
sent in a
concrete
question.
next.
The concrete. Can I give you the question then while you're talking about your concrete?
You can. Whether I can answer it is another matter.
You will be able to answer it because you answered it.
I only got this morning.
You will be able to answer this because you did mention it, but Jean might have missed it.
Okay.
So she said, "Good morning, Catherine and Fiona. I saw the 7 a.m. show. Now I've bought the needed concrete, and I have a question. Can this be coloured? And if so, with what? As I have a mould which I would like to use and add this to a large pot."
Oh, nice. Right, yes, you can colour it. Now, I know, just from working with it this morning, that if I wanted to add a pigment into it, I would be able to colour it. But because of the colour already, that concrete colour, obviously if you wanted a nice bright pink and you put a red in there or red and white in there, you're not going to get a nice bright
it's going
pink
to muddy
because
it's
going to react with the colour that's already there. So you can do that, so you can add your colours, but you can definitely go over the top with your paints, with your Inka Gold. You could go over the top with all sorts of different mediums. In fact, I have got what's been drying this morning, so we'll do that.
Yeah.
I've not
Thank you,
practiced it
Jean.
beforehand. We'll have a bit of an experimentation time. Is that the right word? I don't know, but we'll try it during this hour. Come out with all sorts of strange words when you've not had much sleep for a few days. You just don't know what you're talking about. Right, okay. Now then, what we're going to do, we're going to work with that concrete again. For anybody that didn't see 7 o'clock this morning, I really want to get this in. And I've discovered something else as well, which you're going to really laugh at me about, but I think it's quite a clever idea. We'll come back to that at the end of this little bit of demonstration.
Oh, she's just teasing us.
I know. It's just how mine works. It's just, I don't like waste. I really don't like waste. And there's no need to waste anything.
This is the kneading one, isn't it? This is the kneading one.
This is the kneading one. So we do have the concrete paste, which is like a texture paste, which is also brilliant. I've got something that I can show you with that. I'm setting my scales. You do get a little chart on your pot, and it tells you how much powder to water, and that is all you need. There's a special mix in here. It's a special recipe. This is not like a normal concrete powder. There's other things in there. So don't think you can just buy cement and make this.
No,
you
will
can't
not
do
have
that.
the same desired effect, I assure you.
I don't know where my glasses are. Hopefully I can manage without them. Right, now I'm just pre-setting to naught. I've put my little measuring, or my little cup on there.
They're behind you, darling.
Oh, thank you. I can actually see it at the moment, so I'm all right. I only mixed up 100 grams of this earlier today, and that's all I'm going to do again. So 100 grams of powder. And I can remember from the chart this morning, it's just 16 millilitres or 16 grams of water. That's all I need. So 100 grams hardly touches this pot, because you've got 1.5 kilos, haven't you, with this?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Mighty pot.
Absolutely amazing. Of course, if you want to use 50 grams of powder, which I could have done actually if I'm thinking about it, but too late now. If you wanted 50 grams, just half the millilitres of water. So it would be just 8 millilitres of water. Now I'm going over the top, look. Let's put a bit back. Don't ever try putting it back in the pot once you mix the water. That will not work.
You'll contaminate your whole lovely tub then, won't you?
Right, we're on 100 now. So again, if I just sort of show you what's left in that, this is the second mix I've picked up.
You barely scratched the
You're going to get
surface.
so much. Well, actually, you can work it out. If you think I've used 100 grams each time, and you've got 1.5 kilo, you convert that into grams.
Yeah.
That is an awful lot. Okay, right. Very stupidly, I've put my paintbrushes into my water pot, but never mind. I'm just going to add in, as best I can, 16 millilitres. So I'm going to take it up to 116. There we go. We're there. Okay, and as I did earlier, I'm going to use one of my old paintbrushes as a stirring spoon. Now, I would say if you've got a plastic spoon or a wooden spoon or something, a stirring spatula would be very good. If you haven't, a paintbrush will work. I would recommend something a little bit wider than the one I've got, simply because, depending on the utensil you're using as well, you want to make sure you really mix this well. You don't want lumps in it. You will find to start with, it does just look like cement. So really mix that around. Make sure it looks quite smooth. You've got a good working time with this. You've got an hour. Now, something I've forgotten to do, and I will have to do this before I get this out of the pot. Well, I would suggest putting gloves on because the powder would be an irritant. Any sort of powder is plaster, concrete, cement, anything is an irritant. So I would recommend putting those gloves on. I've not actually touched that powder yet, so I'm not worried about it at the moment, but I will definitely put my gloves on. Now, when you've stirred that up, let it sit for a couple of minutes. Don't work with it straight away. No. So I'm going to pop that to one side. I will put my gloves on before I come back to that, but I have got the bits that were drying earlier. So what can you do with it? I'm actually going to be a little bit naughty and a bit impatient with something.
Well, because we should wait overnight, shouldn't we, for our mould,
should wait.
but...
Let me just explain. And then you're going to get a sneaky peek of something as well, which I'm really excited about. Right, OK. When it comes to putting the concrete mix, you can put it into a mould. Now, although you've got an hour to work with it before it starts to dry out too much, that doesn't mean it's an hour to dry properly. I would suggest that you leave things overnight. And if you've got really solid pieces, and I mean if you build this together and make really chunky pieces, it could actually take a few days to thoroughly dry. It will feel dry on the outside, but on the inside it won't be. So do bear that in mind. Yeah. Now, I did do these at 7 o'clock this morning. You can also, of course, roll out. You can build with it, so you can mould it around vases, pots. You could shape it however you want. You can print into it with your stamps, with your texture plates. Embossing folders would work. Your dies, you could use all sorts of things to put imprints in there. And then, of course, you could do other mediums on top and bring that colour out. When it comes to moulding, what I did do was, with the spare that I had this morning, I just built a little stone wall. And I've sat it on a piece of MDF just so it's drying so I could pick that up. And you can see from the 7 o'clock, though, this show this morning, if I turn that over, no glue needed. It sticks to itself as long as, you know, it's wet enough. Yeah. I know that's not properly dry, but I'm still going to do something with it. But have you noticed something here as well? There's two little tiny dragons flying around.
Where in the sky
come from, I wonder?
I don't know. Could it be something to do with jewellery?
Well, let's just have a look, because I thought, and I did get permission.
Oh.
I've just done this before the show. This is one of the moulds that is going to be with us for the one-day special.
Wow.
This is the Enchanted Castle.
That's
now,
amazing.
isn't that wonderful? And that's without any mediums on it at all. That is just air-dry clay. But what I thought was, how would my little brick wall or my stone wall look in the front of it? I thought that would look rather nice.
Beautiful.
So I'm prepping for my next show during this hour as well. But, you know, it's not dry, the air-dry clay, so I'm not going to disturb that. I'm going to let that dry, and I will use it for the Zori show. But, of course, you can go over the top with your gessos, with your Inka Gold. But we will do a little bit with the wall, I think, even though it's not dry. Just while we let it, I've got to keep an eye on this one because 2 minutes.
We mustn't forget our concrete.
I can tell actually it's really starting to knead together now. In fact, I'm going to put my gloves on.
Yeah.
Let's get the gloves on and get
Shall
that
I have a quick
out.
recap while you put your gloves
you
on?
Do that,
I tried doing those gloves and they're quite hard actually, harder than you think.
They are.
So where should we go from? Right, let's mention those candle wax pens that lovely Catherine referred to. So you've got the gold and silver, but then you've got the gold glitter and you've got the silver glitter, and they have that lovely fine nib for, you know, to apply to your projects, your candles. So if you want to put something very personalised like a date or a name or follow through your stencil there, 10.99 876 403. I know our chalk paints are doing very well because they're like the Viva Decor, you know, they're just the Inka Gold, I should say. All sorts of surfaces, plastic, metal, wood. You can use it on your MDF, you can use it on your card, you can, you know, it's just phenomenal. This option is the classic, but we've also got the pastels. So the classic is your anthracite, your greys, your stone, your caramel and your cream. Then we've got the pastels, if you like that sort of really sort of Wedgwood blue and the cream and the pink and the grey there. 14.99 991 900. The malleable, mouldable, like a well-known dough, once you mix it with your water, this concrete, 1.5 kilograms, amazing stuff to put through your moulds to add your texture, to build with, well, not houses or anything, but, you know, your texture and what have you. 9.99 286 495. Now, the rust paste, Catherine put this to the stencil earlier. You've noticed that bottle right next to it. It's amazing. It comes out in such terracotta and red colours. Incredible. I know she used it with the Zuri mould as well, with the brush and the paint lid and create it. Oh, it's just amazing stuff. $22.99, 283,762, and a kilogram of that. Incredible, incredible value. Then the concrete paste. Now that's what Catherine put across the bottom of the bottle. She masked it off. I mean, the way it stipples and holds its shape is phenomenal. Incredible concrete paste there. $18.99, 410308 to add that texture. And then, of course, the stone paste is available in your cream, your white, and your sepia. Yes, I love the sepia. This is very popular to create almost, you know, like stone-like structures out of your moulds and what have you. Just amazing. $18.99, 181, 181. Then we've got our Inkalax. Now, this is the varnish that covers the Inka goals. So, do you want to go with Inka goals? Yep. The varnishes are, so if you want to protect your Inka goals outside, this is what these are for. So if you've got, because all these projects I talked about, you know, your paste, your rust, these are for inside and outside. So for your Inka goals, half the stock of these is gone. For your projects outside, $9.99, 842, 978. You get both pots. And then the Inka goals, pick a mix. As Catherine said, you can pick any two. It doesn't matter. But they're so rich in the pigment. They dry so quickly. You can water them down. You can stencil through them. Plastic, wood, glass, ceramic, tiles, stone, and then get your Viva, your Inkalax to cover it for outside. Amazing. Beautiful. 1258 038521. Look at the colours. Everyone's a beauty. I put the turquoise on me earlier and oh my word, mouth watering. They are sensational. Cobalt blue, the turquoise, copper, ice blue, orange, gold brown, platinum, ink. Oh, silver. I mean, you could get some of those and just start colouring your candles anyway, even though the candle kit went. I know we haven't got the transfer, but you could still get your candles looking gorgeous, couldn't you? I've got some really boring candles at home. Just a thought. They're amazing stuff. Anyway, back to you, Catherine.
It is genuinely amazing stuff. It really is. Right, so our concrete. I'm going to tip that out now. So remember, always give it a couple of minutes to sit. There is a little powder I didn't manage to mix at the bottom of there, but that's fine. I'll just move that out of the way. You can see there. Now, if I start to knead this, although you can see little cracks in it appearing, you can soon get rid of those because once you start to mould with it, you know, you can smooth it out. Now, it's recommended that you wet your fingertips a little bit when you're moulding with it, but this is still quite fresh.
Moist, yeah.
So if I just show you there, just rolling a ball of clay there, I've got quite a nice spinning top shape there. Look how smooth it is. You can't see any cracks at all. It's really, really smooth. So, you know, you can mould with it. I did show earlier on, I've used the jar now, so I'll have to find something else. Oh, I've got my pot of water here. What I was saying was, and this is what I really, really want to do, I want to go home and make an enchanted house, a fairy house, and then I would have a stone or a paved doorway, path to the doorway, using the stone effect we've got on there. There'd be a rusty something or other growing in the tree, could in
you
rust.
could have a wishing well.
So all of the products today, I would build an enchanted forest. I think that's what I'd do with all little houses. So you can not only just press onto your glass and allow that to dry, you could of course use your texture plates, so something like a wood grain in there would look really, really good, or just use your rubber stamps. I've got one here somewhere. This is where that pattern came from. So if you've got various different stamps, you can stamp into it as well. You can build that up into all sorts of different shapes. I'm just going to take that off.
Get your little handprints in there, get your fingerprints in there.
Do you know, that's a really good idea, actually. All I would say is, if you are going to take handprints, don't do it with babies because
the irritants.
Because of the irritants, and you'd need to wear gloves. But you could do something. In moulds, and this is why I was saying I was going to be a little bit naughty. Just going to try and get those bits out there. When you're putting it into a mould, remember you've got an hour's working time, so you can push directly into a mould. Now I've got a little bit too much there, so it's the same as working with air dry clay. You can remove that with your finger, your thumb. You could go over the top with a rolling pin if you need to. I haven't put anything into this mould because silicone normally means that you don't have to have anything to release what's in there. And I know when we've had the concrete that you mix and you pour, you don't need anything in there. Now, I've already recommended to leave things overnight, especially when it's a mould. I didn't pour it, I put that into the mould this morning at 7 o'clock. I know it's not going to be fully dry. And I know when I flex this, it's likely to crack. But I don't mind. I just want to see, I'm so desperate to see the detail we're going to get from this. So I am actually going to do it. So I haven't done this before. You can see straight away it is going to crack, look. But you can see if you leave that overnight,
it wouldn't do that.
You can do that. I'm desperate to see what this looks like. Wow, it has actually picked up detail beautifully. It really, really has. Let me just take those little bits out there. Let let me get my black card so we can sit it on there and you can see a little bit better. This was only done this morning. I would recommend a good 24 hours to dry, but already look at the detail that we've got there. Remember, this can go outside. I don't know where that petal came from, but it's somewhere along there. So there it is. Once you have let that dry properly, that is going to come out in one piece.
How beautiful.
And you could put that, imagine a nice wooden plaque with your flowers or your leaves or whatever you want to put, or the zuri moulds, outside your door, it hung in your garden, or welcome to my garden,
Get
something
your Inka
like
gold
that.
on it.
Inka gold on it. Do you know we're going to do that? We're going to do that.
That would keep Jean happy. Lovely Jean Chanterton. She was asking about painting it, wasn't she?
She's yes, lovely to have questions actually as well. Chalk paint as well. I'm going to demo with us because I just got something prepped to go. Talking about moulds again. The mould I've used on this jar, I started painting this up this morning.
Chalk paint,
this is,
the
is the anthracite. Look, I've got dust on there from the concrete now. Maybe now I've mixed, I can take those off, can't I? Right, so with the jar, that was just a plain glass jar. I've gone with a couple of coats of the anthracite. Now, I've used air dry clay for the mould. That's one of the Prima moulds that was on recently. I'm doing this technique again because I get asked so many times about this and I never get a chance to show it properly. Now, I've got to do it quick today, but I'm just going to find another colour paint. I have got my cream mixed up actually, so I'm going to go with the white because I just think it might show up a little bit better. We find another old brush.
So we get that lovely sort of vanilla colour, that white.
You get, there's a cream. My
plastic,
pots look different to those there, Fiona,
do they?
because there's different sets that you can buy.
More vanilla-y in the classic, I think.
Yeah, that set there, you get all 5. I think the set that I got, this one included in, was a different set. It was a different bundle, but it's the same paint.
Yes, exactly.
And it's the same. You know, we've got some of the same colours as well. Yeah. So you can do the same thing that I'm going to do with any of the paints.
Talk about transforming an ordinary jam jar there. I mean, it's unrecognisable already.
Right, OK. But it looks a little bit plain, doesn't it? Now I've got to find an appropriate brush. Now, I tend not to use my favourite brushes for this. I think I said earlier on Lynette's show, I love dry brushing, and Lynette was dry brushing with her patinas.
Oh, yes.
But I love to do it with paint as well. Now, always give these paints a good stir. These are for indoor and outdoor use as well. And I do tend to use kind of an old battered brush, and I do want to sort of dry brush. I normally have a bit of cardboard to take the paint off with. That might be still a little bit loaded, but what I do is just sweep backwards and forwards. You'll see it going on quite heavily to start with because I know I've got a bit more paint than I want on. But just going backwards and forwards, almost cross-hatching that.
Cross-hatch, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going on the jar first of all. And especially where you've got those shapes, it will pick up more paint, OK? You don't have to use such a big brush. It depends what your utensil is like. But you can start to build up the layers and give that sort of stone effect, that dry brush effect. This is another effect I do on my garden pots. So from plastic terracotta coloured pots.
That's what I was talking about earlier. I've got so many, and I keep thinking I'm just going to get a nice pot, but really you don't need to.
You don't. I buy the cheapest plastic terracotta. It doesn't even have to be terracotta colour. It can be green. It can be whatever you want. And I go over the top with paint and I do this effect and it looks like stone.
Stone pots in your garden.
You can see them on my group. So I'm just building that up. So I'm going to go quite heavy with the white. I've not reloaded that at all because I know I had more paint than I needed, and I'm purposely leaving that mould until last. And I would just keep building that up until I've got the effect that I want. So you will get that lovely effect coming through. So it won't look anthracite anymore. It will start to look like stone.
Withered, yeah.
You could go with any colour, your patinas, it's entirely up to you. Now, what I'm going to do now on the mould, and I'm not reloading, I'm just trying to take a bit more paint off actually, because I really want this as dry as possible. I go over the top of the mould as well. Now this is where it gets interesting because you've got lots of nice shapes in there. And it's picking up on the raised areas and not so much in the detail.
How did you glue your mould on?
I just glued it on with PVA glue.
Catherine,
yeah.
Or?
So when the clay was still damp from the mould, I took it out of the mould and I glued it to the jar while it was wet, so it takes that shape. But straight away, you've got that stone effect just by using the tiniest bit of paint. And again, I could put that outside now.
Oh, I know.
When that's dry, that can go outside. few little wildflowers in there on my patio
Wouldn't that be
table would
beautiful?
look very nice, I think.
We've got 2 colourways in those chalk paints. They are phenomenal. 5 pots for $14.99. This is the classic option with your caramel, your anthracite, that lovely caramel, that lovely ice white, the stone grey there, and that's $14.99. Oh, we've got the pastel option, yes. With again, yeah, and great for your indoor furniture, yeah, well, that chalky look as well. Any upcycling really, and they're hefty pots as well, 100 mils each. Great, I'll tell you what, that's a great price point. You know how much your the lovely chalky paints are, just for a little top. That's amazing. Five of them, 991-900.
Okay, right.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh,
what are we limited on, darling? Oh, the classics get limited.
It's a really
you know what's
good
gonna
set
happen.
to have,
They'll
actually.
be gone by the
Really
time they
good
get off
set
there.
to have.
It's a
Any of
great
those
set.
colours will work to look like different colours of stone as well in that set. So if you want that look, it works amazingly well.
So good.
Do you know, and I've done that so quickly. I would take a little bit more care at home, and I'd continue to build on that. But it's just such a lovely effect.
Great.
But of course, you can use the same paints with your concrete mix as well. So if I wanted to, I did this a little bit earlier. Let me find the anthracite if I can. How long have I got left?
About 12 minutes.
12 minutes left. Right, okay. We'll just go with the anthracite. I want to use the Inka Gold, you see. I'm trying to get a little bit of that in.
I think the classic's going to sell out. Check out your baskets. I'll tell you when it's gone, but we'll last a couple there, so please don't miss out. The classic is proven very limited as well on the pastels as well. We're loving the chalky paints, Catherine. We need more.
Oh, I know. I tried to get more, actually, but we couldn't get all the colours. I'm using a little bit of the anthracite colour. This is the same paint again. I did this earlier, but I'm trying it on the concrete here. Now, I've watered that down, and I probably haven't watered it down as much as normal. I am rushing now because I really want to get some other things in, and I know we haven't got long left. What you can do as well is spritz over the top with your water, if it's going to work. Come on, I think it needs filling up.
limited
Never
on the chalky
mind,
paint now.
not to worry. And then, let's dip it in that water there. And then you can start to sort of take a little bit of that colour off as well. So
Gives
I'm
it that weathered look
turning
again.
my concrete effect into a darker effect, but as that dries and the colour comes through, that's going to look lovely as well. And then I could go over the top, with my go over the top with my my white paint as well, if I wanted to sort of bring out the texture a little bit more.
Oh, it's
I
like
really
the
am
stone
rushing
wall
this.
then.
Now we've got in the paint colours we've got
the grey, 'cause
cream
the
and we've
classic's now
got a
sold
grey, haven't
out,
we?
Catherine, yeah. We have got a grey in the pastels, just and a lovely white, beautiful blues there, and the pink there. So if you're still trying to achieve that desired effect, we're very limited on the pastels now because the classic's sold out.
Okay, so I'm just going to pop my concrete away just so I'm not getting mixed up. So a little bit of colour on the wall there, so you can definitely use your colour. I do want to bring in Inka Gold in, but I did try and promise to do also the rust and the concrete paste, which I can actually show you that sample. We did it this morning. So using one of the stencils that we sold out of, which were flexible, there's the rust that I've just used just by stippling that with a paintbrush. That is the concrete paste, which I stippled and got that nice straight line at the top there using some masking tape. Again, both products work outside. Now, Lynette's got some lovely shapes on her show as well.
Oh, hasn't she just, yeah.
So I said, look, if you just give me 1 or 2, that's coming up at 1 o'clock, I believe.
I'm going to be with Lynette for one, yeah.
My
Look forward
spatula's
to that.
gone. Now, I love the rusty because you can just go straight on. Again, you can stipple, you can go through your stencils, you can add your Inka Gold to this, maybe a patina over the top. Because you've got such a huge pot, that is going to work beautifully, absolutely beautifully on larger projects. Straight onto tin, glass, ceramics again, card, paper,
Wood,
anything, wood.
tiles.
It just works on everything.
Brilliant.
So that's your rust. How long have I got left now?
Oh, you're all right. At least 5
all right.
minutes.
I'm all right.
Ages.
I'm
I could have 5 demonstrations from you.
I'm going to get another one of Lynette's shapes here. We've got the triangle here as well. So the concrete paste, I've got a little bit of rust on there. You can mix the pigment into this as well. Look how beautifully that goes on as well. This has got so much texture. Again, that is going to work outside. So if you want to give it a really good stone effect, I've just sort of smooth over it, but then kind of just sort of work into it, shaping into it, so you get that sort of natural stone effect, that little ridge there as well.
Brilliant.
Really, really nice. If you want to stipple it,
yeah, dab, stipple,
look at that.
stencil.
And when that dries, that is so hard
Well, look at the
wearing.
bottle,
It really is.
Yeah, so
I have got pots on my patio that are stood out. They've been in all weathers.
Yeah.
Not budged on my outdoor pots.
Amazing.
Now, again, it starts to dry quite quickly, this one, actually, but I would give it overnight. I would definitely give it overnight to dry thoroughly if you're putting it on a pot for outside. But I am going to give these to Lynette because they're her shapes at 1 o'clock, and if she wants to use them for anything, she can do.
Great snowy effect for outside. You paint it white.
You could. Of course, you can go over the top with your gessos and things as well. So think about it for your textures on your canvases and that sort of thing. So we have got that. I just remembered something. You know, I was saying about the concrete.
Yes. Don't forget your concrete.
When you've mixed your concrete and when you've used it, if you've got any little crumbly bits, don't throw it away.
No.
Because I haven't got a lot because I haven't used a lot of it yet. I've started collecting my little bits of crumbly concrete, especially if you've got little lumps there, because that makes a great grit for your canvases. That you can paint over and your textures. So don't throw it away. Why waste it? You've paid for it. Do not waste it. So that's going back in my little tin later. Right, okay. I don't know if you're going to show me the while I get ready.
Inka goals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, I'll just clean up my mat a little bit if I can.
I'll mention the pens then and we'll get some Inka going. So these are the candle wax pens, so you can still use your Inka Golds even though the candle design kit sold out. You can still use those beautiful Inka Gold pots to you know, create beautiful colours on your wax candles, and you can burn them. So the glitter and in the gold and the silver, and then in the chalky silver and the gold there. £10.99, lovely fine nib if you want to create dates or something personal or go through your stencils. 876 403. Then we've got the chalk paints. Any pastels left? Just a few, so don't miss out. We have still got some of the beautiful pastels available. You get all 5 pots. Lovely Wedgwood blue, lovely rose gentle pink, and the white and the grey there. £14.99 991900. Next up, we've got the malleable kneadable 1.5 kilograms of the concrete. I know that Catherine was doing a stone walling with, making fairy gardens. Amazing stuff. £9.99, 286495. Put it through your bowls, put it through your stencils. Have a great time. Next, we've got the rust. A little bit goes a long way. Looks fantastic on your mixed media as well. Incredible stuff, and it is a paste, so it can go through your stencils. Incredibly versatile. £22.99, 283762. kilogram there. Next up, we've got the concrete paste as well. Yeah, Catherine was just using it on Lynette's lovely shapes from Pretty Gets Gritty. Beautiful. £18.99 410308. These are big tubs. The stone paste proving very popular. So the stone paste, again, you can put this through your moulds. It makes it look like stone. You could create a lovely plaque outside your house. You could create stone-looking pots we were talking about. 3 colour options: your sepia, your antique white, and your cream. So amazing stuff. And again, for your mixed media as well, just amazing. Very popular stone paste. The Inkalax, which can protect your Inka Gold for you, and those that were all, by the way, throughout temperatures, indoor or outdoor. All of those can be used for outdoor as well, and you won't lose their lovely shape and quality. The Inkalax as well to protect your Inka Gold if you're doing any projects outside. £9.99 for both pots. 842978. That protective varnish, and then the Prick and Mix on the Inka Golds. It's easy for me to say what it doesn't go on to, because it goes on plastics, woods, metals. You can water it down, put it through your stencils, canvas, put it on your ceramics, put it on your air dry clay. I mean, just phenomenal. £12.58. Pick a mix for any two. And your candles, get candle wax. 038521. Over to Catherine.
Right, Inka Gold. I've opened quite a few pots here now. So this is again an air dry piece of clay. It was white. I did paint this with the anthracite. I know we sold out that colour, but you can go with your gesso, whatever you wish. So Inka Gold onto air dry clay. You can go straight onto the white if you wish. I've got green here. I want to show you 2 different things. Look at these colours, and I'm literally just going over the top. One of the methods I really like is not to clean my brush, just to pick up another colour. You can always put a little bit onto your mat and then start to go straight with another colour, so you're getting that natural blend. So I'm going from the green into the blue, and if I just keep topping up with that blue, oh, look at that.
That turquoise.
Then really blend it with the green. Look at that. Isn't that just magnificent?
Oh, that's lovely, that is.
It really is. Let's keep going with colours. I don't know what I've picked out. I've just gone for whatever was at the top of the box,
actually, that's
really.
the aquamarine, but I do like the turquoise to dip your finger in yours earlier, yeah.
Now then, the next one. What's that lovely pink we've got?
Is the pink
I've
sold
just got
out?
that one. We've got a lovely... Is there a purple in there?
Masala.
Oh, Masala. I think that's the one.
We've got
Masala's
a sort of
beautiful.
cobalt.
No, it's not there. Oh, never mind. Have we
the
got...
green, the cobalt, that lovely gold we've got. With turquoise, cobalt, orange.
Oh, I haven't got orange, but I've got a yellowy colour one. It's not gold, it's a yellowy colour, which I'm blending into that beautiful pinky colour, so it's totally changed the look of it. This is why I'm saying to you, don't worry about the colours that you get, because...
They're all beautiful. They're all fantastic, aren't they?
They all blend together, they work beautifully.
And it dries really quick.
It does. Now, I know this isn't dry, and I shouldn't really, but I'm looking at these colours and I'm thinking,
Emerald
this
City.
lovely Zuri
Emerald
mould.
City.
Emerald City, that's what I'm
it's gotta
thinking. So this is a sneaky peek as to one of the new Zuri moulds that's coming out on a one-day special. I did ask, I got permission to do this.
When are you doing that, honey?
22nd of September we launch. Do you know, I'm just going to mix these colours up as well, just so we can see those blends. But you can see the difference between the white and the black as well. So these colours will work on anything. And I am really rushing this, but you can see how beautifully the detail comes out. Let's go with, we haven't got the pink, have we? Let's go with a different blue. I really am mixing these colours up now. Just turn that around. And of course, if you let the colours dry a little bit, give them a few minutes to dry, and then go over the top with a silver or gold.
Oh yes, that lovely
and
gold.
really almost dry
gold.
brush that on. That's going to really bring those details out, you know, in a different way again. You're just going to highlight what you've already got. But the fact that we've got the white clay here, can you see the detail that's coming through on the moon there?
That's exactly how the moon looked this morning. Big crescent moon.
Is it?
Yes, and I almost went up the grass verge because I was stargazing.
Oh,
because there was this
wow.
massive, great big, what I thought was a star, but I think it might have been another planet because it was obviously stationary. It was just so bright this morning.
Wow.
Under the crescent moon.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes, we know autumn's on its way, don't we?
I know.
Look, so I'm just building
Oh,
up.
look at that.
We'll go with a bit of that yellow now. And remember, you can paint with these as well. I think probably the moon should have been yellow, shouldn't it? I'm just blending these colours. We'll just see what we get. I really don't mind. I really don't mind. To paint with them as well, just because I know we're almost into the last minute now, to paint with them, it's very, very easy. If I've got a paintbrush here, I've got a water brush, there's no water in it, so I'll have to dip it in. You can just literally water these down.
Beautiful.
Let's just go with that black card there. And of course, let me just clean that brush and go with a different colour as well. So anything that's dried on your mat, you can
Add a bit of water.
revitalise with your water as well.
And it still retains that lovely metallic link. Well, Catherine, it's been absolutely sensational. You've gone through so much. Thank you so much, my darling. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I hope we've answered any questions you have. Thank you for those questions. Don't forget to check out your baskets. Just amazing. So you're presenting as well today, aren't you, Annie?
I am presenting as well today. I'm going to go and get cleaned up.
Yes.
Viva Decor is also back with the Zuri show, I think, next week as well. Much more to come this afternoon.
Yeah.
Oh, have I got Rowan Dean later? I think
You
I
have,
haven't
darling,
I?
yes, you have. And don't forget, dispatch for all of this is the 25th of September.
I've got Inventors Asylum as well.
Oh, you lucky devil, lucky devil. Don't want you to go anywhere. There's plenty more exciting things coming up. Yeah, we've got a great day ahead of us, so thank you for joining us. Yeah, please don't forget to check out your baskets, and we love Viva Decor, and we'll look forward to that Zuri show on the 22nd. Right, let's see what else is coming up today, because I can see John Lockwood with, it's Leslie, isn't it? Leslie Lakin, waiting in the wings for the one-day special with our lovely Alex. Well, you know who's up next. Lovely, lovely Leslie and our Alex. And then we are going to join, well, I'm going to join Annette for Pretty Gets Gritty. And then Catherine's going to wash her hands. And then she's going to join Katrina for some Rowan Dean embroidery.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, it is our penultimate live hour of the one-day special, and I'm very excited to be working with Leslie. Hi, Leslie.
Hi, Alex.
We were saying it's been since November since we worked together.
Yes, it has, because of the lockdown and one thing and another. So yeah, November, it seems ages ago.
It does, it does.
Yeah.
But you're back.
I'm back.
We've got you.
I'm back. Yes, you've got me back.
Excellent. Right now, I do need to let you know before we get ahead with the demonstrations that we are are rapidly approaching 80%. That is of the complete collection. Obviously, you can go for the one-day special, but the majority of you like all of it, which we, you know, most of us do, don't we? So we can see that in the complete collection, we do have those beautiful floral alphabet stamps, and then we've also got some dies that really work well together with it, don't they, Leslie?
Yeah, they do, because you can just use one of the stamps, the capital letter, and add in the little letters. And,
yes.
Yeah, so very versatile again. So.
And what they've put in is also, like, we've got, you know, the hashtag, the @ all of those things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of like hashtag. I had to get someone to explain to me what it was, but yeah, it's out there. Hashtag flower, hashtag birthday. So for the younger set, yes. I think if you're doing a card for somebody who's a bit younger, they'll probably think, oh, you know, another card off Nanny. But, you know, if you put hashtag or something like that, it's a bit more up to date.
I love it, love that. But, and also, just going back to our beautiful stamps, they are of such a lovely size, because they're a real focal point, aren't they?
They are. You can sort of do whatever you want. You can either make a whole word if you want to, which obviously is going to take a bit more paper with the size of them, but you don't want anything that's too small, because it takes away from the actual stamp then.
Yes.
These are just lovely to focus on. And with the flowers, the floral part, if you want to colour it in, you can, but even just on their own, they're stunning.
And now we had a question, I think it was last night actually, from Jane, I'm remembering this, that if you want to know the size of the stamps, the actual image is 6.5 centimetres. Yes, that's right, 6.5 centimetres. Now, also as part of the complete collection then, we have got our beautiful florals and leaves, and they're so delicate, aren't they?
I know, they're so little. When John sort of first sent it to me, I'm looking, I'm like, oh, okay. But once I started cutting that, they're just so easy. Because I think there's 26 flowers on the little, on the die. So, you know, you can get, out of an A4 piece of paper, you can get like hundreds. So you can just have a night where you just sit and cut them all out and just make them up, and it's very therapeutic, actually.
Indeed, very restful, very mindful. Right then, so as I said, we are approaching 80% of the stock gone, but look at these beautiful, oh no, very quickly then, yes, right, the free gift, 'tis no more. Because we did state yesterday it was a while stocks last, so, but if you did receive it, enjoy using that. Shall we see samples? These are beautiful. So this one's by Sheila. I love the fact she's put acetate into the O.
Yeah, because you not only can you stamp them, but if you know, people like to cut out, you can cut them out and put a little foam on the back and lift them up, and as she's done, put the acetate behind. Just as a little something extra.
Really beautiful. And John actually did this as one of his demos, because as he says, we're allowed to make to sell.
Yes, yeah.
These cost a lot of money in branded shops, don't they?
They certainly do, but if you go to other shops, you can pick them up quite nicely, quite reasonably. And then that opens up a whole new genre of home decor, and so use your stamps not just for your cards, but for your home decor, your mixed media, everything.
Absolutely. And then coming in here, here's using those wonderful dies. There you go. Hashtag.
Hashtag flower.
Hashtag flower. That looks really beautiful. And then if I come in here, just using a background with the letters.
Yeah.
It's really pretty. And then this is sweet. Look, little baby card. So again, like you said, using the main focal point for the first letter,
and then bring in the other ones, the die cut ones for the, you know, for the next word sort of thing. It just, again, something a little bit different. And then the little flowers,
there they are.
Just add that little something extra.
They do. Really beautiful. I've got a lovely sample here with some of the little flowers on. Don't they look so sweet? There you go.
Yeah, that's mine.
And it was, it's
yeah, and it was the first one I did actually with the little flowers, because obviously the sentiments, because that shows across the board everything that we've had on, really.
Yes.
But I just thought, oh, I'll just have a little bit, because it's very rare I make smaller cards.
Right.
But I thought, oh, and I was actually really pleased with that one.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Very nice. So we can go from this to, oh, where's it gone? I'll try and find it for later. It's it. I found it.
Okay.
Because mixed media too.
Yeah, mixed media as well. Yeah.
Yeah. This is by Angie, this one. But look at all those flowers. Aren't they amazing? That's just so beautiful. So as ever, I'll show you lots and lots more samples as we go through the show. We are getting very busy. We're now at 80% of the stock gone for the complete collection. Phone lines, Queues are on them. We will obviously endeavour to get to you as soon as possible, but if you can, fastest way to order is online at hochanda.com. I love that Happy New Year one. That's a cool one. Yeah. Now you're saving more than it states, because if you just went for the one-day special, okay, you've got a £5 saving. So Charlotte's going to pop that on screen for you to prove it. We're going to take that £5. That's become a thing now. We're going to take that £5. That carries over into the complete collection. And then you save further. Have we got that on screen now? Okay, wonderful. Sorry. So there's the £5 you take from the one-day special, and then you've got a further £4. But if you are a Freedom member, there's an extra 10%. So it's a really, really good deal. It's what we call a why not deal. £51.26 if you're a Freedom member, but even better than that, we spread the cost, because 2 payments of £25.63 will get you all 27 stamps, the 3 dies and the 3 die plates. I'm very, very busy. 361 561. Now, when I say there's only a handful, I literally mean a handful. And these we cannot get any more of. It has gone limited, and these, don't you think, Leslie, go absolutely beautifully with the complete?
They do. It's a little something that you need to add on.
Yeah.
You know, and you can cut them out of any coloured card. The cogs and that, which I think I've got those, and they came out quite a while ago. If you sort of do it with your Versamark and embossing powder, like a copper embossing powder and these, they look like proper clogs. So, yeah, again, an add-on, and the chains, obviously, and they will go with the clock that John did as well. You could use it on the top of the clock. Yeah, so again, that's what I like about John's things, because everything intermingles with everything else. You can, you know, you don't have to put it away, use it for a few days, put it away. You can bring it out time and time again.
Excellent. Right, let's show you some samples. This is a beautiful one. John was saying last night that this is one of his favourites. There you go. Look at that. It's beautiful. I love the composition of it. You've got those flowers. You can see how well they work with that beautiful cage.
Yeah, because you don't want big flowers. You just want little delicate ones, just to add a little something in the corner.
It's beautiful. Then there's another one with our fabulous birdcage dies. I like the two together. They're so sweet, aren't they? So beautiful. And then we've got another one here. Oh, hang on. Let's bring this in. How pretty is this? See, again, using that chain, it just looks so attractive, doesn't it?
It's very, really, especially, I think that's cut out of mirror card as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, and John did this one yesterday live on air.
Yes, he did, I saw.
Yeah. That's so beautiful. So he cut the smile out, and then he's got also that. And that is from the matten layer underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah? So we're not wasting anything. We've got those beautiful flowers again in the corner, and I just wonderful, love the composition. And then we go on to the cogs. Now, John was saying that, like, that's foam.
Yes.
And then he embossed it, which is incredible.
Because you can actually use the foam. If you cut the cogs out and put them onto an acrylic block, you can actually use them as a stamp as well.
Yeah,
so there's that option as well. As I said to you, with the embossing powder, you can just, or your mica magics, you can go over the top with those. So, yeah, lots you can do.
And then the last one that I've got here is part of the Sam family, but I can't remember his name.
Daniel?
Does it begin with an E? Oh, John, I wonder if you could run into the green room, not the green room, and tell us. So we've got the lovely cog there. We've got the chain. Marvellous. Isn't that so sweet? That's so sweet. There we go.
Cute.
Very cute.
Yeah.
So we have now gone limited stock. OK, we are now less than 5% gone. Once it's gone, it's gone. Please do check out your baskets. It's less than 5%. £10 saving, only £14.97.
I know. It's a must-have.
Yeah, it is, for all 11 dies, and they're sizable dies, these. 755640 is the item number. And then just coming down to the inks. Now, we did have the pearlescent one. That's now gone. So John's popped together a new bundle for us. Of our inks. They go through the seasons. Also, what's nice is they stack, if you haven't yet seen. I like that.
I love those.
Yeah.
They just sit on my desk, and they're the go-to ones all the time.
Absolutely, and they're beautiful colours.
Yes,
yeah.
They'll go with anything that you're going to do.
Absolutely. So we've got our spring, summer, autumn and winter. You have a £10 saving. It's £41.94. You're getting all 32 colours. Oh, see, of course that's going to be my favourite. Of course it is. Of course it is. I'm so standard. Right, OK. You can spread the cost. 2 payments of £20.97. Item number is 835397. What's coming? I know what's coming, Charlotte's saying. Right, OK, so they have technically sold out. That means all stock is in baskets. Please do check out your basket to make sure you've secured it. If any do happen to bounce back, we will let you know. So you can call us on the usual number. Phone number is on screen, or your fastest way, though, is if you go to hochanda.com. Right, so I'm going to hand the reins over to Leslie.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Right, so I'm going to demonstrate this one, which is Friend.
Yeah.
And again, you can see it's used several of the different things we've had over the weekend, and plus the little flowers, and obviously your stamp. So obviously I use the stamp to impress, because some people are not overly confident with stamping.
Yeah.
And when you've got something with such good detail, I'm just going to line that up. If you miss a little bit with this, you know you can stamp it again, it'll go in the same place. And what I did with this one, I've used this is the winter set, beautiful colours, and my stamp I've picked up, and I'm just going to stamp just with the dark blue. Then I'm going to stamp with a little bit of the purpley colour.
Oh, I love
down.
that blend effect.
Yeah, it's ombre, is it called? Ombre effect?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm going to go in with the other blue. Okay, and then we're going to pop it over. The beauty of this is I'm just gently leaning on it. You don't have to, like, push it really hard. But can you see? But again, the beauty of this, there's a couple of little pieces that might have missed, so you can go back in, which I'm going to go back in and do the move. See, just little tapping sort of movements.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to push it, and then perhaps be a little bit more firmer this
all
time.
Good, all good.
All good.
That's the beauty of the
it is
press, though.
Yeah. And because they're so what's the word I'm looking for? They're quite juicy.
Yeah.
You can sort of then emboss over the top. Just throw your embossing powder on, and as one of John's sayings is, if it doesn't stick now, it never will.
Love that.
Yeah. I think the first show I did on here was embossing, and like I was a little bit nervous, obviously, and I sort of did the embossing. I'm like, yeah, this is okay. And then when I came to put the ink on the top, I'd missed half of it.
Oh, bless you.
You know, all happens on live TV.
Indeed.
So yeah, so you've got your embossing powder on the top, and then you just heat emboss it. So
Lovely.
to save time, in true fashion.
Yes, indeed.
That's my ended up piece.
Yeah.
So that's that. Okay, move that out of the way. Now, I had a lady on my Facebook page ask me how I'd done a certain background. She thought it was an embossing folder. But, you know, some people haven't got embossing folders, but you don't want just a plain piece of white.
Yeah.
So what I've done, again, I've used the... we had the dies on yesterday, all the lovely nesting dies, which are my go-to. So I've made my card.
Yeah.
And then that's my layer. And you can see I've gutted. When we say gutted, don't gut it as such, die cut it, because that's the piece I've used for the back of that, obviously, which is perfect. So to do the white, I just take my scoreboard. Doesn't matter what scoreboard you have. I'll just move over here. I'll use one of John's.
Nice.
Just pop it on your scoreboard.
Yeah.
And you're just going to run down the lines. Okay. So you can do the very small lines.
Yeah.
You can do the big lines, whatever you feel that you want to do. I'm not sure if that's going in because the ball... Oh, no, it is. It is. So go along and just keep going along. And if you feel a little bit sort of... you want to change it up a bit, you can turn the card round and do it in the opposite direction and make squares.
Oh, good point. point, yeah.
Yeah, so you've got a bit like a tartan effect.
Yeah.
So I'm only going to do half, because obviously it's like watching paint dry, but it
It's
just
all good, Leslie.
it all gives you the idea. But again, it's just to add a little bit something extra than just that white background.
Yeah.
All right, so if I turn that over, can you see if I pick it up? It's not very easy
lean
to
it
see.
forward.
Forward?
Yeah,
There we
yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Can you just see there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
So that will give you all, again, it's subtle, but it just takes away the, you know, the blankness of the white card.
Okay.
So now I was all organised with Scott yesterday, but I'm not so much today. So I'm just going to put my piece of card on. So you have to give these.
It's because it's at the bottom, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So just give it a good old squeeze. What's it? Or shall I use this? Shall I use this new one?
Oh, I've still got to go upstairs and get that. I've got a whole list.
I went to bed last night thinking, remember to put the pin in. Remember to put the pin in. So yeah, so all across there, just and because it's such good glue, you really don't need an awful lot.
No,
so I'm
it's
going
got
to
a good
pop that
grab,
on.
hasn't it?
And again, with your mats and layers, because they're mathematically correct, you haven't got to worry about lining things up.
Yes.
I mean, I make all my own blanks anyway.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, so if anybody wants to know, I can actually quickly show you at some point how to do that. Is this move? Oh, look, it's moved back down now.
Oh, it's all right.
Yep, there we go. So then, as I say, because everything is matte and layered and cut for you, I tend to line up my two top corners so that if you line up the top bit and drop it, it automatically, unless you're using glue that moves.
At least you've got wiggle room, though.
You've got wiggle room, yeah. But if you try and line up that corner, it will automatically fall down and give you a nice edge.
Yeah.
So obviously I'm going to use the letter that we've just done. So again, just mount that up. There we go. Whoops. I'm all fingers and thumbs today, Alex.
Say that again.
I said I'm all fingers and thumbs today.
Bless you, don't worry.
It's like,
Don't worry.
All right, so, and then we're just going to place that on there. Okay, so already you can see your cards building up together. And then I cut out the letters with the, you know, the die cut with all the alphabet, the new alphabet. So I've cut out my letters.
Ah, lovely.
Okay. No, no, John tried to do this yesterday. We can guarantee if you're going to do it on air, it never goes right. But I'm going to take rid of my out. And again, the beauty of these is when you're doing the letters, you know, you've got a smaller spot. And the worst part is when you're doing letters like this, if you use a lot of glue, it all squidges out. And you really don't want that. I mean, I know it dries clear, but at the end of the day, you want it to look fairly neat. Now, you have a choice then. You can either have there,
I love
there,
that.
or...
Where are you going for?
Well, I'm going for the bottom.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit skew with, but hey.
Although, I also want the tweezers, so we could move them with the tweezers. There's a whole list of stuff I want.
We certainly could, yeah. There's all little... You've always got little bits and pieces that you can use, OK? But, yeah, because you've got wiggle room... Oh, look, I found John's tweezers. See, you can just... Because you have got wiggle room, it does help.
Yeah.
Just going to move the N. Or should you just put them on separately, really?
There
we go.
Looking at different techniques of things you can try at home.
To be honest, you do what you're comfortable doing.
Yeah.
I mean, there are many ways of doing this. You can either do it like on the tape. That one's just not going to stick, is it? I wonder if it's because I'm so warm.
Do you want... I mean, there is aircon on, but we can put more on.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a hot moment. Sorry. So, right, there we go. I'm just going to... Right, push that down. There we go. So you've got friend. And again, you can either put a piece of tape at the bottom. And, I mean, I'm a bit like John. I never have this problem at home. It's always when you're trying to sort of show.
If I was to demo, let me tell you, that would be a write-off.
It would, yeah. It's like I said to Scott yesterday, you know, you must put your pin back in.
Yeah.
And there. Oh, Have I done it? No. You could do with a magnifying glass, couldn't you? It's. I think they should have. They need to invent something to help you put the pin in. I'm struggling with this. Do you know what, John? Sorry, I'm just going to have to leave that for you because I can't get it in. So, right, and then we've got all the lovely flowers which we can put in the corner. As I say, that cuts out so many flowers.
See, that's a nice thing to do, I think, is you could just spend you know, a couple of, well, you wouldn't take it, what am I talking about, hours? To spend like, you know, 15 minutes cutting several. Because so many fall out of that lovely plate.
They do. I mean, I have made up a few because you don't want to see me doing it, but you've got the lovely foliage as well. And again, with the lovely linen card that we had, I don't know if we've still got that. Is that sold out now?
I think it's gone, yeah.
Sold out. So, where did I put my flowers in the corner? So then I'm just going to dab a little bit of glue on here. Just, there we go. Then we'll take my leaves, and John does a right and a left, which is absolutely brilliant.
Yes.
He likes
Not a
his
lot of people do that.
No, and it is so annoying when you're trying to get a leaf to go one way and it's not, but at least if you've got the right and the left. So you can... It gives you dimensional colour. I mean, if you want to pull it further along or further down, and then you can just build it up as you go along with all the foliage. But this is what I love about these little tiny flowers. I mean, I tend to at home, and I'm going to do it now, I put myself a blob of glue.
Yeah.
And then I get my tweezers. Look at my hands shaking today, Alex. It's
oh, bless you. I hope I'm not making you nervous.
No, it's... yeah. I think it suddenly hit me, them on the telly. So pop into there, and then you can just pop them in.
Yeah.
As I say, a little bit of glue.
Nice.
And you can mix and match the flowers. You could make them all in different colours if you want to.
Yes. Hopefully we'll get, at some point, I don't know, but hopefully we'll get that lovely linen card back, because when I was on air with Jane and she was saying about how it's quite difficult to get cardstock that does look a leafy colour, if you know what I mean.
It is, because we can all get like the dark green and Christmas and, you know, different things like that, but to get a nice, what I call a softy sort of green.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Is easier to put behind your flowers, because you want to show off the flowers that you've spent hours making.
Absolutely.
You know, so...
oh, that's nice. You're dotting them around.
Yeah,
that's really pretty.
just using the odd bits.
Yeah.
Because you can. As I say, I made these up. I'm going to put...
Oh, cute.
No, I'm going to put that up there. And then if you don't think you've got enough, because you can just start building it up.
Yeah.
The secret with crafting is knowing when to stop.
I know, yeah, I have this problem.
You know, because you could just keep going on and on and on. Right, let's do the last one, and then, as I say, we'll just pop that there.
Yay! Look
there
at
we
that.
go. And that's basically your card done.
That is a beautiful card. I love actually that the white space then really makes the rest of it pop.
It does, but with doing the score lines down, you can't really see that well on what I should have done it in different colour, but with putting the score lines down, it just adds that extra without being just blank white card.
Yeah, yeah, it's gorgeous.
So
Thanks,
there you go.
Lovely.
You're welcome.
I shall let you get set for the next demonstration.
Thank you.
Right, we are over 80% of our complete collection gone. Now, though, however, if you wanted to, you could go for the one-day special, which is the beautiful floral alphabet stamps. Such a wonderful size, such a beautiful focal point. And you also get, as part of your one-day special, these fabulous dies of the alphabet, and also you're getting your kind of punctuations and things, ordinals, is that the right word? Anyway, you know what it is. So you've got your at and your, oh yes, that's the whatever. I don't know what a is, but anyway, no, you're getting your at sign, your hashtag, your question mark, your comma, full stop, etc. So, on that one-day special, can you see on screen you're saving £5, so that then carries over. We have found another saving. Dun, dun, dun. Now, if you go for the stamps as a whole set, sort of just the stamps, that also has another £5 saving. So now we're up to £10 saving. Okay, that then carries over again. The details are on screen, of course, if you just want the stamps. For the full collection, because then with the full collection you've got a further £4 there, Okay, so now we're up to £14 saving. But Freedom members have an extra 10%, which means the total saving is £19.69. So that is not to be sniffed at. And also we have got Flexi Buy, 2 payments of £25.63. We are now 85% of the stock gone. It is flying out the door. And let me tell you, we had a deep stock because John's beautiful, well, it's all part of the Crafts 2 event, I should say. John and Jane's wonderful products always just fly out the door. So there you go, 85% of the stock gone. 361560. Now, I found some more samples. Let's show a few here. See, oh, this is lovely. Oh, look, NHS, thank you. Oh, you did it as well.
Yeah,
I just realised.
Yes, sorry, guilty.
Yeah, no, it looks beautiful. And that's such a nice card.
And I've just cut the letters out, so again, you can do that because they're, you know, just fussy cut round, and again, something different as well.
Absolutely, that's gorgeous. This one here, how pretty is this? Look at that, kind of stamped onto, that's really nice, stamped onto, you know, just an old book page.
Yeah, an old book page, yeah.
Beautiful. Oh, even down to, don't you just, look, envelopes. See, that really...
that is the finishing touch,
it is, isn't it? I'm just going to lean over because John did this on air. How daft of me, because of course you can, like, you know, you can emboss onto metal, but I've never done it, so I didn't think about it.
No.
Yeah.
I've done something on canvas before now, because, you know, canvases, they have that hollow bit at the back, and I've actually just got a load of, like, paper and put it underneath to give you the more stable surface. So having the mat was a good idea.
Excellent. Just having a hunt around. This is beautiful. Oh, look at this one.
That's
There's
lovely.
so many, isn't there?
Yeah.
Oh, there's new ones that have appeared since yesterday. This is wonderful. So we've got a little booklet with the happy using the dies and our gorgeous little flowers. Oh, look. What's it say? Hang on. Does it open out?
Yeah,
it opens out.
Yeah.
Who did this one? I don't know.
I think John did that last night, but I think it was Sheila did the original one.
Amazing. That's so beautiful. Oh, you know what? Our parents would just love that, wouldn't they? What else? I'm digging around. Look at this one. Beautiful with the S. And lovely little notebook. Who's done that one? That's Sheila's. They're so
lovely.
What's nice is the angels have so many different styles that we can look at.
We do. We're all different of what we've done. I think that's what makes it so lovely, because I'll look at some of the stuff and say, oh, I never thought of that.
Yeah.
We all think of something completely different. We've all got our special little things that we like to do.
Love it.
Which, again, just shows how you can use these things on so many different things, the versatility of it all.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just so clever. Yeah. Right then, so again, you can spread the cost. And if you're a Freedom member, your total saving is £19.69. Item number is 361560. Remember, over 85% of the stock has gone. Next then, we have got our beautiful inks. So water-based pigment inks, these?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, which means you can actually use water with them and paint with them.
Yeah, which is great, isn't it? Yeah. Once again, absolutely beautiful colours. Let me see if I can splay this out in a better fashion than I did yesterday. So this is your spring set. I like so. Holly, our director, just went, excellent splay. Love that. Then we move on to our summer, so a little bit brighter. Oh, look, you put me under pressure, Holly. There you go. Beautiful. Next one is our autumn. Oh, they're already splayed, so that's all right. Pre-splayed, she says. That's making me laugh. And then our winter, not pre-splayed. I'm nearly going to say sprayed. Hang on a sec then. Here we go, here we go. Yeah. Look at those, beautiful. Right then, so you've got that £10 saving, and you can spread the cost. 2 payments of £20.97, 835397. Right, oh yes, because they launched yesterday, the 7-day savers. Oh, Charlotte, because Charlotte's just said, oh, I haven't seen them yet. Yesterday, do you know what, Charlotte? Because we've swapped over, I'm just having a conversation through the camera. We've swapped over shifts, of course. And I was working with Mr. Baker yesterday. This such poor thing. And I was die cutting that Santa Claus, right? It's a build your own Santa Claus. And apparently I made him look terrifying. Apparently. But he's not terrifying, he's actually lovely. Both Baker and the Santa Claus. But there you go. So we've got some threads, we've got some dies, we've got some cardstock. There is some, what do you call it? MDF, that's there. Oh yeah, I shouldn't call it cardstock actually, it's paper because it's 130 GSM. That was what I was playing with yesterday as well. I was just having a nice time at 9 o'clock. We've got some journals, which are stunning. There are different options of these where the covers are different colours and also the papers inside are absolutely beautiful. They're all different. Right then, so I am going to hand over to you, Leslie.
Again?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, this time I've done, again, across the board, this is using the one-day special with the cutout and the happy birthday. But again, it shows you how everything will mix in.
Yeah.
As I said earlier, I tend to make my own cards. I don't sort of stick to a 5-inch card, 6-inch card. But if you run out of blank cards, you just take 2 pieces of A4 card.
Yeah.
I've scored at 2 inches so that you've got a fold. And I've put my glue in upside down, so hopefully it might flow
all right.
a little bit. Okay, and I'm just going to glue. Slide that in.
Okay.
Pop it in. Because sometimes people don't realise what, you know, that if you haven't, don't panic. If you haven't got any blanks, you can actually make your own.
Yeah, that's good.
So basically, that's the shape that you get. And I've marked it. You can cut it 6 by 6. You can cut it 7 by 7.
Right.
So you've actually got that then. So that's just a little something to add in. And also what I've done on my card, again, to give it a little bit of interest using the die, what I actually did was I popped my die. When you get all your die, and this is the beauty of all the dies, you can do so many different things. You can either use it with the stitched die or the plain. So what I've done is, okay, so I've placed that on my card with a border around. Take that down. Again, another little something that you can add a bit of interest to your card. Turn it over, ball tool.
Yeah.
So get your ball tool, and you can just run. And can you see how you will get an embossed line? So, because some people are a bit worried about putting through in your embossing, you know, your cutting machine, because sometimes the dies are so good they will cut. So that when I lift that off, it just gives you a little bit of a raised panel.
Right.
Okay. So then I've already cut out my mats and layers again, using with the lovely happy birthday.
Nice, yeah,
and
I
I
like
did the
that
same
a lot.
thing again on this with the score lines.
Yeah.
Again, just to add a little bit of interest. And I actually, what I did was did the score lines first, and then I cut out with the die. So I'm going to, there you go, see I was organised with my tape on the back.
Oh, good. There you go.
Yeah, some days it works, some days it doesn't. So just take the tape off. So, but I've really enjoyed playing with all these over the whole weekend.
Yeah.
And I'm so lucky that, you know, I get to get the stuff off John. Bless him. I just love it. It's like Christmas comes every day.
How did you meet John?
I met John at a trade show. It's getting on for about 3 years now.
Right.
And I attended a couple of workshops, and he saw what I could do, as I was explaining to Scott yesterday, and then he just asked if I would like to do some samples.
Yay. Yeah.
And I said yes, would love to. And then, as I say, 2 years later, I'm here.
You're here.
Yeah, but he's lovely. He's so helpful. And I've got to say, Jane and Peter at Crafts too as well, because you know they've took me on, which is brilliant. So that's the first part of your card. That's your basic card done.
Yes.
You could leave it as it is if you wanted to, but then again we've got all the lovely foliage in my little packets. Look, all done, ready. Because people don't realise, I think, what goes into these shows. The prep and, you know, I'm not as much as like John has done. But can you see when you have different colours of the foliage?
Yeah.
So I'm going to, where did I put them on this corner? Well, we'll just go for this corner, I think.
All good.
All good. I think the more I sort of do, the more I can just wing it. So I'm just going to, I'll put them on the bottom last time, didn't I? So I'm just going to pop those on.
Yeah.
Again, a little bit of foliage in the corner, a little bit more glue. As I say, I usually tend to put my glue on if you've got a glass mat,
yes,
which I think it's a lot easier because you can just dip it in, place your leaves. Here we go. And then what I love about all the flowers, again, I've actually used from the chrysanthemum, the middle of the chrysanthemum.
Oh, yeah.
I've used that one.
Right.
Again, it just gives you a different look. I'm going to pop that in the centre, like so. And then another. But these are just so pretty. They are.
I said to John last night that these are one of my favourite sets of flowers that he's done. There's something about the delicateness of them.
I think it was Jane that asked to do, because she says a lot of people did little flowers, and I tend to make bigger cards, so I tend to go for the bigger flowers, but these, even with the bigger flowers, they're lovely as little fill-ins. Do you know what I mean? They're just, they are just so cute. And as I say, when you sit and put them together, put the glue. There we go. And obviously with the flowers you do an odd number. So it's 3, 5, 7, as we say.
Yeah. So something about it's more pleasing to the eye, is it?
It's more aesthetically pleasing, apparently. So I've been told. But again, if you want, you can chop into these or cut bits off.
Bit of snippability.
Bit of snippability, yeah. And then just pop in. And there we go. And if you feel like I've got a, I'm going to put that little one in the centre, like so.
Pretty.
Yeah, it's just really pretty. And they're so easy to do. If you've got your ball tool and you just put them on your mat and just go round, they're absolutely fine. But again, another little pretty card, but again that's incorporating everything else that we've had over the weekend with your nesting dies, the one-day special that we had. Also, what would look lovely if you did stamp the letter in there, you could do exactly the same thing. Stamp one of the letters for mum or dad or so again,
beautiful. It's such a lovely composition. That is really nice. Right, I shall leave you again for a second.
Good.
The complete collection has now gone limited stock for the beautiful flower alphabet stamps, floral alphabet stamps. Then you get, which goes really well, the alphabet dies. And the fonts do work really nicely together. And you're getting the hashtag, the @ the question mark, etc. But then also in the complete collection, you have got the little flowers and the little leaves that work just beautifully. They're so delicate, so elegant. So with all of the savings, I mean, isn't that a beautiful sample? That's gorgeous. So with all of the savings, as a Freedom member, it's £19.69, which is not to be sniffed at. Let me find some more. Look, here are some beautiful samples. I just want to mix it up a little bit, that's all, of the little beautiful flowers. Isn't that so sweet? That's really nice. And John was saying, I'm pretty sure he said last night, that the tree die there was actually from the winter collection. Well, this doesn't look winter at all. You can make it any season, or did he say all seasons? I think he said all seasons. There you go. But anyway, you can make it spring, summer, autumn, whatever you fancy. Then there's a beautiful one here. Ooh, hang on a second. Oh, that's cute. Look, it's just that on its own. How sweet is that? It's got a little string on it. The Father's Day, then bringing this one in. That is so gorgeous, isn't it? And then we've got one going back to the alphabet. So that's the waste. See, that's nice. I hate wasting anything, like I think most crafters do. Coming on to this one. Look at this. This is stitched. And then again, you're adding those beautiful, beautiful flowers. This is using the foliage, really nice. Oh, this is the crafting jargon book. How gorgeous. So in here we have got, so we've got A, and then on the back of that page it tells you, well, that could be for, acetate, it could be for your acrylic block, it could be for artist trading posts, and then the B, she says, trying to turn it around, that could be, well, to be honest, I know what it says, I'm pretty sure it says blending. Yes, it does, blending. So it's your crafting jargon. That's a brilliant one. Here's another beautiful sample, and this is actually mixing and matching with Lavinia stamps, because as John said yesterday, I mean, certainly from my perspective, I've got so many different brands of, you know, wonderful stamps, dies, all sorts in my, you know, we want to mix and match. That's what we do as crafters. And then I'll finish off with, this is actually one of John's, and I really like this. I don't know why I'm so drawn to it, but I just think that's so classy. The Noel, and then again where he's placed all those beautiful flowers. So we have gone limited on the complete collection. You can spread the cost of, as a Freedom member, it's 2 payments of £25.63, 361560. Right. Are you ready, Leslie?
Yes, I'm fine.
Excellent. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready to go. So all I've done is I've cut a strip of card, and we're just going to show you how lovely these just stamp. So I'm going to do the word Dad.
Yeah.
And I'm terrible, really, because I tend to do things by eye and then cut it down. So I've put my 2 letters there. So there we go. Just so that picks it up.
Leslie, we've had a really nice email come in.
Have you?
But we're not sure who it's from because the emails come through the call centre.
Okay.
But they're saying that they want to say thank you to you because they've learnt loads already
that's
in this
so
hour.
Kind.
Yeah, it's lovely when we get emails, isn't it? It's lovely.
It is lovely. It makes it all worthwhile because it's. I think as crafters, we just love to pass on techniques, and I know there's lots of techniques out there that we can do, but sometimes you want to just find a little something simple.
Yeah.
It's like I did with that the die putting it was only because I was being lazy and I couldn't be bothered to change all the plates and put the embossing thing. I thought, and I got my ball tool. I mean, you can do that with all the dies. It just raises something. It's just adding a little extra, but that is really lovely. Thank you. So right, a stamp nose. Now, can you see again with the stamp nose? Sometimes. You know, you can get a bit of dust or something that hasn't quite stamped. Now, I wouldn't be happy with that.
Right.
If it was on an acrylic block, you try and line that up again.
No, thanks.
You never would. So again, I'm just going to pop in, and also as well, it depends how dark you want your letters. You can build it up again and again. And again, I mean, I do, like, I think I said to you before, I do colouring in, and I really do like a dark black background. So there we go. So that's your D and A. I'm going to take the A off now, and we got to just move that. So right, I'm now going to do the D. This bit could be a bit tricky because it's got ink on it, but do you know what?
We're going to go for it.
We're going to go for it. Oh,
that looks good to me.
Looks good to me. But there we go. I'm wearing the glasses, so I probably can't see. So there we go.
Yeah. That's perfectly lined.
It's okay. It's I was going to say 5-10 minutes to go, and it's all going okay now. So yeah.
Are you back later as well?
I'm back at 4 o'clock.
Lovely.
Yeah, for the last one. Which is lovely, but as I say, I've so enjoyed it, and it's so lovely to be back because I've quite missed it. And John, bless him, he was so good because I think at one point in time I'd phoned him, I'm really feeling down because I'm watching him on the telly and I can't do it.
Yeah.
And then I picked myself back up again and it was fine.
Yeah.
So he's been really supportive through this as well. So and just keep sending me parcels, which I haven't got a problem with at all.
Love that.
You know. So there we've got your Dad, which I think is quite sweet.
Yeah.
And then, if you wanted to, I've got my little pen. I mean, I'm not going to spend a lot of time colouring, and because they're so lovely and delicate, you don't need to be a perfectionist. You can just add a little bit of colour.
Have you got a favourite colouring medium?
What do I use?
Yeah,
the
what
Copics.
do you like?
The Copics, yeah. I've had them from years, the Copics, and I know, like, they are very much an investment, but I've had mine for several years now, and they're still going strong. I mean, you have to buy refills for them, but again, the beauty of having your these pigment inks.
Yes.
Again, John got a water brush. Let's have a look. Yeah, it has, and it's got water in it. That's good.
Wow, has it?
Yeah, it has. That's oh, poor John. He's quite good, really.
Oh no, I tease him. That's all.
Yeah. So with these inks, again, look, you could whatever measurement, and then you can just paint in the leaves as well. So again, if you're not a colourist or you know you haven't got any of these pens, again, these you can use your ink pads because they're just so versatile again. So I've just done that, and then I'm going to use one of my little brushes, and I'm going to go with the darker colour because it's obviously Dad.
Yeah.
But again, the beauty. I mean, you could put it on there, but I'm being lazy because I can. And with these brushes, you can just go around the edges, and they just blend so nicely. Okay.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
They do. Obviously looking a little bit. I need to move over this side, don't I? Sorry, guys, on the telly. Okay. But these brushes, I was really loath to use them to start with.
Yeah.
You know, so there we go. So, but with the brushes, you see, you can just go over and they just blend. It just softens.
Blends really well.
They do. They're lovely. So, again, there we go. Because people sometimes are a bit frightened of doing this sort of thing. I always say, if you work from the outside in, that's the easiest way.
And then you don't get like a big splodge.
You don't get big splodges. It's like you're doing circular movements and coming...
You're coming in, yeah. That's why a glass mat is actually really handy.
You know, I never used to have a glass mat, so I was always one of these, like, cutting... what is their self-healing mats?
Yeah.
Oh, and I must have been going through that many. I ended up buying a glass mat, and it's the only thing I use now. In fact, I pinched this one off that other desk. So, right, just carry on round here just to finish it off.
Yeah.
And at this point in time, this is where the white actually is quite nice because it makes the letters stand out.
Yeah, that lovely white space, I agree.
So just that last bit there. Yeah. And if you think it's a bit too, just go round with these blushes and blend, and the inks blend lovely.
Nice.
Okay, so, and it sort of covers if you have got a few marks or something. It just looks as if it's part of the card.
Absolutely.
So there's that one, and then you can just mount it up if you want to.
Yeah.
Matte and layer with all the new dies. So there you go.
Yeah.
All
wonderful.
right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Leslie.
You're welcome.
Okay. Right. Let's have a look. You can break it down if you want to. The one-day special. This consists, just in case you're joining us, the one-day special consists of these absolutely glorious stamps, the floral alphabet. They're a really lovely size, 6.5 centimetres they are tall, and they really stand proud. They really, really are a beautiful focal point.
They are, and they just stamp lovely, even though there's quite a bit of detail. Well, you could see, they just stamp lovely.
Yeah, they
lovely.
do, indeed.
Really crisp.
Yeah, very crisp. And then, of course, you get that floral element, which you can either keep as it is, or add those little flowers, which is from the complete, we'll get to that in a minute, onto those lovely shapes. I mean, just look at this for a piece of home decor. Like I was saying earlier, you know, in certain shops, these can go up to something like 30 quid.
Yeah, they can. They
so
can.
make your own.
Yeah.
You could set up your own little business online at the moment. Yeah.
I was thinking as well, you could do, if you've got young children, or something, you could do like ABC. Yeah, because one of my granddaughters is all autistic, so I've laminated her some so that she's got A, B, C, and she can hold them. So something like that as a learning thing as well would be good.
Oh, you got me thinking now. A little play mat with your own.
Play mat.
So, as well as your beautiful floral alphabet stamps, as part of the one-day special, you're also getting the alphabet dies, which I like the font to that, and you're also getting this lovely strip which has the hashtag, the question mark, the exclamation mark. You've got your at, your full stop, and your comma. So that is your one-day special, and you're getting a £5 saving on this, which does actually carry over into the complete. If you just wanted to go for the stamps themselves, we also have this option for you. That is £29.99. Item number is 201628, and that also has another £5 saving which carries over, so we're up to £10 off so far, the complete collection. But if you're going for the complete collection, that then includes everything we've just shown you, and then you also get those beautiful, really, really pretty flower die and the foliage die. They are gorgeous. And that gives you another £4 saving, so we're up to £14 off. But for Freedom members, then there's a further 10% off the price. So your full saving as a Freedom member is £19.69. Right, let's show you some samples. This one, John did for me yesterday. He's married me off. Did you see that? He's married me off.
I did, yes.
But isn't that such a lovely, for Alex and Tony, A&T?
Because that's using the second generation stamping as well, because you've got the two main A and the T, and then he did the second generation in the centre, which makes it lighter.
Although, do you know what? I did get into trouble.
Did you?
Because at first I thought it was A&T for Alex Turchin. I got into trouble with your laugh.
Okay then.
Me.
I was just thinking you could do weddings, couldn't you, as well?
Absolutely.
You know, like they have like the wedding tables, menus. You could have wedding and
yeah, really like that idea.
I think once you start thinking about things, they all start rolling in then, don't you? The ideas.
That's another lovely little business. I mean, I know not a lot of. I don't know where we're at now with weddings. I don't know what's going on, but we will eventually get back to normal. And so, you know, you could be pre-making these. Again, you could start your own little business because John is absolutely fine for you to make to sell.
You've bought it, whatever you want to do with it.
That's so gorgeous. So here you go. Make a wish.
Sweet.
It's your your day, auntie. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Then we've got another one that's and then I think John did this one because he loves LeBlanche.
He does.
Yeah,
he does.
So I love that, popping it on some LeBlanche papers.
And again, you can stamp them onto any of your papers. Loads of us have got papers at home, and you know, a stash that we keep.
Absolutely.
You know. But again, because they're such crisp letters, they will show up on your papers.
Love that.
Yeah.
This is a gorgeous one because she's stamped it in embossed and then put some vellum or parchment.
She stamped it actually on the vellum.
I think it's underneath.
Oh,
yeah. I think it is.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah. But you could stamp on vellum as well.
Yes. Which
would be nice. I love white on vellum and then emboss it. Yeah, that would look lovely as well.
Exquisite. And then I'm just going to run to the back because there's a really nice one here. Look at this one. Oh, sorry, I will pick that up in a second. This is by Angie.
Yeah.
Yeah. And isn't that a gorgeous thing? Oh, just to hang on the wall. Yeah. All good things come to those who wait. Yeah. Wonderful. And then let me just pop this down because...
And that's actually got, if you look on the back, it's got, got the embossing stamp, you know, the one that we had on the first day.
One there, in the background.
See, in the background, it's the one we had on the first day. So again, over the whole range, you can mix and match.
See, there's so much you can do. And again, for all what's the word, tastes and styles, here's a real mixed media piece as well. Look at this one. Who's this one by? This one again is by Angie. With brave wings, she flies. That is so stunning, gorgeous.
Because I think at some point people thought, oh, it's just for mixed media, we can only do it on that. But no, nowadays, everything, because of the products that we've got, you can do it on almost everything. I think the only problem with, like, as I said yesterday, with the micropowers is glass. You know, but then I'm sure there'll be something coming out somewhere, I hope, in the future, so that we'll be able to do that.
Wonderful. Now, just a quick mention that if you want to go for the flower plate and the foliage plate, individually, that has now gone limited, so please do check out your baskets there. It's £13.98, 379427. But and speaking of limited, again, that complete collection has also gone limited. Now there's one more hour to go, so Leslie, we will see you at 4.
You will, yes.
Indeed.
Unless I run off.
No, don't run off. You've been superb. And like we said, we've had some lovely comments coming in, lovely emails.
It was lovely. I'm really touched. Thank you very much.
So it's very nice to have you back.
Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So please make sure you're joining Leslie at 4 p.m. because then I think that's it for the birthday.
That is it. The whole. I'm really honoured that I've been asked to do these last 2 shows because obviously it's the last one.
And coming up next, we have got Pretty Gets Gritty, followed by Rowandine Embroidery, and then after that, FMO Clay. So we've got a really, really lovely afternoon ahead for you. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the Inkables, in the Dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Sarah. And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters from Stamp Addicts. We started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA. But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire. We make grey rubber stamps and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways. On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas. We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone. Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows on Hochanda.
Hello, very good afternoon to you. I'm very excited because I'm here with the lovely Lynette, and we've got Pretty Gets Gritty. Do you know what we were saying? I haven't seen you for years, and then it's like buses.
I know.
Twice in a couple of weeks, which is lovely for me.
I know, it is so lovely to see you again.
So lovely to see you. Now, I've got some great news. Obviously, your beautiful dies, they sold out, but good news for you. We have got them back on extended delivery, which means dispatch will be the 16th of September. I just want to flag that up straight away. We'll have a close look at these dies. You will see them on the fantastic samples Lynette's done for us as we go down the counter together. But yeah, just amazing. 54 dies in total. We'll have a closer look at those. We've got them on 3 flexi-buy payments. You get that lovely big one as well.
Yeah.
Oh. I
adore that one.
Beautiful. It's gorgeous, like a Moroccan trellis. It's stunning. So just so you know, we've got those dispatched on the 16th of September. It's only a couple of days there. $79.95. But the good news is we've gone back on extended, $639.903. But first, Lynette, let's talk about. We've got 2 options here.
As I'm wrecking the place.
That's all right. Wreck away, wreck away. It's usually me. I only have to breathe and everything falls down. So we've got our stars and our triangles and our stamps with our kiss stamps, and then we've also got the option of our circles and our hearts with our oh no, it's not option, it's different item numbers. Well, let's start with the beginning then. Stars, MDFs and triangles, and our lovely kiss stamps.
Yeah, so the stamps coordinate with the gritty trading shapes, but they are available separately. They don't just have to be used with, you know, there's card samples on the counters. People have used them, Charmaine's used them, you know, through card making. They don't just have to be used for the MDF shapes. But I did design them to go perfectly with them. I think ATCs are having a resurgence.
Yes,
and
I think so.
It's nice to have something small to create with. 'Cause sometimes when you're starting out in mixed media and you're faced with a big blank page or a canvas, and you're like, oh, where do I start? What am I going to do with this? If you have something small in front of you, it's not as daunting. And you can try so many different techniques on these tiny pieces of art.
Beautiful. I mean, if you're loving these dies, these
They're great,
are the
aren't
ones
they?
we were talking about, weren't we? They're just amazing. And this is Leo's. I mean, I've got the heart coming up. I want to show Leo's stars because he's your lovely boy.
He is my little 8-year-old. Had
it's Lynette's son.
A sample making session with me.
Let me show you the stars that he's done. Aren't they beautiful?
They're very cute.
Fantastic. Gorgeous. So yeah, and all these books, I mean, they really are so exquisite. Like you said, you don't have to use the stamps, you know, with the actual MDF shapes, but
no, they are just great mixed media stamps.
Just,
you know, I love random images and the scattered numbers.
Oh,
you add in some
lovely.
hearts, and you know, they're just really nice stamps to use.
Beautiful. Gorgeous. So you've got the star, you've got the numbers there, you've got the feathers, we've got the lips, we've got a lovely sort of crackle background there, a beautiful border there as well. Let me just see if I get something. So there's the crackle, the background there. Am I right there? And then there's our lovely hearts as well.
Yeah.
Gorgeous, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful. So
yeah,
very,
you
very
find
versatile.
most of the samples have got the dies obscuring what's underneath, but that is where the interest comes from when you start to look deeper at what somebody's made, and you're like, oh, that's there.
Yeah, because that's what I'm doing literally now.
Yeah.
I can start to see, oh, look, that's
you start to pick out images and you think, well, it looks so complicated. How have you created this?
Yeah.
But it's really easy.
Really easy. She sells it's really easy because we've got
easy.
those beautiful papers coming up. I'm very excited about those. You'll recognise those. So this is your star and your lip. So how many are we getting? 31 of the MDF pieces. You've got those little triangles there hidden behind, and they just pop out beautifully. I suppose you could use that as the stencil then, as stencils.
Yeah, you could do. I mean, there's a sample made at the side of you here.
Yeah.
It just stood up on the right-hand side.
Oh yes, yes. Fantastic.
Made with the waste of the MDF. So
Look
don't
at
throw away your waste boards.
No.
Use them to create with. There's loads of dies on there, and there's the paper daisies that we've got on the website as well.
Fantastic. An art
bit
4 minutes.
Bit of grittiness in there.
Bit
from
of grittiness.
The kit and the patinas.
Which we will be coming to in a moment. Yes, I want to look at that because it's a powerful kit that packs a punch. £19.97, 741902. So by the same token, then we've got the hearts and the circles.
We have again. So the stamp set coordinates with, but can be used as a standalone stamp set. But yes, we have the hearts and the circles.
And our lovely eye. So a different code for this one, but equally as beautiful. And again, used with the dies that we've got on the show. Fantastic. And we've got this fantastic lettering in the background, and we've got the eye. And yeah, you're right with the artist cards there, the trading cards. They are very popular, aren't they?
They are.
Again, coming back into vogue. And we've got those beautiful butterflies.
And again, you can make flat pieces with them, but then you can really build up the dimension as well.
Gorgeous. I want to show some cards as well. Look at that, you see. Your beautiful cards as well.
Absolutely stunning, aren't they?
Stunning. I do always adore your sentiments as well.
They were, Charmaine made those.
Ah, they're
Thank
beautiful.
you very much. I've no DT at the minute, so Emma Blake from Clever Prints and Charmaine from Dolly Dimples have stepped in and said, we'll play with your things.
Fantastic. Quarter of the stock has gone for the lovely heart shapes and the Me stamp set with the eye as the focal point there. £19.97, 322 384. Fantastic. Now, the mixed media. Now, this is a fantastic kit, isn't it? Because you've got something in here to have a really good play with. It all comes together beautifully.
Yeah. We're going to do a demo on that first up, just so you can see the different elements and what you can do with this mixed media kit and how you can use them together as well. So they are really versatile products.
So what are we getting in there?
So you're getting a bronze ink spray.
Yeah.
So the base colour is a really dark brown. It's a lovely chocolatey sort of colour. And then you get this beautiful bronze mica that comes through it.
Swirl, yeah.
Then we have an explosion powder.
I've seen you use those this morning. They're amazing.
Yeah, everybody loves the explosions. So I thought we'd put one of those in.
Yeah.
We also have a pretty powder in there, so that's like a pure mica powder. So you can add that in with your embossing powders. You can sprinkle it in and spritz it. There's so many different things you can do. Just ink up with a Versamark ink pad and brush it over the top. You get a lovely, sparkly, stamped image. There's so many things that you can do with mica powder.
White silver, so it's ice white,
yeah,
with that lovely shimmery sheen.
It's gorgeous.
And then we've got this fantastic cream patina. We've got to pick a mix on this, but
yeah. So I thought we would put in a patina as well for anyone who was unsure. A lot of people, they're like, oh, I like the look of that, but I don't know if I want to buy all of the colours. So this is a taster kit.
Taster kit.
You can have a little bit of everything and see what sort of products you like to play with.
Beautiful.
Before you commit yourself.
Yes, sorry, I shouldn't say pick and mix. We've got two choices on the patinas coming up. But this is what's so brilliant about the kit. It gives you a taster of the mixed media at a great price point.
It does. Then we've got gritty topping.
Yeah.
So the gritty topping is, well, if you want to open it up and have a look, it's like little chunks of marble, coloured marble. So there's different colours in the kits.
Not sure if this one's
you can use them underneath gesso, so you can change the colour of them, mix them with your gel medium and paint them over your projects. Cover them with gesso and you get a really gritty finish. Or you can use them as a finishing product. So mix them with your gel medium again, swipe them over your top of your project, and you've got texture there, beautiful coloured texture.
Like we've got in these lovely cards, and you can see this background piece here as well with our really build some great texture there.
It's great, isn't it?
It's using all those mediums there on that card there, but you can see this beautiful background as well. So yeah, great price point to really dip our toes into having a bit of a play with all those mediums, and they work, as you can see, so beautifully together. £19.95. I know Lynette's going to be demonstrating that. 880746, brand new today. Now, I mentioned the patina pot, so there's two options. Forgive me, I'm rattling on about pick and mix. There's two options. So my first option up here is our amethyst and our rose and our ruby and our sapphire, so our jewel-rich
so that's labelled as pretty, I believe, on the website. So that's the pretty colours.
Our pretty colours. £19.96. Now, you only need a little bit, and they go a long way, don't they?
They do go a really long way, and the beauty of them is, as well, they've got a really creamy consistency. You don't, even if you use them with your finger, you don't have to, like, really rub. You touch, and the colour comes off on your finger. You only need to dab in your paintbrush a little tiny bit.
Yeah,
and you've got the colour. But we did have a question this morning about whether they could be used on material. So somebody, Charmaine, has done some research in between shows, and she said if you mix them with gel medium and paint them onto fabrics, you can then use them as fabric paint, and they
Okay.
will stay.
Fantastic. Wow, that is a powerful pot. So that's our pretty one, 412075. And then we've got our second option here. What do you call this one?
The treasure collection.
The treasure, there we go. Gold, silver, bronze and copper, yeah?
Yeah.
Beautiful. £19.96. What a great price point there. 412075. And if I just show you this, you can see this one here and you can see, oh, look how they pop in terms of bringing that texture to the surface there. And you love
Yeah,
these
they
die
do.
cuts. We've got these coming up. But wow, I can see bronzes and golds, the shimmer and shine. And this lovely book here on the front of this cover. I mean, it's transformed. It looks like some old, ancient wizardry book. It's fantastic, isn't it?
Book of Spells.
The Book of Spells. I'm so going to get you into Panto, Lynette. You're doing my magical storybook. £19.96. That's fantastic. 412075. Now, the stencils were proving very popular. You can buy these either or together. They really are spectacular.
Yeah, there's a fantastic saving on those together.
Well, that's the key, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
again, they tie in so beautifully with your die shapes and everything we've got on the show today.
They do.
So we've got, so I'm showing you them both together here. The industrial, the gritty hearts, the pretty industrial. So we've got all these fantastic sentiments there. Find, heart, fierce, kind, I should say, warrior, spirit, lives inside you. And then your heart knows things your mind can't explain. Isn't that true? Some fantastic backgrounds there as well.
Yeah,
isn't it? I
they're
love
really nice.
this one. Oh, that's so good. I love all those pipes.
It's great, isn't it? I mean, it's good for masculine cards, but even
Yeah.
steampunky, and you can make them pretty as well.
Beautiful. So both of those saving you £6, £19.98, 380392, and just look how that can translate onto the page. Isn't this fantastic? Beautiful. And then some of the die cuts there to highlight those fantastic, beautiful stencils and dies that we've got coming up. Gorgeous. Okay, right, we keep talking about these lovely dies, so shall we see them?
Yes.
They are mixed media dies, and they are absolutely fabulous. Dispatched on the, don't forget, because they sold out this morning, you are getting all of this and this large, beautiful one, which I'll show you again in a moment. So, my word, 54 dies in total. Feathers, cogs, arrows, I mean...
light bulbs,
locks, keys,
hinges.
locks.
There's all sorts on there.
Keyholes. They're absolutely fantastic. Sizable dies, and this is what's so striking about them. Love these. So I've got them on two boards here for you. 54 dies in total. Now we've also got this large, your beautiful trellis there. Your lovely,
the fretwork, the pretty fretwork. And I like to lay that up and make it, well, I like to layer all of them up. So multiple die cuts, glue them together with gel medium and use them as chipboards. Absolutely, I love using them that way. So the fretwork is the one that I probably use the most.
Okay, it's a big die, isn't it?
And I like to rip into it to create a background.
There's our second set as well. Absolutely amazing. If you look at those, look at that with the book. Isn't that brilliant? Because of that keyhole and those hinges.
And if you open it up, there is a little bit inside as well.
There we go. This is by Betsy. Ah, look at the keys. Fantastic. Look at that texture. There's beautiful, beautiful sentiments there as well. And again, on your cards. I mean, we've been seeing these as we go down the counter. You love these. Don't forget, dispatched on the 16th of September, 54 dies in total, $79.95, 639,903. Don't miss out on those. We've also got the food and discount there as well. Got it on 3 flexi-buy payments of $23.99. Amazing is right. Now, I want to take you through these fantastic papers and my mixed media card. Yay, I remembered. For some reason, I just couldn't remember that. Now, I want to show you all of these because you know how we looked at those artists' trading cards earlier, or some of those. A lot of the work's been done for us on this paper, haven't we? This card.
It is. So the backgrounds have been used on a lot of the artist traded cards, and if you're not a mixed media person, you don't own loads of sprays and gels and paste and everything. These paper kits are a brilliant way to start, and then you've got your stamps to add the other layers over the top, whether it's with heat emboss or just normal stamping in different colours. Yeah. So they really are stunning papers.
They really are. This is why I just wanted to take a quick look at them, Lynette, because like you said, all the work's done for you. You can see how this ties in with your lovely numbers. And now we've also got our dragonflies already cut out in the ready to cut out, fussy cut out the silhouette there, should we desire. Just show you a few more of those papers, because I'm going to talk more about that. Again, wouldn't that look lovely with the pipe work? That is brilliant. The feathers there, you can see the cohesion in the set. And we've also got our butterflies. You saw those on those lovely samples I was showing you. And here, I know Lynette has coloured them as well on the artist mixed media card there as well. So you can colour those in, they don't have to be as is. But we're also getting the butterflies on the mixed media card and the dragonflies as well.
You get 2 sheets each of the uncoloured on the mixed media card, and that's 250 GSM, so it's a really good card.
So 2 of the butterflies and 2 of the dragonflies. I know I've just got 1 of each there. You also get that as well, and you're also getting another 2 sheets of these fantastic sentiments which we've seen feature on so many of these beautiful designs. So that is a fantastic, amazing, like Lynette said, you know, in terms of if you don't want to be, you know, you just want to get on with the stamping and the creating, this is what's so beautiful. It sort of takes the heartache out of it for you, because those fantastic papers are done for you. Really, really beautiful. All right, let's have a look at some of the gel mediums we've got on the show, because I know Lynette was talking about, you know, adding your lovely tiger's eye gritty in there as well. We've got the gel medium on there, and I know Leonie loves gel medium. £11.98, 150 millilitre tubs. That's going to go a long way. 024888. And we've also got the texture paste. This is what's all about. Your mixed media, creating that interest. This is a pick and mix now. You can choose any 2 for £12.98. We've got the white texture paste and thick, and we've got the resist, and we've got the sand. Oh, marble. Ooh, say that's brilliant. £12.98, 380673. And we've also got the pick and mix with the gesso. So we've got the white there or the black. 2 is only 2, 1 of each. £11.98, 884097. The resist, what does the resist do?
That's what we're going to work with.
Is it
now.
really?
It
Well, it's almost like we planned that conversation, but we didn't.
No, we really didn't. I was quite surprised. So we're going to use the resist texture paste. So this is best used with your ink sprays.
Oh.
So what happens is you use it the same way that you use a texture paste. You layer it on, you wait for it to dry, or you heat dry it, and then you spray over the top of it, and it will just give sort of a bleached effect. So it'll take on a little bit of your colour, but then it'll resist most of it. So we're going to have a little play now.
Ooh.
So it's lovely and gloopy. So we'll just pop some through the stencil. And it's got a very nice thick consistency as well.
Hasn't it? Yeah.
So you don't have to use it through a stencil, you can just swipe it on.
Yeah.
Let's just pop that out of the way. So that is how you use it. It's simple as that. And when it is dried, you will get your shape. So I'm just going to go on with the bronze metallic spray out of the mixed media kit. So, and while that's just starting to dry a little bit, I did spray some of the bits onto card as well, so you can see. So this is the bronze on white on the mixed media card.
Oh, you can see that metallic element
it's
there,
beautiful.
can't you?
And then on black as well. So you don't get as much of the brown,
galaxy, though.
but you do
shimmer.
get the mica spritz, and that was just a very, very light spritz. And then the explosion powder. So the one in the kit that I have is Mars.
Mars. So you get those blues in
so
there
you
as
get
well.
blues. You also get a flitz of pink in there as well.
Lovely.
So they really do. When you hit them with the water, they really do separate out, leave them to dry. And then that is it on the black. So again, you don't get so much of the colour, but you do get the lovely bronzy sort of coppery.
Like glow.
So
it's like looking through the Hubble telescope, that is.
There's so many different effects. So, oh, that's what I knocked over before when I was damaging my heat gun. So let's just give this a quick dry off. I don't know if you want to have a look at some samples, because we do need this to dry.
Yep.
To go on with it, and you'll be able to see the resist.
I'll look at the mixed media paper that we've got on the show as well. 250 GSM, we've got that in the cardstock. 30 30 sheets. They're Dolly Dimples, lovely quality because it can take so much in terms of, you know, your artist's palette in terms of your textures and what have you, and your patinas there. £9.99, 822-474. Gorgeous GSM. So, and the mixed media kit, fantastic to dip your toes into. If I show you some more fantastic. Oh, look, now you see there. That's some gel medium on that. Look at that. What was this one? That's kind of like teardrops.
That is rust spray.
Oh, yeah.
And then ultra thick heat emboss sprinkled over the top.
Fantastic.
So it didn't catch properly. And then the other one is the crackle gels, the Get Crackle gels that we had on last time. I think they're still on the website. But you can also use your patinas over the top of the Get Crackled as well, and it'll accentuate the crackle.
Gorgeous.
So it'll really go into those nooks and crannies.
Beautiful. Right, we'll come back to you now.
Right, so we have spritz with our bronze spray. You can see it's lighter. I have just dabbed it off a little bit on the background just to get that dry. It's lighter and the gold sort of collects around it. So let's use a stamp just to add a little bit more texture, a bit more interest. And you could do this beforehand or you could do it afterwards. So I think that's enough actually, two stamps. So that is on the Kiss Me stamp set. So
which you can get on its own or in the with the NDF shapes.
You can. So I'm just going to dry that off because we are going to use the Pretty Powder next with the birthmark. And I'm just thinking now maybe I should have done this the other way around because any of this black that's not quite dried is going to catch the mica. But I'm not just using the mica in a normal way. I had some clear embossing powder left, so I've just tipped a little bit of the mica in there and I've made my own coloured embossing powder.
That's amazing.
So it's just one really quick, easy way.
And that was your Mars Explosion, was it? Your Pretty Mars?
No, that was the Pretty Powder from the mixed media kit.
Oh, so the lovely silvery white silver.
Yeah, so there's different colours through the kits. So let's...
So our colours vary, do they, in terms of the powders?
They do. The colours do vary. Right. So you will always get the bronze spray and you'll always get the black pearl patina, which we will have a quick look at when we've finished this demo.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to make sure it's mixed because it is two separate products I've mixed together there. So as I say, it was clear emboss mixed with the mica powder. And another cool technique, there's a couple of I think stars maybe behind there or circles where I've used the ultra thick heat emboss. There'll be a very glossy. Yeah, I've just dripped the mica into the top of the hot heat emboss.
Beautiful. You put a stamp on that one. Beautiful.
So just heat that up around the edge. And of course, when the embossing powder gets hot and it goes, you know, molten, as we call it, it encapsulates the mica in there. So it's there and it's stuck. So I'm just going to see if I can just swipe some of this out of the way.
So just to clarify, in our mixed media kit, your explosion powder and your pretty powder, the colours will vary, but everything else will be the same. Is that right,
Yes.
Jeanette? Lovely. But that's okay because they all have a gorgeousness there and work beautifully together. But it's a way of dipping your toes into, you know, expressing yourself with different mediums that you haven't tried, maybe.
Just getting a little taster of all sorts of bits and pieces, seeing how they work, and because we all play differently as well. So I'm going to use one of the gritty toppings that is also in the mixed media kit, and I'm going to add this over the top, and I'm using it the colour as is. So on the sample that I made this morning, I'd used the blue one, and what I was going to do was black gesso over it all, so I just wanted the texture of the grit. Now with this one, I want to use the colour of it. So if you can see that the gel medium is dried completely clear, so the beautiful colour comes through, that is what's going to happen on this. But
so we'll see the
it will
colour of that
look
grit.
it will look white and cloudy to
begin with.
To begin with. So I'm actually just going to pick it up and swipe it across.
How long would you leave that to dry, Lynette?
So depending on how much gel medium you've used, it could be anywhere between 20 minutes and a couple of hours. So I'll put that stirrer out of the way, and then I'm just going to add, what shall I add? Should we get in the, I think we'll use the dragonfly.
Yeah, because the dragonfly's blue like your blue.
It is. Let me just wipe off that gritty topping, or else I'll be contaminating my gel medium. There's not many products that I mind contaminating with other colours or whatnot.
Not your gel medium.
But not my gel medium. And we will have, shall we have this? The most important thing a girl wears is her confidence.
Yes,
I think we
love
can
that
fit that
sentiment.
on there.
Yeah.
Just
And you've
move it.
coloured your dragonfly. Any particular medium you've used to colour that on the mixed media card?
I want to lie and say that I coloured that dragonfly, but I didn't.
Okay.
Charmaine coloured the dragonfly up.
Well, it's a brilliant card, isn't it? It takes all sorts of mediums, doesn't it?
It is the mixed media card, but I do believe that she's used alcohol pens and then a little bit of pencil over the top to give it some definition.
Lovely.
So yeah, she'd coloured some up when she was making a sample. She was just sat playing one night, and when I was collecting the samples, I'm like, "Oh, can I have some?" So just get that grit out of the way. Like I say, we've got a tiny mini make there. We have used loads of different techniques. It's classed as mixed media, but not one part of it was unachievable or hard for anybody to do.
Fantastic. Gorgeous. So, and there's another version, I think, very similar, but not dissimilar, I should say. Gorgeous. Fantastic. Right, okay, I'm going to pop that over by my mixed media because I think that's a good example of what you've just been using there. So let's just have a little look. I'll have a quick run through and come straight back to Lynette. So we've got our triangles and we've got our star MDF shapes. Now, you're getting 11 stamps as well. So on the boards themselves, in terms of the triangles, 16 triangles, 15 stars, and don't forget you can then use, once you've utilised your shapes, look at that, it's still a brilliant board to use and to transform as well. So don't just think, oh, I'll throw away the board there as well, because look how that has been brought to life as well. And then in our stamps, we've got our 11 stamps. We've got that fantastic background there that you can see, the number background, the crackle background, the triangle, the star there as well, which is fantastic, and we've got the feathers there as well. So gorgeous, gorgeous set of stamps there to sort of create a beautiful, beautiful background and build up your images. I'll just show you a few of them here with the words from our mixed media card. Absolutely fantastic, I'm sure you agree. And with those cards and the papers that we've got on the show as well, really beautiful. And there, I love that star. It's just, sometimes it's the simplest things as well. And those lips, oh, there we go. Brilliant, aren't they? Fantastic. Right, so that's option 741901, £19.97. It's a great kit because you can get started if you get that little mixed media taster kit as well, and you've got your stamps and you've got your MDF shapes, you're ready to go. So then we've got our hearts and our circles, and then this is our look at me stamp with the lovely circular. Isn't that beautiful? So that stamp there just goes straight onto your circle there. You've got the alphabet there as well. You've got those beautiful flowers. I mean, that's been used on the hearts. Isn't that pretty? And then you've got that lovely striking eye. Really gorgeous samples here as well in terms of utilising that on the stamps. Really beautiful. So many different ways in which we can use these stamps. It's £19.97, 24 of those MDF pieces, 3223 184. It's great because you've got something to focus on, you've got something in the background, you've got a little bit of interest in there to add. That's what I love about those stamps and MDF shapes. Now, the mixed media bundle. So, as far as I'm aware, the colours will vary, but you are getting, everybody gets the bronze pretty metallic spray, which goes a long way and has that lovely shimmer, and Lynette showed us that on the black card and the white card. It's incredible, the difference there. You are going to get an explosion powder, but again, colours will vary, and you are going to get, again, a pretty powder. Again, colour will vary. You will get the black patina. Beautiful. And will our toppings vary as well?
They will.
They will. So,
yeah.
But that's okay, because whatever mix, we can colour that how we want to. You know,
colour
you can
it
let
any
the
way
colour
you
shine
want
through.
to. You don't necessarily have to use the kit together.
No.
You can use them as separates.
And I just want to show something similar to what Lynette was working on. There we go. I mean, look at that in terms of texture and the shapes and the dyes there. If you look back here, you've got the butterfly there. You can see that bronze spray coming through. You can look at that, the gritty mixed media there as well. I can see those beautiful stamps coming into play. Absolutely gorgeous there. The effects that we can start to create and build up on our canvas or our card. Gorgeous. £19.95 without spending out a fortune, without having to get, nothing wrong with getting 5 patinas, but do you know what I mean? Just trying it, just giving it a go. And if you've never tried that before, 880746. Now we've got those beautiful patinas, and remember, a little bit goes a long way because the pigment, the intensity and the metallic sheen coming from them is so intense. So we've got our pretty collection with our pretty amethysts and our sapphire and our ruby and our rose. £19.96, 412075. Then we've got our treasure collection, yeah, our white, our golds, our copper, our bronze and our silver. Again, just highlights any of those dyes, any of those surfaces. Just a little bit goes a long way. I presume you just rubbed over with your finger there, did you? Or a sponge or paintbrush, yeah, dry brush.
We're going to use them in the next demo, and we're going to use 2 different colourways as well.
Look at that, look this. Just, does this light up, Lynette?
It does.
Oh, let's have a go. Let's have a go. Even if it didn't light up, I was interested. I thought, an old light bulb. Oh!
Lovely, isn't it? That was our Blakey, Emma Blake.
Fantastic. Look at that. Isn't that brilliant? Look at all those die cuts on there. That is beautiful. Just one of the. We've got those little light sets on the website as well. So have a little look. £19.96. You choose which set for you want. 412075. I want to mention the stencils now because they're outstanding. You can go for them either or get them both. I meant to say that at the start as well. You can go for those stamps on their own as well. So do shop ahead on the web. But what a collection they make. If you do want to stencil up, if you do want to make your backgrounds, these are fantastic because there's so much going on in there. You know, you've got the focal points, but you've also got the great sort of backgrounds, and you can continue that onto larger pieces. There's no set edge or finish point, as it were, necessarily. Beautiful. So if we look, this is possibly a favourite. They're really big, aren't they? A lot bigger than perhaps we first realise. The jelly plate, yeah. Fantastic. Love these bulbs, they're just so funky. And as you were saying earlier, Lynette, masculine cards. So that's the industrial stencil, £12.99, 551547. Of course, the savings are getting in both. So let's get up the gritty hearts there. Have I got that the right way round? No.
Yep. Gritty hearts and pretty industrial.
There we go. It's just me words. We're back to front. Your heart knows things your mind can't explain. Really lovely. Love this jagged hearts there. £12.99 each, 971274. Or you can buy them both together, and I would. And you've got that saving there of £6 savings. Oh, £19.98, 380392. You're loving the dies, and is it any wonder because they're fantastic, and we've seen them as so many beautiful samples. You are getting all of the dies, 54 dies in total plus. Don't forget, I'm going to show it on its own in a moment. So let's have a little look what we're getting. We've got these arrows, so funky. You've got the cogs, you've got the internal mechanisms. It could be watches, it could be wheels, light bulbs. You've seen this beautiful crescent moon, the window, keyholes. Being a mixed media, I mean, what's the depth we can go through? Cotton fabric, would it work?
Yeah, they work with fabric.
Yeah,
they do. Heavy card.
Heavy card.
I know Blakey's used them.
Could we do?
Yeah, Blakey's used them through all sorts of stuff.
Oh, right. Great. Yeah. I'd have an experiment, have a go, basically. And then we've got our key and our lips and our eyes, which tie in so beautifully as well. with the fantastic stamp sets that we showed you at the start. Those two, oh, look at that, I didn't realise that was could fit together or separate. Now I just want to twiddle this around because one of Lynette's favourites is, of course, this beautiful, what do we call it? I keep calling it a trellis.
Pretty fretwork.
Pretty fretwork. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. That's a big die, isn't it?
It is a big die.
Corker.
So you could cut that and paper piece it. You can use it for backgrounds in your cards. But as I say, my favourite way is to layer it up and then rip into it to make chipboard backgrounds.
Fantastic. Got a freedom discount there, £71.96, 639,903. Got it on Flexi as well. 3 Flexi buy payments. You're saving £25. 3 Flexi buy payments of £23.99. Oh yeah, $32.99 you're saving if you're a Freedom Club member, and you're getting all of these beautiful, beautiful dies, which I know you're going to use over and over and over again. 10% of the extended stock, which dispatches the 16th of September, is now gone because they sold out in the early show, so please don't miss out. I mean, this is beautiful. Look at these samples, they're just stunning. So please don't miss out because we've got some fantastic papers on the show for you. And our hearts, sorry, our butterflies and our dragonflies. So what you're getting 2 each of the black and white monochromatic on the mixed media card of the dragonfly and the butterflies. So that's why I was talking to Lynette about Charmaine colouring her dragonfly. So you get 2 each of those. You're also then getting the fantastic sentiments here, and again they build up, cut out the elements, use them, you know, just single words there, make up your own sentiments there. Absolutely brilliant. So you're getting those as well. And then we're also getting all of these fantastic lovely, lovely paper. So you've got the butterflies there in the colour that you can cut out, and the dragonflies, but then we've got these great backgrounds that, you know, save you having to, if you haven't got jelly plates, if you haven't got all the different stamps and you just want to literally get going, it's done for you there, and you can start to enjoy texturizing and stamping on the top of them because the work is all done for you. So great selection there of the papers, as you can see. £14.99, big £5 saving. 323807, brand new today. Please don't miss out. And we'll go straight back to Lynette. But we've got the handmade daisies. Oh, let me mention the handmade daisies, and we'll go straight back to Lynette then. So these are the handmade daisies. You get 100 assorted handmade cast paper daisies. Oh, aren't they lovely? £9.99. 806557, and known Dolly Dimples. I wonder, can we colour those as well, Lynette? I bet we can, can't
Absolutely.
we? Yeah.
I've used them on quite a few samples. I've put explosion powders over the top of them. I've gessoed over them.
Beautiful.
So, yeah, you can absolutely change the colour.
Fantastic. 806557. Gorgeous. Right then, let's go to you then, Lynette.
Right, we are going to use some of the patinas, so you can actually see what the colours look like when they go on. You can build them up in layers. So this is just a little, it's a little larger than ATC size, this one.
Yeah.
But I've used the die cuts and the grit. So I'm just hoping the angle I've got it, you can see the colour shine, the black changing to this lovely bronze colour. So I'm just going to take this in 3 areas, and then I did a Facebook Live on Saturday morning with the big piece that you've got next to you, with
this one where you've
waist,
used the outline,
and I
yeah.
used these colours, and quite a few people say, oh, we do the other one on TV and use the other colour of patinas. So I have got that one waiting in the wings, and we'll use the pretty set on it.
Lovely.
So that was the bronze. This is the copper. So it's got a lovely orangey tint.
Did you just go on the black gesso with that?
Yep.
Then, Lynette? Yeah.
Straight over black gesso.
You've got that on the show.
I do love black gesso. We're having a discussion about this the other day, and a lot of people are frightened of using black gesso because they don't know how to colour it. But it's my favourite gesso.
Why do you think they're frightened of it? Do you think it's just...
I think because it's like, because you've blacked it out straight away,
yeah,
you don't know where to take it.
Yeah.
But if you have a product like this, I mean, look how simple this is.
Yeah.
You just dip in a soft paintbrush into these pots, and using it, and it's colouring beautifully. So we're working the patina in as much, well, a lot harder than I usually work things in. I'm taking away a lot of that black. I'm really lightening up the colour, but I want to keep the edging, so we've got that depth there. So I'll just take this over, and I always start off by working in 3 areas each colour and try and separate them a little bit, and then I will go in afterwards if I feel that there's too much of one colour, and I can just take the patina over the top. I can blend it in. So if you just roll your brush around as you're applying them, it will feather in and blend in. Now I have lost a little bit of the bronze, so I'm just going to wipe my brush off a bit. I've already put the lid on. That was being good. And I'm just going to add in a little bit more of the bronze. Now it's a lighter colour, but it will still go over the top of the darker colours that I've used. So we'll just add another layer to this. You can add multiple layers of the patinas, and each layer will intensify it a little bit more.
So remind me again, the patinas, that obviously they're going over the gesso. What else can we use them on as well then, Lynette?
So you can use them on white card. You can use them on anything really. You could also, mixing them with gel medium, of course, you can then paint them onto glass as well.
Right, okay. Ceramic, tile?
Ceramic. Also, they'll go over the top of the Get Crackled gel. So
yes.
If
I've seen that,
if you pass me that heart...
I can't pass you anything, but I can certainly show it. Which,
I was going to say, no. There's a crackled heart there.
Oh, yes, I know the one you mean. Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, if we took the black pearl patina...
Oh, you'd see within the...
We circled it onto it and then wiped off the top, you'd accentuate all those...
Because it goes into the cracks, doesn't it? I've seen that used with the gold, yeah.
So...
Sort of age it almost, yeah.
What I'm going to do now is I've used those 3 colours. So let me put the lids on. And I'm going to bring all those 3 colours, because it looks a little bit patchy, even though we've blended it. I'm going to bring all those 3 colours together. So I've just taken a little bit onto my finger, and I'm just going to run it over the top, just to bring the top texture to life. So we've accentuated all the bottom texture, but rubbing this over the top will just bring the top to life. And it will bring all those other colours in together.
Gosh, yeah.
So
it's amazing how it brings it to life, isn't it? You start to see all those lovely textures pop.
There we go.
Amazing.
That's, I'll lift that up and
yeah, I can see the
give you a
colours there.
shimmer and a shine. I think that's probably the best angle.
That was our bronze, our silver, our copper and our gold set, wasn't it? Beautiful.
It was, but I did sneak in the ruby from the pretty colours as well.
Beautiful.
I couldn't help it.
Yes, you've got a choice of the pretty colours there, or those lovely treasure collection, the gold, the silver, the copper and the bronze. So I'm trying to think. So I've got that's been used on this lovely book here with our bookends. You can see the gold is the gold there. Look there, the gold there. We had it
on there, so you can use them over card as well.
Oh, lovely.
Doesn't just have to be over gessos.
No, we've got it. If we can see this lovely frame here, we've got. Amazing, isn't it? That's is that the pretty collection? It looks like the sapphire and the
so that's
rose.
the pretty colours.
Yeah.
I've taken the silver over the top as well, just to highlight some areas.
Beautiful. And now that's your lovely treasures collection over here with your bronzes, your golds, and your beautiful silvers there.
Yeah, and there's a bit of black pearl thrown in there as well
which
down there.
Will get
that
in your mixed
really
media.
platinum sort of colour.
Fantastic, beautiful, gorgeous. And then we've got a bit of the pretties on that as well, the blues.
Yes, that was the one that we did this morning. We used the emerald. And I think it was the sapphire we used.
Ah, lovely. £19.96. You choose which collection you want. They've got different item codes there. 412075 for the pretty patina pots there, £19.96. A quick reminder of the gel medium. So we saw the resist medium. I'm sure the marble medium does what it says. But we've got the gel medium there, which great for applying your texture and your elements onto your surfaces there. £11.98. 2 big tubs there. I know it's a massive go-to for our Leonie as well. 024888. Okay, we'll come to you.
I've just switched out one demo for another one. So we're going to use the pretty colours on here, and we're going to do exactly the same with the brush. We're going to pick it up, we're going to use it in 3 areas, just circle it around. And it's just about, I mean, you could go in with your finger if you wanted to.
Yeah.
It's just whatever you feel comfortable with, but because I want to really work it in.
Yeah, your brush is getting in there a bit better, isn't it?
The brush will just pick it up and force it in there a little bit better. And it also gives it a little bit of a buff.
So that's our die cuts, aren't we? And are they some of the flowers as well? Have you just sewed
we've got
those?
the paper cast daisies at the top and the bottom, and then you see the fretwork die that I've cut up top and bottom. So when I say that, I like to sandwich it together and then rip it apart and add it in.
And that's the waste from the lovely triangles. I don't suppose you've got a flower to hand, have you, Lynette? Because I didn't realise they were so big. You know, when you look at the picture, it belies just how big the flowers are. And I can see you've gessoed them because they all come in so many different colours. Oh, sorry, I've got some. I do apologise. I didn't realise
I've got some.
Oh, we've both got. I do apologise.
Right, I can lay them there.
Yeah, thank you. Are they huge?
And you can cut them up as well.
So are they kind of, what are they made of?
It's paper cast.
Paper cast, oh wow.
So, yeah, they're just
much bigger than I imagined.
papers.
Yeah, and quite thick as well, aren't they?
They are.
I'm reaching in here for
but
the yellow one.
They are easy to cut.
Oh, I say, love them. Look at that. Are they good? I have no idea if we can't tell from the picture, you see. They're amazing.
They give
Light as a
great
feather.
dimension to mixed media projects.
Oh, they're cracking, they are. It's like a lovely chocolate box. £9.99 for 100 of those, handmade. 806557. I love those.
So I'm just taking on the amethyst. And I'm slowly running out of brushes. My brush doesn't quite fit, and I don't want to push it in too far because you really don't need to pick up a lot of colour. So I'm just adding the amethyst next to the rose, and then we will add in the sapphire as well. But I think it's amazing when you're using these, you know, over black, the colours that you get, and don't forget you can mix the colours together as well to create different ones. So we've got 1, 2, I need another area of amethyst, working in my rule of 3s. And then we'll get the sapphire in there, and I think we'll finish this one off with silver, just because I can. So let's get a little bit more purple going down there, and I'm not even going to change my brush, just trying to pick up a little, and we'll get this finished off. And it's not taken too much time at all, and the composition didn't take too much time either. It is just about having a go, having a play, and seeing what you can create and how you can use things.
Did you just sort of cut out a few of those dies, Lynette? And
Yeah,
then just
so
sort
I
of
just
pop
do
them down and see?
multiple cuts of the dies.
Yeah.
When I demonstrated building this piece on Facebook Live, there's so many people saying, I hadn't thought about using dies in that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can layer them up.
So we've got them on extended because they sold out this morning.
Yeah, you can create your own chipboard pieces.
Well, there is that, yeah. Absolutely. We were discussing how much they will cut through in terms of other mixed media. £71.96, you're saving £32.99. But don't forget, you're also getting that lovely big, beautiful, almost like a trellis die there, the fretwork, yeah. Light bulbs, the hearts, I love the jigsaw heart, the bulbs, the keys, the keyhole, the cogs, the arrows, it's just incredibly beautiful. I mean, you could have a very funky, very sort of pop art, lovely mixed media dies, which means you cut through a multitude of mediums as we were discussing. And the fretwork die is amazing. I know Lynette said she likes to tie that up and layer it up as well. 3 Flexi-Buy payments are £23.99, 639,903. Of course, you can buy them as individual die sets as well. So we've got the mixed media die set for £19.99, 313767. Or if you want the fretwork die as an individual, we've got that on the show as well. You see, I'm just going to grab some more of these fantastic samples. This is the fretwork die on its own there. I'm wondering if I've got the fretwork die on something here. It's probably walked past it. But there we go. It's a big, beautiful die there. £24.99, A5 507 594. Yeah, beautiful. Or the complete collection. And have a play, yeah, because there's so much on there. Get those flowers as well. They're amazing. There's the complete collection, 639,903. So do you start with the darker colours first, Lynette, and then sort of, I know she's gone for the rose then?
Yeah, no, I always start with the lightest colour first.
Oh, lightest
first.
So
then I was just going over because the rose seemed to disappear as I used the darker colours.
Oh, okay.
It seemed to disappear, so I just thought, right, well, I'll just add a little bit more, and it just brings it out more. So we're going to do exactly the same thing that we did with the gold, with the silver.
I've probably got about 5 minutes, just so that you know. Or less than that. Well, how much have we got? 3.5. There we go.
Right.
Sorry.
So I've taken the brush in sideways this time, and I'm going to stripe it across. So I just want to pick up the edges of the texture that we have. So you just catch in the very tops, and it is one of the simplest techniques in mixed media, but it's so very effective. So you just want to do this all over. You can add it heavier in places, you can use your finger. So if I just lift some up on my finger, I've only got a little bit there, but it will be a darker effect. You'll get more of it on if you use your finger, because you're using more pressure. So just get all that texture there, and it really starts to bring it forward. And this is also, it's water-based.
I was going to say, will that set, Lynette? I mean, do we need to protect it, or it won't wipe off? Or?
No, after 30 minutes it's completely set. So if you make a whoopsie, you can remove it with a damp cloth or a baby wipe.
Right.
Up to 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So let's go in with the brush because it's a little bit quicker than my finger, although the finger seems to bring out the detail a little bit more. As I say, it's whatever you are comfortable with. You don't like getting dirty fingers, use a brush. Personally, I love getting dirty, inky, sticky fingers. So I'll just take that over all the areas. Oh, we've forgotten that one right there. How did that happen? And again, that will help bring all the colours together. And as many times as you layer, the stronger the colour gets.
Gorgeous.
So, but I think I'm happy with that depth of colour.
Look how different that is from your other one. I love the fact that you used the waist there and just added to it. Beautiful. You really see those colours when it hits the light.
Yeah. Oh, that's the best angle there. You can see the colours jumping out. So if I bring this one in.
Yeah.
So
beautiful.
Let's try and tilt them in the best way.
Yeah, I was just trying to put a piece of paper behind this one just so people could see doesn't get lost with all my gubbins behind. But yeah, you can see those Those colours, look at that. Oh, beautiful. So these, again, the flowers, the dies, those amazing dies, and using the patinas there. And this was using the MDF shapes with your stamp set. You can get them individually, don't forget, £19.97, 741902 for the Kiss Me set. And then you've got I See You, or You See Me, it's got an eye in it. That's the other set with your circles and your hearts, £19.97 as well. Look at me, that's it. Sorry, Lynette. There's the Look at Me set. 11 stamps there, 1997, 322, 384. Don't forget to check out your baskets. Lynette, when will we see you again? The die's already sold out once already?
It'll be the 12th of October, I think it is.
Oh, lovely. Look forward to it. 12th of October, we'll see Lynette again, and Pretty Gets Gritty. But don't forget, the dies did sell out once already. Extended delivery, but only by the 16th of September, so it's only another 2 days. We've got 3 Flexi-Buy payments, £71.96 for 54 dies, including that beautiful, beautiful fretwork, 639903. Thank you so much, Lynette. See you on the 12th of October.
You.
Don't forget to check out your baskets, because there's plenty more still to see, and I don't want you to miss out. Indeed there is. We've got Catherine up next with Katrina for the Rodine embroidery, and then we've got the Statler Feefo clay show. Oh, I'm excited about that. And then I'll be joining John for Crafts 2 21st Birthday Wonder Special.
Hi, I'm Donna, and this is my brother Simon, and we're Pearlywinks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearlywinks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
We hope that our products bring you as much fun, creativity and inspiration as they do to us. We love all of our products and we hope you do too. So make sure you don't miss our shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hello there, good afternoon everyone. Thank you for joining us here at Hochanda. It is a delight to have your company, and I'm so pleased I get to work with the wonderful Katrina again, of course from Rowan Dean Embroidery. Good afternoon, Katrina.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
I'm great, great.
Lovely. It is lovely to see you again. Very regular guest here, of course.
Yeah, yes, quite often.
You had a busy show earlier on as well with Fiona, didn't you? I was at the other side of the studio, so I was kind of having a sneaky peek as to what was going on. Looked amazing. We've got the most beautiful, beautiful kits for you, starting with new today's as well. Katrina will be with you shortly for demonstrations, of course. We're going to see what we've got on offer for you. So if you did miss a show earlier, of course, you can get that on rewind as well. But we will go through everything this hour as well. Now, we are going to head straight down into our next season of autumn, which, of course, isn't far away, is it now? Make the most of the last of the summer, but not while you're watching this show, of course. Now, £14.95 is going to get this beautiful embroidery kit. This is our cow parsley kit, and you can see there those gorgeous autumn colours. Now 70% of the stock has already gone. It was very busy earlier. I'm not surprised, simply because, well, it is a new today, but also look at it, isn't it gorgeous? Katrina, tell me about this kit as well, because as normal, and I say this every single time I work with you, your eye for colour is just, it's just exceptional. The fabrics, the threads, the different textures that go in there, and also the beads. Everything pulls together so beautifully.
But one of the great things about organza is that you can layer the colours, and then you've got instant colour on the fabric. And then I do like using variegated threads.
Yeah.
So that magic, the change of the colour, you don't have to think about it. It just happens in your stitching. Like on this design, these sort of leaves are variegated thread, and that just gives it a little extra without having to do any hard work.
Beautiful. Now look at those beads as well. You've got seed beads in there, but those beads at the bottom, they're really unusual, aren't they gorgeous?
And they're all slightly metallic, different colours, purples and slight pink to them. And then the ones in the foreground are wooden beads that are painted, and they've got some really nice patterns on there. So the two together,
it works beautifully, doesn't it? And we talked about textures, we talked about those different colours as well. You can see the texture in the yarn there. Of course, full instructions as well. What a great price point as well, just $14.95, 301536. Didn't even mention the pre-printed fabric there as well. Of course, you're going to get that in the kit as well. Now, let's have a look at the next item. Now, I am very pleased to see we've got a new, and it is new, we've got a new kit of organza for you. This is our autumn colours. This is absolutely beautiful. How many pieces in this? Is this the one I heard you talking about? 11 pieces in this. Now, Katrina, I caught her saying earlier on there were so many beautiful colours to choose from. Trying to choose 10 and you couldn't, so it was, right,
there's an extra
11
one
in there. There's an extra one.
one.
We'll let everybody have that. These are absolutely stunning, aren't they? Individually, the colours are beautiful, but when you start to layer up again, you're going to get so many different colour variations.
They're great because you've got a couple of sort of damson and plum colours, as well as the greens and the bronzes and the terracottas. So you'll get new colours just by overlapping the colours. It's just really good.
They are beautiful. 30 centimetres by 30 centimetres is the size of each piece there. So essentially you're getting one as a bonus there, aren't you? But just $10.99, that's all it is. 989857. pattern. Of course, you can use those in any way that you wish. If you've got spare bits from other kits, if you want to just make up your own designs, you can use those in any way you wish, but beautiful. Now we've got the play around kits coming up for you next, and as always, these have been very popular again today. Now these are new as well because we've got the autumn colours for you in these kits. Now you've got the choice of either the cotton or the tweed. Oh, right, now we're going to tell you as well that the tweed is the most vulnerable. That's been the most popular today. I wonder if that's because, again, with the autumn colours, Katrina, you've got kind of that natural colour there as well.
It is, and I think the sort of the way the fabric is, you can handle the fabric, you can stitch through it, you can use heavier textured threads as well. But I just think the two sets of colours lend themselves to autumn.
They absolutely do. And again, you've got the beads in there, the sequins in there as well. I am just going to hold the cotton up as well so you can see that. So it depends on the look that you want. But of course, if it's a play around kit, you may not even know what you're going to do with these yet. That is the whole point, that you can just play around with these. You can make up your own designs, maybe take inspiration, of course, from various different shows or packs that you've had before. Let me just show you some of these threads here, the yarns. Look, you've got all sorts. You've got metallics in there, you've got the greens, you've got the beautiful oranges and yellows in there, we've got texture. Oh, that's pretty. Isn't that nice? Look, you've got the metallic running through that one as well. Oh, I love these with the texture, Katrina.
Well, they just give it a, you know, they do add texture, but it's quite nice to do some couching with it, and it's, you know, it's just adds interest to a piece.
They are beautiful. You get an awful lot for your money as well. £17.99, 098476. Right, moving on down. Now, if you want a little bit of a taste of all sorts, then this is a good kit to go for. You've got a card kit here. Now, you do get the card blanks, you get the envelopes, you get all of the fabrics, and of course, that includes the organza as well and the different threads. But if you didn't want to turn these into cards, you didn't have to, did you, Katrina? You could turn these into whatever you wanted, really.
Well, there's lots of little display hoops that I think, you know, you could, if you wanted to give it as a gift, would be absolutely lovely. You know, the wooden display hoops are 4-inch. They're nice, just a little extra as a whole gift, you know.
Definitely.
Lovely.
I think a nice cover of a nice notebook would be lovely to gift as well. Yes. Very nice indeed, and it gives you lots of scope here to practice different techniques as well. Nothing difficult about it. They look as though they're, you know, they're very intricate, but actually this is a craft that everybody can achieve. Let's have a look at those different designs there. What I love again here, not only have you got that fabric, you've got those different organzas in there, you've got the beads and the sequins in here as well. Aren't they stunning? The way that Katrina phrased some of the fabric as well and gives more texture. Beautiful. Just £18.95. Item number 161282, and half the stock has gone on that particular item as well. Now the next one, oh, it doesn't get any more exquisite, that's the word I'm going to use, because look at this. These are your fallen leaves. These are beautiful again. The way again, Katrina, that you've used the organza for putting this particular sample together, that's what you're getting in the kit here as well, along with those threads and the printed cotton, of course.
Yeah, you're just getting a different collection of beads from the play around, but the idea of using the maple leaf shape and the oak together, the completely different colours, which is really fun to do. But the great thing is the threads, because they're variegated, that magic just happens, and they just lend themselves to embroidery, to stitching.
They do. Those colours again. Doesn't that work so well? £24.95 is the price for the kit. Item number 200614. Stunning. Right, let's have a look at the next item. We've got so much on the counter for you today. Right, everything is beautiful, isn't it? It really is. Let's have a look at these. You've got some nice bright colours in here, lots of green in this one as well. So what we've got is the foxgloves kitted. Now you can see straight away there, foxgloves, if you know anything about flowers, or even if you don't know too much. I think most people recognise the foxglove.
Yeah, it looks great, doesn't it? Even in a garden or in the hedgerow, it's a nice spire to it. Really.
Yes, it makes a statement, doesn't it? It stands proud, that's what I think. Beautiful. What a lovely project yet again. £14.95 is going to get you the kit. So again, you've got that printed cotton, you've got the beads, you've got the organza, you've got your threads in there. Just a reminder as well, you even get your needles in all these kits as well, so you don't have to search around for your needles. They are provided as well. So everything can be taken straight out of the pack and away you go with your crafting. Something you can sit in the peace and quiet, or if you sat with family, you can have a little chat as you're going along or watching TV as well. A very sociable craft, that's what I think this is. 789799 is the item number if you want to go for the foxgloves. Now the next one, oh, more beautiful flowers for you as well. Let's have a look at these. Now we've got here the hosta and the hollyhocks. £14.95 again. So again, you've got lots of beautiful greens in this one again, Katrina.
I think they're sort of almost like a, not a forest look, but a woodland look. And I think the hostas are just absolutely gorgeous. Really sculptural plants and nice little flowers as well.
I love this one as well because you've kind of got that drama behind the leaves there as well with that darker colour. It's a very dark green, isn't it, rather than a blue, although it looked quite bluey on screen.
I think it's sort of, it's a touch on the blue side, just because for a shadow.
Yeah, it looks very, very, very nice indeed. Oh, and I love the use of those beads again. Are they glass beads?
So these are glass beads. They look like pebbles that have been
don't they?
washed. And they're just a whole collection of colours, but I felt they fitted with the design. I like to use different kinds of beads.
Oh, that is just beautiful. I do like those. 772363 is the item number for that particular product. But we've still got more to show you as well, so we'll move down again. Now, let's have a look at this next one. I personally haven't seen these before. Katrina said they have been out before, but you may have missed them. I certainly haven't, and I'm here a lot, so, you know, there's a good chance you haven't seen these. So this is, first of all, your lazy afternoon kit. Now, we've got different options for you here as well. £13.95 is the price of these. So we're looking there, lazy afternoon. The one I'm going to show you is this one. There we are. That's the lazy afternoon. So the yellow colours there, absolutely beautiful. I'm just catching the light there, and I can see the glint of those bugle beads in there as well.
A little bit of gold sparkle.
Lovely. Now 885524 is the item number for that one. Then we have Dawn for you. Let's have a look at Dawn. Oh, that's pretty, isn't it, with the soft blues there. Oh, again, the use of the organza in the front, Katrina, it's so effective.
Just gives that little bit of texture.
Lovely. 453945 is for Dawn. The next one I've got to show you is Sunset. So again, we've got the reds and the pinks and the yellows and the oranges in here. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Don't they look different each time you see them in the different colours?
And that's the beauty of this. You can add different foregrounds to each of the designs. You can add organza, you can just have the beads or the hand-dyed felt. So they'll all come out slightly different, which is lovely.
Amazing. Do you know, I'm amazed how much they do differ though, just to see the different colours. Again, they're £13.95, 788 685. And the one that we've got here, so beautifully displayed, is Midnight. There we are. Oh, I don't know how you're going to choose between these colours. I think you could do a lucky dip on this one and be happy with anything. 154045 is the item number. Once again, £13.95. Now, something very different actually for the next one. This is a really big kit. Now, look at the colour in this. This is a real blast of colour. You've got those beautiful poppies, the oriental poppies here. Now, you can see, I think, probably already you've realised that the poppies, the main part of them are made with the organza again. But you can see you've got different colours of organza running through here. These are statement pieces, aren't they, Katrina?
Yeah, I think because it's a very large, and they're almost life-size, the flowers. You know, they're really lovely and in the garden, you know, they're very, very fine petals, and I think you can get that effect with the organza.
Lovely. I love those frayed edges again. It gives that texture. It gives that very soft and dreamy look as well, I think. What a beautiful kit. £34.20 is the price. 559139 is the item number. Now, we've got a few more things to tell you about as well. We've got some more fabric packs, in fact. We've seen the new today. We've seen the autumns, but we've got some more for you as well. Now, the first one that you're looking at here is our beautiful assorted colours. 10 large pieces here. Really, really beautiful bright colours there as well. £10.95 £17.99 is the price there. 118313 is the item number. You've still got those greens and blues and pinks, but really beautiful colours. Now the next one we've got to show you, another fabric pack, again the organza. Now this is the landscape. Now I remember when Katrina brought this for the first time. This is due to popular demand by customers actually wanting to see more of the browns and the greens for the landscape colours. Works very, very well. £10.99, 675 623. Now we've got something else to tell you about as well. Let's have a look at this next play around pack because we've got another one to show you. This one wasn't on the counter actually. Now you've got your embroidery book projects with the play around pack there for £17.99. 915244, that's the item number. You can see you've got your fabric, you've got your organza in there, you've got your yarn, you've got your beads in there as well. Beautiful. So much on offer, haven't we? Choice of cotton and tweed there. There, now then, Katrina's book. Have you got Katrina's book yet? If you haven't, you need to get this. Seriously, you do. I've got the book here as well. Katrina, I know we ask it every single show, and you must think, oh, not again, don't have to explain this. But hopefully we've got new people watching again. You are so proud of this book. This has been a bestseller when it comes to books with Search Press.
It has, it has. It's the idea of the book. I wanted to show people that it's an easy craft to do and that you don't need many stitches, 4 or 5 stitches to work a project, but ideas that you can work on yourself. So there are, you know, sections on how to create a design, how to use organza, and then projects. So if you want to follow the projects, you can do that from the templates in the back.
You certainly can. Now, I am skipping pages on purpose. One, because I haven't got time to show them all, but also I don't want to spoil the surprise when you get this home. It is worth every single penny. You will not be disappointed. I do actually have this book myself. It's gorgeous. £17.99, 903483 is the item number. It always proves to be popular, and we've sold so many of these. These are available in other languages as well, aren't they?
Spanish and French.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's lovely, really.
It really is,
and we do
isn't
have
it?
a lot of followers in Spain and France, which is lovely.
It is. It's lovely to know. Oh, Katrina, what are we going to see in the first demonstration?
We're going to look at the autumn cow parsley. I started it this morning, and so I'm just moved on a little bit, and I'm going to show you some other parts of the design. The colours, I just love the colours, and that's what makes me want to stitch sometimes is the combination of colours. So there'll be variegated threads, woolen threads, some knitting yarns, and a couple of metallic threads. So I just love the combination of colours. Obviously the instructions take you through each part and give you a direction as to what to do when, but it's so easy to do. I mean, the first thing really on your print is you'll get a collection of organzas, and then you're just going to put those over the printed image, and that's your background. So just pin it on, and then I've just done a temporary stitch all the way over, just so that that holds it in place, and that will be removed at the end when you've completed all the stitching. So there is a plan, you know, it's not just stitch anywhere. So sometimes we start with the stems and stem stitch. So if you look back from this morning, you can see that stitch. It's a great stitch to curve, really, really lovely to do. Something that really you could use for leaves or lettering. You know, it's a really versatile stitch to do. But first of all, I'm going to show you a couple of ideas to do with the French knots. So it's, you know, it's early into the programme, and I've managed to get to do a French knot straight away. So that's great. Okay,
oh,
so
I love your French knots.
So French knot on this part of the tansy, you often see that growing in the hedgerow. I've got 3 strands. If you wanted to do it finer, you could do that, and you could use 2 strands. But I've got the work here in the 7-inch spring hoop. Either one would do. You know, you get them as a pair. You could use the 5-inch and move it around your work, or you could use the 7-inch. So I'm going to hold the thread, and you're just going to go around once, twice, turn the needle point down, and you're not going to place it in exactly the same place, almost like one thread over. And as soon as you've pushed the needle through the fabric, you can tighten that bit. And that's what gives it its lovely shape.
And that's the key, is it, Katrina? Keeping that thread taut and making sure that knot's nice and tight.
And then just don't be tempted to guide it in yourself. Just, that tends to get it into a knot. Just let it glide through.
It's so neat, isn't it? Do you know, I love watching you do the French knots, you know. I just like to see the thread disappear and that
I know,
knot
it just sort
is
of
formed.
curls. It does that on its own. It's not me. So as you place the thread through there, just tighten. If you leave the thread loose around the needle, then we'll do some loopy French knots, and that gives a different effect. So you can, once you've mastered a stitch, then you can just have variations with it. So those, you just build up a collection of those, and that's going to fill that space. And once you start and do the French knot, you'll be able to do them really quite quickly. But they sit high, so if you want the knot to be bigger, you make the thread thicker. Don't wind it round 6 times round the needle. It'll make it spoil the shape fairly.
Okay, yes, because it won't give you that nice rounded
Won't
shape.
give you that
will it?
little dint in the middle. So if you want to use a change of thread, you can get quite a different effect with this. So this time I've got a thread, and this is a woolen thread, and I've got it double through the needle. So start with or without a knot, whichever you prefer. And again, just to do a French knot, except this time I'm going to go around twice, but leave the needle fairly loose. And you'll get a really, really nice shape, but a much bigger knot, much more open, and that looks great to build up texture at the base of the flower.
Makes a big difference, doesn't it? Because of the thickness of the yarn there.
That's right, and you could do triple lengths through. You can make the thread really quite chunky. So we're using a sort of a chenille needle which has a large eye, so that means it's easy to thread the needle. There's nothing worse than not being able to thread the needle. So a chenille is really, really good.
And does it still have quite a sharp point, a chenille
Sharp
needle?
point.
Yeah. They are provided though. You don't even have to go
No,
looking for them.
you don't have to do those. But later on this afternoon, I'll show people how to perhaps use some of the organza. So if you've got one of the pebbles, that's got needles with a variation of size. So if you want to use a smaller needle, or you want to use a larger needle, then you've got the pebble there to work to. So adding texture in the foreground, and I just love the little beads as well, just to create texture, and some tiny French knots in amongst the cow parsley as well. So it's such a lovely stitch. I sort of think you can't do a kit without it, really.
No. Oh, it's
but
beautiful.
if you didn't like them as
new
much,
today as well.
you could put all beads on it if you wanted to, but I think it's a nice way of working.
Do you know, we have had an email in, actually, Katrina. We don't know the lady's name, unfortunately. Or it could be a gentleman, but no name was given. But we can show the picture. It's absolutely beautiful.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, now our viewer says she absolutely loves your kits. This is one she's done recently. She's bought one of the new ones as well from today's show. Lovely, lovely work there. If you don't want to email in and let us know your name, we'll certainly give you a mention, but if you'd rather keep that quiet, then we understand. But it's lovely to see your image there. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for that.
Really
we do love to see
really
the images,
pretty.
don't we?
And I think it's like, once you start a design, you want to keep adding it more and a little bit more. So, but you can do that with this because it's a freestyle embroidery. You're not counting across the fabric. You don't have to, copy the picture exactly. You just get carried away.
Yeah.
And add more beads or more extend. That's why I always give a great big piece of fabric, because I know what I'm like. You add a bit more and a bit more.
You are very, very generous. In fact, that was something we were speaking about before the hour, actually, how hard, people work behind the scenes, especially when you've got a small business and it's just yourself or your family. The work that goes in is just incredible. So the value, for everything that you get in here from Rowan Dean, it's worth every single penny. I've got to say as well, Katrina, we've spoken quite often about your garden, your inspiration, but you do get so much inspiration from your own garden, don't you?
I do. I mean, I really like, it's not a huge garden, but I've got packed it full of plants that I just love, and that's been my source of inspiration.
Oh, I keep asking Katrina to bring photos. I've still not seen them. You need to do that. I'm down to see your garden, Katrina. Well, that beautiful kit there, still got details on the screen there, $14.95, 301 536. Now, we have got at the bottom of the screen one of the accessory kits there. Now, Katrina did show you the 7-inch and the 5-inch hoop. You also get some scissors there as well. They're the ones that Katrina's been using. Just for anybody that hasn't seen before, Katrina, or is new to this craft, just let everybody know why it's important to use a hoop.
Well, I just think it keeps your work tighter as you stitch, and then when you come to frame your work, it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we're using wool and we're using cotton and different bits of fabric, it just keeps it in position. And if you want to adjust the tension, it's much easier. If the tension changes, you can readjust the spring hoop, and it's very easy to do that. And remove and move to another part of your work.
Lovely.
So I just think they're really, really very good.
And the scissors that come with it are so handy as well, and you'll see Katrina using those throughout the demonstrations as well. There we are, 646785 is the item number, just £15.99. Now, we do have more accessories available for you as well, so we'll bring the details up for the needles. Now, you do get the needles in with the kit, as Katrina has said. We've said that a number of times, but you can go for the extra pebble. That's what we call it. You can see why. And also, you've got magnets there and your flower pin needles as well, so the magnets are really handy because of course you can stick all your pins and needles to it so they're not dropping on the floor and rolling off, or if you happen to scatter things around, use those for picking them up. Extremely useful. £10.99, 741201.
Okay, just
right now then, when it comes to organza, we've got lots on offer for you today. Are we using organza anymore in the demonstration this afternoon?
Yes,
we
I've
are.
got, yes.
Perfect.
I'm going to play with the organza.
Are we ready to go with another demonstration?
Yeah, we are, definitely. Okay, so this is the new organza pack. So I've just tried to show you what you could use your organza for. Now, one of the main things is that you can stitch with organza, so you can just treat it like a thread. So to do that, all that you do, you take about 1 centimetre in width, and as you're cutting, you need to cut quite a long way down so that you can hold the fabric as you're going to tear it, and then it's less likely to be distorted, and then you're just going to thread that up and use it as a thread. If you don't want to do that, then you could cut your fabric into strips and use that. So this is why the pebble is a good idea. There are some quite large needles in there that will make you easier, make it a lot easier to do the stitching. So you just thread up. And
now
then
I can see you're working on tweed as well, Katrina. Just to let everybody know,
tweeds,
actually.
I think the colours do lend themselves to tweed. I think they're really, but it depends what you're going to use for. So you bring the thread. I'm calling it a thread now, so that you're just going to stitch with that all the way through, so you can radiate the thread and make it into a flower. You make them as grasses.
I love that colour.
Isn't that it? And this is sort of like a two-tone. It's got a slight, one way is blue and one way are the pinky colours, so it'll come out quite different. And then once you want to get a new piece, then all that you do, you can just push that underneath and then re-thread it through. You don't need to really fasten it off a great deal.
Lovely. Now, just a reminder to everybody, when it comes to the play around packs, we have both cotton and tweed available, but we've been busy on those as normal. Now, we've got new ones in today for you. We've got the autumn play around packs. You have got those choices of the cotton or the tweed. Item number 098476, but I'm letting you know now because the tweed is now limited stock. We've got the play around packs here, so you can see the difference between them. So if I pick this one up first, I'm going to try and get everything all together actually, so you can see exactly what you're getting. So this is the cotton with all the yarn, all the organza there as well, and of course your pack of beads and sequins. Beautiful kit, those lovely textured yarns in there, variegated threads, metallic threads. Now the only difference with the other play around is the fact that you've got the choice of the tweed in this one, if you want to go for that option. This is the one that's limited stock, so you can see Katrina working right now on a tweed background. There we go. We will get back to Katrina. Just wanted to let you know about that, so please remember to check your baskets out, particularly if you want to go for the tweed option there. Right, Katrina, back over to you.
Okay, so I'm just going to show you something else that you could do with the organza. I've cut a strip of the organza about 1 centimetre in width, and I've got one strand, and I'm going to just take a running stitch all the way down the length of the fabric, right down the middle. And then when you get to the other side, you'll pull the needle through, and so you've got the thread going through the whole length, and then you just draw that up and gather it up, and then just fold all the folds.
See, this is why I love your kit so much, Katrina. Everybody can manage that.
Absolutely, and you, obviously the wider the fabric, you can make bigger and bolder flowers. You're just going to secure that with a couple of stitches, and then you can apply that, and that could be the centre of a flower. It could be decoration in the foreground, and you're just going to take a couple of straight stitches there just to hold that in place.
I love the leaves that you've got there sewn at the other side as well. Just a little bit of thread holding down the organza, forming the veins of the leaves. It's so effective.
And that's so by layering, just by layering the colours, you can get great effects. Obviously you can work round with stem stitch, but I think the idea of just overlapping them, and then the same way, take some of the fabric, and then obviously you can make these smaller or larger. I'm just going to cut a petal shape, and then I'm going to distort it, be a bit mean to it, just fray the edge a little bit all the way around, and then just make a fold in the bottom, just like that, and that's going to create one of the flowers. And you just rotate that all the way around and create a flower centre, and just maybe use a couple of stitches, and you can build the flower up and build. And I've just taken those beads from the new design just because I love them. I think they're lovely. So that's the beads. You've got extra beads, you can put those back into your design and just create really nice projects, really.
Beautiful.
So that's,
and I can see you using those flower pins as well, which are very handy.
They're great, and they hold your work. They're quite a long pin and flat, and if you drop them on the floor, you can find them. You know, it's easy, but they really keep their sharpness, which is brilliant.
Wonderful.
So that's a little bit of the things that you could do with the organza. But just as well as that, you can take your this is the tweed. You can do little designs on your work, whether it's a leaf or whether it's a flower. You can stitch through. You'll get an array of like sequins and beads, and really you could almost get 8 little projects out of those.
It's almost like treasure looking at that.
You know, look at those, and then the little cow parsley here down at the front, and then of course on the cotton, the colours are slightly different colours, so you'll get a great change of effect. So I've stitched a little bit of a wall, and then I've got some giant straight stitches. I mean, some of the yarns are very, very textured. You've got some mohair yarns here. We've got some stranded cottons, but look at that one, that's a boucle one, and that's absolutely lovely.
Oh.
Great to stitch with and work with. And of course, a few French knots, can't they? You know, you can build up a design just by using the colours, or looking out the window and just having a look at your view and stitch. And it's just to practice with the colours. And
they're absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Oh, thank you, Katrina. We'll be back with Katrina, I'm sure, in a little while. Now, there's 1 or 2 other things we've not mentioned as well so far this hour, but we want to do a little bit of a recap as well in a second. But I do want to bring these in because we've got some fabric quarters for you as well. Now then, I'm knocking down your display now. Now, we've got different colours for you available. Let me just pick that up because I don't like to leave it down. Now, there are different colours for you. I've got 3 different colours here, actually. These are beautiful. Oh, you can feel the quality, Katrina.
It's the same fabric as what we use for the white and the cream, but it just gives another dimension to the projects. I think, you know, you could use a book cover, put your embroidery on the top, make a cushion. You know, there are possibilities are endless. Or like I have on, when we come back to me, I've got the fallen leaves,
Oh, is that one of the other colours we've got as well?
So that's terracotta. So that's a fabulous
Doesn't that work
one.
beautifully?
And that's, you know, shows that you can add to your embroidery. You can add some of the colours, and then you can stitch through that. You could make the fallen leaves into a book cover, but I quite like combining the colours as well. That's a different idea.
They are beautiful. We have got 7 colours. We've also got the samples of books that Katrina has covered as well. I've got the colours behind with me as well. Let me just show you these because they need to be seen, really. How beautiful are these? And if you're liking the butterflies, you've not seen those before, I'm sure we've still got those on the website as well. They've been on previous shows from Katrina as well. Look at these. What a lovely idea, and again, a great way to gift. Now, when it does come to the colours of the fat quarters, we have got them on, they are made of cotton, of course. We've seen the quality already. Oops, oh, everything's going over now. Let's have a look on the screen there. We can see the colours. $12.99. Now, we've got here the various colours, as you can read there. Terracotta, asparagus, powder blue, Wedgwood blue is in there. They're not in order, these, so you need to look on the website. So there we are. We've got, oh, they're just stunning, aren't they? The website would be the way that you can find these and see the colours next to the detail, of course, as well. But there are 7 different colours to see, and I have got all 7 here. There is a bit of a glare because of the plastic bit. Look at these, aren't they gorgeous? I don't know how you could ever choose a favourite out of those, Katrina.
They're just lovely, and I think that they're quite useful. And
do you know all these colours? Obviously that's a terracotta.
That's terracotta. And then there's powder blue.
Beautiful.
Celestial blue, I think.
Oh, I do like that one.
Asparagus. And then that one's, I can't remember, that's steel.
Oh, nice.
And then asparagus.
That's asparagus, yeah.
And, like a dusky
and then we've
pink.
got the dusky pink.
And the mauve, I think it's called mauve.
Beautiful. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Right, there we are, details for you, 246064. Right then, let's have a bit of a recap as well, because of course we've done the counter earlier, but it's a while ago and there's a lot to get through. So let's have a look at the first new today. This is absolutely beautiful. Approaching limited stock on this one. This was the first one that Katrina demonstrated with. It was also on the earlier show as well, so you can get that on rewind. £14.95, 301536. Just a reminder, with any of the kits like this, you are getting the fabric that's already printed. So you've got those guidelines there. You are getting the threads. If it applies, you're getting organza and the beads in there as well, and you always get a generous amount. Full instructions always included as well. Beautiful. And don't forget, you do get the needles included, so you don't have to be searching around, rummaging around for those. But if you're going for a play around pack, then maybe you want to go for the accessories as well. But this one, 301536. Now let's remind you about the new organza as well, because everybody loves the organza on Katrina's kits. This is a stunning, stunning array of colours here. Absolutely beautiful for autumn. You've got the greens, you've got the golds and oranges. There's almost a plum colour in there as well, those deep reds. The beautiful greens are in there as well. You've almost got an emerald green there and that yellowy green, which is so pretty. Absolutely stunning. Again, if you layer those together in different ways, you're going to get different effects as well. £10.99. You've got a bonus here because you're getting 11 pieces. 989857 is the item number. Now, when it comes to the play-around packs, we've just seen, of course, the tweed being in use there, but we've also got the cotton available for you as well. You're getting the same yarn, you're getting the same beads in there. It is the background fabric that you're going to find is different, so do make sure you're choosing the choice that you really want, or perhaps if you want 1 of each, you can do that as well. £17.99. All those beautiful yarns and threads as well, those gorgeous organzas in there. You know, you're really going to have some fun with these and create something absolutely gorgeous. Item number 098476, and of course the tweed is available at the minute, but it was limited stock, I believe, on that one. We'll keep you updated on that if that was to sell out. Right, more to remind you of as well, because we've got, oh, these are such a good idea. I like these a lot. You've got your card kit here. These are your Blackberry Doodles. Now, if you want to use them as cards, you certainly can, because you do get the card blanks. You also get the envelopes as well. You're getting the fabric that's printed again. You're getting a whole host of different threads and yarns in here. You're getting the most beautiful organzas again in those shades of purples and greens. The needles included as well. Did I say the envelopes? I think I did, but you get the card blanks and those envelopes. But if you don't use them in that way, you don't have to. You could use these on the front of notebooks. You could make little panels. You could put them in picture frames. It's entirely up to you how you use them once they're created. 161282 is the item number. Just £18.95 for the whole kit. And this makes 6 individual pieces there. That's if you're following the instructions as they're given as well. So you can decide how you work with that one. What a great buy that is. Now the fallen leaves, I think this is so beautiful. I love the way that Katrina has laid up the different organzas here, so you're getting those variations of colour. Not only that, you've got the variegated thread in here as well, and as Katrina described, it's like a bit of magic. So you can see those colours coming through. You never know quite where they're going to fall, but it gives the most beautiful effect. I can even see an acorn in there. I didn't spot that last time. £24.95 for the whole kit. Again, you're getting the beautiful fabric, the instructions, lots of yarn and thread in there. Beads galore in this one as well, and of course those beautiful organzas included. 200614 is the item number. Now the foxgloves. Oh, I do like foxgloves. I think I need to plant some of these in my garden next year. I think they're beautiful. You get such gorgeous colours, don't you? And of course you can see the detail very clearly in this one. There they are. They stand proud, don't they? They make a statement. You layer up again with that organza behind there. Using the stitches, you can follow the guides, the instructions, but if you want to add more, you can do as well. You've got the beads in this one, you've got the needles and everything included as always. Just £14.95 for the whole kit, 789799. Then the hollyhock and the hosta. Beautiful yet again. I mean, there's some depth to this one, isn't there? You've got a little bit of drama with that darker colour that's adding the shadowing behind there, but I think it really makes all those colours pop. Those beautiful greens laid up in the organzas and the use of those beads again, and the French knots, of course, very, very clever. I adore those glass beads. They do really look like bright pebbles, don't they? £14.95 for this kit, 772363. Then we're going to move on to our little kits here. These are such a good price point again. We're going to go with Lazy Afternoon first of all. If I just bring this in the front so you can see that's the one that has more the yellow colours. Now I'm going to do something a little bit different with these as we go through them this time. We've got different item numbers for the different colours. So Lazy Afternoon is 885524. The next one we've got is Dawn. Very, very pretty with the blues and the pinks. Now there is a difference between the two depending on how you stitch them, but really they are the same image as such, but they look totally different because of the colours. So Dawn is the one we're looking at now. Look how that organza has been used at the front. Isn't that effective? £13.95 again, item number 453945. Then we bring in Sunset. If I put the two together first again, you can see how different they look depending on the colour. But this is the one we're looking at for detail now. This is our Sunset with the reds and the oranges in there. You've got the pinks in there as well. Another one at £13.95, 788685 is the item number. And the final one is Midnight. You do get the little hoops in these, by the way, as well. You've got the threads, you've got the fabric, you've got the beads in there. Oh, I'm just looking down at the beads of Midnight. I think this has become my favourite one, actually, because I'm looking at all those lovely colours in there. Beautiful. Right, let's have a look at this. £13.95, 154045 is the item number. I'm just going to check with Katrina, actually. Do you get the hoop? You do get the hoop, yes. Yeah, so bonus there, isn't it? Because that is a fantastic little kit. If you want to get going, if you want to try something for the first time and then display your work, what a way to go. Now, moving on down, the poppies, these are beautiful. Oh, now, this is going to create a larger piece for you, but I could imagine that as a cushion panel. How beautiful would that look? Absolutely stunning. £34.20, of course, everything in the kit that you require again, just straight out of the packaging, and away you go with this one as well. 559139 is the item number. Beautiful work there. Right, back to Katrina. We want to see more in the way of demonstration, of course.
Okay, so this time we're going to look at the blackberry doodles. The idea of this design is you've got 6 little designs, each with different projects to complete. It gives a variety of stitch. They're not too big, they're not going to be take too long, but they're mainly a few straight stitches, a few French knots, and an array of beads. Yeah, they're going to be loads of beads and loads of sparkle, but there's lots to do. Now this time I'm using the 5-inch hoop, so I've placed over the design some organza here, And then there are 1 or 2 vertical lines that are printed on there, and the first thing to do is you're just going to take a stitch over the print. Obviously in the instructions it tells you which colours I've used, but you know, any of the 17 colours, you can interchange the colours, whichever ones that you like to stitch with. It's quite free, it's quite creative. And you're going to fill in.
How many colours did you just say, Katrina?
Well, there's 17 different, well, there's more because some of the hooks have got several. I'll just show everybody those colours.
Wow.
You know, if you look at the colours, we've got some metallic threads, we've got variegated threads, we've got some wools, sparkle for the blackberry itself, you know, and a little bit of wool and a little bit of wool again. So all a nice blend of colours, but yeah, a lot to choose from.
Can I just point something out as well? I know I said earlier we had that chat about how hard people work. You imagine that there's Katrina and Ted that put all these kits together. Katrina designs everything. She's written that fabulous book. Just looking at the threads there, you have to wind those, don't you, around those cards as well?
To me, that's part of what's special about Rowan Dean, is that when we first started, we wanted everybody to have fun just doing the projects and everything there. You know, if we said in the instructions, use the green, well, there could be 10 of them, you know, it'd be too difficult. So that's why we've always put them on a card, and it's nice to see the blend of the colours that you're using, because that's what makes you want to stitch. It's all the colours that are there.
Oh yes, it looks
it's
beautiful.
Really, really nice.
But it just hits home with me. I can just imagine you sat there having to wrap those around on each of those cards, and you sell a lot of stock, Katrina.
I know.
We have really, really good stock levels for the shows, and I just want everybody to appreciate, you know, the price points you're paying here for all of that hard work, the design, something that you're going to sit and enjoy, and you really are going to enjoy it. We get so many testimonials coming from people at home. Katrina, you get a lot of feedback as well, don't you?
We do, and the photographs people send in, whether it's on our website or Facebook or Instagram, it's amazing the fabulous work that people are producing, and it's just lovely, and the stories that go with it. You know, it's been really lovely over time to hear everybody's stories and love stitching. I mean, that's great. You know, it's not. I think it's not that image of. Well, it's really, it's just creative, and you can just really enjoy.
Do you know,
working
Katrina,
with the threads.
I've just been handed a picture, actually. We've got an image to show you. Jimmy, our lovely floor manager today, has just handed this in. This is from Pat from the Wirral. Look at this, isn't it beautiful?
Gorgeous.
Oh, that is stunning.
Lovely.
Pat's saying, I am now an avid fan of Rowan Dean kits. I've just ordered the Hoster kit, which I'm going to take with me to do next week when I'm on holiday in Derbyshire. You're from Derbyshire, aren't you?
Yeah.
Keep inspiring us, Katrina, to create wonderful embroidery. I've attached a picture of my last picture. Thank you so much. Pat, you're just one of the many that we're just talking about there.
That's beautiful. That's really lovely.
It is beautiful, isn't it? And I can see, you know, a little bit of extra embellishment there that Pat's done on her own as well. You can see there's a lot going on there, and it looks absolutely stunning. And the use of the organza there, which you see in the majority of your kits as well. Beautiful. Now, I can see Pat's used one of the hoops there as well. We've got various different sets for you when it comes to accessories. So the hoops, the one Katrina's using at the moment, comes with the 5-inch and the 7-inch and the embroidery scissors, but we also have some wooden hoops for you as well. We will find the details for those for you in case you've missed out. Some of the kits, depending on what they are, may have a hoop included, like the smaller ones that we've just shown you, the lazy afternoon and that sort of thing. Others don't, because you can choose how you want to display those. But it's nice to go for the display hoops if you can get them as well. Now, I think we're going to bring up the details in a second. We will get back to Katrina very, very shortly as well, because I know she's busy stitching away there as well. I wonder what Pat's done at the minute. I wonder if she's still stitching away as well. Now, when it comes to the 5-inch and the 7-inch hoop, that's the set that comes with the scissors, so we can bring the details there. We've got the 5, oh, actually, no, these are the wooden ones, the 5, 6 and 7. There we are, £13.99. That's a really good buy, actually, 727069. So they're your wooden hoops, your hardwood display hoops. Then the other pack, the one here that we can see on the screen now, You've got the 7-inch, so there's 3 of those, but they're all 7 inches. So nice if you want to make something to hang on the wall that's uniform, or use them individually, of course. $14.99, 903751. There we are. Okay, now back to Katrina for more of the demonstration.
Yeah,
and you're, of course, using your regular hoop for stitching
this is the 5-inch hoop. So this is going to be the blackberry design. So I just want to show you this, how there are 6 individual designs on here, each of them featuring straight stitch or French knots, or actually creating the actual leaf of a blackberry. And then there's some spider's webs where it's texture using the colours. But the easiest thing to do really is you're going to go over the print, and then you're going to enhance that area either with some French knots or another stitch that I'm just going to show you. I'm going to use, this is called fly stitch. So the beauty of these hoops, if the spring gets in the way, you can just move that out the way. It's not going to get in the way then. And then you're just going to take the thread opposite, insert the needle and bring it between the 2 points, and then as you bring the thread through, it'll form almost a Y. And that length of that stitch can be anything. It can be a short length or a long length. I've often used these for grasses. So you just take those, and again,
you can really see the sheen on that thread,
just
Katrina.
take that little thread out the way. And you can add the colours. I mean, the blackberries to me are just such a rich purples and pinks and other colours in there, and you can build up a little design.
Oh, do you know, if you've never stitched before, do try one of Katrina's kits. All the instructions are there, simple stitches. And really, although the guidelines are there and you have got a plan, Katrina, you really can sort of add your own twist to it as well, can't
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of this. You can embellish areas more, you can add your own beads and threads. Yeah, it's just really creative projects.
You always make me think, every time I work with you, I always think I'd love to, and I still haven't done it, but I must do it, using some of your designs and stitching onto garments, onto a denim jacket.
Oh, a denim jacket would be absolutely magical, wouldn't it?
We have got your bag actually here.
Well, that's
not quite a denim jacket, but it's still beautiful.
It's not quite, but the idea of the bag was that if you're going away, you can put your stuff in the bag, your projects, and then you can add it to your bag and take it with you and keep each project together. And I think that's a lovely way of doing that. It's a very heavy cotton, so you can stitch on it, you can machine on it as well. And so those there are mini kits. So now in the Pick and Mix mini range, so we've got crocuses and agapanthus and lavender. So you could embellish the bag with projects, or you can actually stitch straight onto the bag. If you've got a play around pack, then if it's the autumn one, the new one, or whichever one it is, you can enhance and work all the way around the bag.
Beautiful. I was just going to say how much that looked like a watercolour on there, that one at the bottom. Just before we go back to Katrina, I'm just going to let everybody know when it comes to our first kit, this is our new today. This is now limited stock. You need to be quick. This is the second hour for Katrina today. We've had very busy shows, £14.95. Please check your baskets out on that one, 301536.
Okay.
What are we doing now, Katrina?
So I'm just going to show, these are, I don't know whether everybody can see the beads that are in this kit.
Oh, wow.
So there's lots of bugles and sparkly sequins, and the seed beads are a mixture of sizes, so really you can absolutely go to town on those. So in your kit you'll get a needle for that. It's not a bead needle, it's slightly bigger than a bead needle. It's a milliner's 10, which is a bit easier to thread. So I'm just going to take a couple of beads.
I've got to ask Katrina, I know you work really, really hard, and so does Ted, but please tell me you don't count every bead. You do it by weight.
It'll be
Thank goodness.
A teaspoon. It'll be teaspoons, I think, really, rather than... No, that would be too much.
It wouldn't have surprised me if you'd said yes then.
No. There's loads. You will get loads of beads in here, in every kit. Loads to do. loads of beads, and they're just going to give you that little bit of sparkle and a little bit of texture, and you can build up an area, or you can take a sequin and attach it with a bead, or you can leave the bead and just create a little bit of sparkle there.
Do you know, any of the kits that you've stitched, I think, with the beads in there, especially when they catch the light, I would really want to think where I'm hanging that in my home to make sure it does catch that light and the sunlight.
It just gives you that little bit of sparkle. And I think if you're giving it as a gift, as a card, you know, they can be really, really, really nice to put in a little frame. I think this one would probably fit, you know, in a tiny little wooden frame, and that would make a really nice gift as well as using it as a card.
Do you know, I would be popping some of those display hoops into my basket if I were you, along with the kits that you're buying. Even if you're just going for the one kit, I'm sure you're going to be addicted and you're going to do much more as well. Now, those beautiful kits that we've just seen Katrina working with, we've got so many on the show as well today. Let's have a look again at the Autumn Cow Parcel kit. This is limited stock. This is brand new today. Been such a busy item. I'm not surprised. £14.95, 301536. Now, we've also got new organza packs for you today as well. These are the beautiful autumn colours. And I'm going to tell you again, if you've gone for any of the others and it says 10 in a pack, that is correct. This one, you've got a bonus because Katrina couldn't decide which 10, so she's given you 11 pieces. Couldn't leave one out at all. £10.99. Now, you've got a beautiful array of colours here as well. 989857, that's the item number for that particular pack. And then two more new todays. It's one item number, but you've got different choices here. So it's the play around pack. So we've got the cotton option, or we've got the tweed. I'm just going to again try and pick these up as best I can in one go so you can see those colours together. You've got an enormous amount of yarn and threads there, everything from metallics in there, the boucle in there, you've got wool yarn, you've got silks in there, beautiful. And then those wonderful beads and sequins. And of course you've got those squares of organza and the cotton, or the tweed. The tweed one is there as well under the same item number, 098476. Just £17.99. Love those. Then the doodle kit that Katrina's just been working with. Again, value for money. If you're really unsure what to go for, maybe this is the best place to start because you're getting 6 individual little projects here. So you're really going to be able to work and find different techniques, find ways of building these up, and then if you want to gift them, you can. £18.95, 161 282 is the item number if you want to go for those. Full kits for you there. And then the fallen leaves is next to me as well there. We might have to stop here because we're almost out of time. You can find everything on the website, of course. I've got to say goodbye to Katrina. We can't go without saying thank you ever so much yet again, Katrina.
Thank you to everyone.
Can't wait to see you back. We're being counted out. Katrina will be back soon. She's a regular customer supplier here. Check your baskets out, don't forget. See you soon. Oh, what's coming up next? Something that interests me a lot. Stabler Female Clay. And then we've got Class 2 21st birthday, one-day special. And then, oh, looking forward to this, Inventors Asylum.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, newsletters, competitions and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Good afternoon. Now we have a brand new guest with us today. Charlotte, welcome to the Hochanda family.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here.
Very nice to meet you. So first time with us here today.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you want to tell, because our viewers always like to know a bit about, you know, your crafty background.
Yeah,
so
sure.
How did it all start? What's your journey and how did you get involved with Stedler Feefo?
Okay, well, I've always loved making things.
Yeah.
I think ever since I was little, I've enjoyed card making, model making, that sort of thing. With Stedler, I've been working for them now for over 15 years as a project designer on different kinds of Feefo clays, so doing demonstrations, designing projects for leaflets and websites, and you know, it's such a fun project to be working on, and we're really excited about Feefo leather.
Yay, and we're excited, yes, because it's Feefo leather, something a bit different that you are going to see. And obviously Charlotte's going to talk you through lots and lots of demonstrations, but also you wanted to mention about their website, because there's more hints and tips. Like there's
Absolutely.
So much.
We're going to run through as much as we can today, but do look out for the extra tips and hints on the Stedler website, www.stedler.com.
Okay. Lovely.
And yeah, masses of information there, which I think you'll find useful for getting started with Feefo leather.
Yeah, excellent. Right then, so we're going to start with a lovely starter kit itself. So first off, we've got the actual tassel kit. So this is so cool. You can make tassels.
You can. You can do so much with it, and everything's in there for making a tassel. There's some little instructions. You get the little bit of cord and the jewellery findings. So there's more than enough to make those tassels, and you'll have some material left over too.
Yes. So look at that. They're so fun, aren't they? Pop them on your handbags. You could, I mean, I suppose you could even wear them as jewellery. So that's there. We've also got, of course, the all-important Feefo clay. What type of clay is this?
So Feefo Leather Effect is an oven hardening polymer clay.
Right.
In some ways there are similarities to other polymer clays that viewers might have already used, but the main difference is that when Feefo Leather Effect is baked in the oven, it remains flexible. So once it's been baked in the oven, you can cut it, you can punch it, so many different ways of using it, and it almost mimics leather.
Look at that, I'm just looking at it, it's amazing.
And the colours are really fabulous, so you can have a lot of fun with it.
So look at that, we've got yellows, greens, blues, wonderful. There's a nice fuchsia pink in there. Then of course we actually have the acrylic roller. You really recommend this, don't you?
I really would. I'm going to be using it on all the demos today. So it's a clear acrylic roller that it's a dedicated tool for polymer clay, so it's better not really to use your kitchen equipment. Use a polymer clay roller, and then it can be wiped down, colour won't soak into it. If you're using a wooden roller, there's a tendency that the colour might stain the roller, so you can keep this really, really clean, and it really is, it's the perfect tool. It's so, so useful. I can't say it enough. It's so useful.
Nice. And then moving along, we have got our, it's almost like a foil, would you say?
Yeah, so you would lay the foil over the top of the Feefo. In fact, I'm going to be using that in the first demo, and it creates a really beautiful metallic effect. And again, there are lots of different ways that you can use it, whether you want a full covering of foil or whether you want it a bit more fragmented and sparkly. It's really fun.
Excellent. And then we're still going, because then we've got, it's like a texture sheet, so it's creating lovely, lovely patterns.
Yeah, again, we're going to be using that for making some jewellery. You can press it into the surface of unbaked Feefo. So as you've rolled it out, use the texture sheet, press it in, it creates an effect like an embossed leather, which is lovely, and you could even add some gilding wax or something over the top to highlight the pattern. So that really is, like on the earrings there, it's really, really fun.
It is, isn't it? Look at those, so cool. Still going, because then we've got our beautiful mould, so I can see we've got some leaves, and I think there's some wings there.
Some little tiny angels' wings. So these are really great if you want to make tiny embellishments. Perfect for card making, perfect for jewellery. You can add them onto your Feefo leather backgrounds, and I think there are 4 different designs there which you could choose from.
I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in there. Good, 1 extra. And then the blades, obviously for cutting.
The blade, again, for the cutter blades, really useful. You'll see when we get started with the demo, Feefo Leather Effect has a slightly more fibrous quality than other polymer clays that you can cut straight through. So this blade is really handy for getting through. It's not tough to cut through, but there's a more fibrous quality to the texture of the clay. So that cutter tool is really good, and also very useful for trimming edges, that type of thing.
Excellent. And yes, so that is your starter kit. And I mean, I'm looking at all these samples. How would you like to get making your own, you know, sort of jewellery, bookmarks? I mean, just look at these beautiful. Oh, I love the necklace with the foiling. Well, metal leaf, I should call it.
So there are just so many different things you can do with it. It's really good fun.
Excellent. Oh yes, so do you want to have a look? That you can do something as amazing as this wonderful frame. So all of this is the leather Feefo.
It is, and what we've done there, the flowers have been blended. So you've got your basic kit of 12 colours, but they can all be blended together to create more colours. So actually the sky's the limit for the number of colours that you can create with Feefo leather. I've tried to focus here on using pastel colours, so we've used quite a lot of white, and then the pigments are fairly strong, so you can just take a tiny bit of one colour, blend it in with the roller to make the pastel shades, and that's how we've created these textures. And you can see some of them have got almost a patterned quality to them. The colours have been flecked through the flowers. So yeah, it's really fun.
gorgeous. Right then, we are already, we're busy, Charlotte.
Good news.
We are already over 10% gone for the whole starter kit. We've got everything there, and we've not seen it in action yet, so you're already getting this. It's 2 payments of £27.44. If you do want to spread the cost on FlexiBuy, 662750. Then we've got a couple of options for you on our nice DIY set. Oh yes, sorry, you can get those options, I forgot. But this is the set of 2 that you can get together. Yeah, nice. So you've got the kit to make your tassels and your kit to make your jewellery. And do you, so you get your findings in the jewellery one?
Everything's in there you need, plus the instructions.
Excellent. So look again at the things that you can be making. They're fabulous. I mean, may I ask our lovely Holly to have a look at this? This is fabulous, this stand. What about, are we allowed to make to sell?
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely. Yes. Good stuff. You know, I'm sure we will be having craft fairs soon. I'm sure we will.
Let's hope. Yes, let's hope everybody will be ready to go out and buy things.
Yes, gorgeous.
Yeah. So I think it's the sort of material you can see from the earrings.
Yeah.
Once you start making, you keep thinking of other new ideas you can do, different colour variations, and lots of different possibilities there.
Nice. Yeah, you get the 2 together. You've got everything that you need to make your tassels and your lovely jewellery. Yeah, if you do want an individual one, they're at the bottom of the screen for £11.99. But you do have a nice £5 saving if you go for the 2. It's £18.98, £494,558. Then carrying on, where are we? We've got our texture sheet. Oh, I've got some sheets for you back here as well. You're going to get all 4. So have a little look. They remind me. They kind of look to me like embossing folders. But they're, but they're
Could
not.
be used as embossing folders.
Oh, really? Oh, amazing. Okay. So here we are. We've got some samples of the different designs. They're really pretty. Look at that. We've almost got like a wood grain effect in that one. Look at that. I'll just try and tilt it so you can see. They're very detailed patterns, aren't they?
They are. They're really pretty.
That one reminds me of like really fancy wallpaper.
It is. Is that the Baroque one? I think.
Possibly,
yes. It's like that kind of Rococo swirly pattern. I love that one.
I'm liking that.
And the colours are gorgeous too.
Definitely. So you're getting all 4. There's a £3 saving. So basically, it's £2.50 each if you look at that, and £9.99. 060948. And then we've also got some moulds for you. Now they are on a pick and mix. You're choosing any 2. So we've popped out, let's have a little look at these designs. Look, we've got some leaves, then this one we've got some really pretty flowers. I like that. And this one, oh, have we got like is that a cog, would you say?
It's called cami,
Oh,
and I think there may be an example of it down there. It's like a little frame, a little decorative frame.
Here it is.
And there's a little profile of a woman that you can do, but you could put your own designs into it. They can all the different motifs could be mixed and matched. So it's different ways of using them together.
Yeah, cool. Well, we're still going because we've got the bows. Very nice indeed. I have another sample actually. These are the wings in that first one. How good is this? And again, that is on your leather Fimo. Look at that. So pick and mixing any 2, £9.99, item number 435646. Something else you might want to add to your baskets. We've got a set of 12 of your fabulous leather effect. Now you've got 12 blocks in this set. It's £12.79. That's your introductory price, saving £4. Item number is 194160. It's my eyesight. The monitor's too far away. I can't remember. Now, everything here is on extended delivery. It'll be dispatched from the 25th of September, just so you know. Now, just want to mention the Get Started kit. We are approaching 20% gone.
Gosh.
Yay! And you haven't seen it yet, so there you go. We've popped the details back on screen for you. Now, if you've got any questions for Charlotte, please send your questions to studio@hochanda.com, or you can find our Facebook page, Hochanda, and just ask away, because I know you're very knowledgeable, Charlotte, about this product.
I've been using it for about a year now, and it has, the more I use it, the more I'm still learning about it. I think there's so much you can do with it.
Excellent.
So,
take it away, Charlotte. What would you like to start with?
Are we ready?
Yes.
So I thought to start with, we're going to make a Feefo leather bookmark. I think it's a really simple way to demonstrate how the material works, and just to get a really simple feel for how you can roll it, how you can cut it. So I'm going to start with this lovely lagoon colour. So I'm going to take it out of the box. So you can see each block comes wrapped in this cellophane, which just helps to keep it really fresh. And by the way, if you find that you don't use a whole block on a project, it can easily be stored and saved for later.
I was just going to ask that,
Yeah, so you would just wrap up what you've not used at the end of your project, pop it into a polythene bag, a plastic box or a metal box, but not airtight. So just so that it's stored, and it'll stay perfectly fine like that. So I've got my block, and each block is 25 grams. It looks quite small, but you actually get a lot of clay there. If you're making small things, you can make an awful lot out of it, and particularly if, as here, we're going to be rolling it fairly thin.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do to start with, I'm just going to cut the block in half like that, using the cutter blade. So you can see it's got these little safety handle bits on top. So if you use the cutter blades, do make sure that you put these little plastic bits on the right side, because it is really, really sharp, but it definitely does the job. There we are. So I'm going to pop that bit to one side, and then I'm just going to gently start squeezing it. So you could see, compared to some other polymer clays which are quite firm, the ones that are used for model making, this already, you can see it is quite soft and squashy. And I'm going to use my roller, the acrylic roller, and start rolling it like this. So if I lift that up and start to pull it, can you see that it has a very slightly textured surface, and the more I pull it, the surface is starting to pull apart. So really, that is one of the significant differences between this type of polymer clay and other smoother polymer clays. There we are, and I'm just going to roll it over again.
Are you working on a tile?
I am. I'm working on a smooth tile, and actually any kind of smooth surface is perfectly all right. You could work on a glass surface, a tile. I find a white tile just the easiest because it's easy to see what I'm doing. You could also work on a piece of baking paper, on a baking tray, so that would also be fine. So I'm just going to roll that out a couple of times more. So it's really, really soft. And then I'm going to take a piece of the leaf metal. This is the gold, which is absolutely gorgeous. And I'm going to just gently pop it on top of the clay like that. If it breaks up like that, it really doesn't matter, because I'm going to roll on top of it. You can see it is so fine and light, and it's getting stuck to my fingers there. So there we are. Right. So I'm just going to roll on top of it, and can you see how the surface there is just starting to crackle?
Oh yeah. Oh, that looks really cool.
Really lovely. And because I want my bookmark to have the gold on both sides, I'm going to fold it over like that, and then basically just keep rolling.
Look at that, I love the way it breaks up in there.
It's really pretty, isn't it? So we can actually go really, really thin with this. You can roll down to less than 1 millimetre. I'm going to go for about 1 millimetre, and I want it to be roughly big enough for the bookmark shape. There we go. And so what I would do, if I wanted those flakes to be more fragmented and appear smaller on the surface of the Feefo, I just roll it up and re-roll it and keep going. And as you do that, they break up more. But I'm just going to leave that like that for now. So I think that's just about big enough for making a bookmark. So again, because this is going to be seen from both sides. I'm going to bake it on a piece of card because that will prevent the underside from becoming shiny. So I could just put it in straight into the oven like that on a tile, but where the Feefo is in contact with the tile, there's a tendency for it to become a bit shiny or patchy. So if you bake it on a piece of card, that stops it from happening.
So do we not want a shiny look?
We don't really.
Okay.
I think
That's all right.
it just where it comes into contact with the tile, it might sort of stick and become a little bit shiny. So to avoid that, then I'm just going to lift it up so it peels up really easily from the tile, and then I'm going to transfer it onto a piece of card like that onto a baking tray, and then bake it like that. And so Feefo Leather Effect needs to be baked at 130 degrees for 30 minutes.
130 degrees, 30 minutes.
And then once it's been baked, obviously let it cool down before you touch it, and then you end up with something like this.
That's so incredible. Can I ask you another question? Because I'm always so curious. Is what if you've got like a really big piece? Does that take longer? You know, like cooking a sized chicken or something. You know.
So I'd say no. Whatever size piece you bake, it's really the depth that we're looking at. So you could have a piece the size of the whole tray, and it would still only be 30 minutes.
Lovely. Okay.
So not more than that. And then, so when you've baked the Feefo, you end up with something that looks like that. And then that can be cut with a craft knife. So I'm just going to cut through it like this.
I am like in awe of this. This is really cool stuff.
And I'd say also, when you have these little off-cut bits, save them, because you could use them for making things like earrings or other little bits and pieces. So I'm just going to cut it like this. So I guess that's about the right size, isn't it? There we are. Bookmark. And then I'm just going to quickly cut the end into a fringe.
Is it quite tough to cut, or it's not at all?
It's really, really easy. It'll depend on the depth, but this is only about 1 millimetre deep, or even less than 1 millimetre, so it's really, really easy. If you prefer, use a craft knife, but scissors is really easy to do too. So there we go. You could also just trim the edges. Another handy tip, if you've got a bit of sandpaper and you just want to smooth them off, you could do that. So basically there's your bookmark, and you could try other variations. So maybe punching a hole and
really
setting an eyelet in it, and that one's got a tassel attached to the bottom. So the tassel that uses the same method as the kit tassel, so you could do something like that, or try a colour variation. So yeah, lots of different ways you can use it.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, then I'm going to do a quick recap, and then we'll come back to you for the next demonstration. This is good stuff, isn't it? Never seen anything like this before, personally. Right, you're liking this starter kit. I know what I can see is happening is that you're thinking, I want to try something a bit different and a bit new. What you get then in your fabulous starter kit is the tassel kit. You've got everything you need in there to make these fab tassels, and I'll just wing them in. I really like them. Then, of course, the all-important leather Feefo clay. There you go, wonderful colours. There's black, brown, green, orange, bright magenta. You're getting 12 of those. Then you've got the acrylic roller, which Charlotte highly recommends. Then moving along, we've got our really nice like presses, or what's the official term again for these? Our lovely texture sheets. Thank you, Charlotte, in my ear. It's getting confusing because obviously we've got Charlotte here,
I couldn't see what you were looking
at, and Charlotte in my ear. Yes, so you've got those texture sheets. You've got the blade. You have got the leaf moulds that also has a pair of angel wings in, and not to forget, you've got those metal leaf sheets that look absolutely stunning. So again, you could be making something like this. Little cute little shell tray. That could be a ring holder. There's this one. Oh, now that's interesting. So can you stamp into it?
You can stamp into it.
Ah,
yes.
Before it's baked.
Before it's baked, yes. So that one's had, is that the one with a little date stamp on it? Yeah.
That's so cool. Oh, can you imagine the stamps that you've got that you can turn into little dishes like this? Oh, and then we've got this lovely little shell. Yeah, Charlotte in my ear has just said, sorry, Charlotte in my ear has just said Catherine is going to love this later because Catherine loves working with clay. So I'll have to ask her if she's worked with this type of clay. And Catherine will be with you at 7. Yeah,
lovely.
Look at this little maybe pen holder. It's so malleable. It's really interesting. Interesting stuff. Look, got a little swatch here with all the colours. Yeah, these are all the colours that you'll be getting. I love this. Wait, more. Can we look at these samples? Thanking you, Holly. But look at that. So we've got, like, you can do little key rings. Look how fine you can go. That's amazing. Yeah, flamingo. So a leather Fimo flamingo. Stunning. Liking this a lot. Right, you have got, and the which one? Oh, yes, the clock. This is a clock. Because you can get a mechanism really easily, can't you?
Very cheap.
Yeah. Wow. Could you imagine that? I mean, that's going to look stunning in your living room, but if you can make to sell, then, I mean, what you could charge, who knows? So if you do want the starter kit, 2 payments of £27.44. Item number is 662750. Now, if you do want the set of 12 of the clays, we do have them for you. There you go, the leather effect, 12 of those. They're very popular, £12.49. Item number is 194160. And don't forget, everything's going to be dispatched from the 25th of September. You can, of course, the number's on screen, place your orders that way, 01733 602000, or you can go to our website, hochanda.com. Back to you then, Charlotte. What would you like to show us next?
Okay, well, you were looking at the flower frame over here. We're going to have a go at making a single flower like this. And can you see on the frame here? So really, this is a smaller version of the big frame over here. So these sort of flowers would make lovely decorations around a picture frame or a photo frame. So I'm going to start with some of the ivory Fimo like this. The same as on the big frame, we're going to focus on using pastel colours. Right. So the main colour that I'm going to be using is the ivory, and then adding in some smaller pieces of the other pigments. So I'm going to go for about half a block of the ivory. And I'd also just mention too, so before I started this one, I did give my fingers a good clean, because the last project with the bookmark was using that turquoise colour, and it can rub off a bit on your fingers. So always a good tip is, if you're working with Fimo leather, keep your fingers clean. Just wipe them with a wet wipe and then dry them with a little bit of paper towel. And the same with the tile. If you've got any residue of another colour, give it a wipe and then dry it first, just to make sure the colours don't transfer. Okay, so I've got my ivory, and then I'm going to get a tiny bit of pink.
Because that's quite a strong one, isn't it?
It really is. It's lovely. And then a little bit of the blue. And actually, I'm never quite sure of the combinations that are going to come out. It does look a little bit different every time. But let's just see what happens.
Sounds good.
So I'm going to put the pink and the blue like that, and then just start rolling. Oh, I've even got a little bit of the leftover metal leaf in there, but that's fine.
That's all right.
That's fine. That all adds to the design. So what will happen as I start rolling, the white should start to come through there. So already you can see that the blue and the pink are both starting to get a little bit lighter. Can you see that? And then the more you roll, the more blended the colours are going to be. And it does look different every single time.
No, I like that though.
That's starting to look quite nice. So it's really bright on one side and not so on the other. I quite like that. So what I need to do is get this thin enough so that I can cut out 5 or 6 petal shapes.
Yep.
That's again, I've rolled that down, looks quite nice. Rolled that down to about 1 millimetre.
Right.
And then I've got a little card template there I'm going to cut round.
Oh.
So we'll just cut out 5 of those, just move it over. You could, if you have a cutter, you could use a little shape cutter as well.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And you'll notice if you're using a shaped cutter, just give it a push and a bit of a wiggle, because we were talking earlier about the fibrous quality of Fimo leather.
Yeah.
So you just need to make sure that the cutter has gone all the way through. There we are. So I think each petal here is going to be slightly different, but that's absolutely fine.
I have a question. It's going back to, you know, when you bake it,
yeah,
does it shrink at all?
There's a very, very small shrinkage.
Right.
So if you were to bake a sheet of it, you might notice that it shrinks by 2 to 3 millimetres.
Okay.
So the answer is yes, it does shrink, but only by a very, very tiny amount. And for that reason, if you were making something that needed to be a very precise measurement, so for example, if you were making a wallet or something that you needed something to fit inside, it may be like a card wallet for your credit cards, that type of thing. It would need to be a specific size. So you would bake the Fimo first, then trim it afterwards.
I see.
Because once it's trimmed, you can get it to the right size. Does that make sense?
Yes, totally, yeah.
So there we are. Look, we've got the 5 petals, and also never throw away your leftover bits, because you can use those to make all sorts of nice things afterwards. So what I'm going to do is just sort of smooth the edges if they need it. They look fairly okay, and then I'm going to overlap them like this.
So you don't need any like sticking agent or anything?
No, so it's self-adhesive in the baking process. So when you push pieces together, they will bond together in the oven. There we are. So that's the basic flower shape. I'm going to use one of these tools just to lift it up. I think a lot of people will have similar plastic tools, cutting tools, just something to lift it up. And then I'm going to pop it into one of these little paper, what are they called? Muffin cases, or little cupcake cases. And if I pop it in there like that, it will help the flower to retain a 3-dimensional shape.
Right.
So when that bakes, it'll stay like that.
Yeah.
So you could do things, you could curl the petals over if you wanted them like that, or give them a little ripple, whatever you like really. So those are our outer petals, and then I'm going to just very quickly make...
Oh, we've got lots of time, we're all right.
Are we doing all right? Yeah. I could make some darker petals as a contrast to go into the middle.
Okay.
There we are. So again, really thin, that's about 1 millimetre, maybe even less than 1 millimetre. And you can see how it's starting to pull apart and give that lovely leathery texture. And I think that's something you could really use as a feature in your designs. Give it a pull, stretch it out, and it does create an interesting surface pattern on your designs. So I'm going to go for maybe 5 of these little petals here. Again, if you've got shape cutters, use them.
But I guess as well, if you've got shape cutters, you need to keep them for the clay. Don't mix it with food. If you know what I mean?
It's a good idea. I suppose it would be all right if you give them a really good wash, but I would always say probably better to keep. For example, you might have things that you use for sugar craft, but probably get dedicated ones for polymer clay use. There we are. So the same again, I'm just going to stick those like that. And this time I'm going to pop this separately into another cake case. So there we are. So can you see I've curled the petals up, so that should bake in that sort of lily, water lily shape. And then the last thing I'm going to do is use one of these little moulds to make the centre for the flower. So you can see there are 5 different designs here. I'm going to use this one here. It's like a little star. And I found a really good way for the Feefo to pop out easily. Get a tiny bit of bicarbonate of soda on the end of a soft brush.
Yeah.
Just give it a little dust around like that to coat the surface of the mould. And then I'm going to clean my hands first too, because I've been touching blue and I don't want any of that to get onto the yellow, and also the end of the tool there. So these moulds are just so tiny and detailed. They're lovely. You hardly need any Feefo. So maybe that's the size of maybe a little pea, isn't it? Just tiny weeny. And then I'm going to pop it into the mould like that. Press it down on. You're after a flat back. If it looks like the clay has gone over the edge or it's bulging over the top, I'd start again and just use a little bit less, because it's much easier to use the precise amount rather than trying to slice it off afterwards. And then there we are. I'm just going to pop that out. So can you see you've got the little mould there? And just to shape that slightly more, I'm going to form it into a more three-dimensional shape. And then pop it in the middle of that blue. There we go. Pop it in the middle of the blue one. So again, that yellow centre will stick to the blue petals. So all I'll need to do once they've been hardened is glue the 2 pieces together. I really wanted this effect where the middle flower looked separate from the outside, because if I'd put them together they would have baked flat together. So all I need to do now is get the outer petals and the inner petals, and then pop them onto a baking tray. Again, 130 degrees in a preheated oven for 30 minutes. Once they've been baked, you'll end up with 2 pieces like this. And for hardened Feefo leather, super glue really is the best thing to do. So just the tiniest little blob of super glue, push them together like that, and then you're done. And you can really have fun with different colour combinations. On the frame here there's a blended pink, a blended blue, and also the colours as they come straight from the packet. So lots of lovely combinations you can do there.
Amazing. Now we've had a viewer question come in. Hello Linda, hello, nice to see you, you know what I mean. Now the question is, if you roll out and bake the Feefo, can you put it through a die cutting machine afterwards?
So I haven't tried it myself. That is something I definitely will try. But I believe that it can be put through deep dies. You would have to use
steel rule dies.
Yes, so deep dies should be fine. And again, it would depend on the depth of the Feefo. But if your deep dies cut through card, and the card is the same depth as, say, a millimetre thick or less than a millimetre thick baked Feefo leather, then absolutely no reason why not. There may be information about that on the Staedtler Feefo leather website on tips and information, but that's something I've got to try.
Well, in just thinking about it, because with the steel rule dies, they tend to say anything you can cut with a pair of scissors, you can cut with those. So I imagine it should be fine.
And actually, you can cut through things like faux leather and leatherette with steel ruled dies. So in fact, the surface is fairly soft. So
I reckon so. Thank you, Charlotte. I'll come back to you in a second then, and thank you, Linda, for the question. Again, we've got about 20 minutes, so if you've got any more questions, send them to studio@hochanda.com or on Facebook. And also, you know, Charlotte is back at 7 o'clock with Catherine, so you can ask questions there too. Now, the starter kit, we are liking this starter kit. You've got everything you need to get going. You've got the tassel kit. Again, there's everything in there you need to make these fabulous items. Love it. And then you've got your acrylic roller. You have your metal leaf sheets. You have your texture sheets. I don't know why I cannot remember that. Texture sheets. You've got your blade, your cutting blade, and it does have the safety ends on, which is good, and the mould, and of course the very all-important 12 blocks of your leather Feefo clay. For that, it is 2 payments of £27.44 if you want to spread the cost, or £54.87 if you just like to pay the whole thing. 662750, and don't forget everything is on extended delivery from the 25th of September. Then we have our little DIY duo set where you've got the tassel kit, everything you need in there, and you have got your jewellery kit, so you could be making your own earrings, all sorts. So you can see in the tassel kit you've even got that nice little bit of elastic, you've got the findings to go on, and then in this kit you've actually got your wire, you know, your chain, and then again more of your little findings, and full instructions you'll get too. And that is £18.98, £5 saving. Item number is 494558. You can get them individually, but the best way is getting both together because you get that £5 saving. Then moving along, we've got our texture sheets. You're getting all 4, and they do make really nice patterns, they really do. So I'll wing these in. So we've got this texture. I'll just twizzle it so you can see. There you go, in the light. Yeah. And then there's one that's like a wood grain effect. Book covers of your journals. Yes. Suddenly occurred to me that would be awesome. And then there's this one, and again the colours as well are fabulous. All 4 of them for £9.99. Item number is 060948. And then we've got the moulds. It is a pick and mix, but you might want to decide to get all 4. You pick and mix any 2, but if you're thinking, oh, I can't decide, I would go for the cameo one, and I quite like the bows. They're really pretty. Yeah, I think I'd do those. Oh, Charlotte said, oh, I thought you'd go for the leaves. Oh yeah, because of the wings. I do like angel wings, but I just like the different shapes of the bows. I like those. £9.90. Well, no, Charlotte, which one would you? Charlotte in my ear. Sorry, this is getting really confusing. Charlotte in my ear. Which one would you go for? Flowers and leaves. Yeah, they work together brilliantly. Holly. Cameos and leaves. Ben.
I want them all.
Oh. Ben wants them all. There you go. You got the right idea, Ben. But you could have a little look at that. You can make these. They're so pretty, aren't they? £9.99. 435646 is the item number. Right, over to you again. Are you going to make some earrings?
Let's make some earrings.
Excellent.
Yeah. So we're going to make these earrings here, which use the meadow design from the texture sheets. So what I'm going to do, first of all, again, I've washed my hands or wiped my hands after the last project just to make sure they're as clean as possible, and we're going to be using ivory and that lovely watermelon colour.
That is a nice colour.
I don't know whether you describe it as an orange or a pink, or
maybe
I'm not sure. Yeah, yes, coral. That's and I'm going to use the cutter blade to cut off half a block of ivory and half a block of the watermelon. There we go. And same as before, we just squash it down a bit with your fingers, and then use the acrylic roller again, wipe down so that it's got no residue from the other project, and just roll it out. This is so simple to do. And I'm just going to get it down to about probably just over 1 millimetre, because as I press down with the texture sheet, that's going to press it a little bit thinner. So let's go for this. And then I'm going to get, here's the texture sheet.
Oh, it's fabulous.
So you could either do it that way or that way. I'm going to do it this way down, which is pushing the pattern into the surface rather than leaving it raised up. And I found it's always easier to have your Feefo on the tile and then press the texture sheet on top, rather than having the texture sheet and pressing the Feefo on top, because it can, for some reason, it gets more stuck like this way round. It's really easy to lift off. So you can also see there are slightly different areas in the pattern, so you can choose which ones you want. That looks fine. I'm just going to press it down with my fingers to start with, and then use the roller again just to make sure that pattern has really gone into the surface. So we'll get the best possible impression. There we are. And then just pull up the corner. There we go. And then that's the texture.
It looks really
it's come
good.
out really nicely, and I'm going to carefully lift that up, and I've got, can you see there's a little bit of pink there? That's because I didn't clean the tile properly. But that doesn't matter, because once we've baked it, I can just trim around that. And then I'll transfer it onto the baking tray. Again, I've got a piece of card here, just because if you're wearing an earring, it might spin round, and baking it on a little piece of card or a bit of baking parchment, if you prefer to do that, will keep the back nice and smooth. And then exactly the same again with this one. So they're going to be baked as 2 separate pieces and then strung together on a little jump ring, so the 2 pieces dangle separately rather than sticking them together. But if you prefer, you could do a design where you push pieces together. You could do it in a different way. There's honestly no set way of doing this, and I think you'll find if you start using Fimo leather, you'll find your own ways of doing it, and everybody will have their own ideas, and it's just really, really lovely to see the different ways that it can be used. So exactly the same again, just pop it on there like that, pressing it down with my fingers and then with the roller.
That looks
there
so
we
funky.
are,
I
lovely.
really like it.
And then again, let's transfer it onto the baking tray. And then 130 degrees for 30 minutes, let it cool, and then you'll end up with a piece like this. So that's the baked Fimo leather, and I'm going to cut out the shape for the earring. So let's have a go.
I like these diamond shaped.
You could use a template, you could draw it out first. I'm just going to do it really quickly, freehand, so might not be perfect, but there we are. I think that's enough to show what we're doing. So it's really, really easy to cut. If you prefer, I'll just show you. Let's do it. If I can find my cutting mat, I'll show you. You can use a craft knife if you want to use that.
Do you reckon you could sew through this?
You can. It's been, I've only hand stitched with it. But it can be put through a sewing machine as long as the pieces aren't too thick. Again, if you look on the Staedtler website, there is information about how to do sewing through a sewing machine. But yeah, it is possible.
Amazing.
But there are some really fun things you can do with hand stitching too, which I've tried. So we've ended up with a little piece like this, and then I just need to cut a smaller piece to go on top. So really, really simple to cut through it. And you'll probably end up with leftover pieces. I mean, that piece there, probably end up with 3 or 4 pairs of earrings. I'm going to trim that down. If you find there are any little edges a bit too pointed, just try sanding them down with a piece of sandpaper. And then each piece needs to be punched with a leather punch. You could use, if you have a big needle, you could use that. I'm just going to use one of these really old style leather punchers because they're perfect.
You got them.
There are other punching tools you could use. So there we go, a little hole through the top. And another little hole like that. So if you don't have a punch, very carefully use a large needle with something on the back, like push it through onto your cutting mat. Then I'm going to get a jump ring and thread it through. So there we go.
And you'll get the findings in the set that we've got as well.
So yes, if you're making the tassel and the earring set over there, that comes with all the findings that you'd need. Yeah. So there we are. I've hooked those two pieces together, so you can see they dangle separately, and then all I'd need to do is fix on the earring hoop and another little jump ring, but basically that's it, and you've got all these bits and pieces left over. So it's a really amazing way for making your own jewellery. You could even get a bit of gilding wax and put that over the top, and that would highlight the texture. If you wanted to do that, you could try another combination. I think over there we've got the same earrings but in a reverse combination. So you'll find when you start using it, you'll think, oh, that looks good, or that looks good, or I'll try it that way around, and mix it up a bit.
Yeah, really like that. And we've got some amazing samples here. I mean, you've made, I love this, it's around a flask. Personalise your hip flask. I love that. That's so cool.
Yeah, so you can see there how the stamping works really well on Fimo leather.
Amazing. You've done another one here. Look at that one. Look, and that one's really textured. That's amazing. Now, is the leather Fimo waterproof?
It is pretty waterproof, actually. I've not really put it to the test yet, but I have washed bits of Fimo leather, and nothing's happened to it. So you could consider you could make things maybe for putting out in the garden. It does have, I suppose, the baked texture would be water repellent. I wouldn't say it's waterproof, but let's say water repellent, so water will run off it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Charlotte in my ear has just told me the reason why she's asked this is she said, because I'm worried that I might spill a bit of whiskey.
Oh, it would be absolutely fine. Yeah, I would. Maybe I should try just putting some through the washing machine and see what happens.
Well, that would be a good experiment, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And then we've got mats that you've done, personalised mats. There's necklaces, bracelets. It's so cool.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do. Again, you can see here how stamping into it works really well. So any stamps that you've got for rubber stamps or acrylic stamps will work brilliantly with Fimo leather.
That is amazing. So we've got about 5 minutes. Is there anything you wanted to show?
Well, yes. So how about we could have a look at making some different patterns with so blending some different colours together.
If you're all right with that.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So what I've got here is a leftover piece of ivory and blue, and let's just try a little bit of pink as well. I'll cut half of that off, because when the colours are rolled and blended together, they do create the most incredible patterns, which are different every time. So I'm going to pop those 3 together like that. Then I'm going to roll again with a roller, and I'm going to use my cutting tool like this just to cut the ends, to trim them. And you can see with the cutter blade, it's a really nice long length, so you can cut right through a piece like that. So basically what I've got there is a neatish rectangle, and then I'm going to roll
it's going to look like a stick of rock.
Roll it up like this into a nice spiral. It's so fun. And I'm going to roll it round with my hand like that, just to get that spiral a little bit smaller. There we are. And then again, perfect. The cutter blade is the perfect tool for doing this, because it's really, really sharp. And if you think about trying to cut through something as thick as this with a craft knife, you just couldn't do it because it's not deep enough. But the cutter blade, you can cut right through a stack of Fimo. So very quickly, I'm just going to go like this,
They look like little sweets now. Obviously, we can't eat it.
Yes, don't eat, even though it looks good enough to eat. Don't eat it. And I'm going to squish them together like this. And then let's just see what happens. I don't really know how it's going to look, but the more you roll it, the more distorted it gets.
Oh, this looks really funky. I love it.
And we're going to be looking a little bit more at these kind of techniques later on. And then what I'm going to try and do is show you how the colours blend together and how it's different to other polymer clays. Because as you start to roll it, you can see how when the colours, they almost bleed together rather than keeping sharp edges. I think with other things, so there are other Fimo clays like Fimo Soft, Fimo Professional that are fantastic for model making. They give you real precision. But this colour, can you see there? We're almost getting a faded or blended, quite a painterly effect, and that's something you can really make full use of.
Butterfly wings.
I know, it's really pretty, isn't it? Yeah. And again, different every time. You could also do things where you could tear it and then lay the pieces on top of each other, and you can see the way it tears, it's uneven. Right. So again, you can make use of that torn edge in your Fimo leather designs. Right. Make a flower with a rough edge, and that would look really beautiful. It's all about experimenting and being really creative and having lots of fun with it. So again, I'm going to roll over the top. So now you can see I've lost the spirals, but I've got another kind of more of a patchworky type of effect there. And the more you roll, the more blended it becomes. Yeah. And our spiral now has almost completely disappeared. But I love this, how it's become, the colours have really become quite grainy and are blending together. So that's something you could stamp out little pieces, make some earrings, or use it to make a little purse. There's just masses of things, and it really is exciting. You'll see the colours starting to really work and come to life as you start to use Fimo leather.
I have really enjoyed this show. Are your earrings Fimo leather?
They are, so that's a little stack of all leftover pieces, very, very similar to this, stacked into a pile, pressed down, and then you cut through them. And obviously that uses such a tiny amount of Fimo as well.
So that's a good one for the waist, isn't it? You know, if you've got any...
Great. All these little bits here that you can scrunch up and roll. It's really colourful and lovely.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Let's give you the details then once more of our fabulous starter kit, where you have got the tassel kit with everything that you need. You've also got your rolling pin, your acrylic roller, your metal sheets, your texture sheets, just texture sheets. Why am I having a mental block about that? I tell you what it is, I think it's because I keep looking at them and I'm seeing in my mind embossing folders. That's what it is, texture sheets. You've got the blade, you've got the little mould, and you've got 12 blocks of the leather Fimo clay, and then in this kit you'll be able to make your tassels. It's cool, isn't it? £54.87, or you can spread the cost on FlexiBuy. 2 payments of £27.44, 662,750. So we will see you at 7 o'clock with Catherine.
Yeah, look forward to it.
Yeah, Catherine's she's going to really enjoy this as well. I know she is, I really do. So yes, we will see you at 7 o'clock.
Great.
Marvellous. Of course, don't go anywhere, because we've got a really, really fabulous crafty day ahead. Don't we always? Coming up next, it's the final one-day special of our lovely Crafts 2 for their 21st birthday. Then we've got Inventors Asylum, and then Craft Yourself Silly Weaving ODS.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board.
On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the studio light shows on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK. Craftbox is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box which is ribbon tied, and we hope that by receiving this box you will feel like it's Christmas every month. Make sure you don't miss the Craftbox shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive, and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Character Craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Oh, how lovely. Well, it falls to me to close the fantastic birthday celebrations we've had with the man himself, who's been here since Thursday. He's ready to go. It's the lovely John Lockwood. Hello, darling.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing really well.
How many days? 4 days you've been here?
4 days. I think we arrived to set up at 3 o'clock on the Thursday. So yeah, we've done 4 full days here and then an hour extra.
Does that feel like a lifetime ago, hun?
It does.
Yeah.
It really, really does. And I've got to be honest, I thought it would be exhausting, and it is. But
Yeah.
I've had so much fun with everybody and doing everything. It's been brilliant, and the feedback we've had off people on social media and everything has been amazing.
Well, you've been absolutely
so
brilliant.
lovely. It's been fantastic.
And it's the last hour.
It is.
Happy birthday. We're going to pillage. We're going to plunder. We're going to pluck from him everything we can in this last hour, because it is last chance, and this is the one-day special. Lovely Leslie's going to join me in a moment as well. So the one-day special, John, for the last time, let me hear you say it. What are we getting?
You're going to get the beautiful stamps from the 2J Stamp Company. This beautiful full-size, it's almost a 3-inch tall alphabet dies, each one individually hand-drawn with flowers and foliage that actually go round the letters.
Yeah.
They've not just been added on or bunged on the top, they've replaced each bit, so they've replaced parts of the C with flowers, the J is replaced with flowers, the K is, all of them separate, all of them different. So you're getting 3 A4 clear sheets of stamps. And we know, you know, we know the value of that. We know what that's going to be. But it is just so beautiful.
They really
but then
are.
you're also going to get the alphabet to match.
And the lowercase,
So the lowercase alphabet to match, which I drew to size to match with these designs. And you're going to get all the punctuation, so you can finally do hashtags and @ signs and exclamation marks. And one's my favourite that annoys me, people miss out commas. You know, I am a bit of a although I type terribly and spell everything wrong, I do like to see a comma and a full stop.
You do.
And I still remember full stop, 2 spaces, capitalisation for the next letter.
Oh, there we go. I'm a bit of a pedant when it comes to
Yeah,
it.
that's the word I was looking for. Yeah, I am.
Can't bear it. So we have to have that punctuation. So, and this works perfectly with obviously your uppercase that you did before for us, John, as well. Absolutely exquisite. And when you see the wonderful creations that come out of the beautiful, beautiful stamp set, and obviously the punctuation is quite exquisite. You did that lovely F. That's the Y, obviously, but you did the F for me earlier. Really stunning. Now, if you're looking at the beautiful flowers that adorn those gorgeous stamps, I can say the actual the actual dies, I should say, for that, for those beautiful flowers and the gorgeous foliage, they are now limited stock. Single figures, with single figures just for those two on their own, £13.98, 379 427, okay, which is sad news. However, most of you are going for the complete bundle. I'm holding up beautiful flowers and foliage here, which comprises of all of those fantastic stamps that John just described, the brilliant lowercase, the punctuation, the foliage, and those beautiful flowers as well. All of it all together for just an extra, basically. It's working out just an extra £10. I know, or if you're a Freedom Club member, £4.60 extra, because by the time you spent the money to become a Freedom Club member, you're still saving. I know it's a bit of a, well, we're not saying it's a why not deal, but no, it's not. But it's just how much more it is in terms of the savings. It's a very long-winded way of saying
it is. I mean, this is one of the reasons why we wanted to start this birthday event with the free freedom on the weekend wow, so that if people wanted more things through, because we knew there were good savings coming up on freedom.
Yes.
So we really actually fought quite hard to get the free freedom offer on the weekend wow at the beginning of the event, so that people would actually get and order what they want in confidence and knowing they weren't going to pay the postage, and they would get the better deals.
Now, we know it's not a why not deal, but I always think, why not? Why not do it? That's what I'm thinking.
But that's the thing, that's why Sam and I have never cancelled our freedom, because we got it, first of all, on one of these as a free giveaway, I think last year, on an event. We've never cancelled it, because we sit there and go, why not?
You've got a lovely expression, it's your Prime.
It's our Craft Prime.
Craft Prime, that's it.
We class it as Craft Prime, and when Sam says, oh, I need it, I say, have you checked on Hochanda first? You know, I'm probably breaking all the rules in advertising there.
Completely.
But
We don't care anymore,
genuinely
John.
what happens in our house, and I say to Sam, have you checked first if Hochanda have got it?
Yes.
Because if they have, we can just order it and it arrives.
Well,
That's
exactly.
great.
Why else wouldn't you? So £56.95 for the complete collection there. We've got it on 2 flexi-buy payments. Started on the E, I like that, E for Egan. £56.95. So big savings there. 361560 on the complete collection. We are already limited on the big collection. Now, I told you we were going to plunder and pillage and pluck. So we've got some happy hour deals for you with some fantastic Crafts 2 moments. I've seen Leslie wandering around, very fashionable, with a cutting machine storage bag. We've got the embossing folders. We've got 2 dice storage cases. Now these deals, which some of which were, you know, over the weekend, wow, what have you, we're going to give you a reduction, aren't you, with Crafts 2 and their birthday celebration. We've got some dies there. This is only for this hour, isn't it, John?
Yes, it is only for this hour. The opera box has sold out. I know that one.
Oh, get out!
So that's sold out on the show.
That's just teasing me.
Sold out on the show.
Oh, we've got the non-shed glitter card.
Or we might have had, unless they've had some bounce back.
Oh. One more person that could get that. One more person could enjoy that box die set. Anyway, let's just have a little look. Have a little look. Shop ahead. Very limited, like I said, on a lot of what we've got going on. But we have still got the one-day special, so please, please, please don't miss out. The complete collection. I'll say goodbye to John. I'm going to get Leslie come in, but because Leslie made this, okay, and I love this book because it's your crafting jargon. Now, I straight away went, well, what did Leslie put for X? Do you know what? What would you think for crafting, terminology-wise? She's got it. She's all over it. I learnt all about it. It was one of the first things I learnt about it. Can you guess? Xyron machine. The woman's a genius. So then I'm thinking, all right. Well, what's she going to put for the Y? What's it going to be? These are the hard letters. I went straight to the back. Have you thought of it? Using. No idea. What is using?
Something to do with sewing, I think.
Something to do with sewing. We're believer. Yeah. We're believer. You missed out your W, but I thought, I'll stick it in there myself. Z. What's it going to be for Z?
Zentangle.
Oh, there we go. She's all over it. It's lovely, Leslie. Good afternoon, my darling.
Afternoon, Fiona.
Oh, fantastic. It's lovely to have you. You're going to do a lovely demonstration using these beautiful elegant alphabets.
I'm going to do a card that's going to incorporate everything that we've done. Good. Just to show you how everything mixes and matches and finish off with just the nice final card.
Well, that would be gorgeous. Take it away.
Over to you. Thank you very much. So, sorry. Oh, right. The card I've picked to do was a sample I did for John with we've got the letters in today's. We've also got the stitched nesting dies that we had, and obviously the weekend ones with the holes in the side, which you can see I've threaded ribbon through. I'm not going to do that on today because it just takes too long, but gives us. I'm going to show you how to make that from start to finish. So, as I've said before, I don't limit myself to what size card I'm going to do. I just go with the flow, see what I like. So, the first thing I'm going to do is stamp my letter. So, I've gone for blue this time because obviously that's the pink one. So, take the B. These are such lovely crisp stamps, and if you've got a stamp press, even better. So, I'm just going to put my B down. Just on this edge. You haven't got to send just because you can cut it later. And pop that down. Lift up. And these magnets are absolutely brilliant. Really, really brilliant because they'll hold it in place. Right, I'm going to go for the blue. And again, if you don't get a very clear image, the beauty of this is that you can just re-stamp it and re-stamp it.
Exactly.
You know? So I'm going to pop that over. Okay, and if you're not happy with something, just do it again because it's not really taking that much time and it's so easy to do. So there's the B with the blue. And I'm tired to put my things back on together. So there you've got your letter. Now I'm going to leave that to dry. If you wanted to, you could emboss it. Yeah. So put clear embossing powder over the top, which I think I will do because I'm going to be cutting it out and we don't want it to be smearing. So the beauty of these inks as well is because they are so juicy, you can, as yourself, waited a few seconds, put your embossing powder on. Okay, and I promise, John, I will put it away this time. Excuse me while I get the heat gun.
That's all right. I just want to tell everybody, Leslie, that I'm so limited on the lovely 99% of the lovely foliage and the beautiful flowers, dies there. 99.9% gone. That really means last chance, grab it or leave it. 379427 is still available. Once that is gone, don't forget what John said earlier, it is gone. So grab it now. It is still available in the complete collection, but also I'm down to single figures in the complete collection. Okay, just to flag that up. I still have my one-day special, but the complete collection, very limited. Those two on the road, even more limited. It's going to be the first come, first served. Okay, sorry about that, Leslie.
That's
to flag that up while you're doing your beautiful beads.
That's fine. Just heat emboss. If you're not sure, which I did on one of the first shows I did, that you haven't heated every bit, hold it to the light, get the light to shine on it, and it will show you where you've not hit with the powder, and you can just go over it again. All right. So that's heat embossing done. Never ceases to fascinate me, whatever I do.
It's always a joy to watch.
It is, to be honest. It's quite magic. So that's my B. And what I tend to do is I cut all my bits out and then assemble it, because I find that a bit easier to do. So I've done the stamping of the letter. So I'm going to let that just cool down a little bit, because sometimes the paper does wobble a bit, but if you let it cool, it just all smooths back into place.
Why do you like your lovely handy storage bag,
How do I like my what?
Yeah, that one hanging around behind you there.
The
Why
one
do you like
that
it, Leslie?
I've tried to hide.
Yeah,
yeah.
The one I insisted that you bring on with me.
It's mine.
A happy hour deal. Why do you love it? I'm going to ask you. I'll put you on the spot now.
Because you can get your machine, whatever machine you've got will fit in there.
Yes.
You've got all the lovely pockets as well. You've got the handle, which makes it easy. You don't catch your hands. It's nice and soft to handle. This is what you call winging it, folks.
Yeah, I've really put it on the spot now,
that's
so I saw
fine.
it in your hand.
Okay, and all the pockets.
Yeah.
You've got 2 zips there, so you can get all your plates in as well. You get all your pens, pencils, paper. So it opens that. And what I liked actually, which I didn't realise, was this side is, if you open this.
Oh.
This bit actually comes out.
Oh, I like that.
So that's where your machine goes. So
And it
you
would
can
fit
just
most
put your
universal-
machine in there
Yeah,
and your
universal
plates, and then you pop that back in.
Protect your machine.
Protect your machine, and then fold it back up again. So
thank you, Leslie.
yes,
Couldn't have
that
done it
was
better myself.
my little
Happy hour deal.
John,
Look at it,
having.
£14.99, £12 saving.
Fabulous, absolutely brilliant. It's lovely. So, right, we're going to sort of cut some layers. And as I said to everyone before, if you have run out of your blank cards, I'll show you how to make the blank card. But as I say, I work from the inside out.
Okay.
So that's the way I'm going to do it. So what I'm going to do now is cut my largest layers. As you can see, these are all the dies we've had over the weekend.
One day special on Saturday.
The one day special.
Yeah, had the pleasure with John.
Okay, so to get my outside layer, I'm going to take a piece of white card. It says She, and it's all photocopy card. I use adhesive. So a piece of white card. Right, to get myself organised. So that's my piece of white card. Get my plates, which you'll have to forgive me because I'm using John's machine. So if it goes...
We'll blame him.
Yeah. I've just blamed John for everything this weekend. Okay, so I've got my plates. So I'm going to place my card down. And I also want to show you a little tip when you've done this as well. So I'm going to take my largest die. Okay, it's my largest die. And it's always do as I say, not as I do, really. But tape your die in place. And there is a reason for this. Okay, I'm going to run that through. So place that on there. If you're working with white card as well, I find the best thing to do as well is perhaps put a piece of photocopier paper over the top, because white can get marked so quickly.
Yeah.
There we go. So if you just put a piece of copy paper on it, steps any dirty marks, and even on your plates sometimes it can carry. So if you're working with pure white, piece of photocopier paper.
I'm going to quickly show this to everybody, Leslie, because I do love this.
Carry on.
This is Angie's, and this is just using the stamps from the one-day special. I hope you got those dies, by the way. How beautiful, and that is John's lowercase alphabet, which you do get in the one-day special, and that is also the punctuation in there as well, all in the one-day special for £56.95. Just how beautiful. And John earlier coloured these in. I said how beautiful these would be to embroider as well. Now, we mentioned the lovely bag as the part of the happy hour deal. But don't forget, that'll go back to the original price of £27 at 5 o'clock. Shall we have anything else? Oh, there are loads of happy hour deals this hour. So from Crafts to Q's on the phone, there's please don't miss out. I don't want you to miss out on that. And that is universal for lots of different die cutting machines. They should fit them all there, 339958. We've also got the Nordic Die Trio as well. That's been extremely busy. 12 dies in total. Is it any wonder? It's John next door. It's just gorgeousness personified. £16.96. 3 sets there. 12 dies in total. 707163. And one more quickly to mention, because these all go back to the original price at 5 o'clock. Non-shed glitter card, if there's any left. 30 sheets. Love those jewel-rich seasonal colours there. £9.99, 839 737. Right, let's go back to our lovely Leslie.
Right, okay, so I've cut the main sort of piece, but what I want to sort of show people as well, if I can find John's ball tools, sometimes people are a bit worried about embossing.
Okay.
So if you leave your die in place, that's why we've taped it down. If you just get your ball tool and you can run it just round the edge, like so. Here we go. Just to add another dimension to your card. Okay, and then when you take it out, remove your die. It just adds that extra little bit of a... You see what I mean by putting white card over? But can you just... I don't know if you can just see on the edges there, it just makes your card pop a little bit. Okay, so I'm now going to move on to the front part. And what I've done to get that is I've cut out 2 squares with different papers. So I've got my stripy blue. Sorry about that. Okay. In fact, I'm just going to do it on the stripy blue because then we can. We don't want to take up too much time, do we? Really? Just cutting. So, but I've loved working with these, and the beauty of them is, you know, you can cut them. The stamps out, or you can just leave them as they are. They're really, really good.
They are
really
stunning.
good.
If you're lucky enough to get those on Saturday, I just want to say as well, Leslie, technically sold out on those dies on their own. The lovely, beautiful foliage and the flowers, the floral. They're technically sold out, so please check out your baskets.
I need to get my flowers quick then.
You do, because they're only available in in the complete collection. They're down to single figures as well, Leslie. So the complete collection.
Okay.
So first come, first served. Don't want you to miss out
that's
today.
what it is, and you need to get in. But as I say, that bag is lovely.
Oh, we love the bag,
I
Leslie.
love the bag.
We're going to have to do me another demonstration of the bag at 5:30.
Yeah, I'll
do that for me.
Yeah, I could just do the
to...
bag the whole time if you
well,
like.
there we go. I'd love to do that, but I don't think John will be happy and just us talking about a bag. I've got to showcase these fantastic stamps. And,
yeah. We'll see.
He hasn't even got a bag anymore.
No,
John, go and get yourself a bag. Love, treat yourself. It's a happy hour deal.
Bless him. So, okay. Right, here we go. So that's how I've done my middle piece. I've cut out 2 pieces, one in the stripes and one in the tartan squares, whatever. Okay, and then all I'm going to do is. Now, when I left John's glue upside down.
Oh.
So that it would work. So what I'm going to do is, if we've got a trimmer, a little trimmer here, I'm going to cut this in half. So now, normally you'd measure it, but I'm just winging it at the minute, so it just gives you an idea. Cut that in half. Okay. And then I'm just going to glue. So she left it upside down and it didn't work, but this has got to be every crafter's nightmare on television with
that's
the glue.
why you need the glue with the pin, quite frankly.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Mind you, this morning I struggled with the pin. I just couldn't get the pin back on. It was like, oh, God.
It's like TV.
It is. So, as I say, I've cut out 2 squares, one in the little squares and one in the stripes, and I'm just going to place that on top, and because you've cut it out with the same die, you know it's going to be perfect. So, and then obviously on the card I've put a piece of ribbon around the centre to cover it. So, right, and obviously you're going to use your letters to cut out, baby, but I'm going to show you how I cut this out, and I have got my trusty old scissors. When you're cutting things out like this on a big sheet, I always trim it down a little bit first. It gives you more room to manoeuvre. Yeah. Okay.
That's the stamp set on their own. If you want to just go for the stamp set, $29.99. They are super, super elegant. 201628. We thought it'd be lovely to stamp inside a book you were giving someone, or a bookmark. It's their initials, or they're just so beautiful, aren't they?
And I think like Christmas coming up, you could do your big, the sea, and put your foliage round, and your
embroidery. We're saying you could, if you're using fabric ink, you know, they'd be stunning, wouldn't they? They sort of monogram everything. I'd monogram everything.
Yeah.
Flannels, towels, tea towels, I'd monogram everything.
That's right. When you're cutting around something like this, keep your scissors at an angle, and you actually move your paper rather than your scissors. Took me a little while to get used to it, but once you're into the knack, you can. And it hasn't got to be absolutely perfect, and again, it's easier if you've got less to cut out of. So
that's the trick, isn't it? Move the paper,
move
not the
paper.
Yeah,
that's it. As I say, and again, I used to do a lot of cutting out when I used to when I first started crafting. It was all the decoupage.
Oh yes, yes,
So-
still very popular. Yeah,
Oh yeah, it's coming back a little bit.
It
I
is,
think.
yeah.
I did some for Jane at Crafts 2 a while ago, and do you know what? I really enjoyed it because I hadn't done it for such a while. Okay, so that's cutting out the bee, like so.
Right.
Now, I'm going to cut out the centre bit, but again, there's a little knack.
Knack is there. The box die happy hour deal has sold out. So the opera box die set has sold out, as have those 2 dies. So the only way now you can get those is in complete collection, but we're down to single figures. Please don't miss out. I'm so sorry I keep interrupting you. It's sort of breaking news every 2 minutes. It's like news flash, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fine.
The storage bag is limited.
My bag?
Yeah, yeah.
That's my
I
bag,
know.
not having
well,
my bag.
we need to hurry up with the bag because otherwise
Okay.
it'll be gone. You carry on, Leslie.
Right,
you carry
okay.
on.
When you're cutting out something like this, the secret is to cut yourself a little triangle so that you can get your scissors in there.
Ah.
Okay, so I'm just going to cut. Obviously, be careful with your fingers, and I know John's is very sharp. You can just tell when it cuts, it's sharp. So, and then you just pop your scissors in, and it gives you an angle so that you can get in there. Do it roughly, but it gives you the space then to manoeuvre around into the centre. So then I'm going to go back in from underneath, and I can follow it round. Okay, so here we
Leslie,
go.
what would you say to someone who didn't check out their basket, and now a couple of those lovely beautiful dies and the foliage, the flowers have bounced back in again, so someone can still get them?
I'd just say he who hesitates, isn't that the saying? But it just, you're just going to get so much use out of these, I think, time and time again.
So they need to make sure
they need to make sure they check out the baskets, because there's nothing. Well, I think I did it the other day. There was something, and I got my basket, and I was like, yeah, this is good. Oh, I'll wait, and I watched, lost it.
That's it. You get way laid as well. Sometimes you get distracted, don't you?
Yeah.
It's like gorgeousness going on.
Yeah, you've got to get in there straight away and get it done. Because then you can sit back. I mean, you can always watch the videos they're on rewind. So, get it while you can. And then, if you've missed a demo or something, go back on rewind after.
That's it. So we have a couple there of the foliage and the flowers there, £13.98. Bottom of the screen, grab them while you can.
Grab
They
them while
bounce
you
back
can.
in.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the bee cut out. So
Beautiful.
there we go. See, so it's quite easy to do, actually. It's not... you haven't got to be perfect. So then I would don't glue anything down for the time being. And I'm obviously going to put the bee, the middle of the bee on there. And then I've got some letters. What did I do with my letters?
And these are from the lowercase dies in the one-day special, aren't they?
They are. I have got, if not, I'll cut some. So I'm sure I put some out somewhere. Where have they gone? Just bear with.
That's
so
okay.
sorry.
I'll
going
recap
to
the one-day special while you're finding your,
if you would,
your letters
Fiona.
there. So the one-day special, £46.97. It comprises of these beautiful stamps of the 2J's floral alphabet. And as Leslie was describing, all those flowers are hand-drawn around each of the letters, so they're not all the same at all. It's absolutely exquisite. Then you've got the lower case alphabet, so you can see that they will fit on your beautiful cards, and then you've also got the punctuation as well, so you can create just really simple beautiful cards like this, creating their names. You've got that fantastic initial. You can go uber elegant there with the I've got that upside down. Uber elegant there with that's our lovely John's. Some gorgeous embossing there as well. £46.97, 531056. Handful of the complete collection left, so please don't miss out. I'm saying that because I don't want you to miss out, so make sure you shop ahead and make sure you check out on the basket, because, like I said, we had a handle of a few of the individuals there that pop back in. Got the free discount there, taking it down to £51.26. Leslie said you can always watch it on rewind later. Don't sit there with a world of regrets, like when you've gone into a shop, you think, I'll try that on later, and you come back and it's gone. And then you think about it the rest of the night, thinking, I really like that. Why didn't I just get it? And you trot around for another 2 hours. Well, not anymore, but, and there's nothing else that you like. Anyway, shall I just quickly mention those inks? Because lovely Leslie used that beautiful blue with the bee. We're going to go right back to her, but Leslie used that beautiful blue. We'll have a look at those now, the ink boxes. But don't forget, a happy hour deal as well is the fantastic cases, the Crafts 2 storage cases there, with leaves and magnetic sheets. gorgeous, very stylish. 10 magnetic sheets, so there's 20 in total there, with the pockets, really durable pockets there as well, with plenty of storage around the outside of those cases, so you know you're not cramming your dies in there in terms of storage. 843955, £10 saving there. Now, to quickly mention the inks, you've got all the seasons here from spring to summer, autumn and winter. And I loved earlier what John was doing as well, just a tiny bit daubed on that magic mat. Do we have the magic mat? And then a little water brush, again, Crafts 2 water brush, so you have the flow. When you squeeze it, it just doesn't go running out. Beautiful. So a little bit goes a long way. Beautiful, intense pigment colours. I mean, you don't have to choose which ones you want. Go for all of them there, because you've got them on 2 flexi-buy payments of £20.97, 835397. They are sumptuous and rich in colour. Right, Leslie, are we good if we come back?
Yes.
I'm not sure I've got any bags left, otherwise I'd ask you to, you know, sachet down the corridor
the bags
and
gone?
with your bag.
Have the bags gone?
Well, they're limited.
Oh,
why else should we need? Why else do we need the bag? I'm asking you to really multitask at the moment, Leslie. I'm
You
throwing it
are
all at
actually,
you,
but yeah,
aren't
if I've got to say anything, go for the bag now. It's it is worth it. It's brilliant. So
you are
right,
a gem.
So I've just cut out some letters with the alphabet letters that go with the stamps perfectly. As I say, so I had got some made, but obviously it was quicker to cut them out to rummage through all my little box. So there we go. So we've got, here we go, baby. So, and obviously check your spelling. Okay, so there we go. So once you've done your letters, and because there's a little piece sort of along there, it's easier to line them up. Okay, so I'm now going to glue. So what I tend to do when I'm doing little things like this with the letters, I tend to put myself a little splodge of glue on my mat. Just move that out of the way. And then I can just dab my finger in. Because if you get too much glue and it squidges out, I know it dries clear, but by the same token, you don't want to get in a mess and get squidgy. So I've got a rough idea where that's going to go. Or you can actually raise it up if you want to as well. So I'm going to place the B on there. Okay, I'm going to take the A. Again, a little bit more glue. I know some people put their glue on the back of the hand.
Yes, and divvy-dub,
but obviously if you're allergic or you've got any allergies or things like that, I wouldn't recommend that. But
Might
if
get
you,
irritant, mustn't it?
yeah, but if you've got it on your mat, you can actually flatten it down and, you know, see how much you've got. So I'm going to go A on there. And because you've got your line, I mean, normally I'd have got a ribbon there. Okay. And then we're going to have your B, baby, just general. And then we're going to go for the Y. Pop that on there. And because you've got that line there, it helps you. And there you go, there's your baby. So that is basically the centre of your card. And then you'll move on and do your mats and layers as you carry on. And then that's time to add all your bits and pieces and your little flowers.
Gorgeous.
Okay.
Fantastic. Show me that bag again very quickly. Show me that bag. Just hold it up. Is there any left? Any left? Grab it before it goes.
It's going to have my name on it next. Just in case Fiona takes too much of a liking to it.
We've got one left, Leslie.
Mine. One left.
We need to get it for John, don't we? Because he gave you his.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah, it's, yeah.
Leslie, you're a superstar. Let's have a quick recap. She's a superstar, threw everything at her then, and she's passed the test. She's just genius. Right, okay, now, the die cutting machine, well done if you managed to get that in terms of the storage bag. Let's put up the complete collection, because we are very limited, because that comprises of those beautiful dies in terms of the foliage and the flowers as well. Individually, they have now sold out, so the only way to get those beautiful, beautiful flowers and your foliage there is to get the complete collection, which, as you can see, is completely well worth it when you see them worked in unison with those fantastic stamps. So please, 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 please don't miss out. £56.95, 361 560. Absolutely gorgeous. Let's look at this one here as well. I love this. Oh, excuse me, dropping it everywhere. You see that? This is beautiful again. That's Sheila. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't that quite exquisite there? Really, really beautiful. And if you've got those dies on Saturday there, they are used with the dies, and again the lowercase there with the dies, but so many different variations. I love this one. It's just using the bits and bats of any that you might have stamped already. And we have that lovely wallet. Yeah, isn't that beautiful? And then we have that gorgeous, elegant, you see, there it is, there's my card. And then, of course, you can individually monogram and, you know, the actual envelope as well. They're so beautiful, these stamps, so beautiful. Please don't miss out for the complete collection. We are limited, a handful left, and I want you to be the one to get them. So, shall we mention some of the happy hour deals? Leslie did such a good job of the bag. I don't know how John's going to follow that, quite frankly. We've got the embossing folders, 5 of the A5 and 1 of the 5x5. Wow! My goodness, 6 of them. Get out of town. $14.99? Oh, my word, you'd be poverty-stricken here, John. 484807.
And in here,
yeah,
there are some folders that we sold out on air and people were desperate for.
Really?
Like the gingerbread man. People were going mental for them. We couldn't find it anywhere for them.
Really?
And then basically when Sam was doing a clearance last week, he was packing the orders. He moved the bag of trolleys and we found a box of each of these embossing folders behind there.
Happy
so these,
days.
yeah, these were literally the limited. These are the last of the stock, but the ones in there that people were last year were desperately trying to get hold of.
And the Nordic dies, I know you love your Nordic dies. £16.96, 707 163, 12 dies in total there. £17 saving, you're spending. It's 50% off. Amazing. Absolutely stunning. Of course, they're John next door, so they're gorgeous. One more quickly to show you, because all of these will go back to their original price at 5 o'clock. We've already had a sellout, so please don't miss out. 2 sellouts, actually, of the Happy Hour deals. Non-shed glitter card, the festive collection, 30 of those for £9.99. Absolutely brilliant. Now, I didn't frighten her away, did I, John?
No,
Our lovely
not
Leslie.
at all. Leslie got to the end of hers and I wanted to come on for the last
Of course.
sort of
Well, you
bit, and we
started,
thought-
do you want to finish
we
it,
thought
don't you?
Yeah, it is that. I mean, I was actually talking to Peter, who is the owner and the managing director of Crafts 2.
Yeah.
Jane's husband, if you met Mrs. Crafts 2 over the weekend.
From afar I saw Jane.
Yeah, so she actually
Ah.
introduced herself as Mrs. Crafts 2 because that's how
Crafts
the
2?
business started.
That's brilliant.
Jane had a shop. She's had it for 35 years. And Peter was a mechanic and he came to help her in the shop.
Okay.
And then he used to do the mail order for her from the back of the shop.
Right.
And he got the opportunity to become a distributor for peel-offs.
Okay,
And so
there we
what he
have it.
did was, he then moved to the kitchen table, then he moved to the garage, then he got a unit, and that's where Crafts 2 came from.
Oh, that's
but I was
what
saying
it's
to him,
born.
he rang me and he said, "Are you on your way home?" I said no. I said I feel it would be really rude to everybody at home if I wasn't here for
Finish what you
the last hour. Finish what you started. My mum would go mad if I didn't finish what I started.
Well, here's good news as well, John. That technical sellout now of the complete collection. Please don't let any bounce back, because I'll be heartbroken for you. Remember what Leslie said. Technical sellout now of the complete collection. However, we still have the one-day special available, and certainly some are available individually, because I know you can just go for the stamps on their own. So do have a little look on the web. And apologies for the queues on the phone line. So over to you, John. Your final finale of the birthday.
We did last night as if you saw it, you will actually have seen that what I did was I ran through 5 letters in together to make peace.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, but I didn't. I made Peke. Because I got it wrong and I thought
What
C
were
was
you-
in the middle and everyone in the gallery was going, "Oh,
What were
great,
you
what a
trying to
brilliant
spell?
idea." Peace.
Oh, Pecky.
And I thought the C was in the middle, and it was then Mr. Baker went, "C's not in the middle." I thought, well, I've
love,
finished
it's been
it.
a very
I've
long
nearly
4
done it
days
now.
for you. Do you know what I mean?
No, I can't spell in writing. I could spell now,
Yeah.
but I couldn't spell writing it down.
Oh, there we
Most
go.
people say if you need to spell a word, write it down. I can't spell it writing down, but I can do it verbally.
You're the opposite.
But I wanted to show you how we can actually do sort of words in a row, or how we actually condense a smaller word. So I'm going to go with love. So I've pulled the L, I've pulled the O, I'm going to take the V, and do you know, I should know, this is the thing, everybody would automatically know exactly where on these sheets the letters would be. I don't. I have to run through A, B, C, D, E, F, G,
Your
H.
brain is very different, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's
the setup.
wired differently somehow.
Yeah.
So E, which is...
Be in the first set, would it?
First set, thank you.
Yeah.
That literally, my brain wouldn't...
No.
I should do that. Logically, I know it's the 5th letter of the alphabet,
Yeah.
so it will be on the first sheet, but it doesn't cross through to me.
With that visual there.
So if you can see there, I've got love,
Yeah.
but that doesn't fit on the card, the
No.
little piece of card
So
I've got.
How are you going to arrange this? then?
So, what I'm going to do is, what you need to do first of all is position, and I would use one of the positioning mats, but I'm going to use that in a second with the press to impress. I'm just going to guess it to start with. I'm going to put in the L and the E first. And this is the same when you're building any word with dies or with stamps. Always put in the letters,
always put in the first and the end, even if you're sewing. I was taught this years ago.
Okay.
Put in the first and the last, because when you start writing, have you ever tried doing bubble writing?
Yes, or if you're doing
and you
a
get
sign.
to the end, you get Chris Ma. Oh, I've run out of
Yeah, or it
finesse.
suddenly gets very small towards
Yeah, you put the C and the S in first, and you work into the middle.
Yeah.
Because if you condense them
That is
in the
great
middle,
advice.
people won't notice as much.
Someone told me that
So,
years ago, John.
I'm going to... Oh, I had to go to art college to learn that. Seriously, I genuinely had to. It's probably one of the only valuable lessons I can remember from that. So, but there, I've got the L and the E in place, okay?
Yeah.
So there's my L and my E. Now, what I could do is mask them off. But let's be honest, this is very difficult. What I would actually have to do is I would have to use... masking fluid, really. Can you imagine trying to cut around that little bit of that L? And I think, I'm sorry, but life is far too short. Life is too short. And as Fiona says, there's wine in the fridge. Or in my house, there's jelly babies in the fridge.
Yeah.
So, but the letters will run into each other. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to put those away. So I've got the L and the E, so I want the O and the V in there. Yeah. So I'm going to measure using the acetate insert that you can get for the press to impress.
Okay.
So this stops you marking the card while you're playing as well, because this is where normally before I would move my letter up and down and march the card.
Yeah.
But I've got there, so this is 18 centimetres. So half of 18 centimetres is 9. So that is my centre point, yeah? Okay. So I know my centre point of my card then. So I need to have my O crossing slightly over my centre point, and I need to have my V crossing slightly over my centre point. Yeah? Just like that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to then stamp the O. So I'm close it, pick it up, move that out, and I'm just going to ink that and stamp it. Really simple, yeah. Move your magnet if you go too fast.
Okay, looking lovely.
There we go. Okay, put this back in.
And position your V.
Position my V, and again, remember, 9 is the centre point.
Yeah.
It just helps to know that.
Yeah.
Because I could go too far that way or that way, so I'm keeping an eye on where the centre point is. Take my O out, pick up my V, take that out. Ink that, stamp that in, and then we have
how beautiful.
Love.
Now please don't
But
miss out
see
on
how
the
they
one-day special.
all run into each other.
Absolutely
now
gorgeous.
I wouldn't need
Seamless.
to mask that
No.
at all, but by using the sheet I get them, and the
Yeah.
stamps are that good, they work this way.
And there's like I said, there's hand-drawn flowers. You know, there's different for every letter. It follows the shape. It
does.
keeps that lovely italicised imagery, which is what makes it so utterly, utterly elegant. Please.
Is there something you can run through for a minute while I just get my mat out and I'll show you
thank
some
you,
colouring
John.
on
I
this?
will just recap on the one-day special because I don't want people to miss out. And I've also had a lovely email for your good self as well there, John. It's from Angie. It's Angie. She says, Art Angel, just want to say...
Oh, bless her. She made all these beautiful... she made the
birthday
cake, the joyful everything, all these bits on the side, all the paintings, beautiful.
Angie, you are a superstar. I just wanted to say a huge thank you and well done to absolutely everyone that's been involved in the fabulous Crafts 2 birthday weekend. Everyone's worked so hard to make it happen and it's been amazing. Thank you all for all the prep. The angels have been outstanding as usual. Jane and Peter and all at Crafts 2. Well, what can I say? You've all done yourselves proud. It's been a pleasure and an honour to have been involved. Thank you, Angie. Lots of kisses.
Oh, that is beautiful. Thank you, Angie. That really is.
That's so lovely. Absolute a hug and a letter, that one, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. So if you are, you see, how beautiful is that? How beautiful is that? Says it all, doesn't it? Please don't miss out on this one-day special. It will be ending at 5 o'clock, and I don't want you to miss out because we are... Yeah, we'll be back to £51.97, and I know you'd love these letters because they're so superb. In the one-day special, you're getting those beautiful, beautiful, elegant alphabets, 27 of those stamps. You're also getting 3 die plates, those 3 dies with the lovely, lovely punctuation and the lowercase alphabet. So unmessable. Back to you, John.
Right, okay, so what I'm going to do is, you know, we were talking earlier and you mentioned about the water brushes and the difference.
We love
yeah,
this, yeah.
I love these, and I didn't know there was different types of water brushes. I genuinely didn't. So what I'm doing now, I'm doing because of the one I've got. So I'm only saying that so that people don't think you could do this with your normal one.
No.
Because normally I would never take a water brush to an ink pad.
No.
Because they flood. Whereas this, if we look, that's dry.
Yeah.
Yeah. That will not let any moisture or water out until I squeeze it.
Yeah.
So what it allows me to do is pick up colour straight from my ink pad. So what I'm going to do is pick up some red, and I'm just going round and randomly putting this on using quite intense colour around the flowers. I'm not even trying to colour these flowers in. Yeah. I'm just going to run the rest of the ink out on my water media mat because I know I can clean it off.
The lovely mat. We
And
love
if
the
I
mat.
can't, and if I get a colour stain in it, 'cause sometimes they can, it won't come back up.
No.
But they're silicone, so it works so well. So now I'm going to go in with a little bit of this pink. So go the other way so they don't pop out with the magnet. Yeah. So now I'm adding in some little dots of pink around. Can you see I'm not being careful? And I'm just going straight into my ink. So if I bring that up, you can see that a little bit better. You can see I'm going straight into my ink. Yep. I'm putting that straight down.
Gosh, those stamps stamp so beautifully,
They do,
don't
and it's
they?
when you start to colour, you see that you don't have to be an artist or a colourist to work with this because the work's been done for you, if that makes sense. So again, I'm just going to run out my colour. I'm going to go into this light green again, and I'm just going to put some dots of light green in. You see, I'm literally just dotting it out, but because the water brush doesn't flood, I'm not getting, it's almost like I've got a dry paintbrush.
Yeah, you're not oversaturating.
I'm not
it. Yeah.
oversaturating anything, so I'm going down with these little bits of light green. Yeah. Then I'm going to go into the dark green and do the same. So already at this point, to me, it's starting to look as if I've been a clever watercolour painter, and I'm not. I'm genuine. This is not the TV. This is just the technique that works. So just dotting it down like that, going through. Doesn't, you know, you go over and you put it in the wrong place. Doesn't matter. It's a watercolour. Okay, just like that. Yeah.
Beautiful.
So that's already looking like that. But then I'm going to take that away, my brush away, and I'm just going to add. And this is normal stamping card, not watercolour card.
Oh.
I'm going to take my little water spritz bottle.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to spritz those. What will happen is those colours will just start to flood out slightly. And you'll get a watercolour way. And I meant to use this, there it is, I knew I'd forgotten it somewhere. I've been meaning to use these all
Well, they've been there, and I was wondering.
My paper stumps. These are brilliant for painting or anything.
Okay.
These are actually as an end of call.
Oh,
but what I
right,
can
okay.
do is just... Let's put a little bit more water on because I've let that get a little bit dry. But what I can actually do is, that will then let me just blend those colours together. I can blend them out, but use it for blending pencils or anything. You see that now they're starting to soften up.
Yes.
And it's just taking it round a little bit. Again, taking a little bit of the surface off. So I finish that. And I love this with the water droplets everywhere because it looks more water-based. It looks more... Is it water-based?
Yeah.
It looks more watercolour-y. I'm going to take
yeah.
a little bit of green, yeah? And I'm just going to dot that back in. Just to let that spread. Pink, a little bit more pink, just to add a little bit more intensity to that. So I want a little bit of red in there. See, I'm not having to change my brush either.
No.
Love this.
Very busy for this, John, because we're coming down to, you know, the last 10 minutes of the show there. £46.97 for the 2 die sets. The fantastic 27 alphabet collection there. 531056. Got it on 2 flexi-buy pencils, £23.49. Don't wait for it to go back up to the original price. Get it while you can.
And then just onto, because I would normally leave this to dry, but I'm hoping... No, it won't. Do you know when you think, oh, well, it might stick with the water, and you could probably do this in a bit of a bish-bash-bosh and do it a little bit slowly. And let's see if Leslie actually did manage to No, she didn't.
No, she did good. The girl done good. She got the pin back in.
But
eventually.
I am having to squeeze that quite
Yeah.
a bit. So there we go. So squeezing a little bit too much pressure in that one. There we go. I think this is going to need a rinse out when I get home.
Yeah.
But, do you know, for the actual ease of using it, it really doesn't bother me in the slightest. And then I'm going to go on with that. But you can see there, really simply and really easily, if I hold this up, you've got a watercoloured, intricate, detailed, drawn love that runs into each other. But again, people would look, and I would look at that and I'd say, where's that love stamp from?
Yes.
Not where's the alphabet
no,
from. Where's that
absolutely.
love stamp from?
I'm so glad you showed me the overlapping, because I would have been fearful to do that. I wouldn't have thought of that.
Yeah, no.
I'd have used them all and spaced it and thought,
but sometimes they look
card.
better like that, and you actually put it together. But if you look at the side of your screen, you've got the love done in the frame with the little flowers.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you've got the love there done with the little flowers individually coloured.
Yeah.
But when you compare it to, can I put that there for you?
Yes,
That,
I'll. That's the.
but when you compare it to the actual card itself with the love on, they look totally different.
Completely. Approaching 80% of the stock gone for the lovely one-day special. So whatever you do, don't miss out, so that you can take advantage of the savings. But more importantly, just get these beautiful, elegant, gorgeous alphabet stamps and the fantastic lowercase, which matches up with John's previous larger case, uppercase I should say, and of course we have got the lovely punctuation as well there, which I love the hashtag, because that is so current, isn't it? And we have got on 2 flexi-buy payments, £23.49, 531056. A few stills just quickly mention. So we've got those fantastic storage cases. We love those. Not only stylish but practical as well. You've got the 10 magnetic sheets there with the pockets in each there, the totaling £29.98, £10 saving for this hour, and this hour only until 5 o'clock. So don't miss out, 843955. If you need some more storage, we've also got the embossing folders. Now don't forget, Sam was rooting around in the boxes, moved them, and then found the gingerbread man and some other ones that John was telling us about earlier that we were all looking for last week. The snowman, the pine, the trees. Don't miss out, because that's 6 of them for £14.99. I mean, that aside, gingerbread men aside, it's a brilliant price point. And then we've got the Noel die set trio, again going back up to £33.96. Get it for £16.96, 707163. Beautiful, beautiful dies. And the non-shed glitter card would work so beautiful with these dies. One of our favourites for the birthday weekend, £9.99. I know, 30 sheets for £9.99. 839737. The petal ink boxes that John has just been using are available in all 4 seasons, from spring to summer to autumn to winter, and they are so rich in their pigment and go such a long way. Look how they were working just with the water brush there, again from Crafts too. £41.94 for the whole collection. You're saving £10. I mean, you've got your whole palette there to take you through the rest of the year. 835397. So less than 10 minutes for the one-day special, John. What can you rustle up for me now in the next 10 minutes, darling?
Just put together, I thought I'd try and make a very, very quick little watercolour effect.
Oh,
name tag for your door, for your dressing room.
With the star over it, you mean?
Yeah, well, you might need to add the star yourself.
Really?
But what I'm doing is I've put Fee on, which I've always assumed is spelt F-I.
Oh, yeah, no, that's how Hayley spells it as well.
Yeah.
I take either or. You can call me what you want, to be honest, John.
Yeah. I can call you what you want as long as I call.
Yes. I like that. F-E is how I tend to write it, but F-I,
right.
loads of people write F-I. So,
yeah, I don't know
that's
why.
the start of Fiona, isn't it? So,
yeah.
I suppose, yeah.
Probably why everybody calls it you that way, if Hayley does, because it's probably got into the consciousness. I presumed it was F-I. But what I'm doing is just adding, I'm using the pigment inks, and I'm just adding them. So I'm going to go into a little bit of green, actually. Why not? Because it's floral. I'm going across almost from a swipe from there. Yeah? So I've just inked them across in a pattern. Really strange. Sounds weird. Just give them a quick... There we go. Sprick.
Oh, we've had some bounce backs for the complete collection, John. What would you say to them, sweet pea?
The thing is, I know how much stock we've got, I know how much stock we loaded, and I know how much extra stock Sam put on.
Yeah.
It won't be back at this price.
It won't be back. You did say that to me an hour ago, and I forgot.
It will not be back.
Yeah.
And there is a chance, there is no chance that I can see that we will ever bring these back to air.
There we go.
Knowing how many we've gone through,
Yeah, and you loaded there's
And
none of this extended going on.
Backloaded everywhere for them.
So
I cannot see that we will actually ever bring those back. So spritted that with a little bit of water. Yeah. Don't know where my I don't know where my cloth's gone, so I'm going to use card. Okay. So I've got that really, really soft background look. Yeah. Come in. Going to put that card back in place, exactly the same place. This is why you need a stamp platform.
Yeah, you do.
This is what this is a technique, I've got to be honest, that you'll only get from having a stamp platform. We put the blank card in, I take off the colour, and I come on with the second generation. But can you see there, if I hold that one up there just to get poor Christine, bless her, but you can see there that I've got the definition back, but it looks as if I've coloured it separately.
Absolutely.
So all you need to do is put the star there, Fee, and your dressing room is done.
Well, exactly, and then everybody knows who's in.
Yeah.
Now, you obviously loved them, so you put them in your basket. Now, listen, some of them are bounced out your basket, so you're going to be in a whole world of disappointment this time next week. And when John says, you know, you can't ever see this coming back, there's none. We've loaded everything. Sam's loaded everything. He's rummaged in every box. We've pillaged, we've plundered. The complete collection is available. You can still get it. We want to get it at £56.95 while it is that price rather than £60.95. And we want it because it's so beautiful. But if we're Freedom Club members, even more of a saving. £9.69 saving. That's more lovely jubbly money for something that's gorgeous. £51.26 for the whole complete collection. So please don't miss out. Get yourself with a nice £9.69. Get that lovely non-shed glitter card for the sake of an extra 30p. Yeah, 531056 for the whole complete. For the alphabet, the one day special. I can't speak anymore, John.
No, I know. It's been one of those periods, isn't it, basically? Yeah, and I think it's really nice that Scott opened the event and you close it.
Yes, and he was much more professional, of course. No, launching. Oh, John, thank you, Leslie. You've been super. Nobody does a bag like Leslie. Clearly, you're wonderful, darling.
It is mine, she's solid. And I just want to say thank you to everyone at Crafts 2, to Peter, Jane, Penny, Sam, Linda, everyone who are now frantically packing. Sam already left here this morning and he's down at the warehouse packing to help get orders out straight away. But thank you to everyone at home that supported Crafts 2 over the last 21 years, but also here on Hochanda with me for the last sort of 3 or 4. And everyone that's been with us this weekend, it's been absolutely marvellous.
It has, and you've worked tirelessly. I want to say on behalf of Hochanda, a massive thank you to you, John.
Thank you.
A massive thank you to Sam. A massive thank you to Leslie and Ness, all the team. We're saying hello to everybody there at the bottom of the screen. It is a group affair. He is a superstar. I love this man. I've loved him from the moment he was on Hochanda. He is just he's bright, he's breezy. He comes in the morning, he's always got a smile on his face. He works so hard, and I can't tell you the amount of effort that John and Sam and the team have put in. He is a legend. He absolutely is. So yeah, a massive thank you.
No,
jelly
thank
babies.
you to everybody.
There's more than jelly babies. Honestly, thank you so much. It's been such a splendid week. I'm so proud to have been part of it, and I just love working with you, darling. I genuinely do.
Thank you.
You're
and
so
again,
talented.
thank you to all the customers at home that really do support us and do what we want to do. And and everyone here, the Hochanda family have been absolutely brilliant over this period. It has been exhausting for all of us for weeks trying to do this and keep it quiet. But I just really hope that everyone loves all the bits that they've got.
We have loved it.
As much as Leslie and I have loved playing with them, and Jane and Sam and Angie and everybody, we've all loved it. So thank you.
And we want to see what you end up doing with this gorgeous collection. I know you're going to enjoy it as much as John and Leslie and everybody and Sam have enjoyed playing with it. So a massive thank you. I don't know if I dare ask the question when we'll see John again. Because the engine started, he's running for the 2021?
I've got so much stuff packed. No, I'm not back with. We're not back with anything new or anything. I think probably until mid-October.
Oh, right, that's fair enough.
I think we have a sale show, one of our sort of special sale shows, on the 30th.
Okay.
But yeah, we are not back until the 30th, and then it's going almost to the middle of October, because I think we've done enough.
I think, more than enough. You've gone above and beyond, honey.
And I think that's not fair on everybody.
A massive thank you to John. Massive thank you to all the team. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Sam. Thank you to everybody there, part of Crafts 2, and all the lovely angels. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to check out your baskets, but please don't go anywhere. There's plenty still more to see on Hochanda. Indeed, we've got the Inventors Asylum next coming up with our Catherine, and then we've got the launch of Craft Yourself Silly Weaving One Day Special, and then we'll be back with a state of Feefo clay.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you.
If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too.
Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the Inkables, in the Dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
A very good evening, everyone. Yes, we've got another wonderful hour ahead. If you've never seen Inventors Asylum before, then you're in for a treat. We've just seen the start of a process here that's absolutely intriguing. Now, I've never worked with our guest before. Her name is Bex. She has been here before, but we've not seen her for a while, so she may be new to you too. This hour is going to be absolutely fascinating, I do know that. We've got lots to tell you about, lots of lovely projects to show you, and lots of different techniques as well. Now, just a reminder, as you're watching the show, if you've got any questions whatsoever, please do email in. We will put them to Bex and we'll get some answers for you, hopefully. Do you know, it just depends how many we get. We could get floods of them, who knows? But do send those questions in, studio@hochanda.com. Now, I'm going to introduce our guest. It's Bex, she's here, and we'll find out what she's been doing. Actually, you've got a different name, haven't you, as well? You're known as the Queen of Rust.
I certainly am known as the Queen of Rust. Not feeling quite so rusty today, the sun's shining.
Oh, it is, it's beautiful out there. But we are all intrigued already, Bex. Tell us a little bit about yourself, about the business, and it's been such a long time since you were here at Hochanda.
It has. I realised earlier, I haven't been here since April last year.
Wow.
April last year. It's been a very long year. I think a lot of people are feeling that though, aren't they? Our business has been going in this particular form since about 2012.
Okay.
But personally, I've always worked in this industry. I qualified years and years ago as a textile maker, fashion and textiles, and I've worked always with fine art, textiles, things like that. We are very, very eco-focused as well. And I actually work as a climate ambassador for the WI, believe it or not.
Wow.
So yeah, a lot of what we do and what we make is very much about making sure that it's eco-friendly as well as very crafty and very fun to do.
Yes, it certainly is. So as we're going through the show, just bear that in mind, because I know, Bex, we had a chat before the show, of course, eco-friendly, that's the key there. So when you're seeing things here, if they've referred to as chemicals, really, they're not harmful things at all, are they, Bex?
They're not harmful. The vast majority of the things that are in them, believe it or not, in very, very small amounts, are often even in your food.
Wow, wow, there you go. Right, let's have a look what we've got in store for you, though, and then we'll find out more, of course, from Bex. Let's have a look at the first item here. New today, we've got a whole bundle for you here. This is a Cyanotype bundle. This includes your eco kit and your toning kit. Now, that sounds very, very interesting. We don't really know here in the studio, unless you've seen this before, and this is a new today, what this actually does, and this is why it's so intriguing. £34.98 is the price, £7 saving on this, so a really good saving for you today. 893834. Now, I can't move on, Bex, without asking you, give us as quickly as you can, because we will cover this more in demonstration, what can we achieve with this kit?
So with the Cyanotype kit, the first thing you're going to be doing is the Cyanotype kit actually creates a blue image. So it's a 200-year-old process. And you will create it by putting it onto some paper or some fabric, putting something on top of it, and then popping it out in the sunshine. So a day like today that's lovely and warm, in about 3 or 4 minutes you're going to be making some really gorgeously blue images. If you then want to turn them a different colour, then you can actually tone them. So like the image you're holding up there, absolutely fabulous. You can get some amazing different colours, some browns, yellows, even darker or lighter blues, by using the toning kit to actually change those original blue images into a different colour. So like I said, it's over 200 years old as an actual process, but exceedingly simple to do, therefore.
Amazing. Now, if you've already got a Cyanotype kit from maybe when you've seen Bex before, but you haven't got the toning kit, that is at the bottom of the screen. That is an add-on for you. You must go, if you haven't got anything, you need the Cyanotype kit to start off with. So the bundle there is for anyone that's never seen this before and you want to start from the beginning, and you've got all those options there. We will be referring back to that hugely during demonstration. Now, we've got some beautiful, beautiful artwork here. On acetate, actually, these are absolutely stunning. Now, tell us about these, Bex, because we've got some beautiful designs here.
So over there what we've got is some acetates. A lot of them are using things like vintage imagery, and the idea is that because it's a very old process, we thought it'd be really nice to have some lovely vintage imagery to use with the process. And it's very simple to do. Once you've painted your Cyanotype liquid onto your paper or your fabric, you simply lay the acetate over the top, and then as it's exposing, that's the image that you're then getting on your fabric or your paper. So where you see the black lines there, those are then going to stay white, assuming that your paper was white in the first place, and then the blue will expose around it. So you'll be left with this beautiful white shell or octopus or whichever image you've chosen. The very special one in there actually is the angel. Now the angel is actually one of our own images, and that one's actually won awards before in competitions that it's been entered into, photography competitions. But because it's got such depth in it, you actually get lots of different shades of blue coming out in your image.
Oh, I see.
Because you've got the different gradients of the grey in the photographic
This is
method.
fascinating, it really, really is. Well, if you want to go for the acetates, look at this, a good price on them for you as well. £3 saving, £11.99. Beautiful work there. 246116, including that amazing photograph as well. Now, let's have a look at the next item. Bex isn't known for the Queen of Rust for no reason other than she just loves the stuff. And we've got some rust for you here as well. This is your rust dye formula. You can see you've got the dark and you've got the bright as well. I have got some fabric here at the back as well, which I presume then, Bex, this fabric's been treated with this particular product.
It has. So that one's been treated with the dark, and the dark is my favourite. I have to admit, I love the dark one because of the range of colours that you can get in it. And that one has actually been treated in the way that I'm going to show you in a minute with the demos. So that's been used on a brake disc.
I can see that now.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? And sometimes you get these amazingly abstract designs, and sometimes you get very, very crisp images from it.
Wow.
But you can see the range of colours that you get just from that one spray.
You really can. I'm actually going to turn that and show the back of that as well, because you've got a wonderful design on the back as well. You can still see that image coming through, so it's like batik fabric.
It is, isn't it? Very much so, and it depends whether it's been in direct contact with the object or whether it's had that indirect contact on the back as well.
Isn't that fascinating? Oh, I love it. Well, you can go for those as well. £19.99, 404 415. Now, next up, we've got the reactor kit for you. So let's have a look at the details for this one. If you're totally confused, please say this is so fascinating. We will learn so much at demonstration area. But we can see here, we're just going to change the details, I think, on this one. Let's just sort this out for you, because we have got much more to show you as well. We'll just make sure we've got the right details on the screen. There we are. We've got the Rust Dye Formula Kit. This is a refill. So the product that we've just looked at there then, Bex, when we've run out of that, this is what we need to refill, is it?
It certainly is, because like I said, obviously, I know they're in plastic bottles, which isn't my favourite thing, but the nice thing is we can reuse and refill them. I mean, mine have been refilled more times than I can count, which is why they're a little bit scruffy looking. But, I mean, that is because I do use it. It is my product, and I use it every week.
Yes,
and when
you
I
want
run
to
out,
recycle
I
those
just refill it again.
bottles.
And that's what you can do now with the little bottles. When you run out, you just get the little bottles back, and you can refill your spray bottles.
Wonderful. So if you want to go for those, maybe you've been for the rust before, you want those refills, £9.99 is the price here, 647350. Now, next, now this looks intriguing, we've got 3 little beautiful cotton bags here. Let's see what's in these. Now, you've got your dyes in here. These are your dye formulas.
So this is a magic powder. I love this powder. This is actually ferrous sulfate powder. Now, anybody who eco-dyes might have come across this already, but you can use it for several different things. It's really, really versatile. One way you can use it is actually in lieu of the iron objects. Because it's a high concentrate iron powder, you can actually effectively rust dye without the rust.
Oh!
So that's one way you can actually use this powder. Another way is that if you want to create beautiful eco-printing, it's really quite a popular thing at the moment, is to actually go out and use the things that you've got around you, so using leaves and plants that you've got around you to actually make prints onto fabric.
I do like the sound of that.
If you use this powder and actually use even very, very small amounts of it into liquid, so you just need like a tiny teaspoon of it in almost a litre of liquid is enough. And then paint that onto your fabric before then bundling your leaves inside it. Then when you steam it, the reaction between the liquid that you've made on the fabric and the leaf actually gives you imprints onto the fabric. So behind me here, I've got hanging up some beautiful fabrics with sycamore leaves printed on them. So just here, I've got some lovely sycamore leaf prints.
Okay.
And these have been done with that bundling process. And again, you can get really lovely. I don't know if you can see these.
That's amazing.
Can you see these ones here?
We will see that better on the overhead at demonstration, actually, Bex, but we've got a glimpse of that now, but we'll have a really good look at that.
We'll have a look at that one in a minute.
Okay. Now then, I've just taken out one of the bags, some of the crystals, so you can see what they look like. You're getting 3 of these, of course. Now, also, you're getting the little bags, so we can use those, can we, Bex? Can we dye those? Can we do something with them?
So with those the bags,
yes.
Again, it's a pure cotton bag, so you can dye your bag as well.
Perfect. So make use of everything. 792811 is the item number. Now, I wish my daughter was with me now, because she was telling me about something the other day that I had heard of, but I didn't really understand it. But now we've got a book all about this. Wabi Sabi. Now, tell us about this, Bex. This is a book that you've written. We've got a couple of books on today's show. In fact, you're in the process of publishing a 3rd one, aren't you, at the moment?
Yes.
But this was your first book. Tell us all about this. I love what it says on the front, actually, there. If we can come in close so we can see that. A guide to life, imperfection and crafting projects. And that's what Wabi Sabi is, isn't it? It's something that's it's an imperfection, that's what it is. That's what it's all about.
So it's a Japanese theory that tells us that nothing in life's ever perfect. We're all part of an ongoing cycle that's never ever going to be complete. And it's an idea that once we embrace that and take that into our crafting projects as well, it allows us to release this fear that every time we start something, it has to be a masterpiece. That every time we make the slightest mistake, we need to unpick it. That every time the paint runs off the edge, it's the end of the world. And if we can start to sort of live more by these ideas, and I'm sure a lot of people out there already do, but it gives us this freedom to start enjoying what we're doing so much more. And there are a selection of projects in there, and not only just for our crafting, but also for our life. Because if we can embrace some of that in our life as well, it makes life something that we enjoy more on a day-to-day basis. And I'm not just saying this because I think it's a good idea, I'm saying this because genuinely it's something I had to embrace for myself.
Do you know, I'm intrigued by this as well, actually. And looking at the pictures, the photography in there is absolutely beautiful. And you did say as well, there are projects in the book. In fact, I've got some samples here as well. There are 4 different projects, lots of information in there as well. So, of course, you know, a really good book to read, but also a usable book as well. And you will learn something new, of course. £9.99 is the price. Just looking at one of the projects here as well. Item number 413293 is the item number. A saving of £3 on this one. We've got a couple of samples. I'm just going to show you that one as well. Beautiful. There we are. Now, the next book. This is the second book that was written by Bex. Again, totally intrigued by this. We had a little chat earlier as well. This was one that really got me thinking, actually. Crafting Your Inner Self. A Guide to Self-Discovery with Craft. Now, it does sound such a fascinating title, but when you started talking about this, I felt quite embarrassed about something. Tell us what this one's all about, Bex.
So this one it's for all the people that have ever come up to me and said, when I asked them the question, what do you do? The answer's been, well, you see, I do a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a bit more of this. And it's to help bring that all together.
Yeah.
It's to help find a focus and a meaning behind that, because once you help find a focus and a meaning behind what it is you do, it kind of brings your whole life together, and it helps you find out more about who you are and who you really genuinely want to be.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, art and craft is our way of expressing who we actually are. And if we can find the focus within that, we actually find out a lot more about ourselves. And that's really what the book's about doing.
Lovely. Oh, do you know, I think I need to read this one. I'm intrigued. £9.99 is the price on this one, a £3 saving again. Item number 097584. Now, we've got some MDF for you next. We've got some steampunk shapes. So, of course, do you know, there's all sorts of wonderful bits and pieces on this show, but this is a lovely collection for you as well. Look at this, just £13.99. You're going to get an awful lot there, actually. You've got the cogs in there, the keys are in there, there's leaves in there as well. We've got the fairy wings or the angel wings. I've got some samples here at the back as well. Now, we can decorate these up in many ways, can't we, Bex? But also, you were telling me earlier, I'm just going to hold this sample up, actually. This is something we're going to see in the future, I believe.
Yeah, we're going to be bringing that one back on our next show. We've demonstrated it before. It's actually a product that we have got online with you guys already. But that is actually real rust.
Wow. So this is a piece of MDF with real rust on it.
Real rust on top of it. So if you're a bit more of maybe a steampunk kind of person, then that's a really nice look to be able to get onto a piece of MDF.
That is amazing. Now, of course, you can decorate in many different ways. If you want a little bit of bling, a bit of sparkle, you can go with your glitters, your other mediums as well. But it's a really nice collection of shapes here. All MDF, £13.99, £4 saving, 554321. There we go. Now we've got so much product on the website as well. Let's just have a little look over there. Everything that we're seeing there today, just have a shop by brand, Inventors Asylum, and you'll find everything. Remember, everything is eco-friendly as well. There's nothing that's harmful to you. Some really intriguing projects. Lots to see there. Those books are there as well. We've got all sorts of different goodies for you. Of course, the kits we're going to see in action today. The kits we've shown you on the counter. I'm just so intrigued by all of this, so please don't go anywhere. We will be coming along with the demonstrations shortly, and I'm sure we're all going to learn a lot more. Oh, right, now the website, of course, I just say define by brand, yes, do that, and then of course anything that you want to buy, pop into your basket. Remember to check those baskets out. If you're spending over £60 as well, of course you can open up that flexi basket as well. But it is time for demonstration, so I'm going to hand it over to Beck. She's putting her gloves on as we speak. There we go. Oh, right.
Scary
What are we
gloves.
going to see first of all?
Wow, we're going to see me putting on some scary gloves. It's always a good idea to wear scary gloves when you're working with the rust drying stuff. Two reasons. One, because if you're handling rusty objects on a regular basis, it's not particularly good for your skin. And two, because, well, it dyes your hands. And unless you fancy going out for dinner with really dodgy looking hands for a few days, it's better to get your hands covered up.
Okay.
So we're going to do the break disc first, because, well, pretty dress and a break disc, it's really the way forwards, isn't it? So the rusty thing needs to be rusty. I know that sounds like a strange thing to say, but so many people say to me, does the object actually have to be rusty first?
Okay,
Or is it going to rust as part of the project? Well, it actually has to be rusty first, because otherwise you've got nothing to react with. Then I've got my fabric and I've just soaked it in some water. This is going to help the rust dye formula actually spread through the fabric and make contact with the rust. Because what we're trying to do effectively here is we're trying to have a reaction happen between the rust on the object and the liquid that we're putting onto it. So
I see.
It's a bit of science going on here. We're trying to get some science to happen. I know it's about tea time. Science at tea time might be hard work, but we can do this. We can do this.
Of course we can.
So we're trying to get as much contact as possible between the object and the fabric.
And obviously that's important because it needs to pick up that rust
It does.
effect.
It really does. So obviously it's not the easiest thing to get contact with when you're working with a strange shaped object like this. So I'm going to show you a way to do it with smaller objects in a second.
Okay.
So then you're going to grab your bottle. Obviously you're going to get a nice clean new bottle. I've got a slightly well used bottle. And then you're going to quite simply spray your object. It is the simplest dyeing process that I know. You don't need to put anything special on your fabric first. There are lots of words that get thrown around with dyeing, fixatives, mordants, all these kind of things. Mordant means something that keeps the colour in your fabric.
Oh.
Fixative basically means the same thing again.
Yeah.
Iron is a natural mordant. It does it for you. So
Okay.
you don't need to put any extra things on there.
Okay, that's the dark one you're using.
So this is
isn't
the
it,
dark
Bex?
one, yeah. And fairly quickly, that should start to pick up some colour for us.
Okay.
So by the end of the show, we should hopefully be starting to see a little bit of colour coming through there. It is quite warm in here, so that does give it a hand. That
Lovely.
is as complicated as rust dyeing gets.
Okay. Right, we're just
So
going
we're
to
gonna
get,
do
we're
that
gonna get a
one.
grab of that picture actually, Bex.
So we're going to pop that one out the way.
Have we managed to get that? We've got it, that's fine. We were taking a grab of that, so when we see it at the end of the show, we can compare the two, which is going to
I'm going
be
to show you how to
fascinating.
do a bundle, which is the best way to work with small objects.
Okay.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my brave trick where I unbundle some that I did 2 days ago to show you how it works. So
Okay.
what you do normally is you make your bundle and then you leave it. Now, working with these, you can get away with leaving it for about 24 to 48 hours.
Oh, right.
Whereas
okay.
with some
Yep.
substrates, because you can do this with things like teas, coffees, vinegars, stuff like that. Now, normally I would go, smell this, but, you know, without throwing it at you, it's not going to work. But you'll just have to take my word for it, it doesn't smell bad. Whereas a lot of the things that traditionally you work with, like vinegars and stuff, really stink.
Yeah.
And I did get to the point where people wouldn't come in my studio. Can't think why.
Not unless they brought some chips with them.
Well, do you know what? I can't eat fish and chips anymore.
Because of the smell of it. Yeah, I can understand
because
that,
I
actually.
yeah, I got to the point of associating the smell, and you get to the thinking to yourself, well, if vinegar can do that, do I really want to eat it? But you do. You get to the point where you're thinking it's a smell that you can't deal with actually having around your food anymore because you've had it in your studio so much that you just can't eat it. But also, on another note, vinegar is actually so acidic to such a strong level that it does start to damage the fabric.
Oh.
Whereas the things that we've put in the liquids won't actually damage the fabric because they're not as strong.
I see.
And because they will create the reactions in a controlled and fast way, you can get the reactions to happen quick enough that you won't actually need to worry about the fabric going bad. So we spray the liquid on. We've got plenty of spray on there.
Okay.
And then we're going to pop that over the top, press it down, and then quite simply just roll it up.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, that's going to give you better contact then, because
So it's going to give you
rolling it
really
quite
nice, strong
tightly.
contact. So it's not the same kind of problem of trying to twist it round that you're doing with the other
Yeah,
one.
I can see that. I did like the shape of some of those screws and nails.
Yeah.
Nicely bent. Where had they been? Had they been in something that they were pulled out of, or had they been bent purposely and just left out
Do
to
you know
rust?
what? People just bring me nails. Over the years, you get all
Oh, I
these
love
things.
this.
People come around and they go, I've got a present for you. And you're like, what? And they just bring you this pot of rusty things. And you're like, wow. But do you know what? I get excited about it.
I totally understand. Do you know, I'm so pleased because there's a bit of a running joke around the studio that people save all their packaging and bits and pieces for me because I like to upcycle boxes and tins and various things.
You get
Now,
known, don't you, in crafting?
Yep. Yes, I do furniture as well, but nails, I love it. I absolutely love it.
I've still got a rusty fire pit lid. I haven't quite decided what I'm doing with it yet. But I am determined that I'm going to do something with this rusty fire pit lid. But I even reuse all my string. I'm terrible for it. All the string gets kept every time. It's not easy to tie up with rubber gloves on, though, I have to admit. So.
No, this is what we love. We want everybody to be following suit, actually, Bex, because, of course, we seriously have got to think about these things more and more and more. I mean, the fabric that you've used there, just to sort of remind everybody, everything's so eco-friendly, so I presume that would have been a natural fabric that you used there.
Yeah,
Needs
so
to be
it's 100%
natural fabric.
cotton.
Yeah.
Yeah, so where possible, I will try and source organic cotton. It is harder to come across, but there are more and more companies nowadays working in ethically friendly ways. So it's about just sourcing what you can and making sure that you do use decent qualities. The thing with rust dyeing as well, though, is that you can rust dye clothing. And because of the way that it works, you don't actually have to use 100% natural fabrics. So you could go down to your local charity shop, find yourself some clothing and dye it.
Oh, that's interesting.
And that's a nice way of ethically reusing
Of
as well.
course, yeah.
Old bed sheets and stuff as well, which quite often are polycotton. But again, it's still upcycling and reusing,
Yeah.
so it's a good way to do it.
Definitely.
So here is a bundle that I made earlier. I've got two here that I'm going to unroll for you.
So, have you ever seen this? Has this been rolled and rolled back? Or have you never opened this?
I've never
You've
opened this.
Oh, this is
No.
going to be amazing.
Never opened it, no idea what it's going to look like. I'm going to do them both at once for you. So you can see the difference here from the outside between the two already. So one of them has been done with the dark and one
There's
with
a
the
big
bright.
difference, isn't
and you
there?
can tell the colour difference already. And you can also see how it's dyed the thread. Now I quite often use something like a very lightweight crochet cotton.
Okay.
Because then, if you want to, you can actually stitch. So you can see how one's gone orange and one's gone that really nice dark purple. You can actually stitch with those threads.
Of course.
In your project. So a lot of the projects that I've got here, I've actually stitched with the threads that I've dyed from the
Oh,
bundles.
I love that idea.
It keeps all your colourways together. So the bright.
I can't wait to see this. I'm amazed at the difference between the light and the dark, actually. Look at that.
Very simply, just nails in both of them. For a direct comparison, you've got some lovely nail marks coming out of that one.
That is a beautiful colour as well.
Beautiful nail marks on that one.
Look at that.
And the dark, this has gone incredibly dark this time.
That's
So
what
this
I
is
mean.
the
I
same one.
never expected such a difference between the two.
And this is amazing. The purples and everything in this as well. This is the one that the break disc has been treated with. You can
Wow.
see the stunning shades.
Oh, I do
and that
like
one
that.
all the way through.
Look at that. Oh,
And
I
you
could
can-
imagine a lovely
the nice-
patchwork with these, you know, putting the two together.
Yeah, they look beautiful together. So the actually down at the far end past you, the quilt that's hanging up, all of those are just samples that I've done at shows. Some
Lovely.
of them were actually done here on air or
Perfect.
unrolled on air. And that's what I tend to do with my samples. I keep them all and eventually I will put them all together into something. But yeah, so that quilt was all done, just samples at shows. The more washed out ones tend to have stayed wetter. Where they've got much tighter marks and whiter backgrounds, it's where they've been much drier while they've been worked on.
I can see all those different shapes in there as well. That's amazing. Oh, thank you, Bex. We'll be back with Bex for more demonstrations in a little while. Isn't that intriguing? Now, let's have a bit of a recap down the counter. So we'll start right at the beginning again. So with this huge bundle here, I mean, if you want to have a go at this, this is something completely different maybe. You've never seen it before. It's so long since Bex has been here. Now, this isn't the rust. This is for the Cyanotype. So you've got the Eco Kit and the Toning Kit here. So with the Cyanotype, that's where you're going to see those blues coming through. Everything, do you know, I'm not going to even try and explain it. I'm going to let Bex do that, but you will see the blues. It's when you use a toning kit that you start to see the other colours coming through, so the browns and even the reds and that sort of thing as well. You may recognise this photograph now because if you were watching from the beginning, you will have seen the acetate and the photograph that was included in that bundle there. So you can see the difference in colour using the toning kit. Again here, if I just bring this photograph up so you can see this one, you can see where you've got the proper, you know, you can see it's blue there, can't you? Then using the toning kit, you can see the difference in colour coming through. Such an interesting process. £34.98. £7 saving on this bundle, 893,834. Now the acetate, we're going to see that next. So remember that photograph that I've just shown you there is part of this kit. Now the artwork here that has been used on the acetate is absolutely gorgeous. You can use this to create those wonderful effects. The artwork is going to be the image that you're going to see coming through. The colours are obviously are not going to stay as they are on the acetate. You're going to use the process with the Cyanotype to get those different effects. £11.99 is the price if you want to go for these. There's a £3 saving today. Item number 246116. Beautiful. Right, now then, the rust that we've just seen Bex using, these are huge bottles as well. Now you're getting both the dark and the light there, or the bright I should say. A huge difference between them as well, as we saw the demonstration there. There's 500 millilitres in each, so that's a full litre you're getting in total there. Now just hold this sample up again. We are doing actually the break disc during this show, but this was done previously. This was done with the dark kit. I'm amazed by that. I love that effect actually. I really do like that a lot. £19.99 if you want to go for this particular kit. 404415. Now you can go for the refills. Once you've got those bottles, you don't need to buy those bottles again. You can go for the refills. Keep topping them up. It's all about recycling. We're talking about using what you've got rather than, you know, damaging the environment. £9.99 is the cost of the refill kit. 647350. Then we have those magic crystals, as Bex refers to them, or our Rust Queen. That's the name we like to call her here. Now you've got 3 of these. I've just taken the crystals out of one of them so you can see what the crystals look like. You do get the eco cotton bags which you can dye as well, so make use of those. Do not waste those at all. Lovely, lovely little set. This one, £9.99, a £2 saving, 792,811. Then onto the books. The Wabi Sabi. Am I pronouncing that right? Wabi Sabi?
Wabi Sabi.
I thought it was, but when I say it, because my daughter was talking to me about it, and I thought she'd got it wrong at first, because I'd never heard of it. But, you know, it's absolutely intriguing, this. Read this book, have a look at this, because there's so much information in here. You're going to learn something. You know, it's going to make you think as well. But not only that, you've got projects in here as well. There are 4 different projects. The most beautiful photography in this book as well. I'm not going to show you everything because I never like to do that. I don't like to show you everything in a book because it gives too much away, and then when you buy it and you get it home, it's kind of spoilt things a little bit for you. So I just want to show you the quality of the book there. It is amazing, written by Bex herself as well. Now, something I didn't mention earlier on as well, because everything is so eco-friendly, this is the ethos that Bex has. This has been printed with a matte finish, so, you know, there's none of that glaze on there, none of that shiny surface. So everything that has been used for printing the books as well, it's all been thought about. Item number 413293, if you want to go for that one. I'm really, really intrigued by this next one. I do think I should get this one myself and read it. Crafting Your Inner Self. I'm just intrigued by the conversation we had earlier. It really did make me think. £9.99, £3 saving on this one, 097584. I'm one of those people who does a bit of this and a bit of that. When it comes to crafting anyway, where do I really need to be? Should I be there in one place? Who knows? I think Bex could be right. Let's have a look at the next item. We've got the MDF pieces for you. You've got keys in here, you've got leaves, you've got the fairy wings, there could be angel wings, could be dragon wings, there could be whatever you want there. £13.99. You've got a lot of shapes there for your money as well. £4 saving. And of course the item number is also on the screen for you, 554321. There we are. Now we're going to hand it back to Bex. What have you got for us this time?
I'm going to show you how to do your cyanotypes this time. But it's a very, very simple process. Unfortunately, because we can't take the roof off though, I've had to bring a light box with me today, which is actually a slightly slower way of exposing them. But let's go through it from the beginning for you. So we've got 2 bottles. Again, you can see mine are well used. Because just like the other bottles, they are actually refillable. So when you get your bottles, don't panic. They are actually 150ml capable, but they only come with 100ml in to start off with.
Okay.
So if these ones ever need refilling, you actually have to send them back to us and we refill them, because we don't like to mess around with the loose powders for these. We like to actually give it back with liquid in, because that way it's safer. So yeah, you can see, like I said, well used. So what I've done is you put equal amounts of these together, nice and simple. We keep it as simple as possible, and you just mix them into something like a plastic tray. What you want to avoid is mixing them in a metal tray. That wouldn't work. So plastic, ceramic, something like that. Just a little takeout tray sort of thing is fine. And then I'm using just a household paintbrush just to paint it onto some paper.
Okay.
Now this is a watercolour style paper, but as long as it's a paper that is not going to disintegrate when you then put it into the water bath at the end, that's absolutely fine.
Right, that's what I was going to ask. Is there a particular type of paper? But you've answered that beautifully.
It needs to be soluble as well. Porous. Like a really plasticky finished paper wouldn't work. So we've attempted, you know, some of these like canvas papers and stuff actually have too plasticky a finish on the top of them.
Yes, they're almost like it's a gesso over the top, isn't it? Some sort of sealer.
So they unfortunately don't work. So your best bet is just give it a little test first, and make sure that it's porous enough for it to sink in, and then you're good to go. So that's your first stage, is just get it painted thinly on top. And you can see at this stage it's a kind of yellowy colour.
Yeah.
Then you can either let it dry naturally, and the point is here what we're doing is we're keeping it away from daylight. So anything with a UV content needs to stay away from. So here in the studio lights we're absolutely fine. But I'm going to dry it with a hairdryer because I haven't got time to wait for it to dry naturally. Now if you're using a hairdryer, don't keep it still in one spot. If you keep it still in one spot, you'll overheat it. And what happens is the sensitizers start to go off, and you'll actually start the reaction in that spot.
Okay.
So it's going to get a bit noisy for a second.
Okay. Now, if you can't hear me over that, Bex, could we use a regular crafting heat gun as well, or does it have to be a hairdryer? Yes,
no, it'd be fine.
That's wonderful.
It's just about keeping the heat moving. Because like I said, if you keep the heat still too long in one spot, it just overheats that one spot, and then very quickly you'll find it actually starts to change colour to a sort of very dark blue or a very dark brown.
I see.
And then that bit won't expose properly. But it's quite quick to dry.
Yeah, you can see it is drying out nicely. Now, if anybody's looking for the cardstock, or, I mean, Bex did recommend a watercolour there. Of course, we do the Pink Frog watercolour here at Hochanda, so good place to look would be the website, and great 300 GSM, I think, the watercolour cardstock is. So if you're not sure, play it safe and stay with the watercolours. I think that would be my advice. That is exactly what Bex is using there.
It's slightly damp around the edges, but it won't harm. So I'm going to pop some of the shapes on, just to show you how they might look. Now, the nice thing about the MDF shapes is that they lie quite tight to the surface of the paper.
Yeah.
Which means that you shouldn't get too much light leakage or anything underneath it. Paper has warped a little bit, but we'll be okay. So this is going to take about 5 minutes under here.
Okay.
I'm going to pop it underneath the light and turn it on. So the light is actually a quite high intensity, so unfortunately it won't work with your ordinary daylight bulbs or anything like that. It does need to be a very high intensity light. So your best bet is just to stick with do it outside. And we find that people worry that they can't do it over the winter months. Well, you still get daylight, and that's all you actually need is daylight. So if it's not a day like today where we're all sweltering at 26 degrees...
Is it that hot out there?
It is that hot out there. It's supposed to get up to 20,
have a clue
28
in here.
it's supposed to get to here today. But yeah, today it would expose in the likes of about 3 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, it would be that fast. But in the winter, you're just looking at extending your exposure time because the UV is not as strong.
Yeah.
So it's not that you can't do it. The only circumstances that mean that you can't do it are if it's raining, because what that's going to do is it's going to wash your sensitizers off your paper.
I see.
However, we have been experimenting recently with wet cyanotyping, okay, which is absolutely fascinating and basically means you don't do the hairdryer stage.
Oh.
So what you do is you set your cyanotype up on a sheet of glass.
Okay, yeah.
And then you effectively make a cyanotype sandwich. So you get 2 sheets of glass the same size, and you can easily obtain these by going to your local glazing firm.
Yeah.
And they do it so they're nice finished edges as well, so you're not going to cut yourself.
Could you use acrylic or a plexiglass as well? Would that work?
The problem with things like plexiglass and acrylic is they actually have a higher UV reduction.
Right.
So it would take much, much longer for the exposure to happen.
I see.
Whereas a standard glass lets a lot more UV through.
That makes sense.
More science again, sorry.
Yeah. No, it's fascinating.
But yeah, so it's amazing how much UV acrylic does actually block. So in comparison, you're better off with a glass. So if you sandwich between these 2 layers of glass, and then you can put all sorts in there, it actually holds things like plants and stuff flatter as well.
Yeah.
So some of the images at the back that you're seeing here, so for instance, this large blue leaf here, this was a wet cyanotype. It's absolutely stunning.
See if we can grab that. Is absolutely gorgeous.
So
I love
that's
that
fern,
effect.
But it's also got in there to create that lovely dappled effect. That's actually had things like bubbly water and stuff added in there, and some of the toning powders from the toning kit.
I was just going to ask you about those actually, because we've got the full bundle. Do you want to tell us, as we're just waiting for the light, the UV light there, Bex, to tell us about this bundle? Because we've got, of course, the cyanotype there, but we've also got the toning kit involved in this one. So what have we actually got in these test tubes?
So in the toning kit, you've got 3 different things. So you've got something called an intensifier, something called a bleacher, and something called a toner. Now, the 3 things you can use separately, or you can start to stagger them and use them together. So if you use the bleacher on its own, it lightens the blue, but also starts to bring out yellow highlights. If you use the intensifier on its own, it actually makes the blue much brighter and stronger.
Ah.
If you use the toner on its own, it makes the blue darker, but also can start to bring out some kind of reddish, sort of low lights going on.
Now
if you want to get this brown, you actually have to bleach first and then tone.
Really? That is fascinating,
So
isn't
basically
it?
what we do is we set up, we get like 3 cheap washing up bowls, and we set up the 3 baths, and then you have another washing up bowl that has just water in it. So in between the baths you then wash your picture off. So you make lots of your blue ones first, and then it's just about playing and seeing what you do. So you might put it in the bleacher for like 10 seconds, and then wash it off, and then it might go in the toner for 5 minutes, and then it comes out this beautiful shade of brown. And
what
that's
a fascinating way to spend a day, just experimenting. I was holding this picture up, Bex. Was that the right one to hold? Because you can see the process there with the bleaching.
Yeah, it shows you all sorts of different colours you can get.
Isn't it amazing how it changes?
He's 17 now, nearly. He loves it when I put that picture up on TV. That's him at the age of about 5.
Oh, dare I ask how old he is now?
No, he started college last week.
Oh, love it. Well, if you want to go for that bundle, you've got the Cyanotype kit, and of course you've got the toning kit there all together, so you can see the process of the colour changing there. You can do those experiments. £34.98, £7 saving, 893-834. Right, Bex, just to give you a time check, we've got about 14 minutes left.
Should we have a look at this one and see what it's
Ooh,
done?
yes, please.
The problem is, every time you do them, it's about watching it and seeing what colour it goes to. So this one's now gone to a sort of very dark jeans colour.
Okay.
And that's kind of what we're aiming at. So then when you lift off, you should see...
I thought, do you know, I was really worried there because I thought we might not have given that long enough.
No, so we're going for a dark jeans colour. But what happens now is we pop it in the water. So we've got our yellow from before, and we've got this very dark kind of jeansy colour here. But this can look amazing sometimes. Then you pop it in the water and it all just kind of washes off. Because if you haven't used the right paper, or if it's not stuck quite enough. So sometimes you have what looks fantastic and it goes horribly wrong. But I think this one should be all right today.
I'm absolutely amazed how quickly that has changed colour. And of course the MDF pieces you can reuse over and over again. If you could use them on projects afterwards if you wanted to paint them or anything, but using them there to create those effects are perfect.
See, this is not the most porous paper in the world. This is the only thing I'm finding. So it is losing quite an amount of its substrate. So it's not as blue as it could be. We could have left it for longer.
Now, don't forget when
but
you do yours
the
at
idea
home,
of how it works. And that's the main thing, isn't it?
At home, you'd be doing yours under natural light, of course, simply because we have got a roof on our studio. It's a shame we have today, actually. It would have been nice to have the roof off today,
I'll just go outside.
but never
I'll be
mind.
back in 5 minutes. Yeah. Not quite the way to do it, is it? But we're getting the main thing is that we understand how it works. And what will happen, you see, though, is that over the next 24 hours, this will oxidise and it will actually get stronger. The blue will grow.
That
so
still
there
looks
it
like
is.
blue jeans, though. That's a little bit more faded blue jeans than
It
dark
is faded
blue jeans.
blue jeans, but then you might like that, and that's the thing. And a bit like you used to do in the photography studio, you'd do lots of tests, you'd practice, and if you wanted a pale blue, you'd do a shorter exposure. If you wanted a darker blue, you'd do a longer exposure. But if you wanted to now, you could tone that from there anyway, bring your blue up, make it stronger.
Oh, are we able to do that during the show? Is it something we can do as...
I haven't brought the stuff with me to do that on this one. I'll have to come back and do it again.
Oh, you will. You definitely will. Oh, never mind. Is there something else we can demonstrate? Have you got more we can do?
Yeah, I can. What I can show you is how the green crystals work, if you want. Do you want to see how they work?
We'd love to see that.
Just give me a second to move things round.
Okay. Shall we do a bit of a recap and give you a bit of time to clear up?
And give me a second to shuffle things.
Perfect. We will be back with Bex as soon as possible. So don't forget, if you want to go for the Cyanotype and the toning kit, there it is for you, £7 saving. You're getting everything that you see in there. Don't forget, you can use these bags as well. These eco cotton bags. 893-834 is the item number. I think once you get playing with this, you're going to be absolutely hooked on it. You're going to be fascinated. Right, more details for you. Now, if you just want to go for the Eco kit, this is the Cyanotype kit. So if you just want the blue, if you're not interested in changing the colours, if you're just happy to go with the blue, then you can go for this kit. £19.99, 289,634. If you've already got that, if you have purchased from Bex when she's been here before, and you want to go for the toning kit, then you can get that individually as well. £21.99, £5 saving, 934411. Just a little reminder there, though, with those individuals, don't go for the toning kit unless you've already got the Cyanotype. You can't use that on its own. You need the other one first of all. Right, let's give you a reminder of those acetates as well. I think the artwork in this is absolutely stunning. We've got 5 different acetate images here, and then we've also got that photograph there as well. Just stunning. It's won awards. That's what Beck says. I'm not surprised. Look at the depth you've got there with those different colours. £11.99 if you want to go for this kit. This is a great way to get started. If you're not sure how to work with the different artworks, then this is what you need. £3 saving, 246116 is the item number. Then the rust. Now, this was the first demonstration, really, that we saw Bex do. We will hopefully be seeing that brake pad as well, that disc, see how that's going on. So we've got the dark and the bright here as well. Just very quickly, I'm going to flash that up. I love this. I think that effect is so, so amazing. That's done with the dark. £19.99, 404415. Then if you want to go for your refills, so you can refill those bottles, we can offer that to you as well. So the refill bottles, to do exactly the same techniques there, you've got the dark and the bright, £9.99, 647350. Then, we'll come back, we'll miss the crystals out because I think, are we going to do them? We're going to do them. We'll do them now. No, Bex is going to use these. So the crystals, we'll give you the details now while Bex is still getting ready, actually. So 3 bags. Remember, again, use those eco-friendly bags. Use those cotton bags there. Dye them. Use them for whatever purpose you need. £9.99, £2 saving, 792811. Then the Wabi Sabi book. Leanne, if you're watching, this is for you. Man, she knows all about it by now, but you haven't got these projects. You've got 4 wonderful projects in here as well. £9.99, £3 saving, item number 413293. Then this is my book. I need to read this for sure. Crafting Your Inner Self. Do you know, just looking at the front cover and seeing that chair there, that speaks volumes to me. In my head it does. 097584, there's a reason why that chair's on the front cover there. Let's have a look at the MDF shapes. Now, the really good shapes here to work with. Just seen how these can be used with the Cyanotype as well. So you've got the cogs, you've got the wings, you've got the keys, you've got the leaves, you've got all sorts of wonderful shapes that are totally reusable as well with that process. But of course you can decorate these and use them on other projects as well. £13.99, £4 saving, item number 554321. There we go. Wow, I'm so fascinated with this show. Well, how are we getting on over there, Bex?
I'm going to show you some really crazy things now, okay? So, right. This one here at the top, this one has been saturated. I'm absolutely coated in the stuff now. This top one here, this is why you weren't watching and she was talking over there, has been saturated in the dark.
Okay.
So in this jar here, I've got a teaspoonful of the reactor crystals.
Okay.
So if I now do this onto the dark, you'll see a reaction happening. Can you see that turning?
We can see. Oh, it's
straight away.
You could see it straight away, but yes, you can definitely see
a
it getting
reaction
darker.
Where it's changing. So
Definitely.
effectively now you've got paintable rust dyeing.
So you could do whatever designs you wanted.
Yeah, you can do anything you want. We can make any design we want onto here. You could effectively now make a stencil if you wanted, if you did this on a really dry version.
Oh, I like that idea.
And stencil it on and dry it off quickly so it doesn't spread.
That is really reacting now, isn't
complete
it?
control. Complete control. And you're painting away and off you go. You can dot it on. You could even spray it on if you wanted to. I'm not spraying because I'm not wearing any kind of eye protection or anything. And I recommend that if you're going to start spraying and stuff like that with this sort of thing, at this kind of thing, maybe it's an idea to start covering yourself up.
Okay.
Because it gets a bit excitable, more than anything else. So if I give my paintbrush a little wipe, this one the other way round, this has been saturated in the crystals. So I can do the opposite thing. I can then paint with the dark, and then it should start to do the same thing. because you're just doing the reaction in reverse. So whereas you can see the dark has obviously darkened down the whole thing and it's starting to go pink, this one will then do the opposite here. And this will give you just sections, but you're creating the same reaction, exactly the same reaction. It's just that one...
Do you need to dry this off to, or just let it dry naturally? Will it keep intensifying? Will it, you see, still keep seeing that?
Yeah, so just like the reaction of the rust and the liquid when we put it on before, these will continue to intensify as well.
Wow.
And of course you can do exactly the same by using the light liquid as well. So you can use your bright liquid and your rust dye crystals as well. But here's one that people don't think of. Did this by accident first time. We were at a show and I needed to rinse out my fabrics, and I just went for the first bucket of water I could find. And I chucked my fabric in there.
Oh. Oh. Oh, wow.
So that's...
Look how... That has changed so
cyanotype
quickly.
water
Look at that. That blue is beautiful as
reacting
well.
with the rust dyeing.
So you just simply wanted to rinse out your fabric, but you'd already done the cyanotype.
My husband was demonstrating cyanotypes on his table. I didn't realise he'd already poured his cyanotype water off into my wastewater bucket. So I dunked my rust dyeing in there.
That is a beautiful colour as well.
And that's now blue. And that's staying blue.
And as that dries as well, will we see the blue?
The blue will become a little bit stronger, but that has now reacted and instantly blued that fabric. So if you didn't know what to do, have all three.
Do you know, the colour is coming through. I can see that on the screen there. It's amazing. Now, we haven't got long left, Bex. What about our break disc?
The break disc is really starting to get somewhere. We've got some spots appearing. I've now got blue fingers. We could make the break disc blue as well by accident here.
Oh,
so you can see already where it's making contact on the top. It's already gone.
Now, we're looking at the before at the moment, so let's give you, there you go. That is a massive difference in a short space of time.
Because that's been, what, half an hour, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And that's already started to dye that much. So that's where it's got absolute perfect contact. But as that now starts to spread, you're going to get to that point where you get that design like the one you've got there.
I still love this, you know. I think that is so, so cool. I really do. I love that. Do you know, I would want to make something out of that. I want to be dyeing sheets now. Not dyeing, rusting sheets. That's what I want to be doing with the break discs.
My pillowcase has a rusty break disc on it at the moment.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. And it's stunning. And it goes all the way from black through cream to orange. It's amazing.
Do you know, that could be for outerwear, or it could be the lining to something as well. If it was a jacket, you could turn the cusp back. You know, people would be absolutely amazed. Where did you get that from? Yeah. Amazing. Love it. And I loved your tip as well, Bex, about the threads, the cotton threads that you were using earlier as well. So you can dye those at the same time, because I've noticed there's various different projects that we've got around the studio where you can see those threads have been used. So you're never having to look for something the right colour. Right, OK. Can we look at a few samples? Can we do that, actually? We've only got a couple of minutes left. Let me just... We've got lots behind us here. There you can see some of the threads have been used. So I genuinely didn't realise behind me was a quilt earlier when I said about putting these pieces together and making quilts. But of course you can see hexagons there to build up that wonderful effect there. We've got the most beautiful artwork behind us as well. We've got cushions, we've got framed pictures. I adore the leaf, Bex, that we've got at the back. I don't know if we can see that, and the cushion is stunning. Oh, these are just amazing. And also, do you know, these truly are pieces of art, aren't they? They are. I mean, a mount board around them, a little bit of a frame, or just a glass, a piece of glass over the top.
The large blue ones were literally only done about a week and a half ago, which is why they haven't been mounted.
Really, that's my favourite.
stunning,
The fern
isn't it?
leaf is
Yeah.
my absolute favourite. But look at these. Imagine these on your wall. What a great gift these would make as well. And to think that you've made these yourself. You know, think about the acetate that we've got on offer as well. If you're wondering about the artwork, go for something that's pre-done for you, because of course that is going to start you off. You're going to get some amazing reactions from these products. Do have a look on the website. There's lots and lots more products on the page. Of course, if you look for I for Inventors Asylum, that's where you're going to find everything. There is tons of products there as well. If you've ever got any questions, do let us know. I'm sure you can get hold of Bex as well. I've got to say a big, big thank you, Bex. Don't leave it so long before you're back again.
I definitely won't.
Absolutely amazing. It's such a fascinating show, something I've never seen before, and I've not worked with Bex before, so it's been an absolute delight. We've got more coming up though. Oh, look at the time. It's nearly 6 o'clock. That means we've got a one-day special about to start. We'll be giving you the menu very, very soon. Thank you again, Bex. Stay there. Yes, she's in the building. Hayley's here. It's Craft Yourself Silly Weaving one-day special. Then we've got an hour with Staedtler and Feefo Clay. Woohoo! Then we've got Craft Yourself Silly Weaving one-day special again at 8 o'clock.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select Network Settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the Lucite style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing to Hochanda lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery, for necklaces and bracelets and earrings. We also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks. We also have our range of laser cut sun catchers and mobiles, all the lovely crafty beads. Hope you can tune into my shows and looking forward to seeing you on Hochanda.
Every time I watch that show opener, I just love the ding. Was that Vince, Hayley? Vince. Yes, I like Vince. There you go. So, Hayley, we're doing a bit of weaving.
We are going to do a bit of weaving, but what I should do is just let you explain the bundle first.
Okay.
And then we'll kind of explain about the special looms that we've got, because we've got some special looms today.
Right.
All the special looms are shaped looms. So instead of just your normal squares and rectangles, you can do fancy things.
Yay, there you
nice
go.
We're matching today with red
oh,
and...
I hadn't realised. Yes, yes. Oh, yes. They're saying in my ear, I missed the red cardigan memo, but like it. Right then, so... You've got options for the one-day special. Now, you've got in, the first thing is this wonderful chunky yarn. This is wonderful, and it's very, very soft indeed. Then you're also going to get your 3 weaving frames or loom frames. So you've got the oval, the heart, and also the cloud. And then you're going to get a nice yarn bundle, but it's going to be like contents may vary. It's that lovely sort of natural yarn, isn't it?
Yes, so you're going to get, may not get exactly the balls of wool or yarn that you see there, but you will get that nice kind of natural mix. So all your creams, your beiges, your browns, your greys, creams, whites, all of those kind of tones, that's exactly what you're going to get within that bundle.
And you're also getting the book here, weaving book, which has got... Has this got lots of hints and tips and techniques?
Now, I forgot to tell you this before we started, but you need to pick the pages up and move them over to the back, because this one-day special got moved forward a little bit.
Right.
So our books aren't due back from the printers until tomorrow, which is fine, because we can send them out in the one-day specials, that's no problem. But I tried for about an hour this morning to print this out properly like a booklet. It just wasn't happening.
Oh,
so
fair
now
enough.
I've had to cut them all out of separate pages, and you have to do like that.
Oh, bless you.
There you go. See, you can do that. It's easier, I think.
Well, yeah, actually, to be fair, sometimes I get really stuck with books, don't I?
There you go. I think it's easier.
So you've got glossy terms, and then dressing the loom.
So that's kind of how to thread it up, and then it takes you through everything about tension, and making sure you're using the right tension for the right types of fabrics and things you're using. So all kinds of things about different materials that you can use to weave with. There's, I can't remember what comes next. What comes next?
Roving. Oh no, finishing.
Finishing. Oh yeah, getting it off the loom. Really important.
Yes.
Because that's the other thing that people say. They've got, you know, the frames that we've made are designed to leave the work on there if you want to. But if you do want to take them off, then we can show you exactly how to do that as well. So adding embellishments, finishing things off, and then loads of really good tips and tricks that will help you. And then there's a whole section on different types of, let's call them weaving stitches, that you can use. And then there's all sorts of different weaves you can use as well to create kind of different patterns.
That's really
cool. And you're back to the beginning.
Yeah, I am indeed. So then with your options, you can go for your rust brown, there you go, or, I'm going to swap this out, you can go for your rust grey. There you go. So it's just a really nice little hobby to do, isn't it?
It is, and it's really easy. Once you get the hang of it and you get going, it's so easy. It's one of those in front of the telly crafts, the ones that we kind of specialise in.
Yeah. So we've got a lovely finished sample of the cloud. How good is it? That looks so nice, and you've put some beads on there.
That one's, our design team have really pulled it out the bag for this one, because as I said, we did have this one pulled forward on us a little bit.
Yeah.
But they've absolutely got everything back to me, and they've done some amazing samples within this. So the one you can see up there with the cloud that Alex showed you just earlier, that's Patricia Wilson, and she's done a lovely job on that. I think really gone kind of outside the box, or outside of the loom, if you will.
There you go, I like that. And then there's also a sample here with the oval. Oh, I really like those colours. How pretty. Oh, and they've put a little bit of, if I move it a little bit, they've put some die cuttings around it. That's a nice little extra embellishment.
Well, this is the thing. Weaving is truly mixed media, so you can chuck anything at weaving, and it will, you know, it will come out beautifully. The fabrics that Bex has just had on, they'll weave in beautifully.
Right.
And we've got all sorts of yarns on the show. We've also got fabrics on the show. We've got paper on the show, because you can chuck absolutely everything at this.
See, look at that. So you can create scenes.
Yes, you can do kind of pictorial scenes. You can do things that are a little bit more abstract. You can weave really loose pieces, and kind of, you can also join them together. So if you want to make bigger pieces and make scarves and things, that one there, this little Santa, that actually is using the diamond loom.
Yeah.
And a tractor's turned it upside down.
Ah.
And added the bits
to
it to create his little hat.
Yeah, cute. It's so cute.
All sorts of different things you can do with it.
Excellent. So then, again, just a reminder, with your one-day special, you'll get your 3 loom frames. You will get your lovely natural yarn, but contents may vary with that one. Your weaving book, and then you can either go for the option of the rust grey or the rust brown. £49.93. Big saving here of £31. Item number is 641147. It is on extended delivery from the 19th, thank you, from the 19th of September. Lovely jubbly. Now we do have some loom frames, different shapes for you. So, oh, that's nice. We've got the diamond one. That is £12.99. And then under the same item number, it's the circle, followed by the oval, the cloud, square, octagon, hexagon, the heart, star. How many have we got? And the rectangle, lovely. So you have a look on the website. Item number for any of those is 012049. Now, we've got a huge pick and mix on the chunky. What actually is the yarn?
Okay,
do you know what it consists of?
I think, if I'm correct, I think it's an acrylic polyester mix.
Right.
But it feels like wool roving.
Yes, it does.
It feels super soft, exactly like wool roving. And you can knit with this if that's what you want to do. You can even felt with this. It does take a tiny bit longer than your wool roving, because the wool naturally has the little barbs on the fibres.
Right.
And this is, obviously, because it's man-made, it doesn't have that, but it does needle felt together. It takes a little bit longer, but it does still work.
Interesting.
But these are so beautiful.
Yeah.
And they're really nice to work with, especially with your weaving, because they come together so quickly. And each of those are 250 gram, I would say hanks rather than balls.
Hanks?
Because, yeah, if I've got one here, look, I can kind of undo it, I think.
My mum used to call my dad Hank the Yank. He's not even American, he's Canadian. I didn't get that.
There you go. So you can see they kind of come as hanks rather than balls. So you can just kind of twist them back up and pop them back together. If I pop that through there.
That looks so super cosy.
Yeah. Super, super cosy and so soft, and there's some beautiful colours in them as well. This is like the rust one that comes within the one-day special bundle, but there are reds, pinks, there are the mixed ones. There's a pink and a grey mix, and I think there's a pink and a purple mix as well in there. really, really beautiful colours.
Lovely. So you're going to choose any two, so you might want different colours, or you might want to go for the same colour. There you are, so blues, greys, bright pink is there. So it's £16.98. Love that purple at the front. Well, no, actually it's royal blue. £16.98. Item number is 683012. Lovely. Then you're going to like this. We have got, is it a kilogram's worth?
It's 800 grams.
800 grams,
and
apologies.
these are just mixed fabrics, and they're all kind of ready for you to cut up into strips for your weaving, and we'll show you some really nice tips as well to join fabrics if you are going to weave with them, because the bits and pieces, the samples that we've got here, it's a whole mixture of bits. There are yarns in there, there's fleece in, there's fabric in there, there's paper in some of them. There is literally, you can throw anything at it.
Sorry, I'm laughing because as I got this out, I went...
You thought it was tight?
Yeah, I did! I was like, is Hayley's washing in here?
No, my washing isn't in here.
Oh, sorry, but
I've taken my socks off because
so funny.
I put them on this morning when it was colder and decided to take them off.
Well, it's warm now, isn't it?
Well, it wasn't as warm up at my house.
Yeah. Oh, bless you.
But it's warmer down here.
It's wonderful. $9.99 for that 800 grams worth. Obviously, contents may vary. 710924 is the item number. Have a look on the website because there's a lot more yarn balls, and a lot more of your looms that you can choose from. Look at that 5-star review there. We've also got the loom heddle bars. Oh, I think Hayley will show us how to use those later.
I will show you how to use those in just a second.
Yeah.
I think you're going to enjoy heddle bars.
Yeah. Wonderful. We've got pom-pom making. We've also got, what else have we got there?
There's all
MDF
sorts.
bag handles.
We've brought the bag handles back as well because they work really, really well with this weaving. Now, I've given you a tiny little loom because you've got 2 hours with me, which should be more than enough to finish that off.
No, this is fine, yeah.
And because we can't obviously share them between presenters, you're getting one each.
Yeah.
Little tiny ones each, which is fine.
Cool.
So, just so much to tell you because there's so much in that book.
Right.
There's just so much to get through, and this is why we need all of this time. But heddle bars, I know this isn't one day special, and one day special is really what we should do first, but these are so worth showing you that I'm going to sneak these in first. So, your heddle bars, you slide all the way under all of your warp threads. So your warp threads are the ones that go top to bottom.
Yeah.
And your weft goes left and right. So left is the way that you remember which one's which. And you slide your heddle bar under absolutely everything. So you can see the full bar on the back there.
Yeah.
And then on the top, all you can see is the warp threads.
Right.
Now, if you line this up, because these are measured to go with the starter loom set, which I think people have had before. And then all you've got to do is twist. That pushes one set of your threads up. If I just turn it to the side a little bit, you may be able to see easier. Can you see there how it's pushed one set
that's great,
of all of those threads up? And then, let's see if I can do this with one hand. If I then put it down and push it up the other side, it pushes the other set of threads up. So you can kind of weave much more quickly because you've got that little kind of gap between them to slide through. So I'll do it one more time, and then up on the other side, and it just will continue to do that. And we've designed it so it will sit on the sides of your starter loom.
Right.
It will fit most of the shaped looms as well.
Yeah.
Just obviously because they're slightly irregular sizes, sometimes you have to jiggle about a little bit to get it in, but this is the easiest one to kind of show you it on, and it just makes life an awful lot easier.
Yeah.
And we've done 3 different sizes together. So that one, the one in the middle on the screen there, that's your regular spacing. So if you just kind of did every single notch on your loom, then that's the one you need to go for.
Yeah.
The one that's tied together, if you double warped your loom, so if you put 2 threads on each one, that would be your one for your double warped loom.
Right.
And then if you did half the strands, maybe you're using all that funky chunky on it, then use the bigger one, which gives you the half spacing.
Lovely stuff. Thank you.
There
So
you
Oh,
that's £12.99. 912272 is your item number. There we go. Okay. Oh, sorry, you're on me.
I just wanted a little cough.
Yes, yes.
Sorry.
Right, where should we start?
I just wanted a little cough. So where we're going to start is, I've got. Actually, we should probably start with the one day special one.
That's fair enough.
That's
I'm
probably
just gonna make a little. Sorry if I keep looking at the. It's because I'm not going to be able to see too much of what you're doing. So apologies at home if I keep looking this way.
Right. Okay, so I have got one of the shaped looms. Now, with these, when you take, you can either leave it on the loom and leave it as a you know, kind of finished item piece that you can hang up and display.
Yeah.
Now, yours will actually be like this one here. Yours will be in the 6mm stuff, so that you can see they're a lot thicker than the one that I've got. Because when we did all the prototype ones, we thought, I'm not convinced on this, and when people were kind of posting samples back into me, some of them were snapping in the post. So I thought, well, actually, let's make it out of a heavier material and make sure it's completely sturdy. So they're in much chunkier than the one that I'll be working on here. Right. So let's get, so these are some of the, this one would be in the naturals kind of collection. The little bit of kind of purple sparkly that's in there, that would probably be in the pinks and purples, I would reckon. So we're going to start at the beginning. Let's see if we can get one of the heddle bars to work on here. It should do most of it. Yeah. Let's have a look. Let's slide that in behind. Back up the other side. Now it obviously won't work as well because I've got a bit of weaving already started there. No, I think it's slightly different spacing, this one on this one. No, I'm going to take that out because I'm not convinced. So, in the instruction booklet that you've got, there are lots and lots of different stitches. Right. Okay, so the basic one is the one that is already in here. So that's your plain weave, which is the one you've all done at school, which is over one, under one, over one, under one, and then coming back in the opposite direction, doing the opposite thing. So if you've been over the one before, if I just split those out a bit, if you've gone under the one before, you go over the next one. And that one's pretty straightforward. And then from there, it takes you on to things like your basket weave. So your basket weave is 2, then 2. So I'm going to cross 2 and under 2. I'm going to try and get as many of these done as we can. But with basket weave, you want to do 2 rows the same because you've gone over 2 and under 2, and you want it to remain even. So I'm going to have to go all the way along with 2 threads. Or if you pre-plan it, what you can do is actually fold it in half. Right. And in the some of the previous kits we've done some little wooden needles, which I know you've got one of over there. You can kind of save yourself a step by doing 2 threads at a time. Yeah. And over under, this is not as tight as it could be because it's been transported and it's got a little bit wobbly. Yeah. So you could go back and tighten all of these up, but to be honest, I prefer to leave it just not so tight that I can't move anything, because once you start putting a lot of yarn in here or fabric, it's going to start to really tighten up anyway. So I don't mind it being a little bit loose when we're starting out. And so we're going to do a basket weave on this one, and then we're going to have a look at a couple of other stitches, things that are a little bit more complex, things like your sumac as well, because the sumac's a really nice one for adding. If you don't want to see any of these warp threads, then that's a really nice one to use for that. So I'm at, oh, hang on, 2, 2. There you go. And then I'll come back. I'm going to go right to the. I'm not going to go right to the end. Do you know what? I might have, because we've got this one in. We can actually make some patterns within this cloud. So let's make it so that this is going to make a more wavy line here. So you can just, when I'm moving it around like this, there are little combs that we have in the starter loom set as well. And you can just kind of push it around to an extent. What that's called is called beating, because you get the little comb and you'll kind of push it down to make sure that all of those go tight. And you can see how my kind of warp threads are almost hidden in there now. That's what you'll achieve with beating. So if I want to take that maybe to there and then come back on myself, I'll pull that through. So I've got a nice long bit. There you go. And then we'll come back on ourselves doing the opposite. And 2 by 2 is your basket weave.
Right.
It also takes you through in there things like your twill weave. There's all sorts of different twills in there.
Okay.
There's 2 or 3 different ones. Diamond weaves.
Yeah.
There's a crow's foot weave. There's a 5-strap harness in there. So there's some, there's some easy ones to start you off, but there are also some kind of more advanced ones in there as well.
Yeah.
So you can really start to build up your knowledge. And when these are finished, these are quite fun because you can leave them on your loom like they are there, so you can see at the bottom there. Or if you go up to the edge of where the MDF is, and it's always worth, if you are going to do that, just using a bit of tissue paper or cardboard and just packing out that little bit around the bottom and around this top edge. The bits that you're going to leave should be long enough to tie it off, so you'll be able to cut these in the middle on the back there.
Right.
And that will give you 2 edges that you'll be able to tie together at the bottom and create shaped pieces of weaving that you can take away from the loom. Because usually, your woven pieces will all be squares and rectangles. So you've got a few rectangular pieces over
Shall
there.
I show some samples? So, see, this is really nice because you've got flowers on this.
That's all in the kind of embellishment section of it. So once you've done all your weaving that you want to do, you can then go back and start adding extra bits and pieces in. So because all you're doing is creating a fabric. Once you've created your fabric, then you can sew into it. You can even take it to your machine, do some machine sewing on it. These are all pieces of hand stitching. And the next one that you're coming to, this is where she's actually double warped the loom.
That's clever.
So that's twice as many threads. You can see on the top there, that's twice as many threads on there. And that just means you can do more detailed pieces. So you can, you can go as detailed or as chunky as you want, and use some little twigs there to create a little fence.
Yes.
It's very, very cute. And that's another one that Patricia's done. Now, there's samples everywhere around here. So we've got some really big ones that have been done with a really, really chunky weave.
Yeah.
So the ones that are done with a really chunky weave, they're the ones that we've got as table runners, as scarves, as kind of maybe bigger pieces. And then we've got ones where we've added lights in, which, if it's battery operated, you absolutely can do that. We've got ones we've made into cushions.
Yeah.
Because once you've got it off the loom, it is essentially a piece of fabric.
Right.
And you can do whatever you want with it once it's a piece of fabric. With the shape looms, we have designed them so you can use them either or.
Yes.
So you can leave them as frames and leave them hung up and all pretty.
Yeah.
Or you can take them off and create them again and again.
Right.
It's entirely up to you.
Cool. All right.
Right, so I'm going to do a few more of this basket weave and then we'll change stitch again because I know we've got quite a lot of stitches in there to get through. You should have brought it with you. Could have had a little play.
Yeah. I like having a play, you know that. I do indeed.
Okay.
So do you have to, at the end, do you have to pull it relatively tight? Like
right. What you want to do is you don't want it too tight because if you make it too tight, you can see this one's, when it's been started, this one's been a little bit too tight because can you see where it's kind of pulling in and creating that hourglass kind of effect on the side?
Right.
That's too tight. If anything, you want to leave it a little bit looser on the corners. Or what you can do is you can do, this is in the book as well, something called bubbling. So bubbling is where you would leave like a loop in the middle.
Right.
Like that one, if I can just tip it forward, see it there? I've left a loop in the middle and then I'll keep doing the rest of my rows, but I'll leave every third or fourth row a little loop.
Yeah.
And then once I'm finished and when I come to tighten everything up with my little comb and I'm doing my beating, then that's when that excess, if I just keep going up and down with that, see how it's disappeared in?
Yeah.
And it's kind of spread itself out between them. So that's a really good technique for helping with your tension.
Oh gosh, I had a question and then I was like, Oh, it's gone. Darn it. Oh, yeah. No, it's come back to... So do you have to beat, as it were, as you go along? It's not at the end?
I would do a little bit as you go along, especially if you're kind of creating shapes and things, because with the weaving, it's actually going to show you how to connect your threads, because maybe you don't want to just always go in. It's very easy to keep going in rows.
Yeah.
But to create the shapes, like in some of the samples that you've got there, where they're kind of landscapes and things like that, where you want to create those curved shapes, then that's where your bubbling and your beating comes in really handy, because you need to kind of keep pushing them down to make sure you've got that right shape, and then you can kind of continue from there. You're confused.
I'll tell you why. It's because, so I'm just having a little play, I've never done this before. It's because I realised that I'm going to run out.
So what you tend to do is pull quite a lot through.
Yeah.
You've probably just stopped a bit short of the end of your thread.
It's
That's fine.
easy to unpick there, because I've not done much.
Well,
so.
I wouldn't bother. I would just keep going with the one you've got. We'll just tie that in.
Okay.
And then we'll just get your new piece. You've got loads of it.
Yeah, all right.
You've got loads.
So it's easy to, like... well,
it's
I suppose
dead
we'll
easy
see
to
you
stop
change.
and start.
That's good.
If you are working with a yarn, then just tie an extra piece on and put the knots to the back. If you're working with a fabric, we have got some techniques that we'll show you later that you can join fabrics without having a big bulky knot, because I think that that's one of the things that put people off working with fabrics. And you can get, I mean, this is an old diary cover that I've got on here. Oh, look.
That's cool, isn't it? Look at that. Yeah, look at that.
So you can, I mean, and there's all sorts of bits on here. There's all sorts of bits that have been kind of threaded on. There are beads that have been threaded on the front, big chunky beads.
Yeah.
There's a kind of big crochet flower on there. So, you can chuck everything at it. And we do have a little flower tool, which again, we're going to show you tomorrow.
Yeah.
This is one layer of it. It comes with several layers. So you can make really big, kind of chunky, it's great for mixed media and stuff. Brilliant for that.
Good stuff.
I've got that. There's a big needle in it, so I'll be careful with that one. But there are in the, I'm jumping about a bit, so I don't know which one you want to go to, but these smaller looms are actually from the starter loom set.
Yeah.
I've got to say thank you to everybody. Tracy, Tracy did some samples for us. I think that one is hers.
Okay.
A tractor did some as well.
A tractor?
I think a tractor.
Oh.
Yes. And then Heather did another one, and these are all coaster size ones. And if you wanted to take these off, obviously with big crochet flowers on, perhaps not a coaster.
Right.
But if once you've made them, this is from the starter loom set, and you want to just kind of use them, then this one I would see how on the bottom she's right close to the edge of the loom there. Then you can just pop them off.
I see.
So if I just pop these off. There we go.
Ah.
And then that same beating technique will allow you to just move everything back and forth and just get all of those edges. I'm just checking. Oh, she's tied it on. Okay. I can't take this all off because I'm going to need a pair of scissors. But if I just ping those ones off, for now, you'll be able to see. If you just give it a little bit of a wiggle, can you see how they're all just disappearing into the edge?
Oh, so you don't need to stitch it?
No. Oh. Just give it a little kind of bit of manipulation, and they'll all just kind of ping back up into the kind of fabric. So especially if you just give them a little bit of manipulation, you can see they're slowly all disappearing
really
back in. You don't want to do it too quickly. You don't want to kind of yank it about so much that it will start to disrupt everything. But if you just do it quite nice and slowly, I'm just going to take that one off there. Now, what I do need to tell you is when you've got the ends like that, which haven't been tied off, obviously I don't just want to cut that. Because if I just cut that now, that thread's going to ping back through. So because I've still got some of these loops, what I can do is just take it through the loop next to it and tie it off. Oh, you know the way you cast off in knitting?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can do that exact same technique. So this one on the other side, I'm jumping about between loads of different techniques, which is not easy for people today. Just too excited, that's all it is. because I like doing the weaving ones.
Yeah, it's nice. It's relaxing,
I get a bit giddy and too excited. Right, so that we can secure that end with, but this other end, let me just snip that one off as well because she's actually tied it onto the loom. Ooh, lost it. So these longer ones, we can either come and put little loops and tassels onto the end of there, or if you do it the same way as you would with knitting, where you pass one loop, I've gone the wrong way, that one goes through there. So then that one's secure, and then we take the next one through that one. Can you see how it's forming a kind of an edge?
Like a little plait.
It's like casting off in knitting, and that's forming a nice even edge. So you can, there's loads of ways you can kind of finish your weaving off. But I'm just kind of trying to show you a couple. Yeah. Because I think that's one of the things that often people worry about and think, oh well, it looks lovely, but how do I finish it off? Yeah. And there's a couple of ways that you can do it really, really easily. And then if you've tied it on the same way that Tracy has on this one, then you can use that single piece of thread, which I'm coming to at the end here. Yeah. So there's my single piece of thread. I can use that. Let me go back over this one. And over the last one. So that's my single thread through that loop. And then I can tie that off. And that's an alternative to finishing the edge.
Wonderful. I'll go do some numbers then.
Do some numbers.
I'll go and do my little
doing
recap.
some numbers.
So do have a look at the website because we've got lots more for you. There's the loom bundle that Hayley was using. That is £38.96, and you have got 3 options: the brights, then the next option is the pastels, and the next option is the naturals. Lovely. Oh yes, gosh, there's a £20 saving. It's got a nice 5-star review. Which one would I go for? Could we go through them again? Well, those are the pastels, that's very nice. Of course I'm going to go for the brights. There you go. Got to be for me. Oh yeah, Charlotte likes the naturals as well. Right then. Okay, so our one-day special, you do have 2 options available for you. So in each one-day special, you will get the heart loom frame. I don't know why I can't say that today. Loom frame. You'll get the oval loom frame, and you'll also get the cloud loom frame. Then you'll get a lovely bundle of these wonderful natural yarns. It's going to be a mixture, so contents may vary or colours may vary in this lovely little bundle. Of course, yes, you've got your weaving book just behind with loads of different weaves, all sorts of different things, which is grand. And then you've got 2 colour options in terms of your real chunky yarn. So you've got your rust with the brown, or you can go for the rust with the grey, like so. Yeah, I mean, like I said, these are, Charlotte's going for the brown. I mean, look at this for a sample. I think that's really pretty, actually. Really pretty. Oh, so nice. And then you've got adding some die cuts to it. How fabulous is this? Really, you can go to town with your mixed media. You could add buttons, flowers, all sorts. So for each option, it is 2 payments of £24.97 if you want to spread the cost. And you've got a massive £31 saving. Item number is 641147. We do have options of loom frames individually. We've got the diamond. We've got the circle. Next. We've got the oval, cloud, square, octagon, hexagon, heart, star, and the rectangle. Oh, Charlotte says she's going to test me next time. That'll be all right. £12.99 for each option, 012049. Then we've also got some funky chunky yarn. They're a really, really soft yarn, and they're big balls, aren't they, of your wool? Oh no, what did you call them? Hanks, there you go, of your yarn. 250 grams each, and they're on a pick and mix, so you might want to go for 2 of the same or 2 completely different. I quite like the navy and the grey together. I think that's quite classy. I'm liking that. You've got some pinks, some peaches, all sorts. Very, very pretty. It's $16.99. 683012 is the item number. Then we've got our weaving bundle, which is 800 grams worth of an assortment. Contents may vary, so you might get some chiffon, you might get some satin material. Look at that, that's quite a big piece. Look at that.
For adding different colours, you know, for adding just... yarn's nice, but it generally all has a very similar texture. We do try and find, you know, lots of different ones, but it will always have a certain kind of width to it and a certain texture to it, and it's really nice to put fabrics in and textiles in to create just completely different looks within there.
Very nice, there you go. So this is $9.99. You've got an 800 gram set. Contents may vary. So just think about what, you know, how you can weave with this and how nice it will be in terms of texture. That's really, really good. Now it does have a further extended delivery on this. It's going to be dispatched from the 23rd of September. Oh, sorry, can't hear. 21st of September. Week today, item number is 710924. Right. A loom bundle has appeared. Excellent. So you've got your squares, all of those. You've got your... is that what you use to do the batting with?
Beating, yes. So what you've got there is you've got 5 looms within the one piece, and they all are held together with just tiny bits of MDF, so you just literally kind of twist it and it pops out. Yeah. So you are getting 5 looms. You are getting your large kind of A3 size one, your smaller A4 size one, your traditional ones where the notches are just at the top, and then you're getting a coaster sized one, which is the one we saw where we were taking Tracy's piece off the loom, and then you get 2 little square ones where they've got notches on all 4 sides. They are for making little tiny pom-poms.
Oh, cute!
You can use them for coasters and smaller pieces as well, just using them the traditional way, but you can make little tiny pom-poms with them as well. And where that big piece of masking tape is, it's holding in 6 of your little tiny needles.
Oh.
Probably should have put that big piece of masking tape on the back, but never mind, it's okay.
I don't want to touch this actually because I think it'll all fall apart, but they're all there. And then you get a nice big bundle of yarn.
You get 2 little combs as well in there as well to help kind of with your beating things down. And they are measured specifically to go with the distances between the warp threads as well. And then you are getting 10 balls of yarn. So there are 3 different colour options.
Right.
That's the brights option that's on the counter there. There is a pastels and there is also a naturals bundle as well.
Good stuff. There's a £20 saving. Item number is 449269 and the price is £38.96. Okay. Oh yes, these heddle bars, and they're all different sizes. Like so. So you showed us at the top of the hour how to what these do.
We did.
So have a little look on Rewind. I'm sure you'll show us again at the 8 o'clock.
Of course I will.
Yeah. So you're getting all 3 for £12.99, £13 saving. Item number is 912272. Oh, okay. And then a little look at these lovely yarns. So this is a pom-pom sort of set, really.
Yes, so this is a pom-pom flower taster set.
Right.
So we are going to give you 3 different sizes and numbers of edges on your pom-pom makers. But they don't make traditional pom-poms. They make flower pom-poms, which is entirely different. Right. So I'm hoping to get to that in the next hour. We ain't going to get to it in this hour, but we're going to hope to get to that one in the next hour. So that's your taster set, where you're going to get a neutralish yarn for the centre of the flowers, and are going to get brighter one to go for the petals. But if you want all of the flower templates, then you can get them as a full set as
Right.
well.
Lovely. Details on screen, £9.99, 232 415. Again, let's take a look at the website for all the lovely goodies that we've got. Still more to see. You can go for your templates, pom-pom flower set of templates. 27 actually, 27 in total of these, of our pom-pom sets. What else have we got? We've got a big pack of Hessian, 1.5 metre pre-cut Hessian pack. What else? There's more yarn. There's that lovely pom-pom taster set that we've got for you. There's that 800 grams of mystery fabric that you'll get. We've got some handbag
it's kind of we like to call it a weaving bundle because it's what it's absolutely perfect for.
Yeah.
We will show you in the next hour some special techniques for joining fabrics if that's what you're going to use to do your weaving. So what I was going to do is I've just whipped out a couple of bits. Oh, I've got wires sticking out everywhere. On the wires. Well, I got up to get an extra bit out of my box over there, but I've now put wires everywhere.
Oh, no.
Okay, so I was going to have a look at, first of all, the heddle bar. And with the heddle bar, we're also going to have a look at some raya knots as well. So raya knots are a nice way to finish a piece of weaving as well. So if you wanted a fringe on the bottom, this is a really nice way to do it. So I have wooden needle, like you, and that's what I shot over there to go and get. Wooden needle, same as you, and I'm going to use that heddle bar again so I can show you how it works. So you line it up, and then you just twist. And what that will do is it will give you some sticking up, and then the opposite ones go down. So hang on, have I got this the right way around? No, because I need to go over the next one. So if I just turn it over and push it up again, that'll give me the opposite set. So I now should, if I stay quite close to that heddle bar, you can't quite see. I need to turn round, don't I? Hang on, let's have a little wiggle. There you go. If I turn round, you can maybe see it that way. So I've just squashed it. Now my needle's in the way. There we go. Is that the right way round? Yes, that's the right way round. I was just because I was trying to work out which ones I'm going over and which ones I'm going under. Under, over, under. No, I need it the other way up. That's it. That's right. That makes far more sense. There we go. So then you've got those gaps already there for you. So it's hard for me to show you because I'm the wrong way round, but it's okay. Right, hang on, I'm going to try and turn it round the other way and just go straight up, back to front. Straight up, back to front with it. Let me just move that back along. Right, there we go, that's better. Have I got it? No, other way. That's it. I think that's easier to see now, isn't it? I'm hoping it is. Yeah, can you see how it's separating those out? So I can kind of pull it through the centre much more easily, and that means I can weave a lot more quickly because that bar is separating things out for me, so I can get through each of the gaps much more quickly. I've just stood on my wool though. Right. And you can just, it just means you can go a lot more. It's not easy when you're kind of on a chair and upside down and back to front, but we can, it is a huge time saver.
Yeah.
So
I do want to apologise because I do keep looking away and I'm not being rude.
It's okay. It's just because things are still different and things are still the other way round.
Yeah.
And we all have to, we just manage. It'll be fine. It'll be absolutely fine. Right, I need that to go the other way. So pop the other one up. Ooh, there we go. And if I'm going to put raya knots in, the first thing I need to do is put a couple of plain rows in. And because I don't want to have to, do what I did on the other one where I had to loop all of those through on the end. I'm making sure that I'm going right up to the very, very edge so that I don't have to do any of those bits where I had to kind of tie bits off earlier. So I'm going to go just put a couple of rows of these in first, and then we're going to put some of these raya knots in, which is going to give us like a little kind of fringed tassely edge. Now, this traditionally would be at the bottom of your piece, but you don't have to have it there. You can put these in at any point you want, just to add a bit of interest and a bit of texture. So let me just push all of these down. Again, you get the little combs in there with it, so you can beat those down as you go. You don't have to do it a little bit at a time. Right, and I'm going to get to the end of here, and I'm just going to leave this thread for the minute because, can you see how I've pulled that along at the side, and I've created that little kind of starting to hourglass in. So I just need to put a little bit extra in, and even if I leave myself a little bit of a loop on that side, once you take it off the loom, it will all kind of ping back in. So don't worry about having a little bit extra thread. It's better to have a little bit extra on those warps than it is to have a little bit too little and it all kind of pinching in. So, oops, a daisy, there we go, done. So that's my 2 rows, and what that will do is that will just stop any of my knots sliding off the bottom.
Right.
Okay, so now we're going to get, should we do it in our big fluffy yarn?
Well, yeah, why not?
Okay, okay.
So you're not, have you tied this? So
No,
that's
I've left. I'm going to come back to that,
Right.
because once I've put my raya knots in, then I'm going to kind of come back and put another
And have
couple
you
of
cut
rows
it, or
over
it's
the
still
top of
attached?
it. No, it's still attached.
Okay.
It's just dingling down here for the
Okay,
minute.
fine.
It's just out of my way. I'm just going to try and put this to one side so I can see a bit more easily. So for raya knots, we're going to have pieces that are all the same size. So I want to cut off this cuts. That sound
That
when it
sound.
cuts is lovely.
Yeah.
These are quite big chunky ones, but it's all good. Now you can put as many rows of these as you want in. Because I've got quite a chunky thread here with this funky chunky yarn, I'm not going to need a huge amount, so we're going to be fine. So we are going to go over the top of 2. So I'm going to take these 2 here. I'm going to lay it over the top, and then I'm going to bring each of them in underneath. Line up the ends and just pull them down.
Oh, okay.
To create the knots and the tassels. And maybe I don't want them to be the same on every single one, and especially with this funky chunky yarn, because you can brush it out as well.
Oh,
you
it
can
looks really
create
fluffy.
something really funky. So I might swap colours actually. I might do so one in the black, so I'll leave those 2, and then I'll do another black one here. So I'll lay it over the top, and I'll bring each side into the centre of those 2 strands, and then I pull it down. So we pull that and we pull it down, and those 2 rows of just the plain weave that we added in first, that's really going to help to secure it as well. So that's make sure it's not going to slide off, especially with these chunky ones, because if you have a look at that, the 2 that I'm going to go over, not in this case because I've purposefully left one first, but if I'd gone through 2 like these 2 here, which you can see, can you just see that they're the 2 that actually go around that one kind of notch
that's
at the bottom there? If I did a not sumac, a raya knot over those 2, and then I undid it, it would just come straight off. So that's why we always put just a couple of rows just to secure everything on the bottom. So how many more of these do I need? This is, see, when I miss you being able to sit closer and be a lovely assistant.
There's a
Because you
lot
would
of
have cut all
things
these for me.
I know I would.
You would have cut all these for me.
It's like with other guests.
So
you know,
1, 2.
I used to pull off the backs of this foam tape for Phil Martin.
Were you his lovely assistant as well?
Yeah.
Have you ever been a magician's assistant?
Funnily enough, I did apply. Yeah. Yes, funny
Did you
enough,
not
I did
get
apply.
it?
No.
Oh, I feel a bit sad about that. I think you'd make a lovely magician's assistant. Okay, so it's just repeat with that. And if it's a thinner one than what we've got here, so maybe we're going to look at a thinner one. So let's have a... Oh, that one's attached to that. Let's find something else. everything's attached to everything because I've just been using one chunk off at a time. So this one's quite a thin one. You can see it's actually a multi-stranded yarn, this one. So if you were doing really fine work, then you could separate that out. It's a 4-ply, but they're kind of quite loose together. So if we want to do the same thing, so I want the same kind of length, because I want them all to finish up the same kind of length, but I want maybe 3 or 4 strands at the same time.
Yeah.
So let's do 4. So, oh, I've got myself into such a tangly mess. So, well, there's no space to put anything.
I know.
There's no space to put anything. I might now need like a pod or something between this one and the next one. But we'll be all right. We'll be all right. There we go. So that's my same thing. So we're doing exactly the same thing, just multiple strands. And we'll put it in the middle of these two. So we're going to come across. Always start higher up because it's a little bit easier to see what you're doing. Pull those through and just make sure we get all of them through at once. And then same for the other one. Underneath, up, get them all matched up at the end, and then just give them a good pull down. So maybe if you are doing pictures and things, maybe you're going to do maybe you can do a unicorn.
Oh, yeah.
And then you want to put the mane in, kind of, you know, in the middle of your picture. You can absolutely use that same technique.
Right.
But, you know, in the middle, wherever you like, just to add texture. It's all about texture. They don't have to be as long as that either. I've put very, very long ones on just because I like them, because they're soft. But you can have much shorter ones on. You can move them, again, you can move them about. You can put them in the middle just to add a bit of you make them really short. Add a really short kind of fluffy texture to them. It's entirely up to you where you put them. You can just have a lot of fun with them.
Yeah. Lovely. All right then, I can't believe we've only got
that went really quick.
5 minutes left, I know.
That went so quick.
Yeah. Right, we do have a pick and mix, here it is, of your chunky yarn. So you can pick any 2. You could pick 2 of the same, or you could pick 2 different colours. They're 250 gram balls each, and it's £16.98. And your item number for this is 683012. Then we've also got mixed yarn bundles. So the first one, so we've got 3 options. We've got the pastels, we've got the, there we go, we've got the naturals, and we've got the brights. I like the brights. £14.99. That's half price, £15 saving. Item number is 689701 is the item number. And we've got another set of the yarn bundles. Okay, these are sets of 5. Do they have names?
Yes,
just the
these
greens?
are all kind of more coloured themed,
Yeah.
these ones. So I've actually got them over here, but I've covered them in stuff.
Don't worry.
So you've got naturals, you've got blues, greens, pinks, and the multi as well. So that's the kind of pinks. It is pinks and purples. That one will be your brights. Oh, I didn't even know we had a reds and oranges. Oh, we have now. There you go.
Each option is £9.99. Item number is 719288. Right, so the one-day special. You're going to be getting the heart, the oval, and the cloud loom frame. It's quite hard. I don't know why I keep tripping at loom frame. I'll have to practice for the next one. Then we've got our natural yarn balls, and you'll get a nice selection. They might not be exactly this, but you know, you can see that they're a really lovely like set of naturals. You've got some that might have some sparkle threads in, some that might be a bit more fluffy. Yeah, they're really nice. And then you're also going to get your book. This tells you about weaving techniques. So you've got your glossary. Yours will be bound, don't worry. Yeah, yours won't come like this. Dressing the loom, tension and density. We've got material selection, embellishments. What else? Oh, how to make your tassels. Pom-poms. There we go. And then we go on to different types of how you weave. And then also diamond weave. Look, you've got crow's foot satin weave. Oh, and there we go. We are back to the beginning. Lovely. And then in your one day special, you've got options. So you can either go for the rust and the grey, there it is, or you could go for the rust and the brown, and you get a good big. Are these 250 grams as well?
Yeah, they're both 250. So you're going to get 500 grams of the Funky Chunky in total between the two colours. You're also going to get a kilo of yarn in your mixed natural bundle as well. So you've got loads to start you off there.
Yeah.
You've got so much to get you started. Easily enough to do those 3 frames that are in there, plus more and more and more.
Yeah, lovely. So for anybody maybe that's sat on the fence, what would you do to sort of say, hey, look, this is a really, really fun thing to do?
It is quite. It's very mixed media as well. So I mean, if you have done mixed media in the past, then this is a really nice way to add a completely different dimension to it, because you don't have to do huge pieces. Even on a large loom, you don't have to commit to a huge piece, because you can just cut it down to the size that you want. Ultimately, you're just making fabric.
Yeah.
And then from there, you can take it to wherever you want. You can take it into book covers, to bags, to scarves, anywhere you want.
Wonderful. So details on screen, 2 payments of £24.97 if you do want to spread the cost, or you can of course go for it outright. Item number is 641147. At the bottom of the screen, if you want different types of different shapes of loom screens, they're on the loom frames. They're at the bottom of the screen. Right, we'll be back together at 8 p.m. Please make sure you're joining us then for more weaving. And coming up next, we have got the Stedler Fimo clay. Then, as I said, Hayley and I will be back together again. And after that, we've got a Sewing Essentials happy hour.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitch Your Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning, really. That's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with, and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencil.